And we're live.
We're live.
What's up, chat? Okay, we here.
Hello and welcome to the 48-hour crypto live stream where we're going to be talking about HEX, PulseChain, PulseX,
Yes.
and we're at the Bitcoin conference.
Oh yes, it's fire. Oh my god. Y'all should
Tell
be
me
there.
more. I can't wait to hear. I can't wait to hear what it's like down there. What's it like being a Hexakin amongst a bunch of maximalists?
Amazing, dog. Amazing. You should be here too, man. Real talk.
It's actually different than last year. Last year I said I'm in HEX and people were like, okay. But they were, and the year before that, you know, I'm sure it would have been, oh, I'm sorry for you. But this year, you know, I was talking to even crypto banter like members, and they were like, you know, that's one of the most popular shows here in crypto YouTube. And they were like, what? You were at HEX day 3? Like they were stepping back.
Yeah, man.
So in other words, it seems like the awareness is getting out there now. So this is like that beginning of that second wave, right? That's exciting to hear. I know Crypto Coffee was you know, it's just roaming the streets of Chicago, and he had 3 different people come up to him and notice him. So that's you know, that's really the world telling you, signaling back to you that this thing's starting to take off.
Bro, people are coming up to me, man. People are coming up to Corey. Like me and Corey went to dinner in New Jersey the other day, and people saw his chain and was like, "Yo, Hexicans!" And it's nuts, bro. Like we're taking over for sure. Like it's happening.
It feels good, man. It feels good to be right, you know, just over and over again. It's hard to be wrong when you team up with Big Daddy Richard Hart.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to Richard Hart for launching another successful product.
Well, we got some news. So I was talking to the crypto banter guys. Sheldon the sniper is like staying in the next room over from me. And basically he said that they are planning to stream with Richard Hart Friday or Monday.
Let's go.
Now, Axis, he likes, you know, knowing precise numbers on things. It's been 129 days since Richard Hart streamed on my channel.
Wow.
And he hasn't streamed anywhere else since then. So what do you guys think?
Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, I hope you got your bags packed.
I hope they came and approached you first to ask if it was okay if they could ever.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Richard's back, man. Richard is back.
Thanks for the super chat, Unplugged Dad, $20. First super chat at the conference. I'm super excited. Thanks.
Let's go. 48 hours. Oh my God.
I see a lot of familiar faces in chat. So shout out to all the homies. Appreciate you.
Get the stream out there. Hit the share. Hit the like. Hit the comments. Come on, y'all. Let's 122 people. I didn't know. We need 300 people in here. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, they'll be filtering in here.
Hell yeah.
Mark my word.
So we're gonna have lots of special guests. Let me go ahead and read the list of guests so far. This schedule's been coming together here on the spot because PulseChain is live.
You don't know.
PulseChain is live right now, and things are happening. So we're gonna have we got Westcott Crypto here.
Yo, your man's is here. What's up?
Westcott is the fastest rising PulseX streamer in the entire ecosystem.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Congratulations, dude. It's been awesome. You've been hitting us with the content, and then you started streaming too. Dang.
Yeah, man. It's crazy, bro. Like I didn't think that would happen, but thank God it did. Changed my life.
It did, man. It did. It did for me too. Like it you know, it took me from just being a regular guy to now, you know, a couple people on the internet know who I am. So it feels pretty good, dude. Honestly, it's good to have that support. We have like the best crypto community behind us, you know,
absolutely
lifting us up, you know. So it feels good to be the spokespeople for something that works, you know. That's really what this is.
Yeah, man.
We're starting out strong here because Axis Alive, he's one of the most followed people these days when it comes to HEX, PulseChain. He's a great mind here that can break things down and really onboard the masses, understand what liquidity providing is, and all these sorts of things.
Right.
So thanks for being here, Axis.
Yes.
Oh man, I appreciate the fact that you think of me every time to come on and to do it, to be the first guy having on. I mean, that's a pleasure, honestly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
So we, you know, we're going to fill up this hour. There's 48 hours to go.
Oh, shit.
basically, let me run down real quick. So I'm gonna do 4 hours hosting. Then Brisology is gonna do 4. Tangent is gonna do, I think, 6 or 7 hours. Furu Finance is gonna step in for an hour, and then I'm gonna go for 8 hours, and that fills in the first 24. Ooh. Then Brisology's up for 4 hours, myself for 4 hours, Tangent for 8 hours, and then I'll do the last 8.
My God.
So that's the list of hosts, and then we'll have 2 to 4 people on screen or basically participating at a time. Among the people who will be either here in the studio or streaming in from all over the world, we got Dollar Cost Crypto, David Feeder, Corey Costa, yes. Mike the Investor, yes. Randy Hilarski, Ben Duvard, Rags to Riches, Top Gun, Hexadian.
Wow.
In the middle of the night here, we're going to be having our Australian and European dream teams. We got Adam Stokes, Crypto 7, Mango Junkie. 7? Yeah. Yeah. And that's going to be with Tangent. So you know that's going to be good.
Oh, yeah. Them two? Oh, my God.
We got Mark Wild, who's the author of a book. He's appeared on Game Theory Gang. We got Magic Carpet Ride, Sticker Guy Win, KG of Internet Money. We got Corey Geary and Dane in person. Wow. Joe Perry's.
Yes, yeah.
He has 1 million followers.
Bro, I seen dude. I'm like, is that him? Like, I know this dude from somewhere. He's here, yo. He's one of us. He's one of us.
Yeah. We got Famous, A Wild SJ, Ben Cage.
Ben Cage is here. Okay.
Yeah. And then we also got Kareem coming in, Crypto Heartbeat, Fashion Coder.
Yo.
Got Crypto Class and Jen Hex.
Wow.
And then we're going to be announcing more because the schedule is going to keep filling in with K4K, KDP, and Just Ask Jesse. So
superstars.
Yes.
Superstars all night. 2 days. Unbelievable.
And somebody says $20, 20 euro super chat. Have a beer on me.
You don't know.
From Dublin. David Morales, $10. So let's go around the room. Westcott and Access Live, what are you the most excited about right now with the launch of PulseChain?
Oh, come on, man. The launch of it's here, y'all. It's here. I mean, like, we knew it was coming, but it's actually here now. And it's like, it's a surreal moment. Don't mess this up. This is your shot. You know what I mean? Like, this, we know this ain't going anywhere. They try to say like it wasn't going to happen. It might be a scam. It's not. This is real. It's happening. Don't miss out. You might not have this opportunity again. So
yeah. I mean, it's really, I think what I'm most excited about is just seeing it no longer being a subject to be tiptoed around, and now it's like you're only cool if you're really being honest and talking about this stuff that's happening. Like, it's, I mean, on a product basis, I think, it's really interesting watching the liquidity situation play out in terms of money being, watching the bridge, watching money flow from Ethereum into PulseChain, and then, the reaction in the charts and the farms and seeing how all that's playing out is obviously really exciting for someone like me who's super technical and just enjoys doing, mental modeling in my sleep. It's fun, and it's exciting to project out where this stuff can go in 2, 3, 4 years.
2, 3, 4 years. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine.
I'm looking at those like longer time frames, and I'm just imagining like this is the ground floor, and I'm not really that. I don't really care like price specifics in terms of 90 days, but in more like in 900 days, like where could this be,
bro?
And when I'm looking at like the HEX chart, like the Ethereum hex, it's still telling me a very important story. It's telling me a story. It's telling me that value is still in the core asset of HEX. Like, it hasn't left. Like, the price is down a bit, but the type of action we've seen in the last week or so in terms of buyers and sellers has just been amazing. The price has been supported above 3 cents. And currently with PHEX and EHEX combined in price, you're looking at like a 5.5 cent hex. You've duplicated your stack, so you're really sitting on 5.5 cents, 5 cents of per unit, right? And so that's like exciting that, you know, like the price is holding up on Ethereum. And then when you look back into the past, you know, this is a lot like Big Payday, right? This is that big burst of new inflation. And not only that, we're getting to tie the HEX asset to the liquidity bonded farm of everything that's on PulseChain. So not only is it tied so intimately with PHEX, but that PHEX and PulseX and PulseChain are like a triad over there that are going to rise and fall together, and they're going to pull HEX around with them because there's going to be so much money flooding into that system, moving up and to the right. And that's a function of this thing that I don't talk about much anymore. Until now, we couldn't, which is that we have for us a table that's been set now where we're back using Uniswap V2, and there is no Uniswap V3.
Yeah.
The most violent of pumps, the most violent of pumps that ever occurred on HEX was on that technology.
V2.
And now it's all binded together over there, and now we're getting that combination paired up with EHEX so they can all rise together. And it's just it's really going to be exciting. We're getting a fresh start to see some insane returns on these assets.
Bro, you cannot lose. You cannot lose over here, man. This is wow. You got your EHEX, you got your PHEX, you got your PulseChain, PulseX. I mean, where are you gonna lose? Even the meme coins is popping out here. Like, yo, I made a 2x on the plane. I jumped on the plane. I get off the plane, my money doubled. I was like, yo, this is crazy. I sold half. I bought more PulseX. I let the rest ride. Yo, this is incredible. What an opportunity. Oh my God. Great.
Maddie, what are you excited about with the PulseChain mainnet dropping?
I'm excited to see whether we get low fees or not. I thought that it would be possible, but now I'm starting to think that we may have high fees on PulseChain.
I'll take it.
Which, look, we will still have to solve the low fee problem someday.
Right.
But if we have to get rich on the way to doing that, you know, that's okay too. I really do want low fees though, in order for time pays me technology to work as good as it can for everybody. Yeah. I would like the blockchain wizards to solve this at some point.
That's a great topic. Just to we'll come back to that. So, you know, I'm just running like a rough estimate here. So if it's costing 2,500 PulseChain to perform a swap right now at the current price, it's like 38 cents to do a swap. Now, if you do get, you know, obviously if you get 1,000x on the price, what is that, like $3.75 or something that you're looking at in terms of, let's see, hold on, let me do some math here. 0.00015 times 1,000 times
30 cents.
Yeah, I mean, that can't be right. That can't be right. My math must be wrong. It's not saying 375.
So the idea is that people might not care about the units. They might just care about the dollar value, and they might bid up the price of fees on PulseChain up to, you know, what they're used to paying on Ethereum. But look, we have a special guest joining us. Who could it be?
No! Oh, here he is.
Johnny got it frozen too.
House.
We're in trouble now. JC.
Hey, that liquidity bonding theory is starting to play out.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought we would have gotten to use the incentive token as a carrot on a stick to get people to do what we want them to do? It's amazing.
Pretty cool game. Pretty cool game. Oh, look at that. Look at that. You know, EHEX looks like it's worth 200 pulls.
Let's see here.
Did you notice that?
What do you think, Johnny?
I think it's all coming together, man. I think this is awesome that we've got as much activity as we do. I never imagined this level of transactions and activity. I did not imagine that we could possibly clog up the bridge with the amount of interest that we've coming in. I couldn't imagine that we were going to open up with $65 million trying to get in, just get in
and
to PulseX, you know.
God, early.
It just wasn't imaginable. And I just I'm just amazed that, you know, we see a lot of chatter where people are like, not fair, I'm not early enough, you know, or I should make money like immediately. It's like, are you kidding? This is like the greatest framework ever built in crypto. This is freaking insane.
Yeah, it
And they're
has
like,
the
but it's
economic.
failing. You can't get across the bridge. You understand you can't get across the bridge because there's that many people kicking in the door trying to get over there.
Oh,
Yeah.
This is nuts.
Yeah, we have like that community backing and that general interest, and that's something that like any new chain that gets forked from ETH just doesn't have. And it's unique to the HEX community, really. It's unique to the PulseChain community that we have all this like, you know, backed up interest from 2 years of anticipation waiting. And now that the price charts are moving, I don't care. Name a ticker. The fact that there's stuff moving the way it is right now on PulseChain, it's creating even more intense FOMO to get money across the bridge. So we just keep seeing that deposited dollar amount go up and up.
Christ.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I never expected this level of volume, that's for sure.
Man,
I don't know why my camera's all laggy.
It's the Matrix glitching. It's fine.
It is.
Bro, if you're in right now, you are so fortunate. My gosh. And if you're on your way, if you're on that bridge, just hold on. You know, transactions are going through like at every moment. Like it could be your moment in the next 10 minutes. Who knows, man? But just take advantage of this opportunity. You're not going to see this for a long time.
Let me
Never
ask
gonna
you
be here
guys
again.
something. Just we have 360 people tuning in now. What do you say to your onboards who maybe don't have as much interest in the technical side of things? What do they need to know?
Who's that to?
Let's go around the room. I mean, my thing right now is what I'm telling my onboards is you already got your position and the price hasn't been fully established yet. People are guessing around it, the price, and the market hasn't decided on it yet.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of fake contracts floating around. And so really the best thing that people can do is sit tight and, enjoy the commentary, if you will.
Yep.
Celebrate the long wait and hurry up and wait a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, I mean, in terms of those that have a position in Pulse and PulseX, it's a different conversation than those that don't.
Yes.
For those that have exposure to PulseChain and PulseX, and perhaps they got a copy of HEX, they can just literally they don't have to, like you said, they don't have to do anything to be successful in this. For those that didn't, they're gonna. It's a tough road, man. I don't want to bring down the energy of the room. Obviously, there's a lot of missteps that you can have in terms of knowing the difference between a native stablecoin on PulseChain that has no value versus a bridged-in stablecoin that does have value, and all of the layers to that. And so, trying to transact is still a bit clunky, but I think that the runway here leading into the bull run this year, next year, and into 2025 is long enough that a lot of that stuff's going to get sorted out and simplified. And so, there's opportunity and there's time to still make moves going into the coming months.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hard because, when you are on Twitter, you're going to see that there are people that are getting deals, and then people have like deal envy, and they don't realize the only reason the deals actually exist is because the limited amount of people that can actually act in low liquidity pools. And by the time you get over the bridge, it's like at this rate, it feels like you're in New York City and you find a deal in California, but you got to drive there first to go get the deal. And you're expecting the deal to be there by the time you get from New York City to California. And the trick beyond that is you can't fly. You can only drive.
That's a good analogy for what the price is doing right now, because you can't get the deal if you're not already in the bridge, I guess.
Yeah.
Dude, this camera's lagging like I even tried to lower the settings. This is crazy.
We're melting the internet because PulseChain is taking over.
400 people live, man. This is crazy.
Appreciate
I'm
you.
sorry, people. My voice is in time, but I'm going to be a little bit max headroom over here.
Your video looks good to me.
When it works, but
yeah, man. Yeah, it's exciting, man. It's hard to have one answer to such a such a broad opportunity, right? There's so much opportunity. It's like, well, where do you start? If you're new and you're not getting onboarded for the first time,
right?
And when native stablecoin that actually works, when fiat on ramp to PulseChain, when other bridges, there's still so much that can be built, and there's going to be opportunity galore. It's just getting fired up, man. The engines are getting turned on.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we were talking about what to tell the onboards. Well, if they're new, sit back, because it's too late to try to learn, and you're competing against some of the people that have already done their master plans and already understand ratios. And where you can get screwed up in the ratios is anybody can do this, right? You can get it backwards in your head, right? You could think you're getting 200 for one, and then you end up clicking a button and you're giving 200 away for one because you got that ratio backwards in your head. And at the time, you thought, hey, I'm winning. And then you go, oh, crap, I was just on the wrong side of that trade. And you can't undo it because once you click that button, you can't undo it. So you have to be very, very sure in what direction you're setting ratios and what you're doing. And you cannot come in to an environment like this all hyper and excited and think you're going to click a button and win. And I don't want to be a downer, but Westcott, man, when you're like excited, you're like, I made this much money. Look, it could go up, it could go down. Right now, prices don't mean much. What means a lot is how these ratios end up panning out. And then, how stable those ratios remain. And then when all the money comes in from the bridge, which it does not look like that's stopping anytime soon, then we're going to start getting stability in the prices where we can actually, breathe a little bit and say, hey, this is where the prices are really at. But I think a lot of people that are new get really excited really quick when they see big numbers. And that can compel you to an action that isn't responsible and safe, and you got to be careful with that and keep a clear head and stay calm. Check your numbers, check them again if you happen to have the opportunity to be over there. But regardless of whether you're playing the short-term games or not, you will be just fine if you just have a piece of the ecosystem and sit back and just wait for the price to appreciate.
That gives me an idea. So if you're sitting on the ETH side right now and you haven't bridged in, but you want exposure, and you're a veteran crypto, or you're used to this stuff, like there is opportunity over there. People have been bridging wrapped Pulse over to Ethereum. And obviously, maybe that's not the only one, but that's like the immediate thing that comes to mind. There is a bit of a premium on that. See if I can pull it up, but I'm pretty sure that it's a little more expensive. I think it's 3 times the SAC price, but you can get exposure to PulseChain over there. And then I know
we have a centralized exchange.
There is a centralized exchange?
Yep.
Okay, that's new to me. Cool.
Yep.
So there is.
I don't know if I should advertise them at this point because they are new. And if you are using a centralized exchange, I'm going to say this: a little bit at a time. Put a little into the exchange, take it out, put it in your wallet, put a little bit in, because that's what you got to do. You can't let them trap you. Just put all your money into an exchange and trap you. At the beginning of HEX, we had some early listings too, and there were a couple exchanges that, one of them rugged altogether. It kept everybody's coins, and the other one was just charging really large fees. So you would put, $100 in, and they would charge you like 10,000 tokens to get it back out. So you have to see what the fees are for extracting, and keep in mind that those centralized exchanges can change those fees and rates at any time. So if you're ever using a centralized exchange, it's only a little bit in, a little bit out, and that's how you got to do it. And check the fee structure and everything, because if they screw you, they can only screw you for that last little bit. And that's very important. Is something Richard would definitely endorse and tell you, is when you're using a centralized exchange, only give them a little bit at a time, because they only get the last little bit.
What did Richard just tweet? He said, like, I'm feeling great. How are you guys feeling?
Mm-hmm.
So I just definitely sent him the link to join the 48-hour live stream if he feels like it. But I'm starting to get the the premonition that he might be going live himself. Who knows?
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. We haven't got to see that yet. I thought he was going to be streaming live with you at launch, so you could say we're live.
Yeah. Well, we got another special guest here in the studio. I hope he'll come on screen here now, or whenever.
What is that on the wall behind you?
Oh, hi, crypto pirates. How's it going?
What up, RT?
What's up, buddy? What is happening? What's a bunch of Hexicans doing at a freaking Bitcoin convention?
We're here.
My camera's on.
Bitcoin hacks.
Oh, I like it. I like it. What's up, Axis? Johnny, what's going on?
My camera's a little glitchy, but my voice is in real time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're froze or something there, right?
How was the boat today? I saw a tweet, a picture of or maybe you were in an airplane. I can't remember. You were on something. Were you on a boat, on a plane? You're always somewhere.
Yeah, I was on a plane. I was flying to Miami, and
okay. Well,
you know what a better way to celebrate the PulseChain launch than to come out here and hang out in Miami at a Bitcoin convention.
Right. Let them know what's up, man. Let them know.
Oh, they're gonna know.
Yeah, don't let them fall for another.
Loud is here. Loud is here.
So you guys storming the gates or what? What's? Well, I don't know. Maybe you can't tell the master plan yet.
No, we're just gonna have fun this weekend. We're gonna talk to people and spread some goodwill, man. To be honest, all seriousness, these people need to know what this is about. We need to start talking about real DeFi. And like I said, all kidding aside, I'm not here to punch people in the face. I'm here to talk to them and see if we can start building some relationships. Crypto needs this. They need this. They've failed for years and years and years. They've wrecked people. They've lied. They've cheated. They've stolen. And it's the year of the Hexican. We're the ones that have to get out there and start changing this space. And we're the ones that have the good advice. We're the ones that have had the finger on the pulse of crypto. And they didn't. They were wrong. We were right the whole time. Richard was right and we were right. So it's time for them to rue the day. And we've got to do it in a way where they know that we're here to help and that they know that we're here to not gloat, but to, embrace all of crypto and say, hey guys, look, this is what it's all about. And you guys know this is what it's all about. Put aside all the bullshit with the fights and the tiffs that we've all had for the last few years. Put away all the bullshit with you guys hating Richard for whatever or whoever you think he is. And really look at this. Look at the code. Look at what's happening. Look at what's been going on for the last few years. Look at how many lives it's already changed. And it's flawless. It's not had any problems in the last 3 years. Even this launch has been flawless. As crazy as it is and as volatile as it is, this is flawless launch for what Richard actually did. He put every single ERC20, well, he put most all ERC20 tokens up for grabs. Hey, come get your free coins, guys. Come use a badass network. We've got everything that Ethereum doesn't have, and now you got all your coins here. Bring it on over. And guess what? Crypto's listening. They're coming over. The bridge has been piled up like fucking refugees. Sorry, I'm going to make like refugees coming over the bridge, And it's going to be glorious.
Save us from oppression. Save us from oppression. When I say oppression, I mean Vitalik. You're gonna need to fix those gas fees, bro. Sorry, gotta fix
Well,
that
how
shit.
awesome would that be? How awesome would it be if they fix the gas fee problem in a couple, 3-4 years, and then we get the downstream benefits of that in PulseChain?
Oh,
Right.
they will. They have to. They have to. This, people are going to vote with their money, man. It doesn't matter what they're saying publicly. It doesn't matter what kind of front they want to put on. Right now, and we've got a campaign. You notice we got a new campaign. We've got all these new crypto influencers popping up, people that you never even freaking heard of before, and they're all doing these sponsored "We Hate Hex" things. It's like people nobody freaking knows, nobody cares about. They get less views than we do, and somebody apparently the mainstream influencers aren't going to take no paychecks to talk smack anymore because they know better. They've had enough mud on their face. So they've got a whole new bunch of little nobodies talking smack about Hex on YouTube. It's hilarious to me. You know damn well those guys were just the guys that were dumb enough to take the bribe money to talk smack. You know it. And it's like, man, well, I hope you guys enjoyed the paycheck because the last bunch of people that did it got a lot of egg on their face.
Yeah.
So
Well,
good luck with your career.
the problem is, Johnny, is that they all have the same agents, and they've all been feeding them their lines for years, and that's what we've been watching. It's really not their crypto acumen that they're putting out there; it's their handlers that they're putting out there, and that's why we got what we got. Because think about it, Hex is flawless, Pulse is needed. Everything that we've been saying has been true, and they've been fighting us the whole way. It's not smart people that are doing that. There's influence going on here, and that's what's happening. So we're going to change that narrative. I mean, when we first started streaming, it told everybody, man, this is just to open the gates. There's going to be better streamers, and they came. The better streamers came, and now that they've all wrecked themselves and we're getting better streamers. I mean, this guy, have you seen this guy, Westcott Crypto? Have you seen his freaking show yet? I'm talking, this is like A++ quality, brilliant freaking new Hexicans coming out and streaming and doing it the right way. We're going to take over now. We're going to take over with guys like that. It's over with. It's over.
New success stories are amazing. And then old people that are now going to convert and capitulate into the ecosystem. It's just going to be, to have all this happen before Hex hits its new all-time high is awesome because then we can all win together. And that's going to really propel this whole system forward, right? I'm very excited for this middle term here, this crypto spring where the groundwork gets laid and all this new tech can come online. And it just and the true floodgates open up. Maybe we get some content on Netflix or something, coming down the pipe. Maybe we get some of that too, so we can get even more people from outside coming in. And it's gonna be it's just gonna be like a tidal wave, but it's not gonna be just one wave and done. This is gonna be like 3 massive waves of and I'm just like I can see it, I can feel it, and I'm just sitting here patiently waiting for that. I wish everyone could see inside my mind because I'm so sure, right? How long have I been sitting up here? I've been bullish on the chart as it's doing this for for all of last year because I just see so much potential and how after you get that first wave of sellers out of the system, or what would be the second wave of sellers out of the Hex system, and then some of the guys that sacrifice made whole. This is just going to be a huge run up on this stuff. So yeah, I mean, price is the most important thing, and then to get these people's attention now while it's still low, man, everyone's gonna benefit. All of crypto can benefit from this. So I think the biggest thing here is outreach.
Yes. It's amazing that they're able to hide what's going on. That's what's got me I'm just amazed. It's like everyone's pretending like this isn't happening. It's like, are you kidding me? Do you understand that a new network has just come in and said, you know what? We can do just as much volume as Ethereum. Are you freaking kidding me? Out of the gate, drawing Ethereum users like it is. When does this happen? When has this ever happened historically in crypto? Ever. And you can't fake that shit.
And a
That
DEX,
is real
and
money.
a DEX that's ratio and the volume of all the other DEXs out there combined.
Yeah, and we could do up to 5 million transactions. When we went through testnet, we did up to 5 million transactions in a day. We got capabilities. We got room, guys. We could do more. We could do more than the rest of those DEXs any day of the week, man. And it's happening. It's real money. Real money coming into the ecosystem. These are real stable coins that are being bridged over right now. This is real money being incentivized to come over and use the chain. This is not a joke. You know, it's like, how can you ignore this?
So RG3, what are you telling people who are new to PulseChain? What are you telling onboards? Because it's a confusing time for many.
Well, it's really hard to onboard people right now with, you know, the pandemonium going on. It's like, okay, so I got to set up your Coinbase and deal with that for 2 weeks and try and get you across the bridge and try and get you. It's just too much for anyone to take. So I would be leery of bringing a new person in right now. You know, sure. I would wait until the dust settles. Like the bomb just went off, guys. It just, right now it's an explosion. And there's people wrecked. There's people that did amazing. There's people that did some pretty cool stuff in the middle of the night. But you know, new people need to be leery right now and just chill. That's what my message has been. Just everybody just kind of chill, sit back. The seasoned traders, you guys go have at it. Go do what you're going to do. Go ratio, go, you know, take risk, all that kind of stuff. You guys know what you're doing. But the new folks, if you don't know what you're doing, please stay away from the freaking buttons. Stay away from the buttons. Just relax. It's all going to be sorted out. What you do have is going to look good. And everybody's going to be just fine. Just relax.
And there will be time, guys. There will be time because there will be sell-offs.
Yep.
But if you're new, the last point in time you want to be in is when things are unstable and you've got a lot of volatility. I mean, ridiculous. This is like 10x the volatility because of the low liquidity pools and the money slowly, you know, this is in price discovery phase and everything. This is where people get destroyed. So
it's crazy. It's crazy town out there, guys.
But you know, on the other hand, what we do need to start thinking about is messaging and getting out there and talking to regular folks. And now it's really time for us to ramp up. It was one thing to bring people into HEX. Now we have a complete ecosystem. Now we have all of DeFi at our fingertips, real DeFi for the first time ever. And now we can really go out and show people what crypto should be. And that's the message we have to get out there. And we got to take it to the streets, guys. We got to take it to the streets.
Well, I mean,
we're going to go on this tour this year. We're going to go out and talk to people on a regular basis every single month. We're going to be out there in your towns, whatever. But everybody needs to be doing this so that eventually, I'm hoping that by the time that we're done with this tour, by the time we're you know, have gone through all the states and went around, that we're going to start thinking about filling up stadiums versus just hotel rooms. That's what we need to do. That's the kind of virality that we need.
Hotel conference centers, not hotel rooms.
And I want stadiums, baby. I want stadiums filled up. People need to look. Finance is jacked. Finance is jacked out there. Fiat money is garbage, and everybody knows it. And crypto is about to come of age. I think we're ready for it, guys. I think the world's ready for it, and definitely PulseChain's gonna, you know, bring the heat. That's for sure.
You don't know.
What's up, Scott?
What's up? We out here, yo. 600 live. What's popping, y'all? Oh my God. Yes, let's do it. Yo, PulseChain is live, y'all. Get in. If you're in, you're fortunate. If not, find a way to get in, get over that bridge. Do what you got to do.
If you're waiting to get over the bridge or you haven't sent anything over the bridge yet, you can get Pulse on Ethereum. It's wrapped Pulse. So make sure you got the right contract address so you can get some exposure, but you're going to pay a bit of a premium. I think it's 60% higher than the mark price on PulseChain side, but at least then you can get exposure relatively at the ground floor. So, you know, it's almost like a moral. I was going to say, you know, when we're talking about, you know, connecting with new people and trying to get new and old crypto people alike into this new ecosystem. You know, when you're spreading the word, it's almost like a moral obligation to a point. If you know that this thing can do has it like a very good chance of doing a 10x or 20x? Is it not almost your duty to at least tell one person about it? You know, it's like, it's almost like back to the early days of HEX where it's like big payday, we ran up and then we sold off and then we ran up again to 2 cents, but around the new year. But that was like the signal that, all right, you got to tell people about this. This is the real deal. This thing's going to go. And I just think it's that same vibe again, where we're sitting in something on the ground floor. There's like another $40 million waiting to cross the bridge. And there is an opportunity here that you can't deny. It's on the screen.
Wait till the billions start coming. When the B's start coming, then we'll get excited.
Yo, Richard Hart is about to go live, y'all. Like Friday or Monday with Crypto Banter. He just tweeted it. I don't know if y'all saw it. K4K made a tweet and Crypto Banter just shared it with the eyeballs. Oh my God, it's about to happen. I hope your bags are packed. If not, do what you got to do. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, right now though, guys, if you're trying to send $100, $1,000 over the bridge, and I'm going to be straight with you. Richard said, don't right now. We've got millions trying to get in right now. And, these couple $100 transactions at the moment, they are preventing the stability of the ecosystem trying to cut in line. It's like a highway, right? And there's construction and there's traffic. And you got this one guy that's got to cut in everybody's lane and try to skip one car length ahead to get ahead of everybody else. And because of that, it takes everybody getting down the road way, 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 way more time. So don't be that guy. Set back, relax, let the bridge catch up, let the traffic clear. And then when the traffic is clear, clear, not just still backed up, then go ahead and worry about bridging your money. I know you're in a rush. I know you want to get over there. But the problem is you're just going to prevent the stability of the ecosystem, and you're probably not going to get those deals anyway. So,
that's tough, man.
Just that in.
Man, that hurts.
It's true. Did they want truth from us, or did they want bullshit?
Yeah.
Right? You want bullshit? Tune into any mainstream crypto influencer. You get all the bullshit you can handle.
We've never fed that to the community. Never.
Right.
Not one stream has ever been pulled down for wrecking somebody or shilling something wrong or bad or even giving bad advice of what we were doing here. They're all up there. None of us have had to do any of that. HEX has always had our backs. That's why we don't have to be all Westcotts. We can be just normal, average freaking guy pushing the button. And all I had to do was have HEX behind me. And I was able to go and build a channel and build a community and help in the system just because HEX had my back.
I mean,
everything
RG
I said was true.
had to build a pirate ship out of wood to get any semblance of notoriety around here.
RG was talking about filling rooms. Yeah, like the penthouse suite on the top of the Luxor. We pretty much filled that.
We've done that a bunch of times. I think we're about to do that again this weekend or something. But
wow.
Yeah, crash a few Bitcoin parties or something. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun with this weekend.
I'm excited. I hope you guys shoot some footage as you're going into the conference. I hope you guys got camera guys and everything because
we do.
If you can get one of these Bitcoin guys.
Hey, John.
Oh, go ahead.
Johnny and Axis. I first of all, I want to thank both of you for all the work that you've done because you two have been just when it comes to alpha, you guys have helped the HEX community so much.
Yes.
So much. I mean, you guys have just really dug into it, put the facts out there, and I'll bet you guys made a ton of millionaires just because of what you guys have done out there. So my hat's off to both of you for doing the work that you've done. I really, 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 not only am I your friend and I freaking love the hell out of both of you, but man, the work that you guys have done, man, just
incredible.
Hats off.
Yeah.
Salutes the whole thing, man. Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, well, I wouldn't be doing this if you didn't make me. You're the one that called me up and bitched at me and made me get in front of this damn thing.
I knew there was a reason to have you out there on screen, man.
Yeah, man, and I
get those big brains out there.
Definitely, like Johnny's been super awesome, man, for the community. He's got some of the best stuff on Twitter. He connects with people from a very base level. And that's really all you need. People need to have that human element, and he does that so well.
And he
kind of
doesn't
he's talking to you, you know.
Like, he doesn't need a chart. He doesn't need numbers. He doesn't need tech talk. He gives you the deep alpha, simple, basic, pure, and it resonates. It just everybody gets what Johnny is saying, and it makes sense, and it's truth, and it works.
Yep.
You guys are going to make me blush.
I'm so glad we have somebody like you in the community, Johnny.
Thank you, guys.
That's all I can say. And you too, Axis. You're just freaking phenomenal, bro.
Definitely.
And I like Access takes some of the stuff that I say and helps the people that don't quite get what I'm saying. No, what he really meant was, you understand? Here's the chart. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, sometimes people like are visual learners, so like they just need to see the data. And like I love digging into that stuff. So, you know, we all make a team. It's awesome. I mean, there's no end in sight. It's just going to keep getting better and better, and the messaging is going to get better. The marketing is going to get better. The underlying economics is we're going to all get a little bit richer, so we can afford to go out and talk more. You know, about this stuff, which is really
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Now, see, this is the other problem that they have. These influencers have.
Right.
So we have no agents. We have no handlers. We're not being paid by Richard.
Yep.
And guess what? Now we're all rich as fuck.
Yo.
So guess what? We can fund our own shit now.
Oh my
We don't
God.
need agents. We don't need handlers. We can just spit alpha and truth all the time. And while I'm filling buckets, you know, on top of Westcott and you two guys, Matty needs some freaking props for what he's done for the community.
Absolutely.
All of his events that he's put together, the work that he's done on his streams, the people that he's brought into the community. My hat's off to you too, Matty, for all the work that you've done, bro.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It ain't no joke trying to organize an event. You know, sometimes every once in a while you get people to think they can, and then they realize they can't, and they can't follow through for it. But you know what? Matty's never let us down. Anything he's ever put together has gone through, you know, has been wonderful. It's had a great turnout.
Yeah.
You know, everything, you know, it's met, you know, that's a lot of work organizing and putting together events, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, I went to Maddie's first event, and it was amazing. The first mass meetup in Vegas. I knew that if I didn't go to that, I was missing out on the ground floor of what was going to be the next like potential billionaire class of crypto guys.
Yes.
So I had to go. So back then it was around the PulseChain sacrifice time, and I sacrificed a few bucks to go out there to meet and hang out and network with people that mattered in this space, and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. And so I encourage you guys as well that are listening to go out and build the network, make the network effect real in the real world, because that's going to amplify the results on the chart.
Yeah. And last and definitely not least, I've got Gary here, and Gary's also been a pillar of the community, just, you know, getting his foot into doors that none of us could have even thought possible. The people that I'll be sitting with over this weekend because of Gary, and the people that I've sat with before, you know, and he and I have traveled the world together, you know, talking to influencers outside the crypto space in finance, and Gary's just been another pillar of the community. I guess he was voted number one. What were you voted?
You want an award for
Hexagon was voted Hexagon. That's all that matters.
Yeah, you were.
I just want to be a Hexagon.
You were like the leader of the year or something, and he does. His leadership skills are, you know, they don't.
He's got diplomatic powers that the others of us do not have.
Yep.
You know, he's got that softer approach where you know, he doesn't just smack people in the head with it.
You know, tuned in. You know my softer approach. I like that.
Except for the other day when you know, he went full chaotic.
No, it's the business. It's his business acumen and how he speaks to people. They respect him because he does. He has a vernacular for it. He has a business acumen, and he knows what he's talking about. And people relate to that in the financial world. People that are at a different level. And because of that, we've been able to get into a lot of doors. I mean, I couldn't have done that on my own. These people see me coming, they're like, get this fucking guy out of here, you know? So Gary's, my hat's off to him too for all the work that he's done. And there's a ton of other Hexicans out there that have done freaking phenomenal work. But guys, that's what a crypto community is supposed to do. It's not supposed to be some furu freaking leader that made the coin that, you know, gets out in front of it, a Vitalik or a freaking whatever all the rest of these guys are. That's not who does it. It's the community that does it. We have to take it to the people. People have to trust all of us and our stories and what we've done. They can't trust one man. One man could be flawed. One man could make mistakes. One man could rob you. One man could do ill. But community draws people in and it builds trust. And trust is the most important thing in all of this. People have to trust what it is that we're doing. And this community, because it's organic, inherently has that. Because we weren't made by anybody. We came together as a community. All of us here are friends because we wanted to do this together, because we had a common bond with knowing that we had DeFi at our fingertips, that even though we were all crypto enthusiasts and we wanted Bitcoin to be the thing and we wanted somebody to come out with a real crypto that would be the thing, but we watched all this degen trading for the last 10, 12 years. And we really wanted it to come. And when Richard said, "Hey, I got it, guys," you know, we all looked at him like, "Oh, I hope so, man. Let's see. Kind of trust you. You're kind of a good dude. Let's see what you do." And son of a bitch, he did it. And now here we all are. So it's up to us as a community to keep going and keep doing it. You know, I was thinking a year ago that I'm done. I got to stop. I got to, you know, spend more time at home and retire and blah, 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 blah. But I decided that this piece of history is too important to not be involved. It's too important to not continue to go. It's too important not to finish what we started. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep going until we finish what we started, until we start filling up stadiums and still we get crypto to 40% adoption around the world. I'm not stopping.
I love it, man.
I'd like to highlight something I've heard on one of RG3's previous streams, and it meant a lot. It's one of the reasons that all of us make our efforts in outreach and outbound marketing and conversations with people that don't look like us, don't act like us. Why do we do that? I think you said the biggest are not here yet. The biggest influencer, the biggest commentator, the biggest capital, the biggest leader isn't here yet. Like, we're doing our part to be plank owners in this thing. And I truly believe that. I think that it's not just because they have brand or the recognition, it's that they actually step up to the plate of what Hexicans are setting as a standard.
Yeah, I mean, the OG group that I've been talking about here and all my DS people, you know, Famous and Bullish and Kinetics and all those guys over there, this whole community is just filled with brilliant people that are all near and dear to my heart. But when it comes down to global adoption, you know, like we're seeing guys like Westcott come in now. And I mean, it's just going to get better and better and better. And the best influencer hasn't showed up yet. The biggest bag holder hasn't showed up yet. Think about that, guys. Think about that. There's some big money out in the world, and DeFi is really here. This is real deal now. This is real deal. When they finally find out what this is and what it's all about, the big bags are going to come. Bigger bags than are in now. That's how early we are. That's how freaking exciting this is.
It's all happening. It's all happening in the shadows.
Let me bring.
You know, I like to use the shopping mall analogy and kind of point out, like, it's like that road that you're driving down all the time, and you never notice anything's changed, right? And then next thing you know, you see this big shopping mall on the side of the road, and you're thinking, when did they put that there? That's us. We've been here the whole time. We've been working the whole time. We've been building the whole time. We've been sending the same message the whole time. Nothing has changed. We haven't changed. We have been here. But you know what? You just didn't notice. You just didn't notice. You didn't want to notice, or you listened to somebody that didn't want you to notice because they're afraid of what you learn would make them look bad. So they didn't want you to see it. But guess what? It's going to be pretty damn hard to ignore when it's on your street, in your face, and you can't ignore it any longer that it's there. And we are, and we will be.
There are people here in Bitcoin and in lots of different cryptocurrencies, and they're jealous as to how Hexicans can work together. And I think it's because we're all time locked and we're all in it, you know, for not only ourselves, but each other. And it really shows, just this is a great example right now where we're doing 48 hours live, and it's not taking one person to do it. It's taking everybody.
Yeah, I think this is an awesome segue into like what is it that's so different about HEX that makes us all stick around. And it's corny because we've been talked at ad nauseum. If you're a Hexagon, you already know this, but it's that we're all in alignment because of this technical thing called the TShare, right? That's what keeps us all here, committed, connected, and growing. It's like this underlying technical economic superiority that we have in the TShare, right? And it's an amazing thing because you have all of this real world stuff happening as a function of something that's so sound and so flawless. You're literally at a Bitcoin conference talking to guys about sound money, where somebody can come in and change the Bitcoin code tomorrow. That doesn't really sound like sound
they
money.
did.
And in the world of HEX, that's not possible. You can.
How about that Taproot?
Yeah.
How about that Taproot?
Rube,
How's that going, Taproot Wizard? You out there, Taproot Wizard? How about that Taproot?
I'm telling you, I can't believe that they actually think that is viable technology to just keep trying to duct tape things on top of this to make it work. It's like, no, it can work. It will work. They've been trying for 12 years to staple stuff to this thing. It's like, look, put the Betamax away. It's time to move on.
You can't play a PlayStation 5 game on a Pong machine. Just can't handle it.
Yep. Well, one of the other things, Axis, when you were talking, you said, this community and how it's coming together. Mm-hmm. The meetups and the relationships that we've built because of that, outside of Richard and his whole dev team, we don't have anything to do with any of that. We're a self-organized, organically grown community that has gotten so close with one another that we've started to trust each other and all of the things that we're doing here. And that's how we've been able to work together, is because we're all starting to trust one another and continue to build the relationships. And we're getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And I'll tell you what, they got nothing like this out there. Nothing like this. There is no real organic crypto community out there that is 100% with the project and the products themselves, mm-hmm. and has them backing them up. Think about it. All those other, it's not the crypto communities that failed those cryptos. They didn't fail. The cryptos failed the communities. That's why they couldn't grow. We've never had that.
We just saw it this last week. Some of the biggest influencers had a meme coin created, said they wouldn't dump it, and then dumped it. We see it.
That was an influencer.
It's a story as old as time, man.
He should have used time pays me, because that's a way that you can show that you can hold something for a long time. Or he could have used HEX, even better.
But that's not how they play. That's not how they play. So all this time we were told that we were going to get dumped on. Why? Because that's the game that they play. They are telling you who they are. They are telling you what they do. They are projecting that on us. We're not the ones with that problem. We're not the ones with that problem. But you know what? Since everybody else is doing it, they just assume that we're going to do it too. That's what's so funny about it. It's like they're projecting. They're telling you who they are. They're telling you how they behave. They're telling you how they would handle things if they were in control. They're telling you. That's it. It's like, come on. The reason they don't understand, why? Because if they were in control, that's how they do it. But they're not. Thank God they're not. Thank God that we've got something that they're not in control of. And they can suck it.
Well, a lot of people, they have never just randomly time locked something and then it became super valuable, like in HEX. And so I think once people are open to having that experience and giving time locking a try, that's why we call it paying your future self, because you never know how much that crypto could be worth. And sometimes it surprises you to the upside.
And the thing is, it's like the simplest of concepts too, Maddie. It's the simplest of freaking concepts. Somewhere you can put your money and make yield. because there ain't such a thing anymore. You can't put your money in the bank. You can't make interest on your money in the bank. There is now.
There is now. And that's what we got to tell the world, that there is now.
It's the concept, to bring saving back, to make saving work for you. Make your money work for you for a change, right? Under your own control, not having to give it to somebody else, not having to give up your keys, not having to give up possession of your coins, being able to literally just earn some freaking yield without asking anybody's permission to do so for once. That's what crypto was all about. Your own money, your own yield. You control your money. You don't have to give it to somebody else so that they can do whatever they want to do with it. And hopefully, maybe they'll give it back. It's like I get upset. I see a lot of people going, oh, I should have sold the top. I should have sold the top. Oh, really? What would you have done with your money if you sold the top? Would you have been a victim of FTX, BlockFi, Celsius, Luna, Babel? Where would you have lost your money because you would have went there instead after with your profits? Would you have maybe still even had any money now today if you hadn't locked it up?
Yep. Degen's
That's what people don't know. They don't know what they've got saved from. You might have zero.
The other thing too is think about how many people were saved for sacrificing at 10, 20, 30 cents. And now their value.
Thank you, Richard Hart.
New network is now multiplied, and you avoided all the downside in crypto on HEX too, on all of it, because you sacrificed, and now you have a working product 2 years later.
And technically, Access, this is one thing they're not considering. If the price is 90% below SAC value, guess what? HEX is 90% lower than what you sacrificed at the value of. So you're still break even because that whole crypto market came down. That HEX bought you a lot more dollars than it does today. Okay? And that's something people aren't taking into consideration. So yeah, that sacrifice saved you. And what would you have done with the money if you didn't sack it? What other trouble could you have found your way into? What else could you gotten yourself into?
Bunches and bunches and bunches. Richard saved a bunch of people by doing that. The sackers really made out.
And it gives us more runway for the bull run, because that's hundreds of millions of HEX that's now off market.
Absolutely. And when it's bridging, it's disappearing. People don't get that.
We're going to have a double bull market, guys. We're going to have a pulse bull run, and then we're going to roll right into the crypto bull run. And watch. We are
starting this bull run, and it starts about the time that we get unclogged on that bridge, and people are going to have to pay attention. I don't get it. How can you ignore the number of transactions that are happening? Dude, everybody, we were throwing like the biggest party over here with everybody participating in action, all this action happening, and people are like, "Oh no, there's no party over there. Don't look over there, guys. Don't pay attention to those guys. They're full of it. No, they're not having fun over there. No, they're not doing anything over there. Just ignore what's going on over there. Come stay at our table with our 3 people over here so we can talk about stuff that only we care about."
They probably don't even have 3 people at the table.
Yeah, I'm referring to certain conferences, where they all get together and they share their jokes because they're part of this elite club. And there's 3 people at a coffee table.
Let's talk about elite
club. Not even a coffee table. It looked like a card table. There were 3 people at a card table on a stage, bitching about how everybody else is doing better than them. Huh. That's such an awesome display. I'm glad our shows are nothing like that.
Yeah, so in the world of Bitcoin and Ethereum back when it was proof of work, the only way you could not end up being a bag holder was if you mined the cryptos. So in that world, you had to go hundreds of thousands of dollars into debt to just even be a proper participant in those ecosystems. But with the HEX and PulseChain ecosystem, you can buy some off the market and stake it or earn yield, and you don't have to go to such extreme measures to be part of the cool club, to be a proper participant. You don't have to risk just being a bag holder. hexagons that are down 90% in dollar value from the high are still probably up hundreds of percent, if not thousands of percent, because they're earning ridiculous amounts of coin every day with laddered out, with a staking ladder, or because their sacrifice funds now just came. There's just so many layers here where you don't have to do these harmful things and risk and take all this leverage on in the real world to be a proper actor in this ecosystem like you do in the Bitcoin world. And so I just encourage people that maybe aren't familiar with this stuff to dig in and learn, because there's a lot to learn in the Richard Hart ecosystem.
I'm getting trolled in the chat. Look at that, guys. Johnny Chaos is talking about saving people, getting people wrecked. He told people to buy Hex at 40 cents. Guess what, Stefan R? When we're back at 40 cents, those people are going to have a shitload more coins. And we ain't stopping.
Nobody got wrecked anywhere. Nobody got wrecked. There's nobody in Hex that got wrecked. This was a market change. Period. End of story. There was nothing wrong with Hex. It was a market change. That's what happened. That's what we are in right now, is a market change. Had nothing to do with Hex. Absolutely zero. Hex has been working just like it was when it went all-time highs, just like it is right now. It's the same product. There is nothing different about it. This was a market change. We saw, we're what, $3 trillion or $2 trillion leave the market? $2 trillion in market cap just left. That affects everything. Everything.
It's Steven. Well, you spell it, Stefan.
Saying, RH saved me from myself. He was the lock and I have the key. Now it's up to me. Keep up the great work. Mr. All In. All right. Thanks.
Huge shout out to Hex Hodler, man. He's a huge supporter of me. He's, part of my services, and he's just an awesome dude. Appreciate you, man. Seriously. He's always there for anybody in the community. So let it be known.
See, that's the thing with Hex. It's awesome. The thing with Hex that really is awesome is you don't really have to worry about not selling the tops. You wait a year, and guess what? You got a whole shitload more coins. So next time you're at that top, you're going to have a lot more coins. And let me tell you, when we get up to 40 cents again, I'll probably have 3 times more coins than I had to begin with, plus my copies. So that's more like 6x my coins by the time we get to 40 cents again. So it's how you play it, guys. And the whole, like RG said,
if you held through the
whole market,
you have
the whole market came down on our heads, guys. It didn't matter what coin you were in, but you know what? The other coins weren't doing. They weren't making you more coins.
And that happens in all markets. It happens in all markets. There's nothing new under the sun, guys. Even though crypto is more volatile and we have bigger dips and bigger pumps, it's still the same market sentiment. Look at the S&P 500. It went from down here to up here. In between, there was all kinds of ups and downs. But if you stayed in from the bottom all the way to the top, you won. Period.
Every time nobody buys just once. Who the hell just buys once?
Thinks they got hurt. As long as they stay in and it's time in the market, not timing the market. That's all those old time-tested freaking sayings and financial advice. All that stuff still works. It's just you're in a volatile environment. And the problem is that nobody is freaking patient anymore. Nobody wants to put money in something and hold it. 5-year, 10-year CDs or bonds or anything that you bought. And back in the day, that's how you did things. You put money away for a period of time, not fucking 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, a month. What is that crap? What is this space turned into? People
Gambling.
Used to put money away for long periods of time. Anybody who's invested in the stock market, other than day traders, which is a degen thing that's been going on just for the last few decades, people put money in the stock market and held it there until they needed to pull it out later on in retirement years. That's not how people did things back in the day. I don't know where this impatient freaking day trading mentality came into play. Like that's how your life has to be. That's not how it is. Time-tested freaking principles. Put your money away, and Hex is the best way to do that. Best way to do it.
Crypto Coffee put together a beautiful video on his page. It's the secret of crypto that you're not going to like. Okay, and you know what it is? If you put $100 in a week for the first year of Hex, you made $100,000. If you just put a bot that bought $100 a week at all the prices, you know why? Because there's all of this time that the price is actually down. There's all of this time where the price is down. There's only a few days when the price is at its all-time high. If you're buying just at the all-time high, yeah, you'd be down. But if you learn how to actually utilize crypto and you actually are using it as a store of value, as it was intended, then guess what? You win. But yes, if you're treating it like a lottery ticket and you buy once and you're just waiting for the price to go up, oh, sure it will. But you got to wait. If you don't wait, no one wrecks you. You wreck yourself. The end.
So somebody in the chat, they asked for us to order a pizza and pay for it with Pulse because that's an old Bitcoin thing. However, Hexologist has already made the claim to that. So what I'm going to do is the pizza that's coming here now, I'm going to pay for that with PLSX.
Let's go.
Oh, guys.
Nice. That's going to be an expensive one, bro.
You know, that what does Richard Hart always say? It's like there's really three kinds of people that gets rich in crypto: founders, market makers, and holders. And that's it. It's very simple. Which one can you be? It depends on your risk appetite and your knowledge level. If you're at the lowest tier,
sometimes you might not be equipped to be a founder. So if you're a founder and you think you're going to be a founder and you think that's your key to success, it takes more to run a cryptocurrency than just throwing together an ERC20 token and throwing it out there.
Yeah,
it's
we've
like
seen that enough.
people always see what's been done and they say, oh, well, that's easy, I can do that, until they try it. And they realize there's all these different elements underneath it. Experts make it look easy. People that are experts in things make things look easy because it's easy for them. It doesn't mean it's easy for you. In a lot of cases with Bitcoin, a lot of people started businesses and they're like, oh, this is easy. I just start a business and I'll make money on Bitcoin. Guess what? They'd been better off buying Bitcoin. Why? Because they didn't have the business know-how to actually run those businesses. Yeah. And it takes someone with business know-how to actually run a cryptocurrency. And what do we have in cryptocurrency? We have a lot of people that are technical geeks, antisocial technical geeks. They're not going to go out there. They're not going to get mass adoption. They're not going to bring people in. It takes a business person to understand how to run and operate a business. It takes a business person to understand underlying economics and how things actually work and flow. It takes a businessman to do that, and we have both.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 100.
There is an event coming up here, July 23rd and 24th that I heard about. And I heard that on the 23rd, RG3 is going to be doing a tour in Chicago. Is that correct?
Yeah, the 22nd, I think it might be.
Okay.
Maybe the 22nd, but yes, we'll be in Chicago.
And people can go where to look at the schedule for that?
That's going to be PulseChainTour.com, and they can see all the cities that we're going to be heading out to. You're going to come join us, right?
Well, yeah. And then on the 24th, we're doing a meetup at Johnny's place.
Well, not at Johnny's place, but Johnny's town. We're going to take over Johnny's town. And we're
Johnny's tired of people just driving up his driveway and saying, hey, Johnny Chaos, I just come by to say hello to you.
That actually does happen. It's happened quite a bit, actually, strangely enough. But yeah, so we are going to do a arcade and brewery night. So I'm going to rent an arcade out of my pocket. I ain't charging you nothing. Okay. And then we're going to go to the brewery, the local brewery after that. And we'll finish up there. And I'm going to give the information to Maddie where these locations are. If you would like to participate, I'm actually hoping that we stay under 50 people. I might be a little bit optimistic on that. But I would like to stay under 50 people if we can. I'm not asking people to fly in or drive for 10 hours, but the weirdest things happen. So if you're doing that, we'll try to make sure that you're accommodated, where to stay. I can tell you if you're looking to fly in, you are looking at South Bend International Airport, because that's the closest to my location.
Yes, this community keeps doing more and more to meet up in real life and to celebrate all of our online wins together. And
So,
yeah,
Maddie will have the information, and RG will have the information. I'll let them get it posted out there, because I don't have a website. And no, it's not a Chuck E. Cheese, guys. It's actually
we'll put it up on the site too. I'll get a hold.
It's actually a small business that has over 100 pinball machines, old classic pinball machines, everything from Predator to Pinbot to Star Trek, Elvira, Addams Family games. So it's got a lot, like over 100 pinball machines, and some of the virtual shooters and stuff. So it's fun. I grew up in the arcade days, so I'm just kind of putting that out there,
Right on. Well, I got to get rolling.
Make it silly, and you don't want to come, you can just go to the bar. Me
and Gary got some business to go attend to. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah,
I appreciate you letting me come by. And we will see you at the event. We're gonna go have some fun. Maybe we'll go crash some parties tonight. Westcott, get back in here, man. Handle business.
See you later, RG.
See you guys. Thanks, everybody. Love you all.
Peace out, man.
Thanks, RG.
Axis, they want some charts.
All right, we can do some of that.
He was all about the arcades when the girls didn't answer the phone. I love you, trolls. You guys are funny. You do.
Hey, real quick, I just want to say, man, I love all you guys. This is the biggest opportunity. Don't miss out. I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna go party with Corey, Gary, RG3. It's about to be crazy. Turn up one time, yo. Let's get it, y'all. Take care.
Get your camera rolling.
Love you, man. We'll see you.
Peace.
Good luck in that 48 hours, bro.
Yeah.
Want to bring some coffee?
I got some.
Get your camera rolling. That's all the cool stuff.
All right.
Well, let's see. I guess start dropping the requests. What are we looking at?
Dropping requests.
There's all kinds of tokens right now, and some of them are up 400,000% on PulseChain.
What's up? What's up that much?
Doge. So I think what this was, and this is a joke, but I'm pretty sure what this was it was the founder of Trust Swap or something. I think they brought a bunch of liquidity in and started this token. Don't quote me on it. I'm not 100%, but the linear chart looks like this. And I think, it's just nuts. Like it's at 436,000%. So on log, it looks a lot like Pepe did.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. So, there was guys probably that took this trade and multiplied their PLS bag by quite a bit. But so like more interesting to me would be something like the HEX PHEX pair. Like I'm looking at that, intently. And currently you can get like 1.29 PHEX for an HEX. And earlier today we saw the HEX hex pair come online, and there was like a 21,000% APR paid out on this pair. So to me it was saying like, okay, so whoever's running the DEX is like saying like, let's get this pair higher. Now there's currently like $1.5 million of hex to hex.
Oh, is there a farm on hex and hex right now?
There is. It's doing about 485%. And by the way, this was up to 2 million earlier. The APR was up to 21,000% when I first went live. Now it's shot down to about 500%. So right now, what's paying the best is USDT bridged in to Pulse, and then in a close second, it's DAI bridged in to Pulse.
See, what I was doing was I was waiting for it to get about. You've got your midline. So you sell one direction, you sell the other direction. So if it goes from 2 to 1, then you get double your coins. If it, then it goes back to center, then you buy half your coins back. And then, so that's been the thing. Although eventually because I'm making the assumption that eventually it's going to land on that 1-to-1 line, and the liquidity is going to be so thick that it's not going to move much. So why there's variance right now above the line, if we get a spike and it goes one way or the other, you're able to I don't want to encourage these trading me habits. I don't want to encourage the trading me habits, but I'm thinking,
technicals. It's in a pennant right now, so it's not bullish nor bearish. It's neutral. So you're taking a 50% chance of it breaking against you, but it would look something like this. And so, it seems to me the best way to gauge this would be to go assess the HEX pair. And what I'm seeing on HEX against the dollar is it's being supported. It's been supported here a couple times. We had, let's see, which one of these was it? I think it was this candle. I think it was this candle here. Was 1,000 ETH market buy. And this candle here was a 28 million hex EES, a couple of EESs in a row, and 28 million hex dump, and it was bought back up within 15 minutes. And so to me, it's telling me that there's strength on HEX here.
That last little hammer, I love the Thor's hammer there. That's the capitulation candle right there. I love the mighty Thor's hammer.
You're getting two of them back to back. So you're getting this one, and then you get a green one here. It's like
the green one's the one, man.
Yeah. And so I actually came in myself and scooped some HEX up here because I thought that this is going to play out a lot like BPD. So when we pull up the bigger chart, delete this out because I don't want to make anyone FOMO. But this is what I'm seeing. This is fair value to me. Is inside of this channel. We're going back through the same thing again, guys. We're just repeating this move all over again. Big supply inflation, stock split.
Yep.
We're just going to play down here for a little bit, maybe get a pretend fake out to the downside, and then we're going to start to build structure and go back up to this midline and give it a test. One thing I did want to
zoom into that big payday. I want people to look at this chart right there in that big payday.
Yeah,
because you need to understand this very carefully because that is what you are looking at right now.
Yeah,
it's freaking everybody out. This is the same emotion. This is the same scenario. It's a doubling event. It happened exactly the same way, and people need to look at that.
Yeah, if you look at this on. So I'm going to delete everything out and just show it to you on linear. This is what it looked like back then. This is what you were looking at on linear. The price was down 86% in 14 days after big payday. And then you spent 3 weeks playing around down here. And then, it just didn't go lower. I know I was one of the guys saying, I want to buy here. And I didn't get it because, the market came in and said that it was worth more. That's what it said. How is this any different? And then look what happens around New Year's, which is just about 6-7 weeks later, you get a new all-time high.
Yep.
So this was 1.5 cents. This was 2 cents. Just a month and a half, 2 months later.
And then they slammed it back down, and everybody said we were over. They slammed it back down. No, it pumped. Oh, that was its last pump, and it never do anymore.
Then you get this so it's from 2 cents goes back down to 0.6 of a cent. So it's like a 66% decrease off the wick high, I think. Let's see. Yeah,
66% dump right there, guys.
69%.
There you go.
But because we held structure here for weeks and weeks and weeks, this became support. And that's when you really started to see the price take off.
Now walk it away. Walk it away. Let them see what happened. See how that's a little blip on the map now? Look at how that big payday is now just a little blip on the map. That's where you are. That is where you are. Right there. See how that mattered? You know how significant that was at the time? Just as significant as what you're watching right now is. It was just like now. That was then. That's what it was like.
Let's go check it out from now.
Exactly. Look, guys. What do you see here? Look familiar? We ain't upset. We're not worried because we've seen it before. That's why. Deja vu.
Mm-hmm. So what does this look like on a log scale with all this stuff? Let's pull up the drawings. Hold on. All right, log. So we're in the fair value channel. We've pretty much established that this is like big payday again. And in terms of time frame, the market's matured a lot. There's a lot more participants now and a lot more money flowing into a lot of other assets. So the time frame could be longer. But I mean, generally speaking, you could be looking at a return to this particular level here, in the relatively short term. Like we're talking like by mid-end summer, you could be testing that wick high at the top of this channel. Yeah, easily. But I would say by September, you're going to have confirmation. Why is this possible? Because Richard is incentivizing people to pair EHEX to PHEX and all these other tokens, Pulse in particular, to bind the liquidity. PulseX is a forked version of Uniswap v2, which is where HEX made all of its biggest moves. This action occurred on Uniswap v2. This didn't happen on Uniswap v3. This happened on Uniswap v3. But now we are now paired back to a technology that is pump technology. So the possibility for this is now become a reality again, because you're tying PHEX, PulseX, Pulse to this old Uniswap v2 technology, which is pump proven technology. And you had that capitulation low. And if I turn on the 200-day moving average, what is 200? Let's see, hold on, let me do some quick math. 52, I think. What's 52 times? So if I go to the daily, gotta show up. I gotta get the 200 on here because that's really gonna give us a perspective when you compare it to the. So this is like.
I just can't get over how literally that chart looks identical to Big Payday.
Yeah.
And the emotions are identical to Big Payday. It's like I've lived this before. It's so weird. So surreal.
So if you like the fact that Richard Hart just tweeted out this stream, go ahead and hit the like and subscribe button. We're out here in Miami with thousands of crypto people. The Hexicans are in full force, and we're doing a 48-hour live stream. And so this is, you get your 24 hours. That's normal for us. And then you get your free copy on PulseChain. That's another 24 hours. So super excited to be here and to have these two experts with me right now because you guys rock.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy.
Let's just remind everyone, in technical analysis, the 200-day moving average is like God. If you're below it, it's resistance. If you're above it, it's support. The only time that doesn't apply is when you get huge inflation events like PulseChain mainnet or Big Payday, right? And so you can trade underneath of it slightly for 3 weeks or for 4 weeks. But once it's done below this 200-day moving average, it's going to try and treat that as support. So when these candles start, remember this too. You have a 1.7 cent hex on Pulse, and you have a 3 cent hex on Ethereum. So if you had both chains, the copy, you now have 5 cents worth of hex. So you're really trading back here above the 200-day moving average. You're above the line of scrimmage if you're holding both tokens. If you tried to game the system, you didn't get the copy, right? And so that's important because you're winning if you held through the copy, because you actually have a total value of a 5 cent hex in terms of the amount of coins that you hold. So this is only a matter of time. And look, if you're trapped on the other side of the bridge right now and you need exposure into the Pulse ecosystem, you can ride it up through the price appreciation of EHEX, or you can buy wrapped Pulse on Ethereum. Those are kind of the two plays that you have in front of you. So I anticipate that as time goes on, we're going to get it back above the 200-day moving average in relatively short order. We're going to try to hold that as support going into the middle end of the year, and then we can really start to go play with the upper band here. And as you go along, the upper band is sitting somewhere between 16 cents, and the farther you go through the year, it could be 29, 30 cents. And then, the longer time goes on, the more of a higher chance you have of breaking this resistance here. And if with any help from Bitcoin and Ethereum world, that could be extra money that can flow into the ecosystem. We're at the end. We're at the beginning. We're at the end of the bear in the beginning of crypto spring and going into crypto summer. So we're in a perfect time to be buying massive discounts. Just close your eyes and buy. It's like that's where we're at in crypto.
And HEX, don't underestimate it, guys. And again, with the liquidity bonding, it gets the benefit of the PulseChain side.
Exactly.
That's what people need to understand. If you can trade a hex for a hex, if it stays 1-to-1, you get the benefit of that side. And well, how do you do that, John? Only Pulse is going up, or only PulseX is going up. Hex won't. Yes, it will, because one EHEX is worth 200 Pulse on that chain, or 180 maybe right now, but it should get up to around 200 Pulse, right?
143.
So it's what?
It's 143 right now.
Oh, does it come down?
Mm-hmm. You better get in there and market buy.
I got to make some clicks here. But anyway, yeah, so keep in mind that these two ecosystems will reflect, there will be carryover once the pools are stabilized and you have the ability to trade cross-chain, because what gives something value, which they don't tell you in crypto because none of these influencers really know it, what gives something value is the ability to trade X for Y. How many of those tokens can you get for the thing that you are trading? And if you do that and you're able to do that, you get that price relationship across chain. It's the same way when you think about all these different exchanges that are selling Bitcoin. Have you ever noticed that even though all these exchanges are selling centralized, none of them are connected, none of them are interoperable, but Bitcoin seems to always be around the same price on all these exchanges? You know why that is? Because people go and they arbitrage the cheap price and sell it for the larger price. And this happens cross-chain on Ethereum EVM compatible networks, because not only are there traders that are doing it, but there are also bots that do it cross-chain through the dexes, right? So if somebody makes another dex, they'll do it across those dexes as well, because the bots are looking for profit, and they will go and fill those orders in order to close those gaps wherever they can make profit. So there is a relationship between the two chains, and you can support the Pulse ecosystem by go ahead and getting your ETH or your wrapped Pulse, like Axis said.
I think my I think I can give you a visual for this. So if here's wrapped Pulse against DAI. Let's see. Here's Pulse X against DAI. Do you see the similarities? It's literally the same chart.
Yep.
You know, it's because they're all moving together. Let's see, what does Hedron look like against the dollar? This is the look at even Hedron looks relatively the same, right? They're all printing the same pattern against the dollar because they're all moving relatively together. You know,
and what's interesting is this ecosystem can decorrelate from the overall traditional crypto market. This has the potential to become separate, where the coins that are on Ethereum are more impacted by what's happening on the Pulse side than what's going on the Ethereum side.
So I'll just teach people a thing about, to find the granularity, you need to switch this button here to see the pair in a different light. So you can actually get resolution on what's happening in the chart for each chain. Because if you're just comparing it against the dollar, you're not going to get as much detail. Like, for example, this is one of the biggest pairs right now to be watching is PulseX against Pulse, right? So overnight we saw PulseX make a massive move on, because it was down so much from sacrifice prices. There was an opportunity there. Somebody took that opportunity. Now it's kind of coming back into the base range. Again, you know, PulseX against DAI. Hedron been making moves. Hex obviously been making moves. So like these, you know, it's amazing to me, like that you're getting that. Now you can see how they look the same unless you check the pair against the Pulse. So if you're measuring the success of a token anywhere relative to Pulse, if you're like, for example, we're looking at ICOSA, if the price chart's going up, it means like risk is on in the market. Shout out to your friend Sami for talking about this as well. You know, risk is on when your asset is gaining against Pulse. Risk is off when, in other words, people are switching back into Pulse when your coins are falling against Pulse. But generally, the ecosystem as a whole is all rising together right now.
And we got our I don't know if it's a troll or not, but we've got that since they're all moving together, if there's one dumps, they all dump.
Yes.
Yeah,
True.
that's true. But you know what? When you're standing on the ground, it's not very hard to fall. You know, it's not a very hard fall, guys.
Yeah.
When you're standing on the ground, the sky is unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're at. We're talking about pennies here, fractions of pennies and pennies. Where are we going to fall to? And you realize that an automated market maker, there's always a price. There's no zero price. It's not like an exchange where it can be delisted and go away. No, it's going to live here forever. It's never going away. And it will always have some price. So the question is, how far can it go down? And it becomes asymmetrical risk. How high can it go up? That answer is unlimited.
Well, all we have to do is look at this page here and see what's loaded up in the bridge to know that there's still money coming. You know, this is the runway we have. There's $68 million
That ain't even made it yet.
sitting in the bridge waiting to get across. You know, it's like a trickle of it's like a creek that turns into a river. Like as soon as this thing clears out, then it just magnifies the effect. Right.
People are an hour early to the party and they're like, oh man, this party sucks. Nobody's showing up. It's like, guys, you're an hour early to the party. You haven't seen the party yet.
Yeah, it's kind of sucks being early all the time, right, Johnny? You got to fight adversity through all that, but that's what makes it so exhilarating.
So how many millions are waiting on the PulseChain bridge now?
So it's processed 20 million and it's deposited 68 million. So let's say the difference is about 48 million.
Wow. So the prices that we're seeing
don't reflect that.
They don't reflect that yet. And has the 20 million made it in as liquidity, or what are we counting that as?
Some of it's floating, some of it's liquidity. You see on the side there, the right hand side is the added to the liquidity.
Yeah, you can see. Okay, so yeah, in PulseX LPs, 93 million hex, and I would say across the stable coins, you're looking at, you know, what is it, like almost 3 million, a little more than 3 million US. That's not a lot, which means the fundamentals are even that much more powerful.
Yeah.
Right. So
the bridge coming online slowly, that can be interpreted as a good thing for price discovery because the price discovery doesn't happen all at once.
Yeah.
Okay.
It gives you a little bit more time. Just a little.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's kind of cool to see because like people are taking little bites out of these assets. Like they're not coming in with their whole wad, right? They're like in volume terms, like 600K, 1 mil, 600K. Let's see, what's the something else? PulseChain versus DAI. In the beginning, there was like 16 grand, 9 grand, 22 grand. And these are 1 hour candles. So in 1 hour, in the early days of this, early days, right? The May 16th, 2 days ago, 10 grand.
Early days, man. It's like a year in crypto.
Right. And then as time went on and the bridge opened, you can see that the volumes are increasing. So you had a volume climax here on the 17th, and then the bridge stopped working. Then the volumes tapered off. So the alpha here is that the bridge is kind of the signal for money flows coming into the ecosystem, and that's what you want to key off of. If the bridge stops again, volumes will decrease. You might get a sell-off. That'd be a time to potentially be a buyer, right? And maybe make this higher low. So it's going to be something to keep in mind. You know, you can use that information for good or for bad. And I'm just excited to see how it all plays out because ultimately this thing's backed by billionaire energy, and I'm not concerned. This is going to be amazing.
Well, look, there are people out there and they don't think PulseX is a real cryptocurrency. They don't think it is buying things in the real world, right? They think it's magic internet money. But sure enough, I'm about to eat a pizza that was bought with PulseX. Okay, so I don't know how many days it took the Bitcoiners to operate their first Bitcoin transaction. Axis might know this.
I'm sorry. When was the first Bitcoin transaction for pizza?
Yeah,
2011. I don't remember the exact. Maybe it was 2011.
So it took them what, 2 or 3 years to get into that?
Yeah, we can pull up the Bitcoin chart in the early days. That'll be interesting.
And it's taken us 2 or 3 days. So
you are at a Bitcoin conference after all.
That's right. That's right.
So that happened
Bitcoin
way back
hacked.
here.
Bitcoin HEX. Yeah, that's so funny. We
Somewhere
got
in
so
here.
much shit for that too.
Oh,
Because like, oh,
I
you're
get
trying
it.
to capitalize on our name. You're trying to capitalize on our name. Okay,
Price was going to
whatever.
0 back then, so then they're like, or maybe it was 2010. I don't know. Somewhere in here, somewhere in here they were buying pizzas. So it's funny because like this was like anywhere from like a 14-cent Bitcoin to $30 Bitcoin, and then I mean just look at how this plays out. Like this is us in the early. This is our jam, man. This is the beginning of an asset, right?
We've never really talked to an empty room, Matty. Even from our first convention, we never had like an empty room. You can go back and watch Andreas Antonopoulos talking in an empty room when Bitcoin was at $100 and nobody cared. It's amazing. We've never had an event like that. Thanks to you and your organizational skills.
I would love to see this kinds of price action on HEX and PulseX coming with all this money coming in.
Oh, it's coming.
It's
coming. I'm not even joking. What's awesome about the blockchain is like if you invest into a company, right? You don't know how many people are going to come in. You don't know how much money is going to be there. You don't know whether it's going to succeed or not. You're invested into a company. It's not transparent. The blockchain is transparent. You are in a rare, very, 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 very rare situation where you literally see on the blockchain that there is 45 million more dollars coming in, and we haven't seen how that's going to impact the market, but we know for sure that those are real assets and real money, mostly in real stables, that are coming in from that network and being flooded into this particular ecosystem. Do you understand how valuable that is to know that absolutely $45 million is coming into this? Indisputable, on chain.
Yeah, and again, in the where Bitcoin and Ethereum are at now, the way you tell is you have to get an aggregated view of the volumes coming in on all the big exchanges. And so it's a lot, it's a lot of different data you have to pick through. And then, there's another layer to that where you have to figure out what's fluffed data and what's real volume coming in. Whereas like on this, platform, it's just in your face. Like you'll get to see the money on the bridge as it comes across. And then like which volumes pick up. So if you're looking at like the DEX screener page, you can just like filter by volume if you want. And you'll just get to see the things that it's all on chain. So you could this thing's going to figure out for you where the money's flowing. Right. And I think this creates this like this feedback loop of, money flows into one asset and the next and the next. And they just keep pumping each other, ad infinitum. This is what's going to create this epic run. I did want to bring a fact up, huge props to PulseChain because it's doing 170,000 transactions in 24 hours. Which is more than Polygon, Optimism. Arbitrum's got 187,000, so we're about to flip that as well. And then all that's left is BSC, which has got, probably fake transactions.
Big transaction up the butt.
And Ethereum. And, it's like the same story we've been saying forever, Johnny, which is like if you look at Etherscan and you look at what's popular in terms of tokens on the blockchain, like you have HEX here at number 8. It was sitting at number 4 in terms of on-chain market cap. Before the sell-off that we had on the fork, right? And it was sitting there for so long, months and months and months, And
but nobody knows how to read their own data access, and that's the problem. Is everybody trusts somebody else to tell them what the reality is? And we've been out here shouting about reality, and no one's listening to us. They don't understand that these sites are lying to them. Now, not Etherscan, because that's where you're pulling real, true blockchain data, but these aggregator sites and listing sites and basic commercial ad revenue things, you're looking at somebody else's shopping list. You have to pay to be on their shopping list, and they don't like it that we're not paying.
So for those that are curious, the one that I've been using after Nomics went down is Coin Paprika. Like they have HEX listed properly or relatively properly, right? They might filter out some of the OA coins. I can't remember.
They do.
But at least this one is relatively fair treatment. I think the other one is what is it? Real Crypto Cap or something like that.
There's howtopulse.com, market cap, no crap, and they don't screw with any numbers. They just leave the market cap as it is.
Yeah. So this is it.
So you got to go up to, might have to go up to tools.
We're sitting at number 7 right now at this price. But if you want to treat Hex on Ethereum and Hex's Pulse as a relatively the same asset, then you have to duplicate these numbers. So the supply, or well, you'd have to, get the supply difference and figure it out. But for the price, so like again, it's right up in here in these top 5 tokens, right?
They do really need a better metric, and I think that metric really should be available supply, what is on the market times the current price, because that's what you actually can buy. Not all coins are available, and that goes for everything. And that's part of what goes on the top ERC20 tokens. Every single ERC20 token that is successful is over 90% owned in the top 100 wallets. That's the reality. Decentralization is a buzzword. Bitcoin is highly centralized as well. Why? Because banks and institutions own more than you do. Exchanges own more than you do. You are still just a consumer. If you are not producing, you are a consumer. If you're not the miner, you are the consumer. So you're participating in somebody else's coin and somebody else that owns a lot more than you do, no matter what coin you pick.
I'm trying to get up to this, since we're talking about supply, I'm going to bring up some juicy supply data. Because there really isn't that much user supply in the Hex world. And I think that gives us a lot of runway going into this.
While you're bringing up this supply of coins in the PulseChain ecosystem, I wanna let people know about the supply of Richard Hart streams, because I think there's a lot of people wondering. So I heard straight from Sheldon the Sniper of Crypto Banter. He does like half the shows over there. Sheldon the Sniper from Crypto Banter said that they're supposed to have Richard on Friday or Monday. Okay. And I have shared the 48-hour live stream link with Richard, so he can hop on it anytime. Sorry about that. If that's going to interfere with anybody's sleep plan, I highly recommend sleeping. Okay. But I just want you to know that basically he has the link, so he can join at any time. Don't know if he will or not, but there you go. That's the supply of Richard Hart streams that we have accounted for right now.
He likes to watch us from the shadows.
So based on my best guess, in terms of runway, I know there's a lot of Hexicans watching this. We'll just use ETH Hex as just the base here. There's 16.5 billion tokens active in user hands, based on our best guess. And this is coming from hexfire.io. Shout out to Crispy Man. He's a huge asset for the community. He is the master of the data warehouse of Hex data. And that's going to now extend beyond into PulseChain, PulseX, and that whole ecosystem as well. Can't wait to see what he comes up with. But if you just take this times the price, there's roughly 400, but we'll round it off as about $500 million of Hex and user supply. Now, no one's ever going to sell all their real estate all at once. I think we can agree on that. Yeah. And so what kind of runway does this give the price, when it's all binded together and you have, $48 million sitting on the sidelines, and let's just say 30% of this wanted to sell today, it's 165 mil US that would sell today at this price. Obviously there's not enough liquidity in the pools to manage that, which is a good thing, because then it creates this counterbalance where the market can get long legs down and long legs up. But you already have, like we just said, $48 million sitting in there ready to purchase Pulse, PulseX, and beyond. And when you do that, you push the price above all the assets at once. And so when I'm looking at this math, I'm excited and more bullish on the potential price targets that you can hit for all of them, because of just how little supply is in user hands, and that's part of the magic of what makes this the economics of the system work so well. And then this will probably be my last thing before I have to take off. But I wanted to show you guys, if I haven't already made a good enough case for HEX or for HEX in general, this is the HEX Mayer multiple. Shout out to Trace Mayer, who started this on Bitcoin way back in the early days of Bitcoin. It was a really good metric for when was the best times to buy Bitcoin and when was the best times to sell Bitcoin. But what we did is we adapted it for HEX. And so it's just a moving target on the 200-day moving average. And you can see that the best times to buy this was when it was under the green line, and the best times to sell is when it's over the red line, unless you're in a hyperbolic bull market here. And we got the signal here on this indicator that it was overbought at this recent 13.5 cent top based on the Mayer multiple. And now after this fork, prices are back below. And the way this usually works out, it'll spend half the amount of time below the 200-day. But what we know from Big Payday back here is that it spent almost no time under there. It would pop back up above within 3 weeks. And so I would just want to remind you guys that, this could be a great buying opportunity, right? Based on what the Mayer multiple's given us.
Does HEX on both chains have a future?
I would beg to differ. That I would beg to argue that, yeah, it does. I think, are you going to be able to convince every ETH whale to come to PulseChain? Probably not. Are all the ETH whales that are not interested in PulseChain looking for returns on Ethereum? Probably not. Are some of them? Probably. So the ones that want to see returns outside of just the regular 8 to 20x that they could see on Ethereum, if they can harness the power of one of the most popular ERC20s and the most loud communities in crypto Twitter in the Hexicans, and protect the value of their network against other threats, like, for example, PulseChain. I think personally that they're going to work together, but if you're an Ethereum, you might see it as a threat. And so you might have to get some of this HEX on Ethereum to support basically help your bags grow over the bull run faster than just by holding Ethereum. So there's an argument to be made there, and there as an actual participation, we've seen a whale taking 1,000 ETH market buys at the market. Here at 5 cents, here again at 8 cents on the decline, and then again down here on this low. And so the dude's chucked 3,000 ETH in here, and he's probably not alone. Whales swim in the same circles and like to talk. So I would like to think that, that on that basis alone, Ethereum HEX has a future, because he staked it for 2 months and pulled out 35 grand and only paid $260 in gas. So there's definitely a yield element there if your bag is big enough, even at a stable 5 cent HEX forever. But in tandem with that, you have the compounded ability of EHEX paired, bonded with the PulseChain ecosystem that can also rise in value all together at once and pull up EHEX with it if it does start to lag behind. But what we're seeing in terms of EHEX and PHEX now is EHEX is worth more than a PHEX. Is that because there's value stuck on the bridge and the value that is coming through isn't pumping PHEX? Or is it because it's chasing PulseChain and PulseX or a meme token? Or we won't know. But that right now, as it stands, EHEX is worth more than a PHEX. And so, yes, I definitely think that has lasting value. And there's no doubt in my mind that PHEX has a long-term future, because with any amount of adoption, Hexicans were the biggest sacrificers for this PulseChain ecosystem, and they will bring some of that money back into the yield component of the TShare that they make in Pulse and PulseX. I've heard rumblings of HEX dolphins, HEX sharks that are very interested in HEX on Pulse at cheap prices. And they're going to use the farms to compound their returns through incentive and other means to corner the market and absorb as much of the PHEX supply as possible. And so then the two will rise together.
What I think is really cool that helps with the pairing and the parity that people don't take into consideration is that technically, if the ratio is from 1 to 1 to 2 to 1, on that 2-to-1 side, okay, you get half off a TShare because you get twice the hex, right? For the 1 hex. So that gives you half off a TShare on that one side. And that's another one of the mechanisms that will cause a forced parity. The mechanism itself is the TShare and the TShare rate. And people need to take that into consideration. And that's why I was so confident in that prediction that eventually we're going to settle around 1-to-1. And if, like I said, the OA doesn't bond, Wales will, because it's just where it has to be because of the self-balancing system. That's all there's to it.
Look who it is.
David!
David
what's up,
Peter.
guys? How's it going?
What up,
So
David?
this is next panel coming up, right?
David is, he's going to be streaming with me for the next hour. Both of you are welcome to come and go as you please. I do want you guys to tell me if I have the right contract address for wrapped Pulse on Ethereum, because I bought about $100 worth of this the other day just to try to prove that it actually can be bought on the Ethereum side. I haven't tried bridging it over yet, but I just shared in the private chat the contract address that I'm using. And I think that there may be some people who are interested here, who are watching the live stream, who are hitting the like and subscribe button. They might be interested in being able to buy Pulse that's been wrapped, and then you can bridge it over to the PulseChain network.
Yeah, that looks right to me. I pasted back what I have as well, so I think that you're
Cool.
right. And it's currently 162% off SAC price. And if let's see what Pulse is trading at over there. Oh, so it's roughly 40%. Oh, I'm sorry, it's roughly 60% more expensive to buy it on the Ethereum side currently. And so, this just came to mind, or it's 70% more expensive. So if this just came to mind, there may be something to this. So let's use the bridge as the clogging of the bridge. If one side's trading at, if wrap Pulse on Ethereum is 0.00025 and on PulseChain it's 0.00015, the difference might be where the money settles, potentially. I'm not sure. That's total speculation. But yeah, definitely a great opportunity there to get some. I mean, obviously it's long term. Pulse goes much higher than 2 times SAC price. So that's all I got.
Yeah,
Well,
I can't
going
say
to cut
whether
out-
it's a good deal or not, but yeah. Oh, Johnny, you're taking off here?
Yes, sir. I gave you my 2 hours. I said I'd do it. I'm here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Good to see you guys. Have a great show down there. Please send some live videos back from the conference so we can at least see how the interaction is going. That's really going to be the interesting thing, is to see some footage from the conference.
Yeah, we'll be sure to do that. We'll have people going in there with their cell phones, and they can live stream at the top of every hour to show you guys what it's like there.
Very awesome. Thank you guys so much for having me. Have
Cool.
a wonderful night. And everybody out there, enjoy. Take care.
Appreciate you, Johnny.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Maddie, thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure. As always,
Yeah.
we usually do big numbers together, so I can't wait to just do that again sometime again.
For
soon.
sure. Yeah. Thanks so much for being on. You rock.
Mad love, man. We'll talk to you guys later. See you, David. It's good to see your beautiful face again.
Yeah, you too, my man.
I
Take
thought
it
maybe
easy.
you were gonna shave that thing off when the mainnet launched, but I guess you like it.
Yeah, hashtag no shave.
All right. Cheers, brother.
Yep,
Nice to
catch
see
you later.
Later, man. Oh yeah, and congrats on the validator story.
Oh,
awesome.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Keep up the good work. See you guys.
Yep. See ya.
How's it going?
Hey, good, my man. I'm doing great.
What do you think of my shirt?
Bitcoin Hex. Oh man, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Wow, that's a throwback. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a classic. But a lot of people watching don't even know what that is.
The original, well, the second name of Hex, I guess.
Yeah.
And the third name is just Hex.
Yep. So how's Florida?
Dude, I'm loving it, man. My stem cells are still percolating here in my broken clavicle. So that's part of the reason why I'll be able to do so much hosting of the live stream here. and just really excited for all the people here, all the Hexicans who came out in huge numbers. I'm really excited that they're all going to get to have an amazing experience at the Bitcoin conference.
That's really cool. Sounds like fun. I'm sad I'm not there with you guys.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And so you've been in your command center taking care of validators, huh?
Oh, yes, I have. Oh, man. Yeah. The turnout for Validator Store has been huger than I ever expected. So, yeah, I got to say thank you to all my clients and everybody who's called me for help or ordered a hardware kit from me. Yeah, I really appreciate it. I definitely did not expect this kind of a turnout. Yeah, it blew my wildest expectations. So I'm busy. Yeah, I'm like booked solid. It's crazy. I'm either making validators and I'm building them, or I'm doing Zoom calls and we're screen sharing and I walk people through step by step the whole process. And we 99% of the time we get it all done in 1 hour and they're up and running with a working validator from scratch in 60 minutes or less. So it's pretty cool. Yeah.
I knew it was going to get that easy. Maybe I'll have to be one of your customers too.
Yep, totally. Yeah, it's just that easy. Yep, copy and paste.
So have you been paying attention to the PulseChain launch and like where the current status is right now? What do you tell people who, let's say, are on boards and they don't have as much technical expertise? Where are we in the history of the PulseChain rollout?
Like the infancy, you know, we're still in the hospital in like the NICU ward and the baby's in the little like bubble thing.
Ooh, that's a good analogy.
Yeah, we're all like looking at it, we're like, wow, it's a brand new chain, cool. So, you know, new chains have some, you know, little growing pains. You know, doesn't even know how to crawl yet. I mean, it's fresh out of the crib. So, yeah, there's definitely, you know, like patience. Everybody needs patience. That's what I tell my onboards too. Just don't do anything yet is my advice. You know, but most people are taking it easy. There's not a lot to do unless you're doing a validator or PulseX. You know, those are the hot things right now. But and the bridge, obviously, everybody's stuck on the bridge trying to get over.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we've got all the time in the world. You know, PulseChain's only 5 days old, so we've got the future forever ahead of us to use it. And I like to tell people too, PulseChain's going to get better by 1% every day. Right? Just a little bit better every day. In 100 days from now, it's going to be twice as good as it is today. And then another 100 days from then, it's going to be twice as good again. So it just takes time.
That's a bright outlook. And I think, in my opinion, man, we've gotten better than a 5% improvement since launch. I hear the farms are working. I'm not a farmer myself. I'm a hodler of last resort, you might say. But yeah, and then of course everybody's trying to figure out, is there a price for PulseChain and PulseX? And that tends to end up being a pretty complex question. Although normally when blockchains are more than 5 days old, it's the simplest question you can ask. But that sure hasn't been the simplest question these days, because it's not only a function of how much is it worth, but how much is the ratio of supply and demand. And because the bridge is something that has to build trust or has to build really experience points with people, the people who are providing liquidity, the people who are willing to sell, and the people who are willing to buy, they don't all get together in the first second of when something exists. And that period of time is called price discovery. And so I think that's where we're at now, huh?
I completely agree. That's exactly where we're at right now. Yeah. Because the only people who've made it across the bridge is like a handful of people, and some of them have $20 in their pocket. And they're like, oh, I want to buy some Pulse, but all I got is $20. And there's 10,000 people who've been like, I got Pulse. I've been sitting with it I've been waiting for 2 years. I've got tons of it. Sure, I'll sell you some. I'll take your $20. And that's what you're watching right now, is just people selling for like a discount. But once all those other people cross the bridge with all their money, I think that price is going up and the price discovery is going to adjust and we're going higher. So yeah, it's just going to take a couple days, couple weeks to really get flowing.
Yeah. Yeah, and then people will find a more reliable price, a more real price, because if not everybody has access to buying and selling right away, then that price takes a while to settle out.
Yeah, and because PulseChain is true DeFi, none of the centralized exchanges support it. So we don't get a Coinbase who can just instantly convert your dollars into PulseChain. We actually have to like bridge out and use real technology. So that's also a problem too. That's why we don't have a price, because yeah, we're not plugged into a centralized. So that's a good thing in my opinion.
Yeah, totally. And then I see somebody posted the link to your store where people can order a validator from you. It's called validatorstore.com.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, and I've got the hardware kits. I got little mini validators and like a tiny little computer. And then if you've already got your own hardware, you can just reach out to me for technical support.
Very cool. I guess Toby Wan is one who was reaching out to you and talking about how you guys were on a video call together whenever the PulseChain bridge opened.
Yeah, it's actually when it went live, we were preparing and getting ready. We were working on the test net, and then all of a sudden the call came in, and it was like, oh man, well, it's go time.
Yeah,
that was crazy on Friday night. Oh man, I'll never forget that moment of my life. Like, yeah, you remember where you were when PulseChain came out?
hell yeah, man! I was stuck in an airport when PulseChain dropped.
Oh man.
You're not supposed to do crypto in airports or on strange Wi-Fi's and stuff. So yeah, I got a free experience of being able to hodl with, there. But I think everybody is going to have a challenge here. Let's say if the price of PulseChain starts out at 10x from sacrifice price, or if it starts out 90% down, I think people are going to have a challenge of being able to hold through the large ups and downs that we know crypto is characterized by. What's your take on that? Do you have a target that you're waiting for? Are you already good with your hex bags to where you don't have to sell Pulse right away, or what's your outlook?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure what the price is right now. I haven't looked in a second, but let's just pretend we're like 80% down from SAC price on Pulse, right? It's like 80% discount. I mean, I'm inclined to go get more USDC and bridge it over from ETH and buy that dip.
I'd do that.
Yeah, it's just like if Ethereum and Hex both dipped for their first 30 days, our dip just came instantly. Just like kind of Hex day one. It's like you bought high on day one and just got worse and worse and worse. Okay, folks, here it is. Here's the first dip. And if Hex and ETH showed you anything, after we hit these prices and dip for a few weeks, we never see these prices ever again. So if you're looking to buy Pulse, like now is literally the time. Like literally, this is the dip. So that's all I think. Now's the time to fill your bags.
And I guess people can use the contract address. Let's see if I can share it one more time. What I did, now I haven't bridged this over yet, but what I did is I went on my Ethereum. I went on my Ethereum network and I went to uniswap.exchange. And then I pasted this contract address in, which is the one that I think is the true wrapped Pulse contract, starting with 0x97AC and ending with 755341. So I took that contract address and I put it into Uniswap on Ethereum. I bought some wrapped Pulse. I think it was, I could get about, for 0.05 ETH, which is $90, I could get 341,000 wrapped Pulse.
Okay, yep. Yeah, I'm looking at that too. Yeah, for 200 US dollars USDC, you can get 750,000 wrapped Pulse. So not bad. I think on Pulse X on PulseChain, 200 USDC gets you about a million Pulse. So actually, it is more. It's
so
more
I'm
expensive. on
paying
Ethereum.
double over on Ethereum for some reason.
Or you're paying 25% extra. Or
Okay.
you're losing 25%. Yeah.
I just hit the button again, so I'm gonna buy 0.08 ETH worth, like $144. I just did.
There you go. And then for folks who don't have Pulse yet, then they can take this wrapped Pulse and try to bring it to the bridge. I guess the only problem they're going to have is trying to unwrap it once they get into PulseChain, because they're going to have a little bit of Pulse for gas to unwrap it. So,
oops.
Yeah. Gonna have a friend, or I don't know if there's any faucets yet. None that I trust that I'm aware of.
I heard that there was one that was trying, but right now we've already got high fees in the sense that if you don't have any money in there, it's hard to move around. But yeah, sure enough, this is it's a really interesting position because it's almost like invite only. It's almost like when Facebook first started, they said you had to be in college or you had to know somebody.
You had to have an email address that ended in .edu. And I had one of those when I was in college when Facebook was invented. I remember that. It was just for college kids to go to parties. That's why Facebook was really invented. Yeah. So this is kind of like that, where it's, if you didn't sack for Pulse, you don't have any Pulse. That was the only way to get it.
For sure. There was somebody at the Bitcoin conference here, and he was like, I really want to launch some meme coins on PulseChain, but I don't have any Pulse. I was like, show me your phone, guy. And so I just sent him 20,000 Pulse. So oops. Now we have more meme coins.
Nice.
Shout out to the chat. Thanks everybody for being here. Really appreciate you all tuning in. We got a great lineup today. David is with us this hour. I have been scheduling people on the fly. Super happy to be letting you know that I'm going to be on here for another hour after I'm here with David, and we're going to have Corey Costa and Mike the Investor next. Then Randy Hilarski and Ben Dubard are going to team up with Brisology in hour 5. Then in hour 6, Rags to Riches and Brisology. We're going to have Top Gun Hexadian, who did a Twitter Spaces the other day with 1,200 people in it. Shout out to him. I'm trying to get A-Bit on. And then if it's the middle of the night for you here in the United States, you're going to be really lucky because we're going to have Adam Stokes on with Tangent. Then we're going to have Tangent with Crypto 7, Mango Junkie, Mark Wild, Magic Carpet Ride, Sticker Guy Win, KG of Internet Money, Corey Geary and Dane are going to come in person. Joe Perry's has 1 million followers, and he's going to be on here then in the morning with me at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Famous, A Wild SJ, Ben Cage, Black Hexagon, Lion, KSB TV, and I've got messages out with Crypto Stylist, K4K, KDP, Just Ask Jesse. I'm trying to find times when they'll be able to come on. Gen Hex, Crypto Class, Fashion Coder, Crypto Heartbeat, and Kareem have all signed up already.
Man, that's an amazing lineup.
Yeah. And then, of course, I gave the link to Richard. We'll see if he hops on to any of these.
Totally. Yeah, I saw you guys. He retweeted right before I came on. I saw you were saying that. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Good to know the boss is out there watching. Love it. Makes us all work a little harder.
That's right. We don't get paid, but somehow we're out here anyway, huh?
No, we get paid in our own way. We do it because we love it. That's why we're all here. You know, that's why I opened the validator store. This is literally my dream job. Like, I'm so happy. I get to talk to validators all day and help them fix their computers and get them running the PulseChain. Like, are you serious? Like, I can't believe it's still real. Like, this is amazing. I love it. This is awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Man, I'm so happy for you.
Yeah. This is so cool. It's unbelievable. You know,
dude, this is my dream job too, because I get to be able to be on here in front of an audience that scales, and I can talk about mental health and cryptocurrency, both things that bring people freedom in different ways.
Yes. And now, because of that, you get to help even more people than you could before. So it's even better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah.
Man, one thing that I want to tell everybody about is the time pays me. because that thing is coming along really well. It's going to be a way for people to time lock their PulseChain and PulseX tokens with a drip. It'll also allow you to time lock any ERC or PRC20 token. You're going to be able to do a hard lock. So if you have some Ethereum that you want to be able to send to your future self, that'll be really good. And, because you're going to have gas fees in the future. Sorry, give me just a second. It looks like somebody's at the door. This might be my PulseX pizza.
Oh, wow. There we go. Very nice. Yeah. So while I've got you guys, let's talk about validators, right? Let's take a look at the Beacon chain real quick. I'm just going to pull up the site. This is pretty much what I'm staring at all day when I have downtime, is I'm looking at the Beacon, beacon.pulsechain.com. And right now we've got 9,572 validators. So we're almost at 10,000 validators. It's looking good. And those guys are active. They are doing blocks right now. They're testing blocks, and then they're just proposing blocks. And those are kind of the two things that validators do. Proposing a block is when a validator like makes a new one, and it's kind of like mining in the old days where a miner would just sort of find the block and solve it. So now one validator proposes the block. He says, hey guys, I've made a list of transactions. Here's the next block. And then other validators on the network look at it and read it, and they attest it and kind of like rubber stamp it with an approval. Once enough of the other validators stamp it with attested, then it's good. And then the block goes into the slot. And then there's a certain number of slots that go into an epoch. And one epoch is like 5 minutes. So rough, give or take. And then that's how we sort of count time and blocks now. So pending validators. So we got almost 10,000 that are active and doing blocks right now. We've got almost 4,000 validators that are pending. Now they're waiting in line before they're going to get activated. I forget the number. I want to say it's like 8 or maybe 16 validators get added every epoch. So only every 5 minutes to 15 more validators turn on, basically. So right now there's a waiting line. There's a huge line of validators waiting for their turn to join, and it's looking like it's 2 or 3 days to wait. And the way the process really works is, you can go to my YouTube channel, and I've got those videos where I show you how to do the script, like the tutorial, where you just copy and paste and you install the software on Linux. Well, once you do all that, then what you do is you go to launchpad.pulsechain.com, and you're going to upload the deposit file, and then it has all the validator keys that you made. It makes wallets, basically. And then using launchpad.pulsechain.com, you got to pay 32 million pulse for every one of those validator wallets that you made. Once you pay the pulse, you have to wait 16 hours, and then your deposit gets registered. Then you enter the line at the back of the line after waiting 16 hours. Now you wait for the 2 or 3 days while all the other validators ahead of you get added in 5 minutes at a time. So right now you're looking at like a 3 to 4 day wait from once you finish setting up your validator and pay. It's like 4 days until you actually start mining blocks officially. So that's kind of the current status right now. So we're adding validators as fast as they go. Basically, that line is just getting longer and longer and longer, and it'll be 4 days and probably 5 days wait before you can actually join and start mining. So that's great. That's awesome. Just for comparison, let me check Ethereum, because there's an unlimited number of validators. I don't think, at least not I know of, as far as like a limit to how many. So right now on Ethereum, we've got 575,000 validators, almost 600,000 validators. And in their pending validators on Ethereum, they have 55,000 waiting in line. So they're probably waiting weeks to get activated. I'm not sure how long it takes for those guys, but so I over 500,000 on Ethereum, and right now on PulseChain we're only at 10,000. So I think we're going to have a line of validators waiting to join PulseChain probably forever, or at least years. I don't think this is ever. I think it's just going to get higher, more validators joining. The line's probably just going to get longer and longer. To be honest, is my prediction. So we'll see. But beacon.pulsechain.com, that's pretty much where you find all those statistics. There's a ton of cool charts and validator leaderboards and deposit leaderboards. You can also go to, this one's good. I like this one. It's beacon.pulsechain.com/gas now. And this gives you a gas chart that updates every like 5 seconds. And I feel like it's one of the most accurate ones, and I love it. So that's one to bookmark too. Welcome back, Maddie.
Hey, so the pizza, the PulseX pizza is here.
Nice.
And I'm gonna invite the gentleman on who's been helping me in a lot of ways with this meetup. And we have B-Rad here. Welcome.
Thanks, Maddie.
Yeah, so we need to figure out what the price of PulseX is going to be in the real world. And I was thinking maybe the audience could help us decide, should the price of PulseX, do you think in the real world, when I buy this pizza, do you think the price of PulseX, do you think it should be low or high? So go ahead and write in the chat. Do you think PulseX, do you think it should be a low price or a high price? And yeah, so thank you so much for being here and contributing.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, audience, we need a ratio for a BBQ pizza to a PLS.
That's right. David, what do you think? Do you think the price of PulseX in the real world should start out high or low?
I mean, I think it should start out high. Personally, yeah, I do. But
all right,
it's a relative term. But yeah.
So David, do you have any indication? Are you able to see like what people are trading PulseX for in the digital world? Are you able to look up the price of PulseX for us now?
Yeah, I can check Deck Screener, see what I got here.
Okay, because I'm thinking that we might have to increase the price of PulseX in the real world.
Absolutely. And actually, I think I can get you the price of PulseX versus the Ethereum USD. See?
Oh, that'd be perfect.
Yeah. So it's a decimal point, 4 zeros, and then 416. So calls 4 zeros and a 4.
Okay, and how much did the pizza cost?
$18.
All right.
Come on, help me out here, David.
You said 4 zeros and then what?
416.
416?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, so that means that in the digital world, somebody would be paying upwards of 432,000 PulseX for an $18 pizza. Now, I think in the tradition of Bitcoin, what we could do, because the first Bitcoin pizza that sold for 20,000 Bitcoin, and so I'm wondering, B-Rad, are you willing to accept 20,000 PulseX?
I should have went with the hot and ready.
Are you willing to boost the price of PulseX?
Yeah, Maddie, for you, of course.
All right, brilliant. So I've got some PulseX in my account. I would have had just enough to pay for the pizza, but now I get to keep a little bit more of it. And I'm gonna paste your address here, and then I'm gonna send you 20,000 PLSX. Let's see what the transaction fee. It looks like 2,362 PLS is the transaction fee. I'm gonna hit send. Oh, what is that? Oh, I'm on the wrong chain, I think.
Oh, yep. That's a new problem for a lot of folks. Still getting used to that one. gotta swap to the PulseChain at MetaMask if it doesn't do it automatically. Oh yeah.
Did you send me the right address? Oh no, we're having technical difficulties. Guess
Yeah.
what? When Bitcoiners tried this, they had difficulties too. Laszlo is the one who paid for it, right? And he posted about it in Bitcoin Talk Forum. Basically, he was asking for over a day. Please, somebody take my 10,000 Bitcoin and order me a Papa John's pizza. And so he had to wait a while for the transaction to go through. Now, another bit of interesting information here is that according to Eric Wall, who's going to be speaking at the Bitcoin conference here, trolling the Bitcoiners for once, he says that even Satoshi was aware on the Bitcoin Talk Forum of a JPEG that sold for 500 Bitcoin. However, that was not a real world transaction. And so, you know, that's an interesting bit of history, given that the Bitcoin chain has been suffering from spam attacks because people are trying to launch tokens and JPEGs on there.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah. Oh, did I lose you there, guys? Or am I frozen?
You sent me the wrong address. All right.
Hold on.
Well,
Hold on.
yeah.
It's coming up.
I'm hungry here, so let's go. Let's go.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. It's in a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So what do you think, David? Pulse X, do you think it's appropriate?
I mean, not for right now. No, I mean, I don't like to see Pulse or PulseX on a discount personally. I think they should be at least at the SAC price or higher. But I'd say that this discount, I'm just guessing, but I don't think this discount's going to last much longer, to be honest. Once all the transactions that are kind of stuck on the bridge, once those clear, once it's smooth sailing back and forth from PulseChain to Ethereum, I think, yeah, I think you'll see a much higher price of all the coins. Definitely. It's just a matter of time.
Okay. Basically, I had the wrong address before. He had sent me the wrong address. And so we're going to try this one more time for historical purposes. Now it's, again, 2000.
Oh, no, we lost Maddie. Oh, geez, I don't have host control. All right, hopefully he comes back with his Wi-Fi. So yeah, what we're talking about, PulseChain and PulseX, yeah. Like this discount, I don't see it lasting much longer once the liquidity starts flowing. You know, I think part of what you're seeing too might be people who, you know, they really don't understand that the price that they're selling their Pulse at is less than they sacrificed for. I'm wondering if users just don't realize. Hey, Maddie, welcome back. Hey, can you talk again? I think your mic might be a little low.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Cool. All right. We're still going to keep working on this payment before I can get to eat my pizza.
In the meantime, check out my shoes.
Nice kicks. Looking fresh. Some nice HEX shoes.
It was a gift from my teenage boys before I left for Miami.
Those are nice. Oh, yeah. Those look like custom shoes. I like it. Very nice.
They are.
Test. All right. I should be coming through clear now.
Yeah, that's good. Perfect.
All right. So what questions does the chat have for David Feeder?
Yes, ask away.
How much do you get per day running a validator?
I think one validator a day is roughly pulling in, I think it was like 25,000 pulse a day, I think, on average. Now, you know, the beginning is good, so that's, you know, that's probably on the high end. So eventually I think it'll go down, but yeah, I'd say right about now a target of 25,000 pulse a day is good. I'm not sure what the APR says on the launch pad. I should check that real quick to see what it actually says we're at. So if you go to launchpad.pulsechain.com, we're looking at 33.6 APY. So yeah, we're at that 25K now, and then it's going to go down from there. But not bad. I mean, 33.6% I think is pretty good APY. So no complaints here. Because if you're just going to be holding your coins anyway, and you did sacrifice, getting your hands on a computer and then loading it up with Linux and putting your pulse in there to gain more pulse, I mean, might as well if you're holding anyway. How's it going there, Maddie?
He's trying to use Staker app address, and for some reason it's not working. We're getting like a JSON error in MetaMask.
The internal JSON error. That's a MetaMask error.
Okay.
Somebody, I think it was Bretep posted something the other day in his Twitter about how to fix that. I think there was a link. Yeah, I've seen it. I'd have to look for it on Bretep stuff. But there is a fix for that. That's a MetaMask issue specifically.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll look on his Twitter now while you maybe keep answering questions from the chat.
Oh yeah, let me take a look. Let's see what we got here.
I do have I have a survey going on YouTube, and I'm asking people, which crypto do you like the best? Do you like HEX or PulseX or Pulse? And the survey is heating up. There have been 1,100 people who have answered this survey.
Nice.
HEX, Pulse, or PulseX. HEX has 34% of the votes. PLS has 37% of the votes. It's winning. And PLSX has 29%. Wow.
All right. So somebody in the chat is asking, can mining be done in apartments? Is a desktop or is a laptop more reliable due to power consumption? So yeah, you can totally mine in your apartment. I'm doing it at like a residential location. Basically, if your internet is good enough for like doing high definition YouTube streaming, like without any lag or any buffering, as long as you can watch YouTube in full HD, then your internet is good enough. Then as far as desktop or laptop, as far as which one's more reliable due to power consumption, I mean, I like the little Intel Nook, little mini desktop computers. Those ones only take about 160 watts. So, PulseChain really is one of the like greenest and lowest energy cost blockchains because, you can really run this on a very power efficient computer. You could do it on a laptop. That's actually not, I mean, that's an option. Laptops also have built-in batteries, so if you lose power, it'll stay powered up. So that's kind of interesting. But what I'm doing is I'm using a desktop, and then you get yourself like a little battery backup, they're called APC, and get one of those. Plug your firewall into that. Plug your validator into that, and then you won't lose power in the event of a power outage. You want to keep everything up and running, basically. But yeah, this is designed to be done from home. That's the beauty of this proof of stake is you can pretty much be anywhere and be a validator. So it's really cool. Matt C is asking, do you have a?
I just switched wallets and all I had was PLS, and I sent you 20,000 PLS. Is that okay?
It's okay.
All right.
We'll take it.
Turns out this has been a PLS pizza the whole time.
Yes.
There you go.
BBQ to PLS, like I started with.
Yeah. Sorry, Hexo. All right.
All right.
And then Hex Hound is asking, how much maintenance after it's running? Not much maintenance. Basically, you just leave it running, and well, we're gonna find out. I think every couple months there is a command we can run that will trim the database and will save us a bunch of hard drive space. I haven't tried it yet, but that'll be coming soon, pretty much. And then we can like shrink the database and save space. The validators I'm building have 4 terabyte hard drives in them. So there is enough space. So I don't think we're going to have to do that for many, many months, if not years. But, you know, we'll definitely check it out in the meantime. The one thing you'll have to watch out for more frequently is going to be updates to the official GitLab. So gitlab.com/PulseChain.com. That's the official repository of the validator software and basically everything we need. When we run our scripts and we run the software on our computers, when we set it up, it actually reaches out to GitLab and then it downloads the software that the PulseChain developers made. And that's what we're running on our computers. Oh, good looking pizza there, Maddie.
But was it worth 20,000 Pulse?
Well, time will tell. And if Bitcoin and HEX was any indication, no, that was a bad idea.
All right.
That's an expensive pizza. It's like eating gold right there. Digital gold.
It's really good.
Yeah. That's awesome. Love it.
I got a quick little story over there at the Bitcoin conference that shut down. I was at the Bitcoin conference there just as it was closing down. I had to use the restroom and they have it all closed off and they see me walk up and the security guard says, "We don't hate on HEX." And he lets me through to use the restroom and it's kind of cool.
Respect.
Yes, respect. Yes.
That's awesome. That's cool. I like it.
Yeah, it's good stuff. There's a lot of good people out here. Great community.
That's good. Yeah, everybody's been good to the Hexagon so far? No trouble?
So far,
No.
Good. That's great.
No, there was one Bitcoiner who was mean to me,
Oh, there was. Okay.
which is down from last year. We're 90% down in meanness from the Bitcoiners, but Layla Halpern, yeah, she was mean to me. I was wearing a HEX shirt and I was like, hey, let's get a picture together because I have pictures with almost all the Bitcoin royalty. And this guy jumps out in front of her and he's like, we had an issue inside with somebody taking a picture with her. And I was like, oh no, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Then I was like, if you're still in the Bitcoin royalty next year, we can try again. Burn.
Yeah.
But
And
yeah.
she won't be.
A lot of the Bitcoiners have been super friendly. As I said earlier, everybody
That's
in
good.
crypto banter, everybody who is like in touch with what's going on in crypto, they're excited about HEX this year, and they weren't last year. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. I just on the way over here, walking over here, Hex Monkey and I are walking over here, and we're walking down the street, and this gentleman's walking up to us. He's got these shorts, a cut-off shirt. I honestly thought he was almost just off the streets, and he's Hex. I sacked. You know, we're having this conversation with this guy just right out here on the street. So this is quite the experience. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, the in-person meetups are the absolute best. When you meet other Hexicans and other people who sacrificed for Pulse or PulseX, whatever they're into in the community, like it's so cool. Yeah, there's nothing like hanging out and getting to actually see somebody who's on our team. It's nice.
How's the $20,000 PLS pizza?
It's delicious, but is it worth it?
No, it can't be. It can't be. Like a year from now, that's like a $5,000 pizza.
I would have saved that transaction hash, maybe post it on my wall. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you got a pizza today. You could add a Honda Civic in like a year. I love it. Only in crypto, folks. Can you do stuff like this? Just so extravagant.
David, I also have to mention that I've heard your name brought up multiple times here. Is David here? Is David here? Is David here?
Oh man. Oh, I wish. Definitely next year for sure. If we're doing this again, if you guys are crashing the Bitcoin conference, I'll have to make it out there. Totally.
So the love is out there for you.
I appreciate it. That's awesome. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, we had a lot of fun in Vegas last year. That was a good time too. So yeah, I love going to any meetup where I can. That's for sure.
We got 1,000 people watching. Hit the like and subscribe button if you like the fact that we just had a real world transaction with PulseChain. It's pretty exciting.
Yep. I did one today too, actually.
PulseChain has soared in the real world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I even got paid to do a meeting and help out a validator with Pulse for the first time today. It was my first Pulse transaction. So we're doing real commerce and real business out here, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real money. It's true. You can actually use it.
And it's like super useful to people right now.
Totally. Oh, yeah. Yep. Use it for gas. You can do the LP. You can validate. So much stuff, yeah. And more to come. This is... When Ethereum came out in the beginning, like 6-7 years ago, there was nothing to do. It was like brand new. Already, like 5 days into Pulse, you have more options and more things to do than Ethereum did. So, yeah, it's only going to get better from here. 1% every day.
Or like 20% for the first 20 days, and then 1% a day after that, maybe.
There we go. We'll take that too. Absolutely. I mean, even the bridge happened quicker than I thought. You know, that was fast, in my opinion. And then I forget what the original name of it was, but I guess, you know, this is like an older bridge that other chains have been using for quite some time. And literally we crushed it in like, what, a couple hours of it opening. And it's like basically ground to a halt because too many people were using it because it was so popular. Like... Like no other blockchain had ever stress tested it that much ever before because they didn't have that many users. Like that's so bullish. Like that's so awesome. That's such a great sign of the things to come. Can't even get over the bridge because it's so full.
Yeah, that's so great.
Yeah.
Put your Twitter on there. We're going to tweet about the first Pulse pizza. So yeah, everybody's really pumped. Everybody's here in Miami. Even people who aren't into HEX, they sacrificed for PulseChain. They're really excited about it. We know that there are a lot of people who sacrificed for PulseX and they can't transact right now because they're still waiting to get Pulse in. And so this bridge opening up being an ongoing process, that's pretty exciting to a lot of people. And maybe it's even saving some people from wrecking themselves like I did with buying a pizza.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Well, let's see if B-Red makes out pretty well in the future.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. You could buy a pizza shop with that much. Yeah, guys. So, do you guys have any validator questions or technical questions while you got me?
So somebody asked earlier, like, how much PLS does it take to be a validator? Maybe you could break down like how the cost works.
Yep, totally. So the first thing you need is 32 million Pulse. You got to have that as a minimum. And that lets you do one validator wallet. And then you need a computer and, you know, internet and a place to put the computer. And then you set it all up. And then you go to the website and you pay the 32 million. So that's the minimum. So 32 million Pulse. If you sacked that was $3,200. And then if you buy a $2,000 computer, now your total spend is like $5,200. And that's just to get started. And then if you want, you should get more than 32 million Pulse because you want to get another 32 million and then put that in another validator wallet on the same computer. one computer can hold 1,000 wallets, which is like 3.2 trillion pulse or something crazy like that. So really you only need one computer, and then 32 million, 32 million, 32 million, and just make your wallets. So that's like the kind of the minimum. Checking the chat here to see if there's any other technical ones. Says, do you need a background in software to run a validator? I want to run one, but worried I'm not capable. You don't need a background in software, but you should know how to use a computer. You shouldn't be too afraid. The more you know about computers, the better. It's not that hard to do. If you watch my tutorials, you'll pretty much watch the whole process. If you think you might be okay to do that, great, then you can. If that looks hard to you, and if you think what I'm doing is, tricky or challenging, then I don't recommend it. And what I think is a much better idea is definitely to probably put your pulse in Maddie's app, Time Pays Me, lock it up safely, protect yourself from being hacked, and that's the best thing you could do. And I want to shout you out, Maddie, on that, on Time Pays Me having one of the first, I don't know what you call it. What do you call it? Like hack reverse technology, or do you got some fancy nickname for it?
Yeah, I just call it undoing a hack by having a second seed phrase set up.
All right, cool. We'll have to work on that marketing, but yeah, I like it.
So people can join the fun by going to allmylinks.com/timepaysme. I'm dropping it in the chat here. It's interesting because I haven't really done a good job of explaining Time Pays Me all at once. Like, people who follow every stream that I do know exactly what it is, but I've been holding back all the details really from one place because I don't want a copycat to come along. This game theory is golden. People are gonna, I think, really benefit from this. And it's going to be coming soon. We already did our audit, and now we added a behavioral component. So this is something that, David, you probably haven't heard about yet, is that the dream that I always had for crypto was to be able to pay yourself, not just to change your saving behavior like you do with a time lock, but also to be able to pay yourself for any behavior. And so with Time Pays Me, this last feature that we added in allows you to write 31 characters onto the blockchain to say what your goal is. You time lock a certain amount of any ERC or PRC20 token, including Ethereum or PulseChain. And then it spits you out like maybe a 6-digit password that you can give to somebody in your real life. And they can tell you whether you changed your behavior or not. So maybe, maybe you wanted to do a live stream every week for 3 months, and that was the behavior change you wanted, or taking more steps, going to the gym more often, eating healthier, whatever it is that you want to change. And, so I could lock up $1,000 to quit smoking for 3 months. I could give the password to my partner or my doctor or whatever. And then if I achieve the goal, they give me the password back. That unlocks the funds immediately. If something goes wrong, I don't change my behavior, or the person who's validating my behavior, they run away with the money, or not run away with the money. You can't. If they run away with the password or lose it, then it automatically unlocks after a year. So that's kind of the fail safe in the system. So people, they'll be able to time lock with a hard lock. They'll be able to time lock with a drip, anywhere between 0 and 55 years. But the behavior lock is the last thing that has come along, other than the undoing a hack part. And the way so the behavior lock, that's, what do you think of that?
I think that's really cool. I think that even will work for kids and reinforcing positive behavior and that carrot on a stick for good rewards, delaying gratification. I love it.
Yeah, get your report card if it has all A's.
Exactly.
There you
the
go.
Dishes. Great. Here you go.
Yeah.
Did you do your chores? Wonderful. Here's your pulse. Awesome. And they get paid. They get their wallet. They can look at it and track it. That's a beautiful thing. I love it. I think that's great.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, so I'm estimating 2 to 4 weeks I had previously said definitely less than 2 weeks, and I had meant it, but then got the chance to add that last feature in. And so, yeah, the V1 of Time Pays Me is going to be pretty incredible.
Excellent. I can't wait to see it. That's going to
Yeah.
be fantastic. And I hope there's, you can do like a demo video.
Oh yeah. And I must say, like, even on the testnet, when I undid a hack for the first time, it blew my mind. Like being able to steal back the vault, even
so
if the
cool.
primary seed has been compromised, is pretty incredible. I'm still going to do $10,000 of Pulse. I'm going to read you the seed words, but it'll be protected by a second seed, and I won't read you those words. So there's going to be a real world example of, eating our own dog food, so to speak.
Yeah. Or it's almost like a hackathon or a bug bounty, and you're just going to leave it out there. It's like, all right, guys, whoever can hack this, the Pulse is yours. Good luck getting it. And then after 2 years go by and nobody's ever gotten it, you're like, yeah, they're never going to get it. It's like unhackable. That's cool.
So my plan is actually to like rotate different communities. So I'll take the $10,000 and I'll do like Pulse 1 week or month, and then I'll give the seed words for that, and then rotate into Ethereum for a while and everything. Yeah, so it's gonna be really fun, and I hope to onboard a lot of people in Ethereum. I've already seen some major YouTube channels who don't like Hex. They started following me because they, I assume, care about undoing a hack with Time Pays Me.
I bet there's a lot of people who have been hacked and they've got the battle scars to prove it. So I bet this is going to be a warm welcome to a lot of those folks. Kind of gives them that. I mean, even for me, like this is like cutting edge tech, like blockchain technology, like reversing a hack on a seed words. Like that's unheard of. Like this is brand new. This is amazing.
Yeah, for sure. And shout out to everybody who's been following along, and hopefully we'll have it out soon. Follow me for more details. And okay, so we've got Nikki T. Thank you for being a supporter of the channel. You have a question here, I believe, for David that says, any details on how to transfer the 32 million Pulse to the validator wallet? Is there a wallet on your validator system itself?
Yeah. Yep. So yes, there is a validator wallet on the system itself. Yep. When you go through the process of setting it all up, you actually get 24 seed words from the computer for your validator wallets. And you get to pick how many wallets do you want. The lowest you can do is 1 for just 32 million Pulse, but it goes up to like 1,000 on one computer. So yeah, you generate your keys on the server, you make your wallet on the server, and then it gives you it's called a deposit file. You take that deposit file and you go to launchpad.pulsechain.com and you drop it in there, and then it shows you all your new validator wallets you made, and then you click the deposit button and use MetaMask to pay for them. And I have videos on it. If you check my YouTube, one of my latest videos, I show you almost the entire process.
Awesome. So as we are flying the plane, I am building onto it right now with this live stream. I'm scheduling more people to come on, which it's a huge honor, I think, and it's kind of a miracle to me that this community has so many smart, interesting people in it, so many characters that we can keep a live stream going. I think we can keep it going for 48 hours. And as I said earlier, normally in Hex, you get a 24-hour stream. Hexologist is famous for these, but with PulseChain launching, you get a free copy. So that's why this one's 48. And a shout out to everybody who's willing to come on and stream here. So David, I'm going to defer to you to keep looking at the chat to see what questions people have. And I'm going to keep responding to people who want to come on to speak.
All right, cool. Perfect. Yeah, I see a question here. Can we set up a validator on a virtual private server for uninterrupted power and network? You can. You can do Amazon or pick your favorite cloud hoster, Microsoft Azure. You can use those guys. It's very expensive because you got to buy the solid state hard drive storage. You got to get that fast hard drives. So you're looking at like $350 to $500 a month just to run the virtual computer. So I really don't recommend it. Like, it's very expensive. It's much cheaper and more decentralized to buy your own hardware. If either get it from me at validatorstore.com, or you could buy it yourself from like Best Buy or Amazon. It doesn't matter where you get the computer. It is better to own your own computer, run it on your hardware at your location, because the cloud, a cloud server is just somebody else's computer. It just belongs to Jeff Bezos at Amazon, or it belongs to Bill Gates and Microsoft's data center. We don't want that. You want to have it at your place where you control it. You can reload it. You can physically touch it. Like, nobody could take it from you. So I would highly recommend buying your own equipment for sure. Yeah. And then somebody says, do you still sell the PC with all the settings to be validator? Can you talk a bit more about that, please? Okay. So on validatorstore.com, I sell the hardware kits. So it's the computer. And then at my workshop, I have my workbench. I order everything in the mail and it comes to me. And then I take apart the computer with a screwdriver. And then I put in the RAM chips. There's 2 RAM chips. And then I put in the solid state hard drive. And I install that in there. And then I screw it back together. And then I take I've got a USB stick that I put Linux on. And I test everything. I take it out of the box. I plug it all in. I plug in all the stuff. And I make sure it works. And I try it out. And then if it's good and everything's working, nothing's broken, perfect. Then I sign it and I put a number on it, and then I put it back in the box, and then I ship it to your place, your address, and then you get it and set it up. And so that's the hardware. And then after that, if you want help, you can hire me, and we'll do a Zoom call, and we'll do a screen share, and I'll help you set it up once it's already arrived at your place and you plug everything in. So yeah, so pretty much that's the whole process. It's pretty straightforward. And even if you're not very technical, I can help you do most of the things, as long as you're confident. We'll be okay. Every person I've been with so far has worked out, and 99% of the time we're up and running in less than an hour. So I've had good results so far. Nobody's walked away with like a broken validator or not having it working or lost their pulse. We've had no problems like that whatsoever.
Hey, look who's here. We have 2 more streamers joining us. I'm really excited to add to the stream here. Mike the Investor, welcome.
Maddie, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, and we got Corey Costa here.
I even did my hair for you guys. What's up?
We're so honored.
Hey, David, what's up, man? Corey, how's it going?
What's up, fellas? Good to see you guys too.
So now Mike, he was seen streaming with Richard Hart over the summer. He was part of the Explain in 5 different levels of complexity, and he was, I believe, one of the experts that we asked to come on. Mike and I met last year at the Bitcoin conference, and we've stayed in touch. He has an awesome channel on YouTube himself with lots and lots of subscribers, and so we're pleased to have you with us tonight.
Maddie, thanks, man. You're too kind, man. I always appreciate you. Giving people their flowers when needed. You're always known for that and helping out the community. So glad to be here, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're going to ask you what you think of PulseChain and PulseX and all these things. Super excited for that. Corey Costa, what's going on with you?
What's up, Maddie? What's up, David? What's up, Mike? How you guys doing today? I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone has been great. I know you guys are at the Bitcoin conference right now, and I know you guys are representing HEX well, and it's an honor to be here with you guys. I'm very appreciative of you inviting me. I'm very happy to be here, so thank you.
Yeah, now you've interviewed probably over 100 different crypto channels. You interviewed the founder of Cardano. You've interviewed other big names. And so really pleased to have you with us here as well, Corey Costa.
It's an honor, man. And I'll tell you guys one thing, that I wouldn't have been able to interview the founder of Cardano. I wouldn't have been able to interview BitBoy. I wouldn't have been able to interview Laura Loomer or Roger Stone this Saturday if it wasn't for the HEX community. The HEX community has given me a platform that I'm eternally grateful for, that no other crypto community has and ever will. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Awesome. And now, David, are you going to be able to stick around with us here, or are you cutting off?
I will actually probably get it cut off and take my leave. I have to get back to work, actually.
Yeah.
More validators to build. So I literally have more to prepare tonight to ship tomorrow.
Well, it's been a pleasure and an honor as always. And so make sure everybody follow David Feeder here on Twitter and YouTube. He's a great person to learn from.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a pleasure as always. And you guys know where to find me on Twitter and YouTube at David Feeder. And now validatorstore.com if you need the hardware or you want some help. That's where I'll be.
Awesome.
All right, guys.
All right, see you, David.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Take it easy.
You be well, man.
Yep,
Thanks for all that you do.
You too, Corey. I'll talk to you soon. Bye, guys.
Be well, buddy.
Yep. Bye-bye.
So I don't know if you guys were watching here just a minute ago, but I just spent 20,000 Pulse on buying an $18 pizza.
Yeah.
We're gonna see how that trade works out for me.
Give it 2-3 years, you may end up like Lasco, or his last name was Lasco, I believe.
Laszlo, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully not that bad, but hey, Pulse is already seeming pretty scarce. I'm surprised that the fees are so high in Pulse terms, maybe not in dollar terms yet, but for this next part, I'm probably gonna go away for just a few minutes while I continue to schedule the rest of the first 24 hours of this 48-hour live stream. And Corey and Mike, you both have amazing crypto YouTube channels. Maybe you two can take turns interviewing each other and letting the audience get to know you a little bit.
Sure.
Awesome.
Let's get it going.
I'll be back.
All right.
Okay.
Corey, man, what's up, man?
How you doing, man? It's an honor to meet you. I think it's amazing that you interviewed Richard Hart. I think that's incredible. And I'm curious to ask you, like, what was that like? What was it like to interview the founder of HEX, the founder of PulseChain and PulseX, and I would say directly, not even indirectly, the founder of one of the largest crypto communities in the world?
Right. Great question, Corey. First and foremost, I got to give, thanks to Matt, because Matty made it happen, and so first, I got to give a shout out to Matt for making it happen. And then to answer your question on how it was to just interview him. I mean, it was kind of, to be honest, kind of like, I don't want to ask the same question that everyone else asks, but at the same time, the question I asked him was, hey, when could we potentially expect PulseChain? And of course, I knew we weren't going to get a date or an ETA, but at least we got something from Richard Hart, as in, what are we waiting on? What's the next step? And his answer was, we're waiting for devs. We're waiting for devs. We're waiting for devs. And now here we are 5 days into, the launch. PulseChain is here. And so it was kind of surreal to be like, hey, this is Richard Hart. You know what I mean? And it was more so of me trying to just learn from him, learn from kind of his tempo, his energy, and kind of how he answered the question, because I know his mind is going a bunch of different ways a minute. So just really trying to ask a question that he can give an answer to, where he can't just say, hey, I can't tell you that.
Absolutely. And I know that the last couple of years have been very, very ambiguous, to say the least, surrounding the launch of when this was going to happen. And I know a lot of people became sidetracked, or they became not interested, or they became vindictive. And now we're seeing the fruits of that labor of PulseChain now occurring. There's 105 million 24-hour volume I saw on Dex Screener. It's the fourth largest in trading, or fifth largest of all blockchains in 5 days.
And then didn't it break a record for validators as well? Has over over 10,000 validators or something like that?
Yep. It really goes to show I guess you could say, the importance of community. And without it, I mean, realistically speaking, it doesn't matter what technology you create. If you don't have if you don't have the community to back it, it becomes, it goes into the ether. Realistically, there's nothing without community.
I agree. And if we, just think about all of the tokens or tokens that's really made a mega impact on the crypto space and brought on new users and onboarded people, it's been the crypto projects and communities that's had the strongest community, like Hex, and projects of that nature. So I mean, I completely agree with you. You can have the best utility in the world, but if you don't have that community to push it and get it out there to the world, it kind of goes on deaf ears. Like you said, it kind of goes into that ether.
Absolutely. And I just saw something too, which is incredible, because a lot of people, including myself, were actually very angry about this, because CoinGecko, we all thought was gatekeeping us, because they took us off PulseChain. They took PulseChain off for like the last 6 to 12 hours. And now CoinGecko is showing us PulseChain's price. And that's surprising to me, because CoinGecko is basically a derivative of Binance, and that Binance sees Richard Hart as a rival. So this is very surprising to me.
Yeah. And, I kind of look at it as well, is just when you understand something is for the people, something can't be stopped. It's kind of the old saying, if you can't beat it, join it. And it's kind of like, why quote unquote gatekeep something that's going to be here anyway? So it's kind of like, we might as well go ahead and support it from the beginning while we have the chance.
Exactly. And it really actually, it would create a sense of accolades from one of the largest communities in cryptocurrency, where I believe the top 6 cryptocurrency communities out there, not in any order, are Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, XRP, Cardano, and Hex. Again, not in any order, but it would be pretty logical to garner one of the largest communities into your good graces in a lot of ways, instead of being just another gatekeeping, another gate-kept precedent against this ecosystem that really has changed the landscape of blockchain.
I agree. And for me, I wasn't one of those people that sacrificed, for PulseChain, but very aware of Hex, and kind of like been waiting on the sidelines, listening to some Twitter spaces, listening to some of these type of live streams to just get more knowledge on PulseChain, and also kind of have as everything unfolds, right? Because there's still validators waiting to go online, which as more validators go online, that will help with more transaction speed, and there's more bridges. And so kind of just waiting to see how all of this unfolds has been really interesting for me.
Absolutely. And as someone who covers a lot of different content, like, what has been your reception with the Hex and PulseChain community? Like, how has your interview with Richard Hart been received? How has the Hex and PulseChain community been to you? Surrounding, welcoming, because they welcome people with open arms. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah. And I give it to you from 2 different perspectives, right? Because I think Hex, because the community was so strong, and not is still so strong, it got labeled as kind of having that cult mentality, right? Because it was so strong. And I've always said that I think that's somewhat of a good mentality to have in crypto. Why do I say that? It's because you're going to have your hype phases when everything is positive and the community is clicking on all cylinders. And then you're going to have that phase when things get bumpy, people turn on each other. And that really shows how strong a community is. And when you have kind of that cult-like mentality, it's only Hex and nothing else. We're the best. And so even at the worst period, when it's the hardest to hold an asset, when you have that mentality as in, hey, this is the best thing, it allows you to make it through the hardest parts ever. And this is why I say it's a great mindset in a way to have, but we have to be careful. And I think over time, people understood that, and people have started to come around as bigger people started to talk about Hex, as the longevity of Hex has started to be here longer and longer, and the story have come out. Because remember, a lot of people used to call Hex a scam, right? Which showed a lack of education, or showed of, hey, I'm just going to follow the leader because they said it was a scam, instead of actually understanding what it was. And so when you look at it from that perspective, it kind of really, changes the game. And so for me, I went into HEX believing into HEX. So they welcomed me with open arms, compared to maybe if I went into HEX and I was kind of one of those people that rub feathers the wrong way, maybe I wouldn't have been invited as much, just because of how the community was maybe a year and a half ago. You know what I mean? Compared to now, I feel like HEX is more open arms compared to now than it was maybe a year and a half ago. So I think things have changed a lot as well, because I think just from some of the HEX community leaders, kind of that word has got out where people's like, hey, I don't want to go into HEX because they feel like they're the best, and if I don't like HEX, they're against us. Whereas that was the mindset, but it necessarily wasn't the mindset. You just had a strong belief of a large group of people that believed in a cause, that believed in a goal, and that believed in delaying their gratification, you know what I mean, to get what they wanted in life. And so I looked at that as just, if you want to see parts, yep, Richard Hart did tweet this about maybe 30-40 minutes ago on Dex Screener. So you can see the pairs now, a lot of the pairs now for the PulseChain. But yeah, I thought it was great, man. I thought it was great. They welcomed me with open arms, and I think it kind of helped because my introduction into HEX was through Maddie Allen at the Bitcoin conference. So me and Maddie met at Bitcoin conference, and then from there we just kind of stayed in contact from that point, which was last year's Bitcoin conference.
So see, it's amazing you say that, because the way I was introduced to HEX was very different. I was actually introduced to HEX through a postcard in 2020, 2021. I'm sorry, in September of 2021, and I didn't think anything of it. I actually was like, "What is this?" and I threw it out. And then I went into a transcendental meditation course, and I was sitting in a pizzeria, and one of the people from the course went up to me and said, "What do you do?" And I said, "Well, I'm in cryptocurrency and I dabble around with it while I go to school." And his wife looked at me with the dirtiest of looks, and she's like, "You just got into this 6 months ago. Don't even get this guy started. He doesn't shut up about it." And he's like, "Have you heard of HEX?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I got it, and I got a postcard in the mail, and I didn't think much of it." And 2 weeks later, I found out about PulseChain on Twitter, and I started really dabbling in PulseChain because I was looking for a new layer one. I was looking for a layer one with a community, and I really couldn't find many that had such a strong community. And what happened was, I actually, believe it or not, like, I was a dying channel at the time. I went from 650 subscribers to 540 at the time. And I was initially with another project that I was an ambassador for. And it took me 2 years to get 500 subscribers. And the second I did two PulseChain videos, my subscriber count doubled. So it took 2 years with somebody else. Took 2 more weeks with this community. And I do understand what you're saying. About a year and a half ago, there was a little bit of resistance for new streamers who were streaming about different things, not just HEX and PulseChain. And I got that as well. But mostly the community has been very, very open. And especially now with this, what I'm looking at is this cognitive, I guess you could say, this cognitive transcendence within the HEX community now with PulseChain. And I've noticed, I would say ubiquitously, that people are very much open to new streamers that are not just HEX and PulseChain. Like, for example, the majority of people were open arms for Mason. Mason, I can't pronounce the last name, so I'm just going to say Mason V.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
exactly. Mason, people were open, with me, who's done, I would say, about 80% HEX and PulseChain content over the last year and a half. But I've interviewed many other projects and many other influencers. I've even gone into the political arena. And it's the platform that this community gives to streamers and people who they give you a voice because they trust you. And I feel, and I understand sometimes the community's anger when a streamer takes that for granted and then forgets all about this, because we, as streamers, we don't want to forget our base ever, our community, because if we do, we alienate our audience. And that's why like this community has given me personally saved my channel. This camera, this microphone, this backdrop, the logos I have, the new computer, all from the HEX and PulseChain community, all as gifts. And, you know, and so much more. There have been people who have helped me, and I really can't, my gratitude for them is kind of, I kind of don't have words for it. And I guess the only way that I could repay them is by making consistent content for as long as I can, where it doesn't get drawn out and annoying. Like I just made my first viral video. And I know it's not viral to many, but I made my first video, a viral video a couple days ago about how to connect your PulseChain to MetaMask. And it got 17,000 views. And I'm like, well,
congrats, man.
Thank you. I've never gotten that before. So, you know, this community is great.
Absolutely. I would agree. One of the strongest in DeFi, in my opinion.
Yep, absolutely. And I really wonder, like, sometimes I think to myself, like, how did this community, because I wasn't here from the beginning, how did this community get so strong? And I never had an answer for that. And I still don't to this day. I just feel like I came in a year and a half late, and I never asked that myself. I never got that answer.
Yeah. And, you know, I think depending on who you ask, I think you'll get a bunch of different answers, right? That all maybe points to the same direction, right? Trust, longevity, seeing what it's done over the years, seeing how many lives that has changed. You know what I mean? And then when you think about something like this, and maybe a lot of people don't see it this way, but when you see something that's changed so many lives and is still here, people are going to want to get a piece of that, right? And so when a lot of people, like when you talk about the influencer world, a lot of people will call PulseChain and PulseX HEX 2.0. Why do they say that? It's because they say that because they believe you can get the similar amount of gains that you got what HEX did because of what it's going to do, because it's its own blockchain. And a lot of blockchains that come out do a lot of gains. And when you look at the track record of Richard Hart and HEX and the technology, a lot of people believe that because of what he's already done in the past. And so when people have that ability to have that chance to taste that type of wealth again, and the word gets out this time, you know, it's like, hey, I want to get a piece of that, right? It's kind of like if you think about when people look for the next 100x altcoin or the next 1000x meme coin, because they've seen it happen so many times, Doge, Sheep, Pepe, because they've seen it happen so many times, people want a piece of that. And so it's the same thing that's happening with PulseChain, I believe, and PulseX, because they've seen what happened with HEX, right? And HEX actually made some of the quickest millionaires and some of the most expensive millionaires, if I'm correct, in the crypto space.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it was Johnny Chaos that said there were only 5 coins that did a 10,000x. Ethereum, Bitcoin, Sheep, HEX, and there's one more that I'm forgetting. And I didn't taste that, but however, I didn't taste that those gains yet. However, I was able to accumulate HEX over the last year and a half, when it was 3 cents to 2.5 cents, 5 cents, 4 cents, and you know that there is something to be said about a community that's able to withstand a 95% drop from an all-time high and still be here. Like between Hexologist stream that's going on right now and this stream, there's like 2,000 people watching it. I don't even know how many other channels are live right now. Like, I don't even know how many other Twitter spaces are live right now that's HEX and PulseChain related. Like, you can't, I'm just saying rhetorically, you can't deny the fact, and these influencers that gatekeep HEX, you can't deny the notion of how large this community is. Like, I see people gatekeeping this still, but you can only gatekeep a community. You can only gatekeep an army for so long. So,
and the thing about it is, everyone knows about HEX, whether you hold it or whether you don't hold it. Everyone knows about HEX. And I want to read a comment in the on the live stream here, Nick Green, Hex Machine, and I agree with this. I can't highlight it, of course, because I'm not the host, but he says, Richard Hart is the main reason the community is so strong. He understood what the fundamentals of crypto should be, built the code and community around that, and is killing it. And I agree, Richard Hart as well. You got people who love him, and you have people who kind of dislike him, and you have people who are kind of in the middle but watch him because he's entertaining, right?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Some of the cringe he does, and he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to market. He knows how to capture the attention. Very intelligent man. And so just seeing what he does, people like to think about it. The world loves any type of entertainment, any type of potential drama. That's what the world feeds on, you know. So
well said.
You know, he knows how to exploit that to the better good, so to speak.
No, that's very well said, because I'll be honest with you, like I wasn't a big fan of the outrage marketing over the last year. Like when I went back and watched his old videos and read a little bit of Sci-Vive, I was like, this is someone who I really, really, really wish was. I wish this personality was still here, but I understand why the outrage marketing had to happen, because outrage marketing, whether you like it or not, like even like for me, it gets attention because people are looking at it. So, like for example, people are looking at it. You talk about virality. I went to my pulmonologist today, and this guy's in his excuse me, as you can see, I'm coughing from my pulmonology. Late 50s, early 60s. Started talking about cryptocurrency because he asked me what I do for a living. So I'm going for a sleep test because I'm so sleep deprived. And he's like, what do you do for a living? And I'm like, well, I'm in, you can call it cryptocurrency marketing. He's like, oh, nice. I Coinbase, NVIDIA are talking about like not graphics cards, like crypto mining hardware. And he's like, yeah, I've been hearing about this new blockchain called PulseChain. I'm like, check out my channel.
Yeah.
I was like, that's basically all that I cover. I'm like, the fact that a 55 to 60-year-old man is aware of PulseChain and by proxy, more than likely aware of HEX. And this is the other thing people don't understand, is that because the fact that PulseChain is made by Richard Hart, that HEX by proxy also gets attention, because HEX is basically the harbinger of this, the inception piece of this community. So there's that too. So, I think it's incredible to see. And I ponder, like when I went to PulseCon, I've never been treated with such dignity in my life, even from my own family. So, it was definitely I've never experienced like something like it before. It was very touching. It's the first time I ever traveled because I don't like traveling.
Oh man, really?
I'm not a fan. The first time I ever went on a plane was in September, because there was this like giveaway, who wants to come to PulseCon, and like, am I gonna really say no to this? And I went with my father and his girlfriend, and we went to Las Vegas, and it was a great time. It was hot as hell, but it was a great time. So
that's what's up.
Yeah,
that's what's up, man. So do you just not like traveling by plane, or just like in general?
No, I'm not. I'm just not really a traveler. Like I mean, I've been to different places. Like I've been to Vegas. I've been to Pennsylvania. I've been to Virginia. I've been to Vermont. I've been to upstate New York. I've been to Connecticut. I'm from New York. Been to Connecticut. I've been to Massachusetts. Like I have traveled, but not anywhere like it's just I don't know. I'm not a homebody, but I'm not a travel body. I mean, I'll probably travel one. I don't know. I'm a weirdo like that. Let's just put it that way.
All right, man. Nothing weird about it, man. You like what you like, man.
Yeah.
So my question for you, Corey, since you've been in, HEX and been in PulseChain for quite some time, what's kind of quote unquote your, I guess, outlook or strategy for the next month or two with PulseChain, as everything kind of unfolds, as the farms open up, as everything starts to become a little bit more I guess, moving like a well-oiled machine, right? As more validators are out there and everything like that. What's kind of your thought process behind everything?
It's a great analogy that you made with the oil machine. The funny part is that I think the answer that I'm going to give you is probably not satisfactory. It's probably going to be to do nothing. And the reason why is because I sacrificed for PulseX. I didn't. This is a sad story, but I'll explain it. I quasi-sacrificed for PulseChain. And unfortunately, the gentleman who I did the OTC deal with, he took his own life. God rest his soul.
Wow.
But his best friend messaged me, and we were back and forth for a while, and he gave me the PulseChain that I was owed, plus some. The honor in this community. And then there was another person in this community that knew about this, and I explained to him that I was involved with his best friend with the PulseChain, and he's like, it doesn't matter. He's like, let's do this deal anyway. I want you to have more PulseChain. Then I got a message from another close friend in PulseChain. He's like, I want to send you some PulseChain. And I'm like, kind of lost for words the generosity of this community. It's second to none. And I guess my strategy is basically to probably just sit back. I when I invest in a lot of the layer one coins that I have, I really don't actually get involved in the nitty gritty of the DeFi thereof. So probably I'm going to watch the farms. I'm going to watch the LPs. I'm going to see how that goes. And I'm going to, maybe make a strategy. I'll probably stay. A lot of the HEX community doesn't like this, but I've been very adamant about saying that I'm very I don't stake my HEX, but I am very much considering staking my PHEX and giving that a try. I've had very bad experiences with staking things in the past, so I think my strategy is probably going to be staking PHEX. I find that to be very interesting, and at least then I still have my other copied HEX liquid, and then I have PHEX. So I'm very curious to see that as well. So, that's my strategy right now. Other than that, I'm just going to sit back, enjoy the ride, make content, and try to spread the word. That's really, I know my answer sucked, but that's probably my plan.
It's a good answer, man. It's a good answer. I'm just curious, for people that's like super embedded into the community like yourself, like Maddie, because I want to ask Maddie as well. I got to hear a little bit, but I'm also curious to kind of hear what's his strategy with everything as everything starts to kind of just unfold. And there he is, the legend himself. So Maddie, if you heard the question.
What's up?
Sorry, can you say the question one more time?
So what's as everything starts to unfold, more validators are online, more transactions are starting to process, the farms open up, and all of that, everything's just is running on the blockchain, and PulseX is running as well. What's kind of like your outlook and your thought process in the next month or two as everything starts to really unfold?
I'm gonna keep doing a whole lot of nothing.
Okay.
And
that was my answer. That was my answer.
I'm going to keep streaming every week. This is my 128th week or 29th week of streaming every Tuesday and Thursday. I'm going to keep telling people to get their hardware wallets.
Yes.
Get a Trezor. There's a link in the description below. And then really just the best way is to find a way to participate in the community without necessarily having to be clicking buttons in DeFi all day, every day. And so for me, I like onboarding. I like pursuing my own health. So, whether I'm rebuilding a broken clavicle or I'm just exercising and eating right and stuff, those are all things that take time and care. And so I encourage people in DeFi, in crypto, to use self-care, esteem yourself, treat yourself well. And, doing all these things, they can make you more whole as a person, and having hard money to go along with that, with a good life, to not be robbed by inflation. And if there's inflation, like in HEX, it's paid to the people who are time locked. So that's pretty cool too.
And the beauty about HEX, and I know a lot of, and the beauty about HEX is that, sorry, my camera was messed up for a second. The beauty about HEX, and a lot of people that I've seen outside the HEX community whine about the inflation rate. But if you actually look at the inflation rate in comparison to like traditional economics, it's actually a very healthy inflation rate. 3.69% is not a bad inflation rate. It is not. It is not runaway inflation. The standard economists would say that in a fiat currency, the standard, excuse me, the most healthy type of inflation is anywhere between 2 and 4%. So we're in that bracket. So when people say like the inflation dilutes the value of HEX, well, it's not like we're Argentina or Turkey or Venezuela where our currency HEX is inflating at 90% a year. It's a very, when I see that with other influencers, I say it's such a false equivalency because you can't compare that type of runaway inflation to 3%. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like it's like the inflation argument in crypto. You know, there's lots more cryptos being made, so that's inflation. You know, if everybody just stuck with Bitcoin all along, then there wouldn't be as much inflation because Bitcoin is disinflationary, at least compared to the dollar, which is like, you know, it's just keeps the purchasing power keeps going down year after year for 100 years. So, I mean, yeah, I think like, you know, HEX has a bright future, but Corey, I'm sorry to hear that you've had bad experiences with staking.
Yeah.
Because, you know, my experience with staking has blown my mind. There's no way that I would be a crypto millionaire without time locking, because I would have sold it $100,000. I would have sold everything if I wasn't time locked. So that's one of the reasons why I'm making Time Pays Me, which is it's going to be a way for you to time lock your PulseChain and your PulseX tokens and anything else that you think is going to be valuable. And then it's kind of like dollar cost averaging out of something because it drips it back to you over time.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it's something to really look forward to, because even if you were buying Bitcoin at 6 cents, a lot of those people ended up like Greg Schoen, who's the most memed Bitcoiner ever. Like he sold his 6 cent Bitcoin at 30 cents. So he turned $100 into $500. And if he had time locked 10% of that, he'd be a millionaire still. Right now, he's still working his day job, the guy who bought Bitcoin at 6 cents, because he sold it too early. So, you know, it depends what you're going for in crypto. Like if you're looking to get you know, if you get out of bed in the morning for less than a 2x, you know, like you might be more into legacy finance than we are. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, it comes down to, you know, pick something that makes sense to you, that has a good community, that has good tokenomics and good game theory. Pick something, you know, that, you know, pick something that you'd be willing to hold and to tell other people about. And, you know, if we can get more people adopting a monetary system that is more transparent and more programmed than the government versions that we have, then hey, that's a win for humanity, I think, at the end of the day. I think also, while we're on the topic of macro, I just have to say, you know, if crypto people, if we set a good example by when we become millionaires, we're still productive people, we're still making content, like the three of us are content creators. So if we keep doing productive things in the economy, then the amount of good, you know, the goods and services can still be there for everybody, right? Like if everybody who worked in a factory quit their job from crypto, that would be a bad world, because, you know, we wouldn't have any stuff to buy with our crypto. And so, you know, being able to all help each other, help ourselves to like stay productive, I think it's also on my mind.
That's very well said. I had this really great conversation with Hot Bro. It was actually my first viral video that was retweeted by Richard Hart. This was back in 2021. And she talked about, and he basically highlighted it to a T, that money magnifies pre-existing personalities. This whole discussion that money can buy happiness, short term, it can bring comfort, it can bring a sense of stability. But realistically speaking, if you already have a personality type that's prone to depression, that's prone to anxiety, prone to nihilism, monetary gain is not going to change that. And that's why I really resonate with what you said about, staying active, being off the computer sometimes. So I agree with you 100%. And it's funny you say that, because I was talking to Mike that I am very much highly considering, once everything is, calmed down a little bit, I am highly considering staking my PHEX, because I'll have half liquid on Ethereum, and I'll have PX. I'll be golden. So, I'm highly considering that. But the reason why I had a bad experience with staking was that I unfortunately couldn't sell a coin that went up to $3, and then when I unstaked, it ended up being $1.80, unfortunately.
Well, I want to ask Mike too, like what his experience has been, because he has a lot more breadth than I do in the crypto space. And I want to hear from you, Mike. Are there a lot of coins that you've come across that like wouldn't have been worth time locking? They're not still up from when most people bought them. Are there things that you see as valuable or that you would keep in mind when you're deciding whether you would want to time lock a crypto or not? Because I agree it can be risky.
Yes, it could definitely be risky, but when I think about cryptos that can be time locked, I typically look at more of the OG cryptos, if you will, ones that have the proven track record, like your BNBs, like, your Ethereums or something of that nature. So if I'm going to time lock something, it will have to be something that I really had that trust in. So it wouldn't just be like a new coin that came up because of we're in some type of a hype phase, right? I wouldn't time lock that for 5 years, 10 years, or you know what I mean? I think there's a different place for different strategies. And I think when you're looking at a complete long-term perspective, as in delaying your gratification, you really want to have something that you believe is going to be here for the long term and really has an actual use case as well. And that's where the actual utility comes in, because a community can take a crypto project extremely far. But if you want to like make it over that hump, you have to have like that utility, that foundation, that's something that separates us, right? Because if you think about it, crypto was here to free the people. It was here to give us back the power from the corporate corrupt fiat system. You know what I'm saying? And so when you look at what HEX has done, being that certified deposit for people, and then now you have PulseChain, and now you add that DeFi mechanism to where people can now farm and get into the pools and earn yield in real time and don't actually have to wait for the time lock on top of having the time lock, it really changes the game. So to answer your question, kind of long-winded, Matt, is do I see coins that I would time lock? Yes. However, I would be very cautious on what I would do it with. It would just be kind of more of the OG chips that I believe is going to be here. You know what I mean? For a long period of time.
Well, one of the things that I predict, or that I could see if people start time locking any ERC or PRC20 token with Time Pays Me, is that the communities might stick around longer with the same thing, because they've paid their future self in this token. They've locked themselves into a certain community. I know for myself, I've been so impressed with the rate of participation in HEX. I think that time locking has been not only a key for the price to go up, because the coins are more scarce in the here and now. Every day that somebody time locks, there are less coins available to sell. And it also, because price appreciates, that attracts more people to the community. And then time locking, again, it causes people to stick around, and it causes price to go up in some cases. Now, time locking is not exactly going to predict the price, but the more demand that there is for something, and the less supply that there is, that's typically the equation. Supply and demand is what gives you a price that can go up.
Yeah. And to piggyback off of what you said, Maddie, like when you talk about the time lock, and I think also it would depend on like, what's the cost? Like, is the yield worth delaying the gratification a certain amount of years, right? And I think that would be a very important kind of like component to kind of like look at when you kind of look at what asset to time lock.
Well, like take for example, the first Ethereum that I ever bought was $12, but I didn't know any better, so I only bought one. And then I came back a few years later, well, 2-3 years later, and I was wanting to get into Hex. So I was like, all right, I need to buy some Ethereum. And I was buying Ethereum there at $80, and it had fallen down from $1,000 before that. So it had gone from $12 when I bought it up to $1,000. Well, it actually went to $1,400, didn't it? In the 2017.
Yes,
and
sir.
then and then it fell down in 2019. It fell down all the way to $80. Bought some there, and then it went all the way up to 4,500 in 2021. Right? What do you think it's going to do next time? So I would have sold, like I'm surprised I haven't sold that. It's a lucky thing that I forgot about it and I've since like recovered it. But, but the point of the story is you don't really know what these things can do. And for me, it's like if I had one Ethereum and I came back 15 years later and it was, it went from $12 to $100,000. There's no way I'd be able to hold my Ethereum to $1 million, in 30 years because I would have always sold for $100,000. And so I think that's, it's not the most common experience that people have is that they get this tremendous upside. But if you look at what cryptos have done, why did people buy it for 100 and sell it for 500? And then that became worth, 5 million. It's because you have to save yourself from yourself in some situations. So
I agree with that.
We need better words for that. I don't know.
Imprudence leads to a lack of financial upward mobility.
Oh yeah.
If that helps, the teacher part of me came out.
Oh man. Well, I'm gonna need a lot of help from fellow YouTubers, to get the word out about Time Pays Me once it gets going.
You let me know.
There's some pretty big channels that I think are interested in talking about it for the reversing a hack side of the product. But basically, all it is, it's a second seed phrase, and it's a smart contract you hold that allows you, if you're swapping NFTs, you're not going to get rinsed with a wrong click, because basically there's a vault and you put your coins in there, and then to withdraw it takes 7 days. And if somebody tries to do something, if a hacker tries to do something on the blockchain, you're going to know about it because it's going to be public. You can get that notification, and then you have 7 days to claim ownership of the vault with your second seed phrase that wasn't hacked. So cold storage for the win.
That seems more more secure than what we have on the market right now. So I really much look forward to that, and I really, really, really am excited for a product like that, because people get hacked all the time and they don't have a way to at least try their best to get their value before the hacker. They don't get notified.
People usually don't get hacked in crypto. It's like about 1% or less. But the fact is, there's hundreds of millions of more people that would come into crypto if it was 0%, right?
Exactly.
Or if it was 0.01%. That's 100 times better than 1%, right? And so if crypto can be better than fiat by a lot, that's when you get mass adoption. That's when you get the conversion of people beyond just the enthusiasts and technical gurus such as ourselves.
Yes, very well said.
Crypto is still pretty difficult to navigate. But
yeah.
I know both of you do a super good job of teaching new onboards, and there have been several family members that I've shared Mike's videos with, and they always like say how straightforward and sensible and well he's doing explaining things. So shout out to both of you.
Thanks,
Thank
Matt.
you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, man.
You know, and Corey, he as I said before, he has interviewed the Cardano founder, who's probably one of the smartest people in the crypto space. So yeah, you're both crushing it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And that's my main goal, is to bring it all back to this community. It's the least I could do. So, you know, if I can by proxy interview big names, and then they find out in the live chat, like, what's HEX? What's HEX? What's HEX? Like, and I can do that by being someone who is open to other communities and be that type of bridge builder. That's what I'm going to do. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So question for you, Maddie. Question. So say you have someone who understands the basics, how to maneuver through the DeFi world, but they're now curious on, okay, should I get into HEX? Should I buy PLS? Should I buy PLSX? Right.
Yeah.
What would you say? And of course, this is not financial advice, but for someone that understands the world of crypto and they're wanting to get into the whole ecosystem, what would you tell them?
I would say, start off a little bit at a time, dollar cost average. I would say I bought some wrapped Pulse on this stream. I bought it on the Ethereum network. And so there's like a token, there's an address you can add. I guess I haven't said this in a while. It's been a couple of hours, but basically you can add the right contract address, and that allows you to buy wrapped Pulse, and then you can bridge it over on the Pulse network. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a hodl situation if you do it this way, because you're not going to have enough Pulse until the faucets and the bridges really open up. You're not going to have enough Pulse to unwrap your wrapped Pulse once you take it over the bridge. But this is something that can be solved further on. I mean, you want to be day 5 of PulseChain? Well, it's not going to be so easy. Right. When Bitcoin was in its early days, when Bitcoin was a penny, you had to send a money order to Japan, to a place called Magic the Gathering Online Exchange, or Mt. Gox. You had to send, you have to send like a physical payment to Japan to get Bitcoin, right? On that, I mean, that wasn't day 5 of Bitcoin. You couldn't even get it unless you ran a Bitcoin miner or something. But yeah, so look, it's not perfect yet, people. We're still in the early days. You can go, I'm going to drop the contract link that I believe to be the right one for wrapped Pulse. You can do your own research there. But if you wanted to buy it with Ethereum, basically you would set up your Coinbase account. You'd put some money into Ethereum. You would set up your MetaMask wallet. You would be ordering your hardware wallet while you're doing that. I highly recommend that. Link in the description below. You'd be writing down your 12 seed phrase words from MetaMask and never sharing that with anybody. You'd be sending the Ethereum from the Coinbase to your MetaMask wallet public address. And then you'd be going to uniswap.exchange in your MetaMask browser. So in the MetaMask, metamask.io, or on the App Store by Dan Finley. Basically, you would take that app, you would go to the browser there, you would type in uniswap.exchange. You would choose Ethereum is what you're swapping from. After you connect your wallet, you're going to connect your wallet to that site, and then you're going to paste in this contract address, and that would be wrapped Pulse that you'd be buying with your Ethereum. So, welcome to the party if you're going to do that tonight.
So, question on the bridge page. I know it gives you an option for 4 different wallets you can use. Is MetaMask going to be added? Because I didn't see it earlier today on the bridge site. It had Coinbase Wallet, Wallet Connect.
MetaMask should be on there on the bridge page. I've sent something to the bridge using MetaMask.
Okay.
I just I play around with MetaMask on my phone with like $100 at a time. I would say using a wallet with a hardware key, using a hardware wallet, that's where I gravitate towards, because that's a lot harder. Well, that's a lot harder to hack. Basically, you have to trick the person into giving up their 24 words if you want to hack a hardware wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Look who it is, Brisology. Welcome.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
man?
I'm doing fantastic, man. This is PulseChain is launched. You know, we got the bridge going. Everything to me feels really good. And you know, I don't know why, but today I woke up on the right side of the bed.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel even better today than I did yesterday. So
All right.
I heard someone earlier, I think it was David Feeder. He said every day we're making PulseChain about 1% better, and in like 100 days it's going to be 100% better. Well, I feel like I'm like a 1% better than I was yesterday.
Now we're cooking with
Maybe more than 1%.
Well, I'm loving the energy, Brisology, because you're definitely going to be one of the co-hosts that I've got here to help run the stream while I get some sleep and rest over these 48 hours. So yeah, Brisology is here at the top of the hour. He's a little bit early, and we're going to keep Corey and Mike on until the end of the hour here. And really appreciate you guys being here. Brisology, can you make sure that you have like studio permissions and everything like that? Are you able to add and remove yourself and that sort of thing?
Yeah, I believe I do. I see him.
Let's go ahead and give that a try.
Who should I add or remove?
Yourself.
Oh my.
Look at that.
All right.
Magic. All right, cool.
There we go.
And all right. Okay. Is there a way I can shift the talking heads around?
Yeah, you click and drag. Is it working?
Which part do I click on? Just
the video. Like,
oh, okay. Up.
Click on my panel.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. The actual video. All right. Perfect. I think I got it.
Oh, hey, and I have not been using this yet, but there's under the brand tab on the right, you can drop down to HEX Conference. And then like, if I was going to say, with us now, we have Mike, the investor, and Corey Costa. Welcome.
There's so many scams. I have to change my username to don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere. Richard Hart, bracket, don't ever send me money. Imposters everywhere.
All right.
I like it.
Yeah. And look who we have joining us now is none other than Randy Hilarski.
What the hell?
And Randy.
What's up, guys? I just got in the state. I was like, oh, I got 4 minutes. No, I don't have 4 minutes.
Randy, I feel you. I got home. My dog was crying. I got home from the gym. My dog was crying. Didn't even shower. I used like a bunch of water and sweat in my head on stage. So,
guys, I'm so glad to be here. Congratulations. We finally did it. It's here. It's awesome. It's a new dawn for all of us in crypto.
We made it.
Yeah. We're changing the game here.
We did it.
Oh, God.
Well, if you guys don't know, well, I'm sure many of you do, but Randy Hilarski, he's one of my favorite crypto streamers. He's been in crypto a long time and has a ton of experience. He has been streaming more than he used to stream, I would say, in the past 6 months or so, maybe a year. Randy's been streaming regularly on different days of the week, and he's got a great following. The people who follow Randy Hilarski are themselves super cool people. So
yeah, I appeal to the gray hairs, the over 40 crowd. Yeah,
that's a good thing. They're the one with the money.
that is a good point. That it is funny. I've been getting calls nonstop. I got 2 today. People like desperate for help. They're like, "Oh, Randy, could you help me?" I'm like, "Man, just join my Patreon." We have our meetings almost every day. We're going over PulseChain stuff every day, just going live on Zoom and having 30, 40 people in there just asking questions. And we all, figuring it out together, and doing things as a team has been so special. And I've really enjoyed it. It's made it really pleasurable. Unlike, when HEX launched, I bought and I just sat on it and watched it go down, and I just kind of gave up on it. And then all of a sudden, it was worth something, right? So with this one, I have people to talk to and help out and things like that. So, and the community's been fabulous for the HEX community. I mean, we have really bootstrapped this PulseChain launch. The HEX community has, and just providing a wonderful foundation for the growth of PulseChain, whether it be in liquidity or look how many of us have been giving away PulseChain to help people that didn't have it. I've given away about 2.5 million Pulse. It's been crazy the amount of time. My finger needs ice, man, from all the transactions. Shit. So it's been great. I appreciate it. Richard, he's built an amazing thing. Him and his team. And I think the other teams are coming along too. Fiat already launched. Fiat was the first one out the gate, and congratulations to the Fiat team. That was good to see. So thank you guys. What's up, Ben?
Ben?
Oh yeah. What's up, Ben Dubard? Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Maddie. Good to see you, Corey. Mike the Investor. Nice to meet you. Brisology.
Likewise.
Hello there, friend. And Randy Holarski. Good to see you, man.
What's up, brother?
So Ben definitely got on my radar when he was one of the first people to make a video about Time Pays Me, which back then was called Smart Vault Me. And I've found him to be a great educator when it comes to HEX and PulseChain and PulseX. I believe he even teams up with Randy Hilarski from time to time, or like all the time.
All the time now.
So that's really cool. And
thanks, Maddie. That means a lot.
As we welcome you two on this hour, I definitely want to throw it back to Corey Costa and Mike and have them let people know their final thoughts and where to find you.
Mike, would you like to go first?
Sure. Well, first and foremost, man, thanks for having me, Maddie. It's been a pleasure as always. Looking forward to learning a lot more from you guys. Very knowledgeable on HEX, PulseChain, and PulseX, but like I said, I wasn't one of those people who sacrificed, but now just kind of waiting, looking at everything unfold as validators come online, as the farms open up, and kind of seeing where I can stick my hand. So looking forward to getting more involved, and thanks again for having me on. Just like the name, you can find me on YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram. So
awesome. Yeah, everybody go subscribe to Mike.
Yes.
So
as a community, let's build our followers.
So as Mike said, first and foremost, I want to say thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me to previous conferences. It's an honor to speak with you guys. I'm going to keep doing what I do for the HEX and PulseChain community by building bridges. You can find me on Twitter at Corey Costa 123, COREY COSTA 123. I know, very original. And YouTube, you can find me Corey Costa's Crypto Coins. I've made a very well received video by a lot of people who need help with getting acquainted with how to add PulseChain to MetaMask. And I have all the contracts that you need in the description of the video as well. So if you want to subscribe to my channel on YouTube, again, Corey Costa's Crypto Coins. And thanks for everyone watching, and thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right.
That's a HEX flex. Making money, yeah, we growing by the excess. Yeah, HEX, all we know about is excess. Turn a fiat on ramp to an express.
I'm just like reusing those from the HEX conference. It's like close enough, right?
Why not? It's good.
It's so good that it can be used again and again and again. Sorry, I'm just going making sure I'm liking the video and stuff.
Right on.
This background is not financial advice, just for the record.
I love that background. So you have green candles that are crashing through a roof and breaking the roof off of a house.
That's right.
Bursting up. The roof cannot hold.
That was one of my favorite images of the last bull run. Look, guys, I got one of my other newer ones. I love this shirt.
Nice.
Let's
I
do
got
it,
the
guys.
hat.
Nice.
You got the hat. There, you got the hat version.
So,
Just from
gentlemen,
TSB TV. They have
gentlemen,
the
it's been about
merch.
a week since PulseChain launched. Randy, can I get your initial impressions of a week long launch with PulseChain so far?
Sure. Personal, little sleep. I've been waking up in the middle of the night multiple times, not even looking at the stuff, but I've been restless. I'm sure many of you guys have been too. For me, it's meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, call after call after call. And it has been the most fun, thrilling thing that I have done in years. And I just love our community. I don't even care that the prices haven't gone up and to the right. Like you can tell my voice, guys, I'm shot. My voice is gone. But we're not going up and to the right yet. And that's okay. We have a steady drip coming out of the bridge. And what's great about that, I'm going to tell you what I think is really good about that, is instead of all the money coming out at one time and pumping the PulseChain 10x or 12x and people taking their profits and running, now they have to stick around. They have to get used to using PulseX. They have to get used to using the ecosystem, and then they're going to get addicted, and they're going to stick around instead of taking their profits and running. And I think that's a great benefit of having this drip coming out of the bridge. I know some people that when they thought that there was going to get a 10x, they're just, okay, I'm just going to take out my 50% and leave. They don't have to now. Now they have to sit and fight and scrap just like all of us, and play games or just sit and wait. Time is amazing too. So you don't have to be in there doing what I'm doing with the ratio trades or degenning into some of these stupid coins that are on there. But it's been an amazing launch. People can complain, but I think it's been amazing. Ben,
I totally agree.
It's been pretty awesome. I think if I woke up and it had all been a dream, I would believe it. I'm still like wrapping my head around all of this. It's just so amazing, and that it's finally here. And yeah, it's been great. I think the first 2 nights of the bridge, I was up. I just didn't sleep much. It's like every time I want to go to sleep, I see someone is running a Twitter space or someone streaming, and I'm like, ooh, and I hop in, and then I end up staying for the whole thing. So yeah, it's been really fun. Last night I got really good sleep, and I've had a lot of people reach out to me as well for help, like setting up their hardware wallets. Thankfully, a lot of people are taking that serious lately, getting their sacrifice sent to a brand new hardware wallet, hopefully a Trezor. I think Trezor's better. You can add a passphrase, which is like a 25th word to your seed phrase, which is really cool. Just extra layer of security. So yeah, it's been really busy. Lots of people, I don't know, in the DMs. I think everyone's follower count has been growing like crazy. I was listening to this NFT Twitter space, and it was called PulseChain Rugged. And the guy running it, I think, Maddie, you were in there too. I think I saw you in the audience listening. The guy running it didn't really know what PulseChain or Hex was. He was just like, oh, I see this thing launched. I'm going to try and bait people with this funny title. And Gold Key and Funding Jim were in there educating people. And this guy, his NFT buddies would come up on stage, and some of them had 6-figure followings, tens of thousands of followers. And he's like, guys, did you know there's this community called Hexicans, and there's tens of thousands of them online, and they all love this guy named Richard Hart, and they're talking about PulseChain. There's this new chain that's going to have NFTs on it. Isn't that crazy? And these are the guys who are like, oh, what? No, that's crazy, man.
It's a good
fascinating to
impression.
see how like all these people are like starting to pay attention now. It was really fun, entertaining too. But yeah, good.
I'm much hanging out. I much prefer hanging out with the over 40 crowd. It's more just, can we just stake and can we earn money while we sleep? Yes, I like it. It's so much easier.
Yeah,
That's funny.
It does feel like a lot of time has passed. Like it feels like a lot of time has passed, and it's only been I think 3 days.
Six days.
And I keep thinking, like, imagine on Monday, like imagine 6 months from now, imagine 6 weeks from now, imagine 6 days from now. Like so much is going to change. It's just like so exciting. So it's a great time to be alive and to also have all you awesome people in the community. So it's really cool. But that's my rant. Sorry.
Nice. No, please. Hey, just think about this. Hex has been around for 3.5 years now. It feels like it just came out not that long ago.
Yeah.
Well, in crypto, it feels like it came out like 12, 15 years ago, in crypto time. But yeah, it just came out like 3.5 years ago. That's a nice little like gap, of time that's expanded. And yet at the same time, it's like very, very quick. So I agree. PulseChain, next thing you know, it's going to be a month old, and then 6 months old, and then 2 years, and we're going to be like, what the heck? Where did the time go?
You're going to have your 80x, then you're going to have your 200x over time too.
Right. And then you're going to have them in multiple copies, one on the Ethereum chain, one on the Pulse chain. And then have you guys had one of the things I'm kind of dealing with is like I got like multiple wallets. You know what? I forgot. I'm sorry, Maddie. What is your initial thoughts on the first week of the Pulse chain launch?
Surreal, confusing, hard for onboards to understand that like it's out, but there's not a price.
Right.
And, I've really appreciated following everybody in the community. I listen to a lot of people on 2X, and I'm always learning. I'm always learning something new every single day about crypto. And that's exciting to me. For other people, it's best for them to set it and forget it. And there are a lot of onboards that I have who are not in crypto on day to day, but they sure would like to know how Pulse is doing, whether it has a price, et cetera, et cetera. And, it's kind of confusing to be like, well, but I think everybody got it once I was like, yeah, Hex didn't really have a price for a TShare until day 3. I just say that just because RH was like, check back every week to see if it launched yet. So I was like, all right, checked back half a week later, and like there it was. And so PulseChain, like it's way different, and it might take a week or two to have a real price that has good volume. But right now, there's lots to celebrate with the community that we waited this long, that the tokens are there, that we can ratio trade, that we can practice doing nothing, and all that good kind of stuff. Pretty exciting to see all the millions of people that are tweeting about PulseChain and PulseX. That's pretty crazy.
I agree. Sometimes, I find it a little hard to explain to my newer onboards how the unstable coins are. It's $1, but it's not really $1.
Yeah.
And don't buy that dollar, but buy this dollar.
Yeah.
And now you got to like add it to your wallet and stuff, so they get a little confused. But I think most people,
there's like that fake version of PulseX that's listed on Coinbase Wallet, and so people are always sending me like, oh, is PulseX really worth $200 because that's how much people are paying for it on Coinbase Wallet. And that's another one. I'm like thankful that my onboards just are playing the long game.
I tell my onboards, don't worry, I'll sell them to you for $50 each.
There you go.
So
how kind of you?
Sorry, I had one of my guys who was insistent about this freaking USDC coin. He's like, I got to get into it. This is such a great deal. And I kept telling him, no, it's not real. You're going to lose your money. And here's a gentleman. If he comes in here, he owns Chevy dealerships, so he's pretty well off. And he's like, this is a great opportunity. I got to do this. And he just wouldn't understand. So I had to put a meme up, and it was a GIF of Spider-Man with a sign that said, no, get it through your head. No, and finally he said, okay, fine, I won't do it. And how much money would he have lost if he would have followed through? There's a lot of people that got wrecked because of it. And all I can say is just go back to Richard's post where he posted the actual coins that are going to be bridged over and their contract addresses. If you're not using those, it's a recipe for to get wrecked. So.
Yeah, I posted earlier in the week. I have a buddy who well, as soon as was it the bridge? Yeah, the bridge opened up, and he saw that forked over die. I don't know. He bought a whole bunch of it, 34,000 units, and tried to bridge it back over to Ethereum. And about a day later, when it got unlocked, it wasn't worth anything. He tried to put in the Uniswap, and it was like, you get nothing. You
Dang.
lose. And but luckily for him, it was a very small percentage of his overall bag.
$34,000 isn't small. It's
and die, which it was overinflated.
Okay.
It was about 2 million, I think PLS or something like that.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
So it's unfortunate, but he learned his lessons. And I haven't heard of any of my other onboards doing anything similar. So
The people
I'm
I got
happy
into,
about that.
well, that's good. I had the people I got into PulseChain Sacrifice. I literally sent them Hex and told them to send it to this address. No one I have one friend who's kept up with it, who's been messaging me, but I don't think any of the other ones even know what has happened. So I just haven't even reached out to them. So maybe so if that keeps going, they'll just hold, and then maybe in like a year or two, I'm like, hey, remember that thing from 4 years ago? Like, why don't you pull up your MetaMask? Well, hopefully, it's still there. I don't think they have hardware wallets, but yeah.
So on this stream, I had put a 0.08 ETH, which was about $144 into wrapped Pulse on Ethereum, and I had gotten about 540,000 wrapped Pulse. So if I'm doing my math correctly and dividing $144 by 540,000, it looks like per dollar I was getting about 3,800 Pulse, and that's a lot less than 10,000. So
yeah,
on the I guess on this side of the equation, where all the money is, on this side of the bridge, it's trading at almost 3x SAC rate, something like that, maybe in between 2 and 3x.
Yep.
And then on the PulseChain side of things, if you go on that bridge, you don't know when you're going to get your money. And so, that's another reason that helps explain what's going on with the bridge. Even if people are getting a better deal over there, not everybody can get that deal. Otherwise, the price would equal out. So really interesting to see the slow rollout of the bridge. And part of that is just the market being cautious with putting money on a bridge that is new. And yeah, it seems like, at least on the Ethereum side of things, people who have bridged their Pulse over are getting highly rewarded for it.
That's cool.
Have you guys used the bridge at all?
Yeah, I'm stuck. I'm stuck like everybody else. 60 something hours right now.
Oh wow. I'm in there. I did it yesterday, probably around 1 o'clock. So I'm still in there, but that's all right. I'm honking my horn, have my head out the window. Hey, hurry up.
I want to respond to Click to View. He said, where is the world's largest airdrop? Well, if you were in there in the first initial launch of PulseChain, you were able to sell your PRC20s and get some value for them. I got considerable value for my PRC20s. You just had to be paying attention, be involved, be there, and be there first to sell. Once the value was gone, it was gone. That's just, it was first come, first serve, period.
Nice.
Exactly.
Congrats.
And the truth is that if everyone used the Richard Hart, Hex as intended, you would already have assets on the Pulse chain, and you actually wouldn't need the bridge technically. But it helps getting fresh new capital over.
Yeah, and I agree with that. There was a lot of people who didn't have didn't have anything. They missed both the sacks, right? So they bought HEX, they got their copies. I didn't think that Pulse HEX was going to do as good as it has done so quickly. I was one of the naysayers. I was like, look, I think it's gonna take a little while for it to gain some value. Boy, was I wrong. It's been doing phenomenal, but there's a lot of people that didn't sacrifice for Pulse, and they didn't sacrifice Pulse X. They didn't have any Pulse tokens, so they had to reach out. And I'm thankful to the community that at least 10 of us were out there just giving away PulseChain to folks publicly, saying, "Hey, come on over here. We'll give you some Pulse." And it's been working wonders. And you won't believe how many thanks I've gotten for doing that, because they were able to go in and sell some of their PHEX in order to build up a nice bag of PulseChain, because for a while there was a 90-to-1 ratio. One Pulse got you 90 HEX, and people were selling for that, or they're selling for 1 to 150 and stuff like that. And it's just been they were able to build up their bags, and I don't know how much longer that's going to last. So congratulations to everyone who was able to take advantage in the first 5-6 days, while the bridge is still waiting to unclog itself.
I've been tracking the ratio of PHEX to PLSX. I've been kind of keeping my eye on that pairing a little bit, and you can kind of see them like going back up and down, and I have a strategy where I'm trying to dollar cost average in, and I saw like the ratio start like at like 95 million per a certain amount of HEX, and then it went down to like 90 million, and then like 85 million yesterday, and then I saw earlier today at like 79 million for the same amount, and then like just a little while ago it was back up at like 90 million, and I'm like, it's just kind of like fluctuating up and down.
It's a ratio trader's dream. Don't even look at the price, just look at the ratios.
And I'm like, this is why you dollar cost average, and you don't throw on your FOMO pants and dump all in like how I did on HEX on day one.
Yes, I'm the same. We did day one, man. Oops.
FOMO tard checking in.
Did so much ETH I could easily. I did a first 10 days in HEX. I could have easily done first 30 days, and I would have had a much larger bag if I would have done it that way. Oops. Well, I learned a lesson. And here we are.
And you know what? And that lesson is being applied right now.
Exactly.
Right?
I want to tell a story. I got a good story for this.
Please.
Remember Hodl Dog? Remember when Hodl Dog in the first year, he used to do his videos where he would put in 1 or 0.1 HEX or 0.1 Ethereum per day into the AA, and that was his DCA. Well, I'm taking what Hodl Dog did. I'm going to do the same darn thing to the PulseChain ecosystem. That's PulseChain, PHEX, and PulseX, and not 0.1 ETH, but I'll probably just do like $250 to $300 a week, and just keep adding it in and see what happens at the end of the year. Because in the overall crypto market, we're still in a bear market. I don't care what anybody says. We are not in a bull market right now. We're still in bear. Bitcoin's back below 27,000, so prepare yourselves for 24. I don't want to segue into the regular crypto market, but we're still in a bear, and we're going to have our own little PulseChain bull market probably for the next 3 to 4 months, and we won't be feeling the pain like those folks will be.
Just speaking on that real quick is I was kind of thinking about like the timeline that's about to unravel, and this is like really, I think, the perfect time to launch, because about a year from now we're gonna have the Bitcoin halvening, right? And usually, from my experience, the markets tend to rally about 6 months prior, and it bakes in the price. And then at the actual halvening, there's like a little bit of a dumpage, and then after that, there's like a big old rally, right? Exactly. And so I feel like we're going to have our own little mini rally for the next couple months. And then the Bitcoin rally is going to inspire the entire market up. And then, we might see a correction after that. But then 2025, I think.
Talk dirty to me.
You talk dirty,
we're gonna do as Pulsicans and Hexicans and Richard Hart, enthusiast. I think we're all gonna do very, very well.
Like let me say, like in the Lord of the Rings with the hobbits, right now we're having breakfast, but next year we're gonna say when's second breakfast.
Exactly.
Oh goodness. So yeah,
I
I'm
don't
excited.
know if, you guys saw Abit. He has done like 2 presentations on his channel about the PHEX to PulseChain ratio. If you compare that to what you paid on the sacrifice, I know some people have managed to buy back the hex they sacrificed by I don't know, messing with that ratio. But it's pretty interesting. Abit is upset that if a big enough whale comes through the bridge, they could buy up a dolphin position like that. So it's pretty interesting.
I heard.
Why is he upset about that?
He says it's not fair. He said, literally, go watch. He's like, it is not fair that someone like me who got in early and had to delay gratification for all these years, someone can come in right now and buy up the same position.
Free markets, bitch.
Yeah,
free markets.
This
is what we do, man.
He says when people come through the bridge, the market's not going to allow that to happen.
Well, he got to front run those whales by already having his PLS, and they have to bridge over.
They can buy a shark too.
Their assets.
But yeah, it was crazy when I looked at the amount of pulse I could put in to get a certain amount of hex. I was kind of like astonished. I was like, "Whoa!" Like I didn't realize that. So yeah, he's done 2 kind of interesting presentations on it, but says he'll give one later too. Shout out to Abit, cool guy. I went on his stream last night, so that was fun.
Nice.
I was telling his story today to one of my consults, and they were quite interested in the story. So you got quite a story on. Oh.
So are you guys going to any of the meetups for the PulseChain tour? Shout out to the PulseChain tour. Check out.
I'm gonna go to Chicago. I believe he said tonight it's on the 22nd or the 23rd of July. Then Johnny Cass is going to be hosting something in Michigan nearby Chicago, a couple hours, and that's going to be on the 24th of July. He's going to have a 100 pinball machine night in his small town where he really appreciates people visiting him at. So yeah, it's going to be really cool. So shout out, to RG3 and all them putting on the PulseChain tour. And
nice.
Oh, by the way, Abit will be on later tonight with Brisology when I am asleep. So shout out to them. He'll be on at 1 a.m. Eastern.
Perfect. I was a little afraid I had that slot by myself. What do so with PulseChain launched, what is the most exciting thing that is exciting you about PulseChain right now? Is there any particular feature? I'll go first, give you guys a minute to think. For me, it's actually watching the bridge stats. Seeing that there's been like $69 million that has entered the bridge. Let me see how much has actually been processed. Yeah, so 69 has entered and 21 million has been processed, about 30%. I think those stats are super bullish, and it just makes me like, that's actually kind of like one of the cool things about this launch versus Hex was that With Hex, yeah, you saw the Ethereum going into the adoption amplifier. But I don't know. It just didn't really feel. I think we all kind of know that some of that Ethereum was, being reused, perhaps, maybe.
FUD.
FUD. I think that's bullish. I mean, I'm an OA fan, so I don't see it as FUD. But maybe back then we could have saw it as FUD. But with that said, I really like being able to see how much money has entered that bridge, and then we can kind of just point to it and be like, "Hey guys, look at this money coming in here. This is so freaking bullish."
Yes.
And guys, $69 million in the first couple days. Just imagine, 2 weeks, a month from now, how much money is going to enter this ecosystem. Um, dude, that is one for me. That is one of the most exciting things I'm looking at. Like I said, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the millions coming in. I don't know why. I'm getting happy.
And it's being dripped in instead of just a tsunami of money. I had the memes of, I was talking about the memes of tsunami coming in, and that's not playing out. It's just a slow, it's like a wave hitting the beach, small waves, and the waves are growing.
It's really good that it's
happening.
flowing in like that, like with a limiter, right?
We're getting surf lessons, and soon we're going to be surfing the Nazare big waves.
Exactly.
We're in the kiddie pool right now.
Exactly. If we were oscillating like with the dollar values, you just see people like selling and buying and selling and buying, and it would be a complete shit show. So I'm really glad that it's like flowing in nice and easy. And so what about you, Randy? What are you most excited about with PulseChain?
PulseX and everything that's on PulseX, even though I sacrifice for both, and I'm a dolphin in Hex. I haven't really touched Hex that much. I was one of the early ones. Provable on chain. I got 17-to-1 ratio. I was able to get 6 transactions through in the first 5-10 minutes. That netted me about 350,000 hex. And I will tell, I don't give a shit. You guys, I say numbers, I don't give a shit. And I turned around and I was able to double my PLS bag in less than 30 minutes because I was able to do that. And I warned all y'all, if you guys have been following me, if you're watching Randy's streams, you had no excuse not to know that was going to happen. I told you it was going to be a small window. Everybody was going to try to sell their copied P-Hex to get Pulse Hex or Pulse. And I was going to sit back on the other side. I sold my PLS, got some Hex for dirt cheap. I turned around 30 minutes later and doubled my Pulse. Bam. I warned you guys. Everyone, my Patreon, we were live doing it together, and we had a great time. It was the funnest night I've had in years. And then I took profits and I bought Icosa at 240 to 1 ratio. And what did Icosa do when the announcement came out from Alex? Wow. And it went up to 1,000 to 1 ratio. And I actually sold at 750 to 1, but hey, it was another 3x. So guys, there was so many opportunities with ratios. If you missed out, I'm so sorry. But you were warned. I was very vocal. I was telling you guys what was happening. And, some people listened, some people didn't. That's it.
Randy done told you guys.
Done told you.
What about you, Ben? What are you most excited about?
One thing I've been looking at is on Dex Screener. I've been watching Pulse kind of overtake all these other blockchains that have been out for some of them years, and we're 3 days old, and we're just passing each one pretty easily, and we don't even have a working bridge, really, like a fully working bridge. So that's exciting. I think at this rate, if we have this amount of money still coming in, what's that like? We're at like 70 million almost right now, 69 million. At this rate, like we'll be at, we'll be at $1 billion within like 4 months or something if we keep going at this rate, 3.5, 4 months. So That's exciting to me. Like you said, Brisology, watching the bridge. I've mostly been employing the sit on my hands strategy. I was pretty early in Polygon, and I remember Quick Swap, and I remember all the farms and everything, and that really just created a ton of hype around Polygon. And then it oh nice, I like you too, man. And yeah, and Polygon did pretty crazy, and I think PulseChain is like a million times better for so many reasons. And yeah, it's exciting. And I also am really excited about all the content that's being created by all these awesome people. I have tweet notifications on for Maddie Allen and K4K Crypto
Hey.
and Richard Hart.
What about Brisology?
Hex bot, the Hex Alerts bot. And then I have Brisology muted. No, just kidding.
I do too.
But, yeah, there's a lot exciting me. It's like just everything. It's amazing.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm excited for 1 billion people to be able to use a decentralized world computer for not a lot of money. And I don't know if PulseChain is going to be it. But if we get super rich, then maybe we can at least commit to trying to find a solution to high fees. You know, this Pulse is super scarce in my opinion right now. And it costs a lot of Pulse to do anything on PulseChain already. I'm not sure that the unit bias thing really is a thing when it comes to fees. It might be a thing when it comes to like how many do you want to own as a store of value. You know, you don't want to own a fraction of something when you're putting $1,000 into Bitcoin, but maybe you don't really care that you're transacting with hundreds or thousands of units when you're paying fees. If that's only $1 or $2 to you, you might be willing to pay more and more and more. And if PulseChain becomes really popular, you could see a situation where not just the bridge is clogged, but the whole network is clogged with lots of value sloshing around in there. And so, you know, this is exciting because there's not a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of block space on Ethereum. There's not a lot on PulseChain either when it comes down to it, if these things become extremely popular. So, yeah, it sounds like somebody's at the door. Hopefully this is not more people selling pizza because I can't part with any more Pulse.
So Maddie was talking about like unit bias and the fees, and it's true. When I first got on there, like Randy, you know, I was minting my Hedron. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna do nothing crazy. Let me just mint my Hedron on PulseChain. So I was minting my Hedron, and it cost 0.02 Pulse, 2% of a single Pulse. I was like, oh, this is fantastic. People with one Pulse could do 50 transactions. And it was 0.2. That was when it was high. I saw it at one point it was like 0.01. I'm like, okay, cool. Oh yeah, okay, this is where I was going with that. and then eventually it cranked up. I'm like, 2,000 Pulse. I ain't spending 2,000 Pulse. And it really kind of made me upset. And I got into a really bad mood for about a day. But then yesterday I started doing some actual math, which is weird because I don't do math. That's why I'm a Hexican, okay, guys? I like where you're going with that. And I basically, you know, I looked at so at 13 thousandths of a dollar, you know, 0.00013, which is the price of PLS, a 400 PLS transaction is 5.2 cents. And you know, that doesn't sound too bad. 5 cents for an average transaction. And then with the higher transactions at 2,000 PLS, that's 26 cents. And at 3,000 PLS, it's 39 cents.
I'm hearing what you're saying, but think that's only with like 40,000 users. Okay? It's like everybody in PulseX got trapped because the swaps are costing more than one Pulse. And so then there's all the people who want to buy who are just, you know, they don't have any pulse either. Nobody can unwrap anything on the bridge. Like literally you have to know somebody who's in the nightclub for them to let you in at this point.
True, but it's like
so
that
expensive,
anyways.
Man. But it's gonna be better because really, I think Hexicans can think long term. I think we're stronger holders than Ethereans, but I guess we'll see.
I think so too.
What do you guys think?
Oh, definitely.
With that one thing, I want to just push back. You know, yeah, there's maybe about 40,000 of us in here, but when we got DDoS attacked, it was like one guy cloned himself 1 million times. So it wasn't really like, oh, there's only 40,000 of us, and that's why the transactions went up to 3,000.
Well, that was still only like 5 million transactions a day or something. I'm telling you, man, if we onboard a lot of people onto this,
it's true.
It's going to be expensive, and we're still going to need to solve. Like we could do roll-ups. Like there are plenty of ways we can solve layer 2, but I would rather we solve it on our own network than on the Ethereum network, personally.
True.
Well, didn't Richard say, you know, oh, well, if Pulse gets too expensive, we'll just fork it again?
Yes.
So, like, I don't know. I'm not really worried about it. I'm like, oh, well, he'll just do it again.
I feel like he's got
this whole, and now we've had this first test run, so all of us will be like, ooh, yeah, let's do it again, and we'll be ready, you know?
Can you imagine if everybody sacrificed their Pulse and it became like 3 times as rare as it is now? Dude.
Game theory.
What do you guys think? Like, I hear about the RH wallet and that there could be a sacrifice for it, but I don't see why there would be a sacrifice for a coin that would go with the wallet, you know? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I have an idea, and that's if you look at the Internet Money wallet, they had a sacrifice for their wallet, and basically their wallet has an exchange, a swap feature built into the wallet, and that exchange takes a small fee, and then those fees go to the people who hold the coins.
But why not just have people use PulseX, like integrate PulseX into the wallet? Why does the wallet need to take a fee if you could just
because people are lazy, they want to do the swap within the wallet, they don't want to go somewhere else. It's like MetaMask, they collect about $100,000 in fees every day, and they're keeping it all for themselves, whereas with the Internet Money wallet, the fees would go back to the shareholders of the wallet. And if Richard Hart were to do something similar, it's like all the fees that his wallet takes would go back to the users of the wallet.
Absolutely. And then me, as being an Aurochs guy, you guys already know, open source. I've already contacted Richard. Then he muted me when I contacted him about it. And and then I think Kinetics is reaching out to Richard too, because it is open source and very similar. They didn't have a sacrifice, obviously, because Aurochs wallet was, and Aurochs has been around since 2017. But yeah, never raised any money. It's a private tool maker for blockchain. So they made it open source. I said, man, Richard, all we have to do is slap PulseChain on this thing and we're ready to go.
I had an idea. What if there was no sacrifice for the RH wallet, but the incentive token acted like that fee collecting coin for the wallet?
Give it a use case. I love it.
Boom.
See, that's what I was thinking. Why make a whole new token? Why not just put it on one of the already existing ones? Like, you know. But
I mean, you could do a SAC and say you only accept the incentive token, or you only accept PulseChain token, or like. I don't know why you would do that, because you would rather get full participation. But I mean, the network would probably clog up with people trying to swap into just one thing.
That's what we do. We prove it over and over and over again. Remember 56 cent hex at one time. That was one of the reasons why I got there.
And in my opinion, this is just my theory. is that I believe that the sacrifice monies are meant to be kind of used like a stock buyback program. Where
We gotta be careful talking about that because that would make it like a security. If anybody had that expectation, we sacrificed with no expectations, and so I would.
I guess I could say is like, if I were in control of the sacrifice money,
you might want to spend it on something you like.
No, I would buy back the coins.
That's what I'm saying.
Dumped.
Like maybe you like Pulse. Maybe that's your favorite thing to buy, you know?
Exactly.
But like us as a community having expectations that is, first of all, not necessary. And second of all, you know, why would we encumber the asset that we love by putting expectations on something that already has such a bright future in a utility sense, you know, like, you know, paying gas fees, that's a pretty well tested game theory in crypto. So I think, you know, making more space on the Ethereum blockchain by forking it, I think it makes sense. I think that's a real thing. The first system state copy of Ethereum.
I always think it's just fun to speculate on theorizing what could possibly be done with potential money.
Oh, me too. That's why I try to get you on Game Theory Gang every week, Brisology. That's right.
I just chalk it up as conspiracy theories and talk about it privately.
Exactly.
There you go.
Is anyone suffering sudden mainnet syndrome?
Yeah.
It's called no sleep.
Yeah. I'll just say my strategy so far has been to like not touch my main wallets of sacrificing, but to play around with it. Basically, I'll play around with it $100 here and there in different wallets, just so I know, so I can teach people who are coming in, so I can say that I have that experience and witnessed the history when some things were working better than others, and now things are working better. So I know Randy did super well, as he described it earlier, like because he studied everything. He had a game plan. He had a group of people he could talk with, and he's just got so much experience going through so many cycles. Randy, I would love to hear more of your wisdom in this part of the market. Like where are we in the cycle, and what are some of your predictions on what'll do well going forward?
Well, we're at the end of the bull or end of the bear market. We just had a suckers rally. You guys were told, I've been telling you guys since September, we're going into a suckers rally. I think I was pretty bold with that. There was no reason for people to believe that we were going into a bull. We had a nice Bitcoin rally. It really was. It went to 31.5. Now we're below 27. We had to keep that 27,000. Well, we just lost it. So it looks like we're going down to 24. And then if we lose 24, we're heading back down probably 21, then 17. But that could all happen by the end of summer. And that, you know, it makes sense that can happen. So the markets in the real world are, they're still in a rough shape. And the Federal Reserve looks like they still want to raise rates. And that's going to slow down the banking system. It's going to slow down lending. It's going to slow down corporations. It's going to slow down the stock market. And folks, don't believe the narrative that Bitcoin is not in line with the stock market. If the stock market goes down 50% or 30%, Bitcoin's going to take a huge hit too. So just be prepared for that. Just know that because we are in PulseChain, we might have a nice little bull run going throughout this last bit of the bear market for the crypto bros, crypto Twitter. They're going to be pissed off. They're going to be hating us. They're going to be trying to sling poop at us for the next 4 or 5 months. Oh, look at that crap going on over there. That ain't real crypto. They're going to be kind of saying all kinds of stuff like that. But then when Briz was saying earlier, the Bitcoin halving next April, that is generally the kickoff for the new bull market, but we'll have a accumulation phase starting about 6 months before. So looking at August, September, you want to have your ducks in a row ready for the next bull market outside of PulseChain. So maybe, I know this is going to sound terrible for those of you guys who only believe in RH products, but if there's an opportunity there and you want to double dip maybe take a little bit of profits from here and put them into the legacy crypto market and pull off a double for 2 bull markets in a row. Bam, bam. That'd be beautiful.
Maybe you can confirm, Randy, but usually the Bitcoin halving is a sell the news event.
For a short time.
And maybe that might be the moment, some profit taking might be beneficial. Maybe NFA, not financial advice.
Exactly.
Do you guys see PulseChain in this ecosystem potentially following a similar path to HEX, where kind of maybe from now to the 6 months before the halving, we run up potentially hypothetical fun fantasy, and then we are correcting and the normal crypto market kind of does its thing, and then that kind of tops out, and then this ecosystem does its thing again, kind of like HEX. Everything is dying and we're making new all-time highs.
That would be interesting. You're gonna say we're gonna hit a triple? That'd be phenomenal.
No, I don't know. I mean, I figured just a double, like we pump now, because HEX, I mean, during that whole bull market was, it ran up first and then it corrected and was at a pit. It had the big payday and then it was just, doing its thing. And then, everything died, as Richard Hart said. All the haters told you HEX was a scam. So, I mean, I guess in my head, I imagine like something like that, but I mean, I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts. I guess not, based off what you guys just talked about.
I think because PulseChain is so much larger, it's a layer 1. So it's not just a token that has a use case, it's a whole system. So we'll also get the pump in the regular bull market too. We're going to get both, right? And I'm just hoping I'm hoping that enough people open their ears and their eyes and they see what's going on over here and they don't want to miss out.
Right.
If Binance Smart Chain could do what it did, we can absolutely crush what Binance Smart Chain did.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know anyone who knew about the Binance Smart Chain launching, 6 months to a year before it actually did, and like getting people to, line up at the front door, right? I mean, I don't remember any layer 1 being like that other than kind of Ethereum. I remember Ethereum doing its ICO and saying, "Hey guys, you want to send in your Bitcoin?" And everyone's, "Oh, you're a scam. You're just trying to take our Bitcoin. What the F is a smart contract?" And now look at it. And with HEX, when it launched, Richard Hart was he wasn't a nobody, but he didn't have a track record. And because of the way he spoke, people just didn't really like him, and they didn't really give him much I guess recognition that he was capable of building something like HEX. They just thought it was like a cash grab, like another ICO cash grab to cipher money from the Bitcoin crypto sphere. But this time he has a track record. Everyone knows what he's capable of. PulseChain is just like billion times bigger than what HEX was at the launch. And so when HEX launched, it had like kind of died down, and then it had like 5 months of sideways action, actually like below the adoption below day 1, values, I guess you could say. Like, it was under day 1 for like the first 5 months, and then it finally started taking off. Now I could kind of maybe see something like that with PulseChain, but I kind of don't know if it will, because it's so much bigger, and I'm looking at $69 million trying to get into the system. So I don't know if we're going to have
70 million now.
70 million now.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if we're going to have the lull of that we did with HEX.
No.
With that said, I'm dollar cost averaging in. So You know, I'm right there.
A lot of coins don't have their all-time high before Bitcoin does in a cycle, but Hex did in the last bull run. So that's a little bit interesting to see that the Hex all-time high was like, like a month before the Bitcoin one or whatever it was. And so, even Ethereum normally trails the Bitcoin peak by a couple weeks.
Yep.
And so, to me, it's really interesting to like look back through history and know, well, things can't repeat like they did before exactly because everybody knows about it now. But like, if we look back, there was the day that the CME launched their Bitcoin futures. That was the top on the day in 2017, right? And then in 2021, it was when Coinbase, when they did their IPO on the day, that was the top for Bitcoin there. Bottoms are a little bit trickier to call, I guess, but right around when Hex launched, Bitcoin was at a bottom. And now we saw the Richard Hart's 11K and Pray thing didn't come true unless you measure it based on people front running GBTC, which fell down to like 11.1K exactly. And I tweeted about it at that time. But it seems to me like probably Bitcoin has bottomed already, and it's going to be sunny skies for crypto on a long enough time frame. Always a shorter time frame, it's more bloody and terrible for people, right? So
I think we see at least 21. They were going back down to 21 at least.
You think?
That's my prediction.
Well, whenever they have a Bitcoin conference, it historically like dips during the event, which is weird. Like it's weird that bringing everybody together would decrease the value, but who knows?
I was in the Bitcoin conference, the Latin American Bitcoin conference in December, the first week of December of 2021, when Bitcoin first hit 12.5, and everybody was at the conference. Tatiana Moroz was with me. I remember she was sitting at my table, and who's Richard's arch nemesis? The Tone Bays was there, Trace Mayer. We're all high-fiving each other because we hit 12.5 for the first time on the way to the first 20,000. And that was a great night. We had such a I'm sorry that you guys in the US, whenever you have a Bitcoin conference, it dips, but down here in Latin America, we celebrate.
Right on.
Maybe it dips because like the conference actually brings in a whole bunch of like bullishness, and people actually start buying it, and then people see the profits, and then there's just they sell more than the buyers, and therefore it takes a dip, perhaps.
I believe it.
Here's a good question. Somebody's asking in all caps, how do I tell once my tokens are bridged to PulseChain? That's actually
in your wallet. That's how you
they should just show up automatically, is what Richard said. Okay. I'm still stuck on the bridge. The one thing I also heard was if you look at the bridge transactions on the website, it will basically, there's an empty box, and that box will be filled with a transaction, and that's how you know that the transaction went through.
Yep.
I just posted the link to Richard Hart's tweet where he gives the contract addresses for the bridged over.
Please use those addresses only.
Please. Yes. Remember to if you have any stable coins that are forked over, hide those stable coins out of your wallet so you just don't see them.
The fake
so you don't use them by accident.
Definitely. Now, I know we're coming to the end of the hour here, and I want to make sure that that Ben Dubard and Randy Hilarski can both give their final thoughts, and then tell people where to find you and what you're what you're talking about these days.
Sure. I'm going to go first, and because I know Ben, he might be shy to do it, but I'm not a shy guy. We got our course coming up. Ben and I are doing a course together. He is a master educator.
All right.
Every time I have somebody that doesn't really know what they're doing and setting up wallets and stuff, hey, I'll just go to bed. Oh, wait, this guy, he'll help you, because I'm not the patient guy. But our course will be in June. Check it out, bendubard.com, and you know, just enjoy. Know what you're doing. Don't go into this system without knowledge. Don't go into this system without having used the test net. The test net's still out there. Go play on the test net a little bit first if you don't have any coins and stuff, and you want to make sure you make good transactions. Do those kind of things. We've been saying for months, we've had testnet V2, 3, and 4. And I had people who I respect, who've been in crypto for a long time, coming to me saying, oh, Randy, what do I do? I'm like, damn it. Didn't you have a version 2B, a 3, and a 4? I told you to use them. I told you to go in there 30 minutes a day, at least once a week or something, and go learn how to use this freaking system. And you guys didn't do it. The 80-20 rule showed up, and it's all of its splendor. So that's all I've got.
Right on.
Nice. Yeah, so Randy was saying we do have a course together. We got his fine old school knowledge, and then I'm pretty good at explaining things simply. Just give you like a straight up explanation. I've taken a lot of what Richard Hart, Ivan on Tech have taught me, put in this like PDF format, and then we'll also talk about it. Randy will be there. And yeah, I've helped a lot of people, especially this week, get their Pulse sacrificed onto a hardware wallet. People have come to me to transfer HEX stakes, get your HEX stakes seed phrase onto a hardware wallet. I also have a video on my channel. The most viewed video is about migrating your HEX stakes onto a hardware wallet. So my YouTube is Ben Dubard. It's just like that. You can go find me and subscribe. And June 19th is the A to Z crypto course. And hopefully you'd feel comfortable like sending your onboards that way. New people, be like, look, these guys, they're going to set you up. That's the hope. And yeah, we just want to help people get involved. And yeah, thanks for having me on, Maddie. And like Randy was saying, everyone chill out. Maybe you got sudden mainnet syndrome. I know I have. I'm still processing what is going on. It's like a new paradigm now, and we were waiting so long, and now it's like hit us in the face. And I'm like, I got hit in the face, and it's numb. I haven't woken up and put ice on it yet. You know what I mean? Exactly. So
you're all swole.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks guys so much for coming on. I really appreciate you being in the community, and looking forward to myself and others tuning into you guys regularly.
Cheers. Thanks
guys.
for
being at the conference, fellas.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys.
Oh wait, let me play some outro, like
yeah,
transition. All right.
Keep talking. It's about assets and interest. Economical slang. I said the Hexicans are loyal with the gang.
All right. So we got Rags to Riches. He popped up in the green screen room and then disappeared again. So we're waiting for him to get on stage. And I'm gonna hand over things to Brisology here in a minute. I still haven't finished Brisology, figuring out all the back end stuff of how I'm gonna let Tangent take over the stream, since I don't have his email yet, and he's probably not he's not awake yet, or maybe he is. But anyway, I'm going to be putting messages to you in the private chat so that I can end up getting some sleep here, maybe in an hour or so.
Gotcha.
And you're going to be taking over and doing, you're going to be doing a couple more hours here, like 3 more hours. You're going to have Rags to Riches. Cabana Crypto might stop by here in this hour 6 of the live stream. And then next hour, Brisology, you're going to be hosting with Top Gun Hexadian. Remember, he came on Game Theory Gang a couple months ago, and he just hosted a Twitter Spaces that that was the one where KDP was in there. I think Eric Wall ended up coming in at one point, maybe after Top Gun shut his down, but he had like 1,200 people in there for 8 hours, something like that. And then you're going to have A-Bit on in hour 8. So that'll be really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. And Brisology, you do such a great job of co-hosting. You are always asking people great questions and going around the room, engaging with the live stream chat. And so I'm really lucky to have you helping me out here.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you giving me the responsibility of destroying your conference.
Yeah, that's right. Very good. And so here we have Rags to Riches fam Brandon. Welcome.
Look at those vipers. Look at
Dude,
those vipers.
I had to bring him back for this one, man. I had to do it. Maddie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm hanging in there. How are you?
I'm good. I'm relieving you, dude. I'm tapping you out. Are you bouncing out of here?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start to wind down and get a little bit of rest. I got a few more things to do, but I'm gonna let you two take it away. We have 810 people watching right now. I expect those numbers to continue. So hit the like and subscribe button. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great interview.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Oh wait, I'm gonna give myself an outro. How about this?
We're the Hexagon Space Force, and we're blasting off this year. So Hexagons unite, cause we savages out here. I said the Hexagons are loyal with the gang.
How's it going, Rags? How you been?
I've been good, man. I
Fantastic.
feel like everybody's thriving in adversity right now, and it feels great. And is it really adversity? It's the same stuff that we've always had to deal with, really, right?
Oh, what do you? There he is,
bro.
What's going on, gents?
Did you drink coffee? Did you drink coffee too?
I know, but I should have. I got some Gatorade. The lighting in this place is awful, so I have to like wear my hat backwards so you can see my face. But Briz didn't get the memo. It's backwards hat night, so.
All right. Well, now I got the memo.
There we go. All right. So what's going on, gents? I apologies for my lateness. I couldn't get logged in here remotely, but it worked.
All good,
dude. I was late too. I was sitting here 3 minutes before, dude, and then the gut snake came on, and I had to go take care of business.
Oh,
so we're back now. Sorry,
right.
Maddie.
Well,
Sorry,
good
Maddie.
to have you.
I'm glad we got you rotoed out.
We're golden.
So guys, let me just ask you. It's been a week now that PulseChain is launched, and what is your initial thoughts? Rags, what do you think?
From the guy who's only been hosting spaces, making YouTube videos.
Yeah,
you've been all over the place, man. So,
all right,
you have a few thoughts.
It's wild, man. It's like I was thinking about the other day, and I said, man, this launch really it kind of boosted my morale. And here's what this is all about. We've been in a bear market. We've been in the doldrums. We've been taking left hooks and right hooks and uppercuts, and people are trying to throw haymakers, but we just keep standing up. But as a content creator, and Cabana can definitely relate to this, man. It's like sometimes it's like, man, you really got to pick yourself up to go do it and get the content out there. But it's nice to have PulseChain launch and remember like what it's like during a bull run, and you're just excited and you're motivated to get out there and talk about things and help people. I have noticed that there is a massive amount of new people, man.
Yeah. That's the cool thing.
It's
I
crazy.
mean, just look at the numbers watching right now, and this is just like a quick. Maddie throws together great events, but like 800 people.
Where else is this happening in crypto? Where else, other than maybe one-off influencers or this or that? But so, man, that's what's really exciting to me, and it's exciting because we saw this coming. We've been telling people this entire time that this community is built differently. And now with PulseChain launching, it's putting us on the map, and they just can't ignore it anymore without looking really stupid. I think that's I think that's what's going to be happening and occurring, and you're going to see more and more and more people get on. One of the analogies I used was you're standing in a desert and it's nighttime, and this is the whole population of crypto, and everybody's out in the salt flats of Utah or something. Nighttime, and then in the distance, people they squint and they peer in the distance and they see this crazy orange glow, and they start walking to it, and they get closer and closer, and the flames, they start shooting up higher and higher, the 100 feet, 200 feet, 300 feet, and they're right up on it. And it's PulseChain. Now it's nighttime, it's the bear market. But when people start talking about it and this thing starts taking off, it's going to be like that light in the desert that you can see from miles and miles and miles away, and everybody's going to be attracted to it. And we talked about this quite a bit, and now it's coming to fruition. It's here. So very excited, man. I would just say it's been great helping create content and teach people, lots of new folks. Good stuff.
Yeah, I agree. One thing that you said about all these, like, you see a whole bunch of new users. One of the things that kind of blew my mind, like maybe a few months after HEX launched, or maybe even like closer to a year, was when I really got on Twitter. I just started noticing all these HEX related usernames, and it wasn't even like, oh, I changed my name to be HEX. It's like people were generating Twitter accounts from scratch with HEX usernames, and I was like, and I just started seeing them everywhere. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of people coming into here. And so I'm expecting probably in the next 6 months that we're going to start seeing a lot of like PulseChain George and PulseChain Mary, and like
the .pls people everywhere.
Incentive coin, Itzel or something like that. Like,
Cabana Inc.
Yeah, exactly. Cabana Inc. And we're just gonna see all these like usernames from our ecosystem, and I think it's
dude,
pretty
that's a
exciting.
good name to pivot to, Cabana. I kind of like that, dude. Actually.
Oh boy,
I kind of like that.
What about you, Cabana?
And what's the question? Just like what's the feeling about what's been going on, stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah,
I'll
what's
pick
your
up on what
initial,
you're saying. Just I'll start with the social part. I mentioned this, on the happy hour we did last week, and it's like one, like you were saying, you're seeing a bunch of different new usernames, so you see that in your follows, that in your notifications or whatever. But the other thing is the liking of tweets from weeks, months ago. And that's been happening as Pulse has gotten closer and past launch now. So I just thought that was a very interesting.
Are you talking about getting notifications from past tweets that people are like combing through your stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
So
people probably look for PulseChain and they see an old post from you and they're like, oh, click.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I guess you just verified it, Rags, and I think we had a few on the show. It's like, yeah, I'm getting the same thing too. I think Johnny Chaos was another one. It was like, yeah, I'm getting the same activity, and it's just, that's kind of like an organic sign, I guess. It's nothing like concrete, but it is interesting timing that it happened, in the lead up to Pulse actually launching. So
yeah, and then we've got the multiplier that we never had, which is PulseChain is much more marketable. So you've got bigger influencers that are now on board with it, that have massive followings, massive. BitBoy, just about every cycle, he probably 5x's to 10x's his follower count. And we're going to have access to that. And I don't say that in a bad way, BitBoy, if you're watching. Just say thank you that you're on board with PulseChain. And then, quite a few, obviously Ivan has a lot of influence. He's got a really big company, provides a lot of solutions for EVM chains, and
the crypto man.
Yeah, him too. So that's going to be a huge multiplier, force multiplier that HEX did not have. Partly because of the FUD, and then partly because of how complicated it was, I think, and everybody always says that. But now PulseChain is going to be the perfect complement to HEX. And it really is going to turn into that, I think, that apex asset that you guys were talking about earlier. I was listening, and I've said this quite a few times too. It's like it really is the best possible substitute for Bitcoin. And I say that objectively. And I also say that coming from somebody who has probably defended HEX live on stream with reaction videos more than anybody else in this entire bear market. And I've dug in deep, and I've compared and I've contrasted, and HEX is just, it is that apex asset. I think that everything will be hedged against, in my opinion.
Very good. So we got a lot of brand new people coming in here, right? And so I guess my question to you guys would be this: is what advice would you guys give to someone who is new to PulseChain and they just want to get started? What, where would you get started with that? With kind of like a no coiner?
Boy, I'll defer to Rags on that.
Whoa.
Articulate it way better than me, because I've been traveling for like a week, man. So I had my to-do list done and got it immediately out of the way, and I've just been sitting back and watching. But yeah, go for it, Rags.
So I'm a big proponent of building blocks when it comes to understanding concepts. I don't like to skip 5 building blocks and just expect somebody to memorize something. I want them to understand. So I like to take them from the start. There's tons and tons of places online right now that you could go to learn about what crypto is.
Somebody's made some great videos on that stuff.
Yeah. I've got quite a few. I'm particularly proud of one, and this does not cost anybody money, and it's completely free. There's no marketing signups, no catches, no weirdness, but it's about an hour and 15 minutes worth of videos, and it's at mycryptoclassroom.com, and anybody can sign up for it. And if you have an aunt, an uncle, boyfriend, a girlfriend, wife, husband, anybody who wants to know the foundations of crypto, the foundations of money, why inflation is bad, what the Federal Reserve is, how it hurts us, and how crypto could be potentially a solution for those things, send them there. I would start there, and then I would quickly hop into this community and start looking for people that, now we're all giving the same message here, okay? So yeah, 14 lessons here, Crypto 101. Enroll for free, completely free. So we're all giving the same message. However, not everybody is watching the same person. That's because people hear things differently from different people, and they identify with and they can absorb things easier with one person than they can the other. Some people speak each other's language. So find somebody that you can relate to and just dig in. And really try to start asking questions. If you don't understand a concept or a term, have like a Google Doc or a notepad and write it down. And after the video, go research it and find out what it is. And then finally, I would definitely recommend a new person not touch trading whatsoever. Zero. I think that if you want to do that down the road, it might be okay. I still suggest you probably don't, but come up with a long-term plan that involves dollar cost averaging strategy, because I think that that's really the only proven almost 100% way to be successful in cryptocurrency based on my experience. So I would do those things.
It's almost a blessing in disguise that a lot of people are coming in late, because you're still getting, great rates or less than SAC rates, depending upon, what asset there is. Obviously, there's been difficulty with the bridge, which is now easing. But yeah, I mean, you're pretty much starting close to the ground floor as everyone else. And sadly, a lot of people who were already in, who sacked from the beginning, are wrecking themselves. And it's sad to watch, really. I mean, even, the first few days, it's hard to get, pricing and whatnot, but you could still see the trades come across of people just unloading, PulseX, whatever they've waited 2 years to have in their wallets. And, I think it's still continuing, in recent days too. And it's just a shift. That's something that we got to go through, and we're going to come out of it just fine. But it's like with any launch, you got to get through that initial dip, which almost seems to be present at every ultimately successful launch of a coin. And we're going through that, and we'll be just fine.
Cabana, can you even imagine what it would have been like for you to come into this community at this point in time as your first time introduction to crypto? Would that be wild?
Right. That's a good way of putting it, really. I mean, if we put all of ourselves in those shoes, like, now that you say that,
the opportunity,
yes, but it'd also feel overwhelming.
That too.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, all the knowledge that you kind of have to absorb and learn to kind of get up to speed, it does seem a little bit overwhelming now you think about it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, we have any community have the most resources out there for videos and stuff like that. So Rags, just his example, he's got great how-to videos and explainer videos, websites. Other people like Coffee. The community is incredible with some of the informative content that's put out there. Even the Twitter Spaces with KDP, Jesse, very informative people on there. You gotta, I guess, be careful what spaces you go to, because you could get into, somewhat of a crap show for some of them, where people, jump in and try to shill, their own stuff or whatever. But for, the most part, depends on who's running them. But, there's some good ones out there as well.
So I got a question. With Richard Hart and the last couple years, we all know he's been gatekept. We all know that, people are trying to prevent his message from getting out. But it seems like those walls are starting to crumble. Seems like those walls aren't going to be up as much for PulseChain. And hence, maybe HEX will get some more recognition just by being in proxy of PulseChain. But is there any major obstacles do you guys still see Richard having to hurdle to get over, to break through, that could hold back PulseChain perhaps at all?
I think, he's always going to have his detractors, and I mean, it's just something that I've made this comparison before, and people can like it or they don't. I don't really care, but I think it's kind of accurate, and I've compared him to Trump in the past. And it's like, you'll always have a set of people that don't like you, but you'll also always have a set of people that do like you and understand what you're doing, and then you'll have to win those in the middle over. And I think with PulseChain, he's got that opportunity now finally to do that. With HEX, it was just straight down the middle. You're either with him or against him, and that's it. This one is way different. I think it opens up, a whole new sets of viewers, eyes, channels, everything from the outset. And, it stands to benefit way more greatly than HEX did, in my opinion.
I agree, man. I think that PulseChain is going to represent the ability for us to not give a damn about anybody else ever again.
I like that.
And I think that PulseChain is going to give us the opportunity to build the world the way that we see it and the way that we want it. We're not fighting for scraps from somebody else's table. We're not begging news websites to talk about us. ultimately, this is what you want to do. If you feel like you're not getting your way in life, then you need to go build your own world. And I think that's exactly what this guy did. We have this massive amount of land to settle now, and we don't have to care about the powers that be because they're stupid, man. I really don't know how else to say it when it comes to fundamental concepts about crypto, and also just when it comes to being truthful and pushing aside ego. I see on a broad scale in the crypto industry that they are just not willing to tell the truth, and it really it's frustrating. They're not even willing to entertain it, and we represent that truth, and we don't have to care about anybody else after PulseChain launches. And what's going to happen, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing this entire time, and people are going to start gravitating towards us. Like people have said in the past, like a black hole. It's going to be, we're going to capture souls, because what happens here? If you look back on Richard's streams, he specifically says that one of the most important things about creating a cryptocurrency is making that first wave of people rich. Now, why? It's because they turn into raving fanatics. Okay. They love you. They understand you. You are the result of this really, really cool thing. And you're a human being, which means you can go talk about, you can say, hey, I'm that person. This is what happened to me. Check this out. This is really cool. So I think that that's what we're going to see. I think that amnesia occurs with really big green candles. And I think that everybody is going to forget. Think about all the kids, maybe college age right now, or maybe people who haven't gotten into crypto yet. Most of our onboarding is going to be done with people that don't know about us, which means in the future, what percentage of people FUD us? It's so small compared to everybody else that's going to come on board. So I think we just keep freaking doing what we're doing. We're doing it right. We're growing. Everything's happening the way it's supposed to be, because we're telling the truth, and we actually care about people. So yeah.
We've had this cool toy called HEX, and a lot of people have had it, but those who don't have it, don't get it, don't want it, will just sit back and have been jealous about it or haters of it. PulseChain is the toy store. So there's something for everybody in it. And that changes the ball game.
One of the, I guess, like the biggest things that I was seeing as a hurdle for, at least for PulseChain, but now in the last kind of day, it's actually kind of like I'm not that worried about it anymore, was the access of PLS coins directly to the fiat market. I was getting kind of worried because it's like, all right, once you get into crypto, the first thing most people do is sign up with a central exchange like Coinbase, and usually the coins that they want are probably on Coinbase, which is like Bitcoin or Ethereum. So my whole point was, like, when I saw Ethereum first enter the ecosystem of cryptocurrency, it wasn't listed anywhere, and people had to actually go buy Bitcoin and then go to another exchange somewhere and then go trade the Bitcoin for the Ethereum. So whenever anybody wanted to get into Ethereum, they actually had to pump the price of Bitcoin. And so I was kind of like, and then eventually it got listed on central exchanges, and now everyone can get Ethereum. And I was kind of feeling that same crunch with PulseChain, because I'm like, all right, I got my friends, I can get them on the Coinbase, they can get some Ethereum, and then maybe they can bridge that Ethereum over. But even when they bridge it over, they still need actual Pulse coins to do any kind of transactions on the Pulse chain. But with that said, you're starting to see centralized exchanges actually offer like Ethereum to PulseChain trades. And so you're going to be able to convert your Ethereum directly into PulseChain coins. And there you are. You're good to go. And on top of that, we're going to have Portal X pretty soon. I think that's another cross-chain mechanism. But that was my biggest hurdle that I saw. It was like, how do you get actual PulseChain coins into the hands of no coiners from their fiat? And it might just be another step to get them there. You have to go to Coinbase, get Ethereum, then convert the Ethereum to PulseChain. But I think we're getting there. I think it's I don't think it's going to be that big of a hurdle anymore.
Go ahead, buddy.
Who, me?
Yeah, were you gonna?
I was just gonna say, as Hexicans, I guess we've been against generally centralized exchanges, but a centralized exchange, a major one, would actually be of great benefit because it takes out the headache and reduces that sense of being overwhelmed for new users. Just going by what Briz was saying there, it said, hey, you gotta, start with fiat and then maybe get some, go this way, get this coin, and then bridge it over here. And, for the average user, it's just like, whoa, what? I just want to buy the thing. So that's, part of it. Or if you just know somebody, and there have been amazing people in the community, on socials, in spaces that have just been like, hey, if you want to get started, I'll send you 1,000 pulse or 10,000 pulse or something like that. So, being interactive in the community has its benefits. If you're in some of these spaces, you can meet some really helpful people that want to, spread the good word to you.
Yeah, I think that there's a level of confidence that comes with knowing that people actually have, for example, we've been trying to onboard people and tell all these outside communities that PulseChain is about to launch. PulseChain's about to launch, guys, in Twitter spaces. PulseChain's about to launch, and everybody's excited that's talking about PulseChain, but nobody's excited who's not talking about PulseChain. And everybody's like, I don't understand why these people don't care. They're getting free, blah, 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 blah. Now that PulseChain has launched, when you go into a Twitter space and you say, hey, you have MetaMask? Yeah, I got MetaMask. Oh, when did you set it up? I probably set up a month ago or so. Okay, cool. How long you had it? About 3 years. What do you hold? Okay, you hold those? Yeah, cool. So just go to pulsex.com, click connect wallet, and I can help you find your contract addresses. And you have free coins sitting there. There's a confidence that comes from the person who's pitching because they know the stuff is actually there. So that helps. And then there is a completely different dynamic, knowing that money is only a few clicks away now, as opposed to, this might be some thing in the future, arbitrary thing in the future.
Could happen one day.
Yeah. So I think that's going to onboard existing folks. New folks, Briz, I think, we're still going to have to rely, not for much longer, but we're going to have to rely on Ethereum for a little bit longer. But I think the best way to onboard people, the best way is to just give them something for free. And especially giving them something for free and then maybe downloading an app that allows them to track the value. Because that's just kind of like, that's bait. All right. That's all that is. Now, how many people are going to take the bait? Maybe 1 out of 5 people or 1 out of 10 people. So you got to talk to 10 people to get to 1, but it's going to change their life potentially, especially right now. So giving stuff away for free, setting people up with a wallet where they can check it out, I think that has a huge effect. I think that's probably one of the strongest onboarding tools out there.
I don't know about you, but I got 1 pulse and a lot of my wallets for free. So
are you
that went far for a minute. Yeah.
Are you happy to see me, or is that a pulse in your wallet?
Whoa, there you go. Bingo. It's a green candle.
that you kind of like reach into one of my questions was, what do you guys think we can do to help spread like PulseChain adoption? What do you guys think that would be most beneficial at this moment? Besides maybe like meetups. I know they're down there in Miami right now, reaching out to the Bitcoiners. But I was just wondering what you guys thought about PulseChain adoption. What do you guys kind of think about that? What is the next?
I think that's kind of on the track. Since there are copies of ERC20s, I think it's just direct to those communities that you think could absolutely benefit from it. I mean, and did somebody reach out to the Doge community, or did they just find the coins in their wallet and it just went viral and they had like a huge amount of X, and it's like
question.
the highest appreciation or highest appreciating asset on Pulse so far. So that can be done. Whatever happened there, maybe it was just totally organic or whatever. But I think it's community by community, and be like, hey, you know what? It's so expensive to transact over there. Come over here. You got all your stuff over here. That's the first thing I would think into looking at, because you have a built-in base that's there. It's not like, oh, you have to buy your stuff and then bring it over. In a sense, like, your stuff's already here, and this is why it's great, and it's cheaper and faster, and come play. It's fun. A really dumbed down way of saying it.
Yeah, I think that probably there's two ways that come to my mind. I think that we need to use the HEX chart, because push comes to shove, people get into crypto initially. Everybody's on a journey, but they get into crypto to get freaking rich. And you can say, I can't say that this is going to happen. Okay. I'm not going to say that this is going to happen. However, here's a track record. Here's a track record of success with this founder. So that could be a strong way. The other way is,
the only pushback I would say to that one is the stigma, that we discussed earlier with HEX. So it's just like, oh man, it's the guy that did HEX. I don't like him. He rubs me the wrong way. Yeah. And those people like can't be won over that way. I think a lot of them can be with price. So I think that's a very valid point. But I just think that would still exclude a subset of just plain, people who are on the fence, but it's like, oh, I don't like him. He wore a lot of expensive clothes, and I really, I'm jealous. So.
Those people they got too much pride. They're going to stay the same, but what those people will do, they won't talk about it. They'll do it privately and secretly.
Fair point.
I think that's how those people operate. If I want to talk to if I want to talk to 100,000 members of a company, and I just want to talk to them, like I want to be able to have access to an email or put them in an auditorium and talk to them all. Am I going to walk up to the door and talk to the secretary? No, I'm not going to talk to the secretary that's at the front door that calls the people in their offices, says, hey, Brandon's here to talk to you. No, I'm going to go straight to the CEO. And if you go from top down, if you use that approach, and you can get some of these really, really big influencers who represent the CEOs, and then you're able to talk to their communities, which represents the members of the company, I think that that's a really, really strong plan. I think a lot of effort should be put into that, getting the message out, using some of our people that are a little bit better at networking and such, which I think we do a pretty good job of. We've had some really high profile interviews, Richard has, and we've got some really good connections across the industry. So I think we keep doing that. And then lastly, man, if you guys are on the fence about creating content, start now. Okay. And you can really view your content creation is not only a massive service to the community, but also, guys, you got to realize that there's a lot of many of the opportunities that I have had in the past 5 to 7 years have been due to social media in some way. Just me talking on a camera, and the relationships that I've created, and the networking, particularly the networking. So don't view it necessarily as just you having to show up every day and put content out there. Just have faith that it's going to turn into something. I guarantee you, if you start streaming and you just do it regularly for a year, your life will be better off than what it was before in some way. So I would also, so those three things I would kind of encourage people to take a look at.
And maybe not even, become just a sole creator yourself, but start maybe with interacting with streams. Yes. So like some of these open forums like Discourse Syndicate has, and people, having, guests on their shows. You have a question, come on, kind of thing, and get to know people. I mean, it's crazy, kind of like what you're saying, Rags, is like, at least if you put yourself out there, you start to network, you start to meet people, and then eventually you meet these people in person. Like Rags and I hung out on a boat, last summer, and that never would have happened had we not been, doing what we're doing here.
Dude, we're bonded together in pain and suffering
on the high seas.
It was an incredible experience. I definitely incredible. A lot of fun, man. A lot of fun.
Just going back a little bit, Cabana, to about the whole Doge on PulseChain, is that Trust Swap. They said they're going to start providing liquidity to the PulseChain. And I think everyone initially thought that meant they're going to start providing PulseChain coins, but apparently they added a Doge coin to the liquidity pool, and that's what got the Dogecoin to start kind of cranking up over here on PulseChain.
That's outstanding. And is that the guy that Randy Halarski's been chatting with it for about a year, I think? Trust Swap. So shout out to him, man. That's good stuff. I mean, that's part of what we're saying is like outreach. So not even necessarily a coin, but the Trust Swap community, and you get an inroad there, and look what happens with Doge. So it's just reaching out, communicating, keeping those lines of communication open, and nobody's gonna know too much about this unless we get out there and we keep talking about
it. Exactly. I have a. What do you guys think about the burning mechanism that's been going on with these coins? If I can pull it up better. Have you guys been looking at the burn features of like
PulseX is crazy. Like, where are we? 20 billion? Yeah. I mean, that's the one I've been keeping track of. But yeah, I mean, that's absolutely amazing, stunningly beautiful. I'll go with that.
We've burnt 0.01% of the total supply.
And we're just getting started.
We are, there's like there's a narrative kind of circulating around that PulseX is going to run out of supply. I would say, guys, it's not about PulseX. PulseX is not going to run out of supply for probably thousands of years. Hopefully not thousands of years. But the point of this is it drains the liquidity pools. It puts constant pressure on those LPs due to the buy and burn. So that's actually what's important about all this. That's the really cool mechanic and function. Out of the supply that's circulating, a very small portion of that is actually in liquidity pools. And I think I saw K4K make a good illustration too. And he said, would people kind of get lazy and the markets kind of slow down a little bit and LPs aren't on their game as much, that supply gets bought up. If nobody's adding more supply and there's demand for price go up, then price goes up more violently because liquidity gets chewed through quicker. So that's the really, really neat mechanism and function of the buy and burn there.
It takes sell pressure away.
It offsets and it takes sell pressure. You're right.
All right, let's see. This guy says 5 billion was burned today with 4 hours left. Amazing.
You can't ask for a better market. I mean, guys, if you want to just share something on Twitter or share something, anywhere, just take a snapshot of this and you'll see me sometimes. I'll just highlight certain numbers and I won't make any opinions or any statements about it. I'll just say exactly what it is. Oh, look at this. There was 20 billion burned in the first 6 days of PulseX. And then I clip it and I circle it and I post it. And I'll put some hashtags in there. So that helps everybody understand what's happening. It might pique somebody's curiosity.
And we've had some, a lot more pools have been added recently as well, which is fun to check out which ones those are currently and being incentivized. That's exciting.
Where I can see those? It was on Dex Screener, right?
app.pulsex.com/farms. So yeah, what's interesting about this is, DAI, we're pulling in raw economic energy, DAI from Ethereum, USDC, both paired up with PLS, and then HEX as well. And one of I might be able to share it here. Hold on, let me check it out here. Okay, yeah, there we go. I'll be able to share it. One of the interesting things, if you go back in Richard Hart's videos, he talks about the concept of a divorce from Ethereum. He talked about Bitcoin Cash divorcing from Bitcoin. It was mutually beneficial. They both ended up doing pretty well, and he didn't know which way the market would kind of go. But what you're seeing here, I kind of brought to mind what he was talking about with the whole divorce thing, because we're incentivizing people to take liquidity from the Ethereum chain, pass it over the bridge, and then pair it up with, in this instance, I guess, Pulse. So it's kind of interesting to see what people will do with all of this.
I haven't really checked out these farms too much, but I don't know. Can maybe one of you guys help explain this to me?
Yeah. So let's say, initially PLSX and then PLS, there was initially a very, very, very high APR for this pair. So if you had this pair, you would take this pair, you would provide liquidity, you would get basically get liquidity tokens. We'll just keep it simple. And then you could take those liquidity tokens and you could actually you could then stake those, for lack of a better word, or farm those, and you would receive incentive token. So this function here basically says, okay, PLSX, PLS LP. So those are the tokens that you receive. You can stake these, and you can stake them for a very long time, and you can get ROI. In the grand scheme of things, this just makes liquidity providers much, much stickier. And what you'll see is there are varying APRs on each one of these pairs. So logically speaking, whoever's in charge of PulseX, you might get bigger incentives if you are in one pair compared to the other, or maybe they just need this liquidity, and it is based on competition too. This APR will go down as competition increases in that pool. But basically, this is just an indication of, whoever's pulling the levers, this is the type of liquidity that they want for the chain. This is what they're looking at. So wrapped ETH from Ethereum. So we're pulling economic energy away from Ethereum. HEX from Ethereum, which is EHEX, coming into the HEX ecosystem on PulseChain. USDT and DAI. So these popped up, I believe, yesterday, when we had about 4 or 5 days of just the PLSX and wrapped Pulse LP.
Nice. Yeah. I noticed like the ones with the most stable pairings are like you get the least APRs, but that's also, you get probably the least amount of impermanent loss, impermanent loss. But the ones where you add a stable coin to the asset, it's like like if you add that liquidity, you're basically going to get all of the stable coin. You're going to lose probably most of your asset. And so I think they're trying to get people in there with these higher APRs, but it's kind of nice. It seems like people aren't taking the bait. People are like, hey, I don't want to get rid of my PLS or they don't want people don't want to get rid of their PLS. They want to accumulate more, it seems like.
Well, actually, comparatively speaking, these APRs that you're seeing on the screen, they're low compared to what they were when they launched. Now
they're like 4,000 or 5,000 or something, right?
Like 50,000, 30,000. Oh, wow. So it just depends on how quick you can get in these things. Like I think the second one that was launched obviously was the DAI Ethereum, and that had just crazy APR. And as soon as it was announced, tweeted out by Richard, everybody got on the bridge and DAI shot up like crazy. There is so much DAI that's locked up in the bridge right now because of that tweet. And I saw it happen in real time. So it's really interesting to see this. There's a lag effect that's happening right now because there's so much friction, monetary friction because of the bridge. And it's almost like I kind of look at that. What is this thing?
That's the remove from stream button, right?
And he's gone.
What's this thing? Remove.
That is an X button on your browser. Let's see. I'll wait from the come back up.
Have you dabbled much with this, Briz?
Not with farming. I kind of I personally don't want to lose any of my my coins at this moment. I'm not selling my coins at a pathetic 1, 2, 3x. So I don't want to provide them up for liquidity. So I'm not doing any incentive farming at the moment. I'm just kind of dollar cost averaging and increasing my my bags.
Welcome back, Rex.
Well, yeah, I was so excited. I rugged myself.
Rugs to riches.
Rugs to riches. So I was like, okay, if we've got 70 million deposited, and actually this number is fluctuating. It's some parts of the day it's going down, some parts of the day it's going up. Does this chart right here, could it actually represent potential market cap or price in the future based on how much liquidity is now? What would be really, really neat if you could see on this timeline where liquidity is actually stacked? That would be kind of cool to see too. But as this gets unlocked, it's going to be put into the ecosystem, and price will potentially go up. So whoever created this, I think you're onto something. It would be really neat to see the blocks that are pending based on time across this bar here. So this is really, really cool feature. I'm glad they added that, and they did some other upgrades I think today as well.
Yeah, this is a really cool website. I would like to see how many total transactions there are, versus how many are pending versus a dollar amount. But
on the bridge,
I just kind of would like to have a little bit more information, I guess.
Yeah, I think, you probably find that we could eat pretty easily, not on the spot, but yeah.
New World Disorder says he started a Peppy SHIB pool.
Well, both were trading. SHIB was one of the ones that took off like on day 2, I think, day 2 or 3, and then Pepe didn't do too bad either.
Yeah, the incentive token. So when you farm, you get the incentive token, but what do you do, incentive token? What do you actually do? That's the question. You guys think Richard Hart has something up his sleeve?
I mean, you can use it to buy other assets on the cheap. That's one thing you can do with it.
True.
So,
That's true. You use it to increase your bag holdings.
Well, if you look at PancakeSwap, those secondary incentive tokens, they help people offset impermanent loss. That's one of the purposes. So not only do you get fees and stuff with the trades based on how big your size is in that pool, but also you can stake those to get even more incentives. So that way, maybe one side is selling off, and you can use incentive token to buy back up that side. So it really helps liquidity providers. That's one of the major purposes of this. And I think it'll also be used for other cool things too that we don't know about.
I mentioned in the last hour, I thought an interesting feature might be if Richard Hart used the incentive token for his wallet.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of doing a sacrifice, you just give out the incentive token and then have the incentive token collect fees from the wallet.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that might be kind of a interesting use case for that.
Incentive token it's a pretty cool thing by itself. There was no pre-allocation of this thing. And this day and age, the past 3 or 4 years, especially in the meme culture, no pre-allocation is super important to everybody. The only way that you can get this thing is through liquidity providing. I think it's almost 86,400 or 86,200 are unlocked. I believe it's daily.
I think it's 1 a second.
Yeah. So that in itself is a barrier to entry, because you have to provide liquidity. And in order to do really well, you have to be a really big bag holder of something that you're providing liquidity in. So in a way, the incentive token just by itself, it's almost like a novelty. It's a novelty because not everybody has access to it, especially at the genesis of this every single day. So, and the other big thing about this is every year, like I think year 2, the amount that is divvied out on a daily basis and a yearly basis is split in half. Year 3, I think it goes down to 25% or 30%. And then year 4, 25. And like by year 5 or 6, it's like 10%. So it's disinflationary. So that means a lot moving forward. If we can get maybe not this cycle, but next cycle, there could be a big bounty on that incentive token, and especially if it uses it in any other way. So there's just a lot of things that could happen with it, which is exciting.
So I got a question for you guys. A lot of people have been kind of upset that I think like the PulseX coin, people nowadays can get it for just as cheap as the sacrificers. And so people are kind of upset that, oh, I had to sacrifice and wait, and people are able to purchase it at the same price or cheaper than what people got at the sacrifice. What do you guys think about that? Is there much meat to that those kind of gripes?
I mean, good for you if you can buy it cheaper. That's awesome. How about PulseChain? That went the opposite way after a while. So now you have to pay more. So it's just the market, figuring out itself, and that's what'll happen over time. I fully expect, PulseX to increase in value over time. But if you can get a discount, and if you sacked, it's still in your ability to add to your position for lower than what you sacked for, and to lower your cost basis. So I mean, you can just sit and complain, or you can lower that basis a bit. So I don't know. I mean, if people want to complain about something, sure, go ahead. But I mean, these are markets. They're brand new markets figuring themselves out. Like we're witnessing, the evolution, of these coins. So not everything's just going to launch and go up. I mean, anybody who would ever think that probably shouldn't be in crypto or in financial markets. That's just not a healthy way of thinking. And especially, for those in HEX, we don't really do expectations.
I was told I was going to be rich, sir. Why
Dude,
am I not rich?
Well, think about this. Think about all the people who sacrifice that are able to do trading when nobody else can right now.
There's
What about
another
that?
perk.
What
There
about
you
the other perk of this? Guess what? Let's say you put $1,000 into some sort of pool with no expectation during the sacrifice phase, and you ended up coming up with a 1.5x or 1.7x. So your $1,000 worth of SAC turned into $1,500 or $1,750 for absolutely free. Do people today get those sorts of multipliers? Just market buying? No, they don't. There's a lot of advantages to this. Okay. Not only that, imagine this. You had all this time to accumulate more dry powder before the launch when these people who just came in didn't. That's an advantage. We've been telling people to do that. So it's like, no, that does not hold water. That doesn't hold weight. In fact, they should be even more excited that prices are lower right now to be able to accumulate, because none of those comments will age well at all. Zero.
Yeah. And coming into this, I mean, we knew there were two sides, the bulls that would hold on, and, everybody that got in with their, some of these guys, I mean, just crazy amounts of Pulse and Pulse X, but you could also sense it, in terms of, social media. Everybody's, asking, when's it launching, and posting pictures of mansions and jets and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, these people are the ones that are going to be, selling, because they're going to expect way too much at launch. And, a lot of people, 2 years is a long time. I mean,
it is.
We're going to have some people who, exit at the beginning, and we had a lot more than I thought we would, but it's just a part of, setting the bottom eventually, wherever that is, and we'll go from there and be fine.
Yeah. And the gift that keeps on giving, Texan airdropped PulseX, PulseChain, and HEX folks. Okay. Texan wasn't the only one to do that. Many people are going to do it, and they're going to do it for a very long time. So there's a huge amount of opportunity, and it's incredible that you were able to get in before. So that's even another reason. People are going to make so much money just because they're in those sacrifice sets over the next 5 or 10 years. I assure you.
That's an excellent point. I mean, you can name off a bunch of coins that include Pulse, PulseX, for SAC sets, and that's a great point, because going forward, I think that'll be a great set that many will seek out to for participation.
And Brandon, I heard Texan reached parity on both chains. Is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that was really exciting. We were curious about that, as many people are in this ecosystem. What's up, Papa Boner? Now, to be completely like straightforward and honest and clear about the situation, obviously it did sell off on the Ethereum side, and it pumped on the PulseChain side, and they met. So that did happen. So, it's not stabilized by any means, but it was just neat to have that happen, because that was a really big question in my mind and in many people's minds about different assets in PulseChain.
I think Hedron might be getting closer too.
I think
was
so.
Looking at earlier, so that's interesting to watch as well.
Yep, I'd have to take a look at that.
All right, fellas. Well, we're coming up on the end of the hour. I wanna thank you both for showing up and putting in the work and helping make Maddie's conference, everything it can be.
Thank you for hosting, Chris.
And we'll see you later, Papa Boner.
Got him.
But just real last, any final closing remarks? We'll start with you, Cabana.
No real closing remarks. Are we just like, shilling, or just like, hey, go PulseChain? Because that's, just stick with it, guys. I mean, the viewers on this live stream, the viewers or listeners in Spaces, all the YouTube streams that I'm watching, the interest is growing. I mean, we've launched, and we're on our way now, and we have, I think, a bunch of I hate the term influencer, but those types that will be in communication with Richard more so over the coming weeks and months, and the opportunity for exposure is just going to grow. So I would try to learn as much about this ecosystem as you can now before everyone else figures it out. That would be what
I have a question. Did I not get the memo? Is it SnapCap backwards day?
Yes, it is. We determined that at the last hour.
Beginning of the
Damn
hour.
it. Well, I don't look good in any kind of ball cap, so I'll just take it as I go. All right.
You can turn that one around, what you got on there. There's the same either way.
Dude, Papa Bear, if you had a snapback on the back of that thing, I'd buy it.
That's so
yeah, silliness.
What about you, Rags? Any last final comments? Where can we find you?
Guys, rule number 76, man. No excuses. Play like a champion. Let's stay positive. Stick to your long-term plan. Don't get shook by these people. 95% of them don't know what the hell they're talking about outside of this community. And just feel good that you're in the right place. So good stuff.
Now's the time to learn. And if you want to, draw a comparison to HEX, you had about, a month and a half before things got really interesting. So you had like a grace period there after the adoption amplifier launched. And, that was the time to get in. Obviously, any time early in HEX was great, but that first month and a half was tremendous opportunity. That's all I'm going to say about that.
That's awesome.
You don't remember the pain, though, did you? You don't remember the pain. There was plenty of pain.
Oh, there's plenty of pain, but you have to see through all the nonsense, and that's, if you were a day 30, whatever it was, adoption amplifier participant, you did pretty well for ignoring the pain. So.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for being here at the conference, and we'll see you guys at the next one. All right.
Briz, you're doing a great job, man. Keep it up. And Papa Boner, have fun, buddy.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
You too. Bye, guys.
We're the Hexicans coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the Hexicans. Yeah, I'm a Hexican.
Top Gun, Papa Boner.
Wow,
Welcome
look at
to the conference.
I have the logo frying my face up here. Is there any way that I could switch place? Thank you. Oh, what a relief. Top Gun, I appreciate you taking the L for me with the logo. And Briz making me seasick with all the switching. What's up? I can see your face for once.
Really? Yeah, we don't actually get into we haven't actually gotten into a YouTube channel or actually seen each other face to face. We've had a few conversations, but yeah, it's a pleasure to actually see you. Say hello, sir. Thank you for all the security you do in this community, and thank you for pushing it so regularly. I know some
thank you especially for your bedroom voice. It's so ever sexy and beautiful, and the Twitter spaces that you've been in charge of have been exceptional. I mean, really a level up in our community. So thank you for that too. I remember when you just used to come in and say, I'm not a technical guy, I'm a math guy, and I've got all these degrees, and I used to do all these things. For years, I've been talking to you.
Yeah, I just want to say, Top Gun, you have one of the smoothest voices in Hexico, and people call me Drunkle.
Drunkle.
They go, you sound like my drunkle.
Well, me and my sexy bedroom voice are blushing here, guys. Just dial it down about 20% there, Squirrely Dan. No, it is a pleasure. And yeah, no, 0 degrees. I was a college dropout. I mean, I was on a roll, but I still dropped out. No, I learned bedmass on a coaster, a bar coaster, when I was 8 years old, and I kind of just went with it because I'm partially autistic, so I'm really a math savant. But yeah, no actual degrees. I had a scholarship. Long story, I lost that. I was supposed to go to the University of Waterloo. It was it's our big Canadian like math thing, like MIT almost here, except much smaller and full of hockey and Canadian beer. But yeah, when I figured, like, I kept sat in those Telegram chats. I remember about a year ago, around the PulseChain sacrifice, just over a year ago, and I'm in there talking to the admins, just a little bit learning, and then I'm hearing everybody bash the buy and burn, calling it a gimmick, not understanding it, and hearing Richard Hart do the I don't want to play the what if game. So yeah, I started running some numbers, and then I just chime in and go, but guys, did you know? And start running the math, and it was so weird to see the chat start filling up, and like I had no idea at that time, because I'm not usually a get out in front and take charge, be a loud leader. Like, it's the numbers freak me out a little bit, honestly. I'm flattered to know that I've been able to help the community by just holding some spaces, trying to take some questions, and do my best to try and do some tech support, calm people down, and let them know what's going on in English. But I never thought, like, I would. When I made that math, I kept trying to give it to K for K because I didn't want to get out onto a video. I was like, hey, dude, I know you love PulseX. You keep talking about the buy and burn. You know what numbers you gave me did? I made this model. But it ended up that, I got pushed into making a YouTube channel, and it has been a crazy ride to see how much people actually have liked the content, like seeing the math. And so it gets me really excited. And plus the technology is so amazing. I do get just completely wired on excitement about this. And I love doing this. It is absolutely awesome.
On top of all that, live streaming is just plain and simple kind of fun, right?
It is.
I was the same way when HEX first came out in 2019. I remember I got contacted by this Australian guy, and he said, "Hey, let's do a podcast about HEX." And I was like, I'm not really interested in streaming. I don't really want to be on the stream and stuff. But then, like, when HEX launched, so many people started talking mad crap about HEX and Richard and how he's a scammer and everyone's getting scammed, and it just kind of like really upset me. I ended up contacting that guy back. I'm like, you know what? We need to do a stream and we need to set the record straight. And I think I made that stream maybe like 5 or 6 days after HEX launched, maybe like a week, and that kind of got me a little bit more into the streaming. So I totally know what you mean, Top Gun. But now PulseChain has launched, and so I'm just wondering, it's been almost a week. Tomorrow will be an actual week. What is your initial impressions of the PulseChain launch? Did it go exactly the way you guys expected it to go, or has there been any anything?
Be still, my beating heart.
I didn't expect for there to be such so many people clamoring to get in, but not able to get in. I didn't expect. Obviously, you've probably described the same feeling from everybody on this program, but I didn't expect the zeros to be added on to the gas fees. And for so many people clamoring to get those zeros, seeing that they were only gifted one pulse. I thought I had been working on this and preparing for it for damn near a year and a half, and plans have to change. So that was the biggest kind of like, oh, okay, we're just going to have to pivot now. And that my mind went to pivot mode, not celebration mode anymore. So that's where I'm at. What do you think, Top Gun?
I was pretty lucky to not be a builder in this space, so I didn't have any protocols to run and adjust. I mean, I was blown away. for sure by these gas, because I mean, I watched the stress testing of testnet and I saw like just in the rare transactions 44 pulse, like whoa, that guy must have been
right.
desperate.
Yeah,
You know, and that was the insane. And it's like, okay, and the whole time we're all thinking, yeah, maybe like what 10-20% of Ethereum users will come over, we'll start having some traffic. Like the stress test was more than a theory, we're gonna be fine. And I mean, really, the stress test hold, because this was so much different. The stress test pushed the gas up mechanically. In this instance, FOMO pants and bidding, because you can auction the gas, did it instead. And that was something none of us expected.
Right.
Oh my.
And for once, we know that there's no like shifty, private investors in these mining farms that have to dump on the market to pay for the actual cost of all their mining equipment. We solved that problem. It's just a matter of people having the old mindset to click aggressive, or to not take into consideration the fact that MetaMask wasn't synced up and providing the accurate gas estimates. But when they click, they still ratchet up the prices exponentially. So that was interesting to see. And again, surprise and pivot. So I have to get the message out. What's the next campaign? How do we deal with it? That's what I mean.
It's also kind of nice that at least with the high gas prices, that the money is going to actual Hexakin and PulseChainikins.
Yep.
And it's not just going to the Ethereum miners. And so, and therefore leaving our ecosystem. I like that it's going to be sloshing around with us, because those validators, they're going to probably take those fees and end up buying more coins inside the Richard Heart ecosystem, right? So that kind of makes me a little bit more bullish on the higher gas fees. Also, I said this maybe like 2 hours ago. I was kind of doing some of the math on the gas fees, and even at the current price of 0.00013, the average pulse transaction that I was getting was about 400 pulse, and at that price point, it's still just a 5.2 cent transaction, which is pretty decent. I was up this morning at 3 a.m. and I did the same exact transaction on Ethereum, and it was $6.
But wait a minute. That's a very interesting concept. It's that we sacrificers, right, have placed an amazing like psychological floor on Pulse, far higher than we had seen, that we expected, because the numbers of zeros that we see in front of us, we're like, that someday, based on my calculation, could be worth who knows, a penny a piece. And I'm like, I just spent future earnings, future dividends, future investment right now at the touch of a button, because I know how those Ethereum guys did it, and they paid, I mean, although this is a silly analogy, the one guy that paid all those Bitcoin for a pizza, that was an intentional thing, by the way. People don't remember that, but let's imagine that it was accidental and you threw away tens of thousands of Bitcoin on a pizza. We think that that's going to be us, especially with Ethereum. We see these wallets of these, initial entrants into the Ethereum thing, these free claimers for Ethereum. And we're like, dude, if I had that much Ethereum in my wallet, I just would keep it until now. But so that's the attitude that keeps it very precious to us. And maybe at a time when we should be generous with it, right? We should be not generous to the miners, but generous to help out other people that can't transact now, because they are clamoring to get some Pulse to do something on our network.
Yeah, I remember seeing like the 2000 PLS transaction, and I'm like, man, I would not be comfortable spending 2,000 Ethereum on a transaction fee. And I'm like, I'm not gonna spend that. And then I'm like, what the heck else am I gonna do? I'm like, I gotta hit the button. I gotta mint my Hedron or whatever. And then I kind of thought about it. I'm like, I did get 10 1,000 PLS for $1 during the
Yes, you did.
sacrifice.
Yes, you did.
So I can give up the 400 PLS coins that this transaction requires. And then on top of that, just buy more PLS.
Yeah, it's as easy as that. If you can bridge it, if you can bridge your assets now, then go ahead and buy. Of course.
Yeah, it's in Uniswap even. If you've got some Ethereum or USDC, you can hop into a pool, which I think has like 344,000 of liquidity. So it's not for whales to go buy millions of dollars with, but you want some gas money, you go spend a DCA of like $100 and go, oh, look, there's gas for the next year. It's possible.
Exactly.
It's right there. It is possible at our hands reach and really easy now.
Mhm.
Like it's
It's
amazing.
true. It's wrapped over there. It's wrapped over there. Now you can get it there. I am directing people to Uniswap and seeing if they can get just wrapped PLS. Easy
It's a little more
peasy.
expensive. Like I think it's going for 3027. So almost double the price you mentioned there on Pulse, which is interesting to see because people are trying to buy it to get in,
Yeah.
and people inside are trying to take profits because they've got plenty. So yeah, the price discrepancy, there's no room for arbitrage with the bridge so clogged. So people are looking at this and I mean, they're not even sure if to take advantage of the arbitrage if they really can to get across train. So it's an interesting time to be able to see two prices for this asset.
Yeah, with the price, well, when the price was half as much, I did the math, and $100 of PLS will get you 250 transactions on the busiest of days, meaning like 3,000 Pulse transactions. So now maybe they'll get you 125 transactions. But still, $100, you're gonna get over 100 different transactions. That's way more than you can get with Ethereum.
Yeah, $100 is like what? One transaction on a good day?
Yeah, right.
So then maybe you should bifurcate your whole way of thinking. Keep your investment bag separate. Go and buy fresh gas money, and then put that in perspective. Keep the old goodie bag out of your way. Don't look at it ever again, and just go buy your gas fresh. Right? Oh, you did that. Oh, good idea. All right. I only arrived at that conclusion that you probably thought of last year. Great.
Have a separate wallet called the gas tank.
There you go.
So, Papa Boner,
yes.
Now that you're here, I did not know that you were going to be on this hour with us, and I'm very happy.
Funny how that happens. I too did not know until I spoke with Maddie. I'm like, I'll come on. When do you need me? And he says, well, the top of the hour. If I'm encroaching on Top Gun's time, I apologize.
I don't think so. But I saw something recently in the news, and I thought maybe you could touch on it. And
Sure.
it had to do with Ledger and their recovery thing. And
Yes.
I know you're Mr. Security, so I'm just wondering what your initial thoughts on that whole Ledger recovery thing is. I know a lot of people are freaking out. Do you think they're over exaggerating, or do you think their concerns are warranted?
Okay, well, it's funny you should mention this because just a couple of hours ago, we completed a 2-hour session with our security practitioners in our community, many of which showed up, and we examined all the facts that we know, and we arrived at a conclusion. And I can give you a summary.
Can I just ask one question? Where was this hosted? Is
Twitter
that-
Space. Twitter Space. It
Okay.
said HEX and Pulse Security, and it was tweeted out just a few days before because this is kind of an emergency, a quasi-emergency evolving issue. So we wanted to get it out as quickly as possible, and because we usually do things on Friday mornings Japan time, Thursday evening in the US, it just fit in our schedule. So we waited a day, and in that time I was getting a lot of DMs saying, why would you wait? This is an important issue. My money is at stake. How could you do this? To which I answer, if it were a true emergency that would affect your bags right now, why would I wait more than a millisecond, right, to get this out to you? So here are the broad brushstrokes. And let me see if I can frame this accurately, because we did come to a conclusion that our message to kind of pipe out to the community. Number one, there is an opt-out service that was planned to be rolled out with the next update from Trezor to only their Ledger Nano X SKU and the future Ledger stacks. That's, to be clear, the Ledger Nano S Plus is not going to get this upgrade. And what the upgrade does is it allows you the option to opt in to a service that requires KYC, that then allows Ledger to basically Shamir secret shard all of your seeds and distribute them to 3 companies for safekeeping. This is like, I can't be trusted to keep my own seeds. I want recovery possibility. I want the recovery possibility in the future for myself or maybe my loved ones in case I die. I need this and I want this. The problem is they didn't come out with a public, opinion poll or anything to do with all these people that trust them and love them. Instead, it got buried deep in the release notes that came out simply a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And of course, cypherpunks went and they picked that apart and found this caveat with very little explanation. And they looked into it themselves and they found out what the traps were, what the call was that allowed this option to occur. So that's where Ledger screwed up, is they didn't get ahead of it publicly. They kind of hid it in the release notes. And then when the uproar from their community came out into the public, the president released statements basically that said, there's no change in anything. Shut the fuck up. And that's never been Ledger's strong suit, right? Their public relations is pretty iffy. When they unknowingly leaked all of their customer information out into the wild. And there was some reverse engineering attacks that occurred by people sending counterfeit Ledger Nano X's to people's houses. Nobody that I know of fell for it, because you get a free Ledger Nano X in a plastic bag out of nowhere. People started asking questions online. Should I even use this thing? It was a reverse engineering attack with a USB phone home device that was soldered onto the chipset. So, but that's one of the results of leaking information, of doxing all your users, right?
One other thing I heard, it was like all these people got like postcards about this weird cryptocurrency in the mail.
Called HEX. I don't know how that could have possibly happened.
And like apparently it got sent to all the people who had ledgers.
Well, I mean, possibly to save them, but I'm dubious of this entire thing. I don't know. I don't like the look of that 6-sided object. It's very, very spiky and scary. No, but anyway, back to the story and whether or not there's a problem and what the actual idea is this has fundamentally changed something in the code. There is an ability to access this function, whether you opt out or not. If you opt in or not, rather, there is a residual effect and it has changed. So when the president says nothing's changed, the answer is that's a half truth. And as Hex Hangout points out, that's probably a good earmarking of a liar, right? To say, technically nothing's changed. Trust us. Don't worry. You caught me, but there's no real problem that you should be paying attention to. So I say our new message to everyone is, if this is the actual attitude that this manufacturer is going to take, that's maybe worse of a problem than the actual exploit possibility in the wild. Because what are your risks? Your risks are a family member or somebody you trust is going to be over at your house. And while you're going to the bathroom and relieving yourself, they're going to get into your physical device, get onto your computer, have their passport at the ready and KYC in your name instead, right? Claim it for their own and then own your seeds. That's one. The second thing is, I suspect that, and I brought this up today, we don't have an answer yet, but if you use a passphrase, then there's no chance of an exploit because the passphrase is with you. You created it, it's unique, and it doesn't get sharded and sent to these 3 companies, only the seed.
It's not part of the enclave.
It's not stored in the it's stored in the enclave if you assign a pin, is what I think. Is if you establish a pin, you link it to a pin, then obviously it has to be stored in memory, and where better than the secure enclave chip to be able to call on it when you put in the pin. But Trezor does not do any of this crap. So my message that I told everybody that's probably the best way to proceed is, hey, everybody, whereas before we used to say get Ledger or Trezor, either one is fine. Look into Gnosis Safe. That's great. If you have to do mobile, Gnosis Safe is a great idea. But now we change that to, look, you should know Trezor is clearly what I would recommend. Any SKU is fine. You can easily enter in a passphrase, whereas the Model T can take a passphrase directly into the device, which is better. The Model 1 will do, but you have to know that you're taking a risk by entering into the keyboard, period. Ledger has perhaps flipped the script and lost the whole, ethos, and they've decided to enter in some shady code that we don't yet trust on the higher SKUs. So you can still access the Ledger Nano S Plus, but if this is the way that they're going to keep rolling things out in their company and, unapologetically take this type of new strategy on your behalf and something that you've trusted for all this time with all your goodies, your time-locked HEX stuff, for God's sake, think that over before you continue on and buy that fresh. And that's my new message.
I like it. I think I'm going to be picking up a Trezor pretty soon. I got my Ledger.
Is that an X or an S Plus?
As a S Plus.
Right on. So that's the one that you won't have to worry about this yet.
Yeah, I actually like the S Plus the most. I had the Ledger X, but I started having issues with it to where when I unplugged it and tried to turn it off, it just wouldn't turn off.
And you know why? Do you know why?
No, why?
Because it has a lithium battery on board.
Oh,
and lithium batteries have a shelf life in an appliance that small, maybe 2 to 3 years before it starts to swell a little bit. And eventually it swells and it puts pressure on different components inside, perhaps a short circuit, maybe something that's kind of iffy. And then finally it'll fail. And if it fails, you'll lose the connectivity that you paid the bonus for, which is stupid because you shouldn't be using the Wi-Fi or the Bluetooth option on it at all.
Right.
Anyway, but it causes you pain and suffering later on. All lithium-ion batteries will do this. And the stacks, which was a stupid thing to do, I think, is putting a bigger lithium battery on board to power a screen, which means you can keep powering it up and showing your friends your damn NFTs, which I think was stupid. But whatever, their marketing is their marketing. But eventually that lithium-ion battery will fail as well.
I was just thinking about that because I have wireless headphones, and the lithium battery on that one ended up failing. It ended up swelling up, and it's like $100 headphones. And I ended up replacing the lithium battery for $8, and I felt like a tech genius, whatever. But I'm kind of thinking of those batteries are super dangerous. If they get punctured, they're just like a gigantic fire hazard waiting to go.
Yeah, you can't mail them or fly with them in the hold of any planes. Even some boats that I'm trying to negotiate for a big move now, they won't take them.
Yeah, and now I'm kind of sitting here thinking, I'm like, man, what if the Ledger Nano X, what if that thing just explodes one day and it burns everything down?
No,
that's the battery has a potentiality.
I don't think that it's an incendiary device waiting to be ignited. No, I think that at worst it's going to just cause pressure on the components and maybe leak inside. I don't think you're going to have a catastrophic, flame up event where it's in your safe and it burns up all your family heirloom material or anything like that.
And all your paper seed.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so. But to make a caveat, is it possible? It's improbable.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Don't put it with your weed, by the way, Briz. Not with your weed. Okay, keep it away from your weed. No problem.
All right, noted. There we go. I move my weed.
Shifts it.
Just shifted a little. No, I mean, lithium ion batteries, if they're excessively used, like constantly being charged or drained, that could make them slightly more combustive. But the size of it matters, like how explosive it'll be. Like, yeah, I've heard occasionally about people's vaporizers using the lithium ions popping in their hands because they're vaping too much or odd little things. So, like, it's something where you've got to really throw that battery a lot to get an excited reaction out of it. Otherwise, they just kind of slowly leak and swell and damage the components, but not really explosive generally. Now, my cell phone, which did 9.5 hours of Twitter Spaces on the weekend, is threatening me now after 30 minutes of Twitter Spaces, and my ice pack has become an accessory. So, yeah, those batteries can be tested.
Ice pack on your cell phone to be able to get the feed. Oh,
I have to put the cell phone out of its case. I put a towel over the ice pack so I don't crack it from the heat difference. And then I set it on top to start taking the heat out just so my phone will slow down on the glitching and I can get through the space.
Yep. Oh, there's a question about, can I answer this one?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So the question is, what about the Ledger Nano S? This is a great question. And I think Das Baum asked, he put this into the roundtable discussion today. He says, well, the Nano S will not be included on the updates either. So the Nano S Plus and the Nano S, yes, it won't. However, know that the Nano S has been sundowned by the company. It's been end of life, right? So the last time they did that was for the Ledger Blue, and the Ledger Blue hasn't had updates for 3-4 years now. I would hate to see people saying, fine, I'm going to roll back my tech and get something I have to trust for security, but it doesn't get updates. So I would think twice about recommending that to anybody. I have a Nano S right here still in the package. So imagine my chagrin when I found out that they end of lifed it. So I just use it as a novelty to show people what it's about now. It's very little use to me otherwise.
Actually, I have mine right here as well, and I keep wanting to use it, and but it takes an old micro USB instead of USB-C.
Yeah.
And I just can't find one around here. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
This is why I haven't hooked up this wallet.
Right. And that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a great point. The one that it came with, right, is now kind of walked away in your life. Maybe you used it to charge something else back in the days of micro USBs, right? You don't use them anymore.
Probably use it to tie something together.
Right. But you could get very desperate though as a crypto fiend and say, I need a micro USB. Let me go get one at the $1 store. And you go out and you go buy one, just happens to have a phone home chip on it. That's why they can send them out so inexpensively sometimes in droves. Here in Tokyo, there have been several exploits where the USB chips USB end caps, right? You click them off, you can see that there's a tiny little transceiver and it's actually phoning home all of your data in line. It's really, really bad. A man-in-the-middle attack that you paid for. It's ridiculous. So don't use the cables just off the shelf. You can always go back to Ledger or Trezor and buy a replacement. They still have them.
So I wanted to ask you guys about the bridge, and I just wanted to ask your initial thoughts on $71 million entering the bridge, and just your guys' thoughts on this since the bridge opened a couple days ago. What do you guys think?
Well, here I am live in front of the PulseChain bridge, currently decongesting. I've had this picture behind the whole time to make that joke. No, and then what's awesome, because everybody's like, but the progress bar has stalled. So you realize, just so everyone looking at this, the bridge can never hit 100% unless people actually stop using the bridge, because as you add more money, well, that progress gets set. So it's 31.8% of the total $70 million has gotten through, in essence. So, I mean, as we see that go up to $100 million through the bridge, like as people keep sending the money through, that moves the goalpost. So we're constantly trying to catch up to the funds that have gone through. Now, ideally, someday we should hover around, 95, 98% because we're processing them all pretty much right away. But bridges aren't instantaneous even the best of times. So I love watching this progress to see like just how much activity and buy pressure is waiting at the gates. Like, I don't think any of us really imagined this much interest ready right away, even with the 2-year wait. And then one thing I'm upset about with PLS Burn is the name is PLS Burn, but like I see prices and metrics, but then they rearrange the page and I'm like, well, where did the Pulse Burn and the PulseX Burn go? Like, I was tracking those. Are those part of the prices now?
It's actually right here. You can see.
Okay. 21 billion. Oh my God. Oh my God.
21 billion, baby. We've
21 hit me.
We've
Burn
burnt
it up.
100%
Oh my God.
of the total supply.
Well,
That's not bad.
I don't count the OA supply, right? So I count the 17.2 trillion outside the OA, and in which case we crossed over 0.1%.
That's true. That's true. I didn't think about it like that.
Yeah, I don't expect the OA to ever really move any coins because I think if it ever did, that would be the gone narrative poof, and everybody might actually like get spooked finally. So I don't count those as circulating supply. I don't think they will ever move. So yeah, I count the supplies a little bit lower. But and where's our pulse at now? Oh my God, the pulse burn. Where are we at with that? Oh, almost 1 billion.
953 million pulse burned.
Wow. You filthy, degenerate arsonists. I love you all. Oh, wow. So, yeah, this has blown away all of my expectations. I'm pretty sure my math model wasn't even burning PulseX that fast, guys. So I'm like, this better slow down at some point, or like it'll make my math model really, really right. However, I need to readjust because I did not expect so much liquidity to be provided.
I have a question for you guys. Do you guys remember where you were when the bridge first opened?
I was doing a live stream. It's recorded.
Nice.
I was in the middle of the physical act of love. No, I'm just kidding. I was in a live space too, and it happened. And my wife was next to me. I excused myself. We high-fived, we laughed, we cried, and then I went back to the space and we watched the show.
Well, that's awesome. I remember I was watching the HEX Token channel. Shout out to Superman at the HEX Token channel, and I remember he was covering the bridge, and then he ended his show, and like the minute his show ended, I'm like, let me go check the pulse ramp. Let me see. Oh my God, it's up! And like I had to go message him, and he had to restart his show again.
Wasn't it a dud without the bridge open? Wasn't that those like 2-3 days? Wasn't that like
lackluster,
claustrophobic? Yeah, it was like, lackluster. It was like, I'm trading leprechauns for unicorns, like was it Walrus always says, right? His greatest analogy ever. I overused that. It was so true. We didn't know what we were doing.
Well, the only people that could actually be doing anything were the people who actually already had PLS and had enough to actually do the transactions. And so those were the only people that actually able to do any, like to facilitate any trades before the bridge, because, the bridge is there to transfer assets from Ethereum to PulseChain to do more trades, I guess. And so, yeah, it just kind of felt like just a few people in a playground playing by themselves. And then when the PulseChain or when the bridge opened, it kind of showed a lot more activity waiting to get in there, right?
For sure. Well, I mean, even the activity pre-bridge was pretty insane. And I know like a lot of people were paralyzed with one pulse. That'll be enough for gas, getting it with their Pulse X sacrifice. And I mean, if you found out because you were live streaming maybe with RH Max or someone when the chain went live, maybe that one coin was enough to grab a few. But because I got lucky enough right off the bat, I felt bad seeing all those gas fees. Like that was part of what got me out in those spaces, was trying to get awareness for any of the community run faucets that were just trying to get some amount of help. And then it was amazing giveaways started around me in my space, and the amount of altruism that popped up. Like I lost track of the amount of people that actually managed to get enough pulse for their first transaction to join the many that got in for the original sacrifice, so they didn't feel so left behind. It was an awesome experience to make sure, but like for sure we couldn't get to everyone, and there was so many people that just have gone nuts now with the opportunity of the bridge, and also the other community faucets that are not so much like go to a sketchy Telegram room and don't give away any information while you're trying to get some help, but like here's a website like How to Pulse right now. I love their community's stuff because they've got such a pillar for all the content around Pulse. They're trying to work on a faucet as well right now, so I know I'm heavily anticipating that to be able to help some people direct them to. But there's some other places where I'm not as familiar. I haven't had a chance to go check the contract or what the signatures look like with your wallet or how they work, but there's probably 3 or 4 different faucet websites that have popped up to try and help the community around this. Because using the bridge is not free of gas. You need still a little bit of pulse on the chain in order to release your tokens when they get there. Otherwise, I bridged in and I can't get them.
Do you consider that circulating supply, or based on somebody other than the OA that funds the faucet, right? There has to be something in it for them, because otherwise it's just, a whole bunch will be drained away, because now everybody needs gas money, and the only way to get it is either wrapped assets across the bridge or on the other side from some faucet. Can't do anything otherwise.
But even when you send your stuff across the bridge, you can't unwrap it unless you have Pulse.
That's right.
22.
Yeah, which is where it's interesting enough. Like, as you were talking about, everybody's thinking about the future price of their bags and starting to turn into leprechauns and hoard them. But a few of us are actually thinking about what it means to get the onboarding experience, to get the hype, to the altruism, the awesomeness of the moment. Like Silvertooth, a little less known YouTuber with a small following, gave away actual millions of pulse out of his own personal wallet just to help people get onboarded. I think it was like 1.8 or almost 2 million or something he said, before he got tired out and had to really give up for doing it for almost a day. Like, this is where some of the people actually did get in with 10 grand, 100 grand. Like, they got billions and billions of tokens, so they can't do this forever. But one of the sites was targeting people who had sacrificed for Pulse X. That was the qualifier. If you hadn't sacrificed, you wouldn't get a faucet release. And they're trying to limit just one release to those people for just enough for that first transaction.
Right.
So, like,
so someone says
structures,
I think that someone was going to build something, or was going to be reviewing. Someone's opening up a faucet. They said that they want to make sure that you don't have a bag already. And if you do have a bag, it's like, we're not putting this out there just so you can have a little bit more. We want this to be out to people that need it. So I think they've built that into the script. By the way, there's a lot of questions I've been seeing in the chat for me. I'm not reading the chat actively now. I'm really enjoying the time with Brisology and Top Gun for the first time we're together. So please, if you do have a problem or a question, just feel free to DM me. I'm Boner Papa on Twitter, or Papa Boner on Telegram. Just reach out and I'll get you set up.
Yeah, regarding the faucet, I did have a note, or right here, and I just put down here, it's like, remember guys, the faucets are not meant for you to drain. It's not just free pulse for everybody, but it's just for you to take a little bit to get your first couple trades going, and then you can trade another asset for more PLS, and now you're in the system. But the faucets aren't meant for you to just like come fill up your bag.
Take a
It's-
shower, you know.
It's meant for
Fill a
everybody.
bathtub.
Yeah, take a little cup and then move along. Don't bring a trash bag.
Just like the methadone clinic, right, Briz? Yeah.
Exactly. So if anyone is doing a faucet, I mean, I think you should probably set up a timer to where it sees the wallet that took from it and then says, hey, you cannot take any more for 24 hours or something like that. But I don't know how the other faucet is going to prevent knowing if someone has a bag if they just spur up a brand new wallet.
I like the idea. Follow me, guys, because we used to do this round robin thing with Trezor discount codes, and it worked out really well. We did this round robin where I said, fuck this, god damn it, everyone wants some discount. You deserve a discount. Let's do this. Every time you buy one, you used to get 2 discount codes for your friends and family, and those offered 10% discounts. And I said, okay, I'm going to be managing this. Send me the codes you don't need. I'm going to make sure they go to Hexagons. So, and then when you take one, when you get your discount codes, you give me 2 back. So how about this? If somebody is nice enough to give you gas money, when you buy yours, give them double back. It's mice nuts right now. And it would help them to then go to 2 other people. And when one person shines on them, I've heard of people going, thanks a lot. And they understand that policy and they leave, they screw them over. And it's like, be nice to the guy or girl that's going to be helping you out. I say double back policy.
That's nice. I like that. Let me see. What else do we have on the agenda today?
Oh, and by the way, I didn't eat those 10% discounts at the end. At the end, we ran out because they stopped the policy and then we just kind of sunsetted the whole thing. So I didn't even get one, by the way. Damn it.
Another thing that's going to help with onboarding, and we probably won't need faucets too much longer, to tell you the truth, is you guys know about Portal X?
Oh, yes.
Power City.
There we go. There's the answer, right?
I think that's our solution because they're going to be doing cross-chain swaps. So if you go to Coinbase and you buy some Ethereum, you should be able to use Portal X and convert that Ethereum directly into native PulseChain coins, PLS, and you should be good to go.
And the winner is Power City.
Power City. I'm gonna full disclosure, I have sacrificed for Power City. Actually, I remember why I sacrificed for Power City. I was pretty drunk that night, and they said, hey, if you sacrifice for a couple of these other guys, we're going to give you a couple bonus shekels. And I said, I'm in. I'm in. And I sacrificed. They got me with the bonus.
Oh my god, that's so different for me. I'm stalking those guys with my OCD going, really? What are you doing? What are you doing? Tell me all about it. Ooh, that's a lot. Ooh, you're going to make a really big bridge that way. That's really dangerous. Those don't work so well. You're biting off a lot. You know what? I don't know if you can get it done, but I'm going to give you my money just because I want to see you build that. Give it your all because it'll make my bags even better. I had no idea they were such a powerhouse when they started down this road. I'm amazed to see all their progress, and I'm so happy I said, shut up and take my money.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, wait, you just said you had no idea they were such a powerhouse, and it's in their name, Power City.
Yeah, they've really kind of come a long way with everything. I'm actually really impressed with them, and I remember going to their party in Las Vegas at DJ Lethal's bar. So that was a lot of fun.
So we won, basically. In a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, we won. Thank you very much.
We won.
It was we won. It happened. It's real.
Winners.
There's no more. Yeah, there's no more naysayers. There's no more like, hey, this is a scam. There's no more, it's never going to happen bullshit.
Yep.
It is what it is, and it is not fallen down. It's not stopped. It's not paused. It's working. We won.
It's laying rubber and smoke. It's just like it's the one part where I imagined, I'm like, every chain has launched practically barren, like an empty nation. You got to show up and build small towns and then work that up to industrial and get all these protocols built and get the chain usable. And this thing, yes, we've had some clogging over the week, but a week for a fully functional bridge chain, like that's just dropping a fresh Lambo ready to go with a fresh tank of gas. You don't have to sit there and play Sims from the beginning 100 years ago. Everything is launched ready to go. As far as I know, no matter what, no chain has really done that to this level with liquidity backing, with interest, and with this many protocols and utilities, which sounds all really fun and technical, but for the filthy degens out there, that just means a lot more casino games. So there is all sorts of ways to game the system to get your angle to try and, well, you know what? I think there's going to be more volume over here. I think people are going to want to use this. I want to be staked there. Well, I want to be providing liquidity there. My God, it is the Las Vegas of blockchains right now. Boom, we got 3 casinos. Like, it is everything that people want, whether you're in it for the tech and just love the fact that we've got 4 protocols guarding around the validation of the chain, and that one of them even has built-in aspects of BitTorrent in order for fast indexing in the future when the chain gets longer. Like, ooh, maybe you're in for that kind of technology, or maybe you're just in for the fact that, yeah, PulseX has a buy and burn, and basically that buy and burn is like a drunken Michael Saylor that will buy it even at the top over and over and over again.
I like that.
Like, so yeah, that's probably going to be pretty good for price. That's one heck of a casino game. Or for Wall Streeters, it's revenue distribution through buybacks. However, they will not be able to sell as they are deleting their shares, or aka throwing them in a dumpster and burning them. Like, oh my God. And other tokens that are going, hey, yeah, well, this is collecting the fees. You mean dividends? Yeah, collecting some of the fees. All right, you're shy around Wall Street terms. That's right. Buybacks and dividends, if that's your game, Wall Street. Like, we've got everything for everybody. Come check it out. That's amazing. Amazing. Sorry I get so excited.
I accept your apology.
Speaking of games, would you guys like to play a quick game with the chat?
Yes.
All
I
right.
love chat games.
I thought we could do this because I saw a tweet from Richard Hart, right? And his tweet was first they, then they, then you. And to me, this felt like
I got it. I want to guess. Can I guess? Can I buy a vowel?
Mad Libs. This felt like Mad Libs.
First they penis, then they fuck you, then you shit on them. Isn't that correct? Did I win?
I think that's pretty close. So
Oh.
I'll just wonder, like, I would like to see the chat.
This is Gandhi said that about the
fill
penis.
some of these blanks with what they think Richard is saying, and then maybe we can also read some of the responses, because I filled in my own Mad Libs. Is it Mad Libs? Papa, you're the boomer.
Mad
You
Libs,
know
yes, yes. Back in the day, you must be old like me. Yes, Mad Libs, yes. Give me an adverb, Give me
All
a
right,
verb.
well,
transitive.
I'll put mine in the chat. All right,
Yes.
and then hopefully other people can enter theirs. All right. So here, I'll put mine in there.
First they caress you, then they
First they doubt
wine and
you,
dine you.
then they hate you,
Fight-
then you
fight
win.
you. Fight you.
I but
You
first
read it
they-
like Ben Kingsley from Gandhi. Remember the movie Gandhi? Yeah,
No.
right. First they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win.
So I filled out my own, and I put first they take your girl, then they turn your mom against you, and then you get real sad.
How about first they assess you for taxes, and then they insist on you paying your taxes, and then you pay your fucking taxes.
So if you guys want to play, fill in your own blanks. Let's see what you guys can come up with. I thought it would be. I don't know if this will be fun or not, but I was like, hey, maybe we can get the chat room involved at the top of the hour. But
first they buy you dinner, then they take you home, and then you
then they take your organ.
Yeah, and then you give them your organs.
My God.
Well, this is fun. I like Mad Libs. This is fun stuff. Vanity Zen has a good one. First they FUD you, then they capitulate, and then you win. I like that. That's
nice.
Fun.
We got first they mock you, then they laugh at you, then you retire.
I like that one.
That's delicious.
Marcus. First they call it a scam, then they want in, then you laugh all the way to the bank.
Nice. I like that. I have another one that makes it a very, very pleasant analogy.
All
Ready?
right. All right.
First they chocolate, then you vanilla, and then you sundae.
What was the last word?
And then you sundae.
Sunday.
Because you have 2 scoops, and you can make a sundae.
I thought it was going to go to a Neapolitan angle.
Oh, and then you Neapolitan. No, nobody likes a strawberry from Neapolitan. Come on.
All right. We got a question here from Andre. It says, do you know of any faucets could use a hand with this mate? Famous.
Bob Fawcett, jazz hands.
I know Famous with the PH, not associated with the Fiat guys.
Mm-hmm.
He just has a website. It's called HEX Direct. And he has a faucet on there. Have you guys actually seen hexdirect.com yet?
No. This is new.
This was produced by Famous. He's on the Discourse Syndicate DeFi show with RG3. And he's actually created a really nice website with a lot of resources on here. And let's see. And I know if you scroll down to the somewhere around here, yeah, there's a claim of 2,500 PLS, and all you have to do is prove you're not a robot.
Wonder how long they can keep that going. They can't have infinite bags, so maybe act fast.
Exactly.
And it costs you just 2,501 pulse to transact.
And it's cool. You don't have to connect your wallet. All you have to do is put in your public address, and it sends it to you. So it's very safe. So that's very cool. It's very nice of Famous to be doing that. Thank you, Famous.
For 3 easy payments of free $99.
Wait, hold on a second. Famous himself, who manages this website, hexdirect.com, which I recognize, is actually providing a faucet that works right now.
Yes, sir. This is it.
Champion.
Wow. Right. Way to go, fans.
I would try it to see if it works, but I don't need the PLS, so I'm not going to take it.
Yeah, I don't want to use a faucet. I don't need that. Feels like stealing candy from babies, almost literally.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the noobs need that candy. Yeah.
And what if you automated the whole thing that I talked about before? What if you took it from Hex Direct and you paid double back into the contract? That would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be kind of nice.
That would be interesting. Yeah. Like that was where for a little while there was a successful, I think it ran dry from too many people just running, but a pay it forward system tried to go in Telegram. That was early starter, but I think that ended. And so it's nice to see these other faucets popping up. I think Matty Allen even put one out. I can't even remember. I'm losing track of it because the community has worked so fast and so hard together to be providing all of these options, which is awesome because, I mean, we have so many different types in the space. Not everybody trusts everybody. Like, as much as I come across, I'm sure some people look at me like, you're new, you're weird, I don't trust you. Like, everybody's got their favorite YouTubers, and to have so many different people in this community networking and sharing this information, it's just been an awesome experience to really feel a part of.
Welcome, David. How you doing?
100%. 100% yes to what you were just saying, man. I have the same experience, and I'm so excited right now to share all of that with you guys, because we know each other for 3 years. Brisology, you were, I think, the 3rd or the 4th international hexagon that I ever met in my whole life. So
That's
you see,
awesome.
there is like a bondage between us, right? Like we know each other for such a long time, and now something new happens, and we get to talk about new things, right? PulseChain changes a lot, and today, like Maddie told me that I have 1 hour here with Brisology. Maybe we're going to do a little bit longer. I have a presentation. I want to talk about my life, my journey as a hexagon. Then I want to talk about the life-changing ecosystem that Richard Hart is building here with PulseChain. And then at the end, I want to talk about a very specific topic that is really like on my heart, is that HEX is too cheap. And in like 1 hour, we will really digest of why HEX is too cheap. What is the problem right now with the bridge? It is clocked. We all know that. But what is the exact problems? And is there maybe a real life example of something that is going on with PulseChain right now? And yes, there is. I have done this example. I asked ChatGPT for advice, and ChatGPT helped me. I want to present that to the community today. And at the end, you guys will see that I'm right with my thesis that HEX is dirt cheap right now, and we should all take action.
And with that, I take my leave so that Abit may have the floor. Top Gun, it was a pleasure sharing this time with you. Brisology, it's great to see you as always, Senor.
Thank you so much.
Check you out later.
For being
Same,
here.
Papa. Thank you so much. And sorry about the earlier security space. Please continue to invite me. If I could have made it earlier tonight, I would have.
Oh no, absolutely not a problem. And the recording is available anyway in case anybody wants to listen to it. And it'll also be posted on the new security platform that we're going to launch called what is it? B9, because it's benign. So look for that coming out soon, guys. Thank you very much.
When I first heard the B9, I thought it was like a vitamin reference, like take your vitamins.
It is take your B9.
Oh, I thought you meant like B9, like it's like a benign tumor.
It is like a benign tumor. Yes, that is that. But for your benign tumor, you may want to up your B9 vitamin. So think about it.
And Papa Boda, let me say thank you. In the name of the HEX community, you are providing the best security tips. And whenever I need some, information when it comes to security, I come to look for your information. So thank you so much for everything
thank you,
that
Abit.
you are doing, Abit.
Thank you for all your effort. Your tour across the United States. It's been a while since I've spoken to you, but it's great to see you're still excited about everything. It's the Richard Hart ecosystem, and you're an inspiration to others as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Papa.
My
Take
hat
care.
is off to you, Papa.
Mine ain't coming off because there's just bald underneath. Take care. Bye, everyone.
Top Gun, you have served your time. You are welcome to tag along and be a part of this with me and Abit if you'd like. But if you have to get going, I totally understand that as well.
I would love to stay and continue doing this. I really would, but my time is not unlimited, unfortunately. Unless there's any quick pressing questions or anything you want to know before I leave, I will make my exit. I think it's been an absolute pleasure being on here with you. You have been a magnanimous host, an excellent host, very patient, very courteous. Been an absolute pleasure. I guess I made a mistake with my tweet when Maddie first invited me. I thought he'd be hosting and like the two of us be chatting with him. I didn't realize it was going to be such a big event at first. And this has been an awesome experience. You make a wonderful host yourself, and I look forward to doing things like this again with you.
Heck yeah.
Top Gun, I also want to ask you one question, because this would be the central point of the stream that we will be discussing today with Brisology. Do you think it is smart to use 5% of your PulseChain that you have in order to get back the HEX that you sacrificed 2 years ago? What do you say about that?
So 5% of my pulse bag that I got from sacrifice to use that to get HEX, would that be a smart play?
The HEX that you sacrificed.
See, For starters, this is an interesting thing where I didn't sacrifice for Pulse. I got here just a little bit late. I got here at the Pulse X sacrifice. So when it launched 5 days ago, I had one token like everyone else. I just happened to know it launched when the gas was still sub token. So I managed to get into Pulse rather than thinking about heading the opposite direction. So my leprechaun juice was all aimed at me pot of Pulse. I got to get me pot of Pulse. I've been DCAing HEX this whole year. I got to have the Pulse. So my thinking hasn't been the other direction. I can't really comment on that so much. Sorry, man.
But no problem. Look, I will also make a case for something else, because you and I, we are in a similar situation, because you probably had, before the fork, you probably had liquid HEX, you probably had some staked HEX, right? All of these things. And I will also discuss these two situations. Like, what was it cost to get these kind of HEX back? And, you know, just from your sacrifice PulseChain. And it also works with PulseX, and all of this we will be digesting now with Brisology. Top Gun, it was really fun to listen to you in the last 1 hour.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just will say that the sacrifice, I was glad that the sacrifice happened when it happened, because a lot of people haven't really stopped to really appreciate as much that if they hadn't sacrificed, in a lot of cases, they weren't sacrificing stable coins. And if they'd been holding, all of that would have lost all of its value. And then with that less valued holding crypto, they'd be chasing the same price of Pulse right now. So, I mean, when the sacrifice happened, it was almost like a saving grace to lock all of that value until this point for PulseChain launch. So I'm glad I got to take advantage of that. And even with the DCAing over the last year, being able to buy at 2 cents for HEX and get a nice DCA in there, that was at least a happy opportunity for at fork to have some liquid HEX to be able to get a bag of Pulse. So I feel well balanced and well rounded at this point, and giving tech support to the community keeps me from FOMO pants trading. So I'm gonna hop out of this chat before I get some FOMO pants and go trade before sleep. So thanks for having me on, guys.
Hey, thank you for being here, Top. We'll talk to you later, all right? You know, the one thing he said was about, you know, we had locked up our sacrifice amounts at the value at the time of sacrifice. And I hear a lot of people kind of recently grumbling about, you know, the people didn't need to sacrifice because they're able to buy in now at basically sacrifice prices. But the one thing they're kind of not really thinking about was that when we sacrificed for PulseChain, it was between 8 cents and like 16 cents. And when we sacrificed for PulseX, it was up as high as like in the 30-cent range. And we got to lock in that value at those particular times. So I really don't think that anybody who didn't sacrifice and bought in now, I really don't think they got a great advantage over the people that sacrificed. I think the people that sacrificed still have that advantage, because I know a lot of people are like, you know, we lost our advantage, and I don't think that's true.
Not at all. Today, I will show you that the people that sacrifice for PulseChain, especially the Hexicans that used HEX, will have a huge advantage. And then it is also really interesting what you were saying, like when you locked in the sacrifice for PulseChain, it was in this certain time period. For PulseX, it was a little bit later. I have not looked into the PulseX and the numbers, but I looked very deep into the PulseChain numbers. And I just looked at myself, at my current situation. Brisology, I know we are looking in the same number, in the same league. All so many Hexicans that we know and meet at all those parties, right? They are, some of them are sharks, some are dolphins, some are squids, and it works for all of them, because at the end, it is just a ratio. If you gave HEX, you got PulseChain, and we will look into that. So
I heard you have a presentation.
Exactly. I have a presentation. I want to see right now how many people are watching here right now. 650. I think that's amazing. This is the second time that I gave this presentation already. I'm talking about this topic for 4 days. I just want to show you guys like how serious I am with this topic, because I have the feeling I've found something here that is just not right. I talked to my best buddy, KSB Lion, and he always obviously agrees with me. And then I'm talking to other friends and colleagues and Hexicans, and they all realize, wow, Hex is really too cheap. But I need to hang up. Right now I need to go to my ledger. And then sometimes I talk to the people that like Hedron, and they look at it and they are like freaked out even more. Because when I showed them what advantage Hedron had over Hex to buy, man, they all freak out. It's so funny. And nobody sees it yet. And that's really the interesting thing. Why do I see it, and why does no other hexagon see it? And I really go here not with the dollar value, because right now the bridge is clocked, right? We will dissect that as well. What does it mean? So right now the prices that we see are trash. This prices that I see for a PulseChain for Hex, they don't mean anything to me, right? The bridge is, I think, by 30%. You know what? Let's bring in the people here. I want to see. We have 630. And if everybody could right now like and subscribe, and also Twitter out what I have tweeted, that I'm live here right now, because this would help to get the algorithm going and to get every hexagon here, because I think that's a very important topic that the hexagon community should take very serious, because this is the bottom line that I'm drawing here. I'm saying right now there is a possibility for somebody to skip in line and just take over a little part of the Hex ecosystem. And I don't think that is fair, because Brisology, you and I, we have sacrificed so much to be where we are today, right? And we had, first of all, invested our money with the hope that Richard Hart would not rug pull us. Then we did 10,000x, but some of us were staked and it went down 96%. We waited 2 years for PulseChain, so a lot of sacrificing here. And now the situation is, like I say, somebody is able to come into the PulseChain ecosystem to see the dirt cheap Hex and then just buy a little part, and does not have to suffer through all the pain that we went through. So right now I'm going to the chat here to post this Twitter tweet. Oh, I think I did already. If you guys could all retweet this Twitter link that I just posted, and then we quickly get like 1,000 people here. And I think it's really important what I have to say. What do you think so far?
Like and retweet, please. Let me see if I can help out with that. Boom.
So
let's go. Boom. Retweet. And I'm going to hit the like button. All right. I liked and retweeted it.
Perfect. And today, the main thing that I will be doing probably is just to share my screen, because I have the presentation and I also have my Twitter account here.
All right. I'll share your screen right now.
Yeah. So this is the tweet that everybody was retweeting right now to bring everybody here to Medi. And look at this. Marco is talking about the dolphin, and later we will maybe go here to look at this cute video while I'm talking. But here you see Stoikos was just last week talking about a similar topic, about the topic that in order to be a dolphin, you need 1,000 TShares right now, right? We are at this point. This was like a couple of days ago. It's still around this number. This does not change very much and very quick. So we will see this picture today as well. Because, like I said, a dolphin is actually a reasonable position that has a lot of fun and a lot of yield, right? Brisology, the last 3 years that we earned yield in Hex, and you staked for 6.5 years, for example. I'm just like trying to display what kind of yield you were earning if you are a dolphin before big payday. If you had like 5 million Hex, for example, today you have 3 times as much, 15 million Hex. This is the yield that the dolphin is getting. Of course, today it is a little bit different because the T-share price is different. We'll look at this later on as well. We will look at the T-share price that we have today, and then find out what is the value of Hex really. And this is where I draw my conclusion there. Hex has value not only because we see a dollar price on the Ethereum network, but also because we have a T-share system, and this generates yield. And why shouldn't the yield that I'm earning on the Ethereum network be equally worth for the yield that we are earning on PulseChain? And this is really how I saw Hex and how I evaluated that Hex is too cheap right now. I'm going for the ratio. How easy is it to get into a dolphin or even a shark position.
All right.
And here you see the bridge 30%. What I like to do is I like to retweet things so I find them easily later. And this is all the things that we will discuss in the presentation. And here you see this is the second time that I'm talking about this topic. No, it's actually the third time I talked about that in German. I like to favor my German community a little bit. So I gave them my ideas one day earlier and one day later then in English. This is what this stream here is all about. And I just want to point out how important this topic is to me. So really quick to get a little breathe in here to give everybody a little pause. Let's look at the prices, at the charts that I'm looking at when I'm doing what I'm doing. Because I'm not talking about dollar prices anymore. I don't care about the dollar. The dollar is a trash asset. The reason why it works, what I'm doing, is because I'm in assets that I love. HEX and PulseChain. In the past, we had huge problems with impermanent loss. This is also a topic of today. If we went where we're doing our trades, if you went to sell into USDC, now you are into an asset that doesn't go up in price. And if you sell into Ethereum, now you are in an asset that doesn't go up as much as HEX, for example, right? But this time I'm trading my HEX for PulseChain or my PulseChain for HEX. And this first route that I want everybody to think about is what is if you want to get your sacrificed HEX back, and this is exactly what we will be calculating today. So Brisology, this is one of the things that we will be getting, or this is what we are getting right now with PulseChain, the chart of PulseX and PulseChain. Because a lot of us have the same coins, right? We have PulseChain, we have PulseX, we have the chart we want to see what is the ratio between, and it is going so crazy and volatile here as well. Let's see, like this alone would be like 30%. And Brisoli, let me ask you one question. Do you really care what you have, like PulseX or PulseChain?
At this point, no. I mean, I both see them doing incredibly well. We always go, these have 10,000x potentials, and I always I'm super conservative, so I say 1,000x.
Exactly.
And I both real quick, I both see them having the ability to get to a penny each. I really do. And so I really don't see a problem with having one or the other if they're both at a penny. I would just say, hey, if you can get more of one coin than the other and they both at a penny, I'd get the one where you get more coins.
And my thought experiment that we are doing here today is really based exactly on what you were saying. For us that we love PulseChain and PulseX, it doesn't matter too much what coin we are holding because we love both. And if there is a possibility to do like 20%, why not take it? And by just buying an asset, and if it goes up, you already have the possibility of a surplus, of a trade that you can do like 10%. And this is basically like free money. It's printing free money because now you are in PulseX. Okay, now what? The most liquidity, and here we have Hart's Law, something that I wanted to implement in today's presentation, but I was really not able to do it. But because of Hart's Law, because of the money market, we have to understand what is really moving the prices. And this is a little bit of what we will be talking today. So let's see how many people got in here today already. I have to update this because the number somehow is not changing. Is this possible? Well, we have a little bit less even. That's not good. But I will start my presentation anyways, because I think that will then probably bring the people. So let's go. So here is the presentation that I had prepared for you guys. And if you want to look even deeper, and what I had to say before, like on the first day when I talked about that, or on the second day when I talked about that topic, because the prices of HEX and PulseChain, the ratio is pretty much the same. It's not like that I bought HEX and now it ratcheted up and now I'm dumping on you guys' head. No, not at all. HEX is still too dirt cheap. And this is exactly the case that I want to make today. I want to figure out what is the problem? And what does Richard Hart say, for example? So this is what I always do. first. Whenever I have questions, I go to hexsearch.io. I ask Richard Hart all my questions. And this time I asked Richard Hart, hey man, what do you think about ratio trading? Should I do it pre-bridge or not? Because this is still the situation that we are in. Yes, I know we have a bridge, but the bridge is not 100% function yet, right? This was a little bit of a problem. So let's open up what Richard has to say here. And then
if anyone doesn't know about hexsearch.io, this is a fantastic resource.
It's an unbelievable resource, because now I'm able to jump into Richard's head, and I'm really able to ask him specific questions and get an answer. So listen at that, guys. So what comes out of that is 2 questions that we have to answer. And based on that, we can then make our moves or play our game theory right. This is how Richard Hart is saying it. So let's play that.
Would you swap pre-bridge at launch if you were a little guy like me? I don't know, man. You don't know what the rates are going to be. Hopefully they're good, but what is good? I don't know.
So this is the first thing. We have to know what the rate going to be, and if the rate is good. I know today what is the rate, and I know today if the rate is good or not. So this question is answered. Later we will go into the detail why it is a good rate. But I just at the first place had the feeling, and then later we have now to answer a second question. Let's listen to that.
Can't tell you. But it depends what you're talking about too. So basically the question is, what effect will the opening of the bridges have?
What effect will the opening of the bridges have? The bridge right now is not 100% open. I want to see if Richard Hart is saying more at this point here.
If you can answer that, you can try and play your game theory right.
Exactly. Awesome. So if we can answer this question, what effect the opening of the bridge will have, then we can plan for our game theory. And guess what, guys? This is exactly what I have planned here for us today, what we will be doing. We will be exactly looking into this specific situation that we have. We will ask ChatGPT. But before all of that, now that we have established, it's okay
that was
to
your
do
screen, my bad.
It's okay to do ratio trading once we have answered these 2 questions here. What is a good ratio, and what effect will the opening of the bridge have, right? And what effect the opening of the bridge have? We will ask ChatGPT. But now we have to ask Richard Hart first, what PRC20 should we buy, right? It's not that easy. We have thousands of them now. So let's see what Richard Hart is saying to that. I just need a little second to bring it up to the screen. I think that's it.
There we go.
Yeah, bring it up. Perfect.
What PRC20s would I buy pre-bridge if you had to? I like HEX, but I don't give financial advice. So.
And then look at Richard Hart's face that he was making when he was answering this question here. It is
and
so
HEX was
funny.
really undervalued, up until it's still undervalued, but it was very undervalued.
Let me ask you. So first of all, this face of Richard Hart when he had to answer what PRC20 coin to buy. So we basically now answered what HEX, what to buy, right? We want to buy HEX. We don't want to buy anything else. And Brisology, just a question right now here. Let's stop the screen share for a second. You said that HEX is still undervalued. With what do you go here? What is value even, And I want to jump into the question, where does the value really come from? How does the market set the ratio? But first, I want to ask you, how do you perceive the value of HEX being cheap? Because you made a similar statement here right now, if I heard correctly.
It's just it's an incredible asset that helps you put your money to work, just so you can, it's a wealth generation tool, and so few people have this in their hands right now. And once people really understand all the yield mechanisms that are coming from the RH ecosystem that basically all spurred from, you know, his original idea with HEX. You know, to me, once enough people, you know, once we get 1 million people inside the RH ecosystem, you know, I don't even know what the prices are going to look like, but they're going to be so insane. I just know that right now everything is just so incredibly undervalued simply because barely anybody has this stuff yet. You know, it's like, imagine when the first computers came out and like 20 people had computers. It's like, those things are gonna change the world, but only about 20 people know about it so far. And so, yeah, that's why I kind of think that HEX is currently undervalued.
Man, and you brought it exactly to the point, because what you said is the yield, and the yield is exactly this thing that what gives HEX the value, and this is what we will be discussing next. So first, 2 questions just as a reminder for the people: what is a good ratio, and what effect will the opening of the bridge have? And I will now first ask the first question here: should I ratio trade, right? Because we need to digest this as well, because I think the problem why HEX is so cheap is partially because how we were acting as a community in the past. Because in the past we were all saying no, you should not ratio trade, you should sit on your hands. We in the past had always this no corner approach, that HEX is very simple: buy it, hold it long term, and be rich. And this is exactly why crypto is working so great. It is for the long-term holders, and this is why we had this approach. Today the situation is different with PulseChain, right? But let's go and play devil's advocate. Let's say why you should not trade. It is really dangerous. This is what we are saying. Traders get wrecked, and they buy the top and sell the bottom, and this is where they lose 96%. For example, this is the drop that we had in HEX, and you see this is a big volatile asset. I mean, and then the other problem is, if you sell HEX and it goes up in price 10,000x, you're not able to re-enter the market, and you basically just got wrecked, because it was so much smarter if you would just have hold on to your HEX, right?
Real quick before you move on from that last point, the not being able to re-enter, I was in, I think, a Twitter space, and I heard someone talking about how they were going to, you know, they saw HEX like, you know, bump up, and they're like, I think it's gonna take a dip and I can sell it and get twice as much back. And I'm like, bro, like PulseChain just launched like a couple days ago. It's like, and you're like trying to sell it to buy the dip. I'm like, you are playing a very risky game of getting left behind.
Try to make us a little bit more specific, please, Brisology, because I'm trying to advocate for the opposite of what you're saying. So
okay.
You were saying that if he was selling HEX probably into USDC, is my guess, and you said this was a bad decision, right?
Well, he was, I think he was actually selling the PLS.
All right. So he went from HEX into PLS, and I first want to talk about the other direction, from PulseChain into HEX, because right now I think HEX is very, very cheap, but then later on it then obviously has to go the other way around, and there's actually nothing scary about that, because I want to have HEX. What happens if I have HEX? And you know it best, you just said it, you are able to generate yield. This yield that we are generating on the Ethereum network is amazing, and we can now earn the same yield with PulseChain. In fact, we are doing it, and I'm advocating for cheap HEX that you can buy to replicate this situation that we have, being a dolphin, being a squid, or even a shark, right? So when you trade, first you get wrecked because you don't know what you're doing. So this for you should not do anything. And also the second point why you can get wrecked is that you sell, the price goes higher. This is normally what crypto does, and then you cannot re-enter the market because the price goes up. And then something that you said earlier today, when it comes to liquidity providing, for example, in liquidity providing in the past, we had Uniswap v3, and the problem of impermanent loss, for example, is greater in Uniswap v3 than it is in v2. This is just how the system of liquidity providing is set up. And Now with PulseChain, with this new ecosystem, I want to teach every single hexagon how everything is working, because it's actually not that complicated, and it adds a whole set of value to your capabilities of handling your crypto and earning yield. And it's just because we have this new ecosystem, now we really have to use it. And in fact, actually, Richard Hart is incentivizing us to use it, right? We get the incentive token.
True. Yeah. It's having us do the liquidity providing, and then you get that liquidity providing token, and then you stake that, for lack of a better word, and you receive the incentive. Is that correct?
Yeah. And the way how he incentivizes this pool or the other, also very interesting, a topic that we have not discussed too much in the past in our community. And today we want to talk about, should you ratio trade? If you're very new to crypto, you may want to not ratio trade. But you know, I'm talking to hexagons that are in the hex ecosystem since day one. I'm talking to squids, dolphins, sharks, to this ecosystem. I'm also addressing my voice to the God Whale and even other player in this size, because at the end we have a dangerous situation here, guys. Hex is too cheap, and I say somebody must act accordingly just to protect us. This is what I wish for. So ratio trading, something that I can definitely advocate for, has nothing to do with something that I just said, right, with the whale that we want to step in. So the second question that we have to answer from Richard Hart is, what is a good ratio? And here we can just go by these values here. I want my fair value, my ratio, to be fair. I want it to be reasonable. And if you think about these two words, you will see right now, if I make my case, that it is not reasonable that Hex is so cheap right now. So in order to understand what is the good ratio, we first have to understand, how does the market set the ratio? Then maybe we can also talk a little bit about Hart's law. So Brisology, look at this. Like, this is how Uniswap is working. Everybody uses their USDC, their Ethereum, or any financial energy actually, in order to, for example, to buy a coin like Hex. And when people buy an asset, the price of the asset goes up, and when people sell the asset, the price of the asset goes down, right? And this is true for every single asset in the world. If it's gold, silver, if it's stock, crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex, it really doesn't matter too much. And
correct.
What is the price of this Hex here, for example? And here I want to open this, because now you see, like, all these assets, they have their own liquidity, right? We see that Hex and USDC, those two pairs, are in the liquidity pool on the Ethereum side right now, and the liquidity pool is 5 million. So this gives us a ratio of Hex and USDC in this specific pool of 0.02 cents per one Hex. And if we go down here a little bit, we can also see the ratio of Ethereum. And we see the liquidity pool is also very significant, but not as big as from the USDC, for example. And here we see the ratio for Hex and Ethereum. And something really just by the side, Ethereum, the bigger player of the two assets, is always nominated in the second place. So that's why we have Ethereum here on the second place. And what is one Hex worth for Ethereum? It is 0.0001 Ethereum for one Hex. And obviously this is the unit bias, right? Everybody hates this, and it just gets worse when we nominate it into Bitcoin, for example. Here we have, look at this, I cannot even speak out loud, so many zeros, and that's why we do not like to do it. Bitcoin is already a volatile asset, and that's why we like to nominate against the US dollar. But my point that I'm trying to make here is to make everybody understand that we have these three different liquidity pools, for example, that are the major ones on the Ethereum network. And however those three liquidity pools set the ratio of Hex and the other pair, well, this is then the price, the fair price that we are getting for our asset Hex. Okay, I hope this got through. Those three markets, those three liquidity pools, decide that the price of Hex right now is 3 cents, for example, okay? And now here on this side, the people can move freely. There's no problems. I can buy and sell whenever I want, right? And right now, the situation is a little bit different on the PulseChain side, right? On PulseChain, first of all, I want to say we have on PulseChain, we have not Uniswap, but we have PulseX, right? Here, there's the difference of V3, which is Uniswap, and V2, which is PulseX. It just works a little bit different. It's no concentrated liquidity that we have. And this is the next topic that we will talk about here, the bridge that is clogged up.
I have one quick question. Is there like a major key difference between the V2 and V3 versions?
Yes, actually, yes. And I had it here somewhere. Look at this. I believe, first of all, this is the first fair price. And I had it here somewhere. Maybe it comes up later on in the presentation, but you are right to ask this question at this very moment. I should have put it here somewhere. The major difference between V3, which is the newest version, and V2 is that V3 has something that is called concentrated liquidity. I can decide that I want to provide liquidity in a certain range, right? In this range or in this range, and in V2, and this is what we're using in PulseX, I have to provide liquidity in the whole range of the price for HEX and for USDC, for HEX and PulseChain, or HEX and PulseX. Like all of these pairs are possible.
Is that why when sometimes I want to provide like a certain amount, it's not the same amount on the other side, but like a lot more?
Yes. When you speak about the Ethereum side, then it just means you have provided liquidity a little bit more in this asset and less in the other asset. And you can then just move around your ratio. You can also decide to just provide liquidity in one side. On Uniswap V3, this is possible, or on just the other side. This is basically single-sided liquidity providing, could be used as a tool, but it is also dangerous. And here you talked about impermanent loss. This impermanent loss, we have less on V2. And that's why I think it's a little bit more safe to use. So the main problem in V3, when you single-side liquidity provide, I think that's interesting to explain, is that if the price moves out of your range, now you have the coin that is worth less. So you suffer 100% from impermanent loss. While on Uniswap V2, you don't set a specific range, but you provide liquidity on the whole range. So basically, you can never suffer from 100% loss. The price moves against you, and if you then take out, obviously, then you have like minus 80% of the coin that is worth less. But if you just let it sit, then it is safe. And here I want to close my talk about liquidity providing. Everybody should decide what is the amount of PulseChain and PulseX, for example, that I will never sell in my whole life, and provide this in the liquidity in the farm to get the incentive token. From what I have seen, this was very, very good from the APYs. Have you dabbled with it yet?
I'm sorry, the liquidity providing?
Yeah, the farms, I mean.
Oh, the farms? No, I haven't provided any liquidity, so I haven't gotten any of the LP coins to actually farm. Currently, I'm just increasing my positions. So, but I have not done any farming at all.
I think that's smart. I think the farms do not run away. We need to learn about the farms first. There will be a lot of money getting into the farms. So the situation that we have today in the farms will not be the same tomorrow, because it is like a moving target. The IPYs change because the players in the pool change. But let's get back to our topic. So this is actually really important to understand here, that HEX or PulseChain binded with the other asset, this makes the fair price. And here on the Ethereum network, the people can buy and sell very freely, but this is not the case on PulseX right now, because the problem is the bridge is clogged up. So let's look into this problem a little bit and give some background information about money being held back. Is there something like this in the real world? And I heard Buck talking about that. Something like this happens in Argentina, for example, where the government says not everybody can invest in my country for certain reasons. And this is called currency fluctuations, when we have like just different currency fluctuation, and this has an impact on the economy. This is not too exciting. I just want to show it here for completion. I do not want to make it too long. If you guys want to see this specific things, then watch my video from 2 days ago, I believe, I want to talk about the floating exchange rate, because this is exactly what we have in PulseX right now. We do not have a fixed ratio that is dictated by a dictator. We have a floating ratio of EHEX and HEX, for example, right? Of all of these coins in our ecosystem like HEX and PulseChain. And I want to read out loud what is a floating ratio here, for example, because this is a fundamental point to understand what is actually a good ratio and where does it come from, how is it formed, and why is the bridge so crucial when it comes to that. So what is a floating exchange rate? A floating exchange rate is a regime where the currency price of a nation is set by a forex market based on supply and demand relative to other currencies. And supply and demand, that's exactly what we have with Uniswap or with PulseX, with decentralized exchanges. This is the contrast of a fixed exchange rate in which the government entirely or predominantly determines the rate. So those two different systems. Any questions so far, Brisology?
No. Let's keep going. Let's keep it going, baby.
So a floating exchange rate is one that determines by supply and demand on the open market. And a floating exchange rate doesn't mean countries do not try to intervene and manipulate their currency prices, since governments and central banks regularly attempt to keep their currency price favorable to the international trade. So governments try to do it, especially once they have taken away the gold standard. We have a floating exchange rate when it comes to our crypto. And what exchange rate do we get? It is the exchange rate that we get from those liquidity pools here. Okay, so liquidity pools, something fundamental in DeFi, and this is really something that we have to understand when we are dealing with PulseX, when we are dealing with what is the price of an asset, what is the value of an asset, and how is it formed. And now I want to talk about the fact that right now, we can let us go here to the price of HEX. Does it change now? I have to share my my screen again differently, because I want to look in the price of HEX right now, because now I'm making my claim that HEX is dirt cheap, and I want to fact check that this is still correct. So here, guys, I have the HEX and PulseChain chart. This is this chart that I will be talking about today, and we'll be making the calculation. And right now, what you see is some weird number, 0019. I don't even know what that means, right? So I want to switch the price to WPLS, because this is the only thing that matters for me anymore. I do not care about dollars. I want to nominate my HEX against PulseChain. And now let's look into what we see here. So this is beautiful. When I was talking about this topic for the first time, HEX was down here somewhere. Let's go to the 1 hour chart. HEX was down here in this green little box here. It was like 100, it was 90, always in this range. But even still here in this range, I make the claim that HEX is cheap. But I just want you guys to know some of the numbers I used from the time back here when HEX was, for example, 100. 1 HEX, 100 PulseChain. This is how you have to read the chart. And today, for example, the target is already 9% further, but I don't think HEX is still dirt cheap. And how dirt cheap is it? It is, Brisology. You'll be blown away by the claim that I'm making here right now. So look at this.
Right.
We just scroll down. We scroll more up and up and up. And here you will see there is a 300, which is my first. It's not really a target. I do not even know if we will ever reach it. But I'm just saying that this would be a fair value to me that has established of what is the ratio and what is the yield, what is this amazing experience that I have as a hexagon for the last 3 years, and what do I need to do in order to have the same experience of PulseChain right now? Well, this is what we want to calculate. And the calculation that I made, again, I made it the first time at 100 PulseChain per HEX. Now we are a little bit further away, but this is no problem because I'm seeing it. It could be a fair value of 300 PulseChain per 1 HEX, and it could even shoot up there because DJ Pauly was telling me he was sacrificing for the rate of 1,333 HEX per PulseChain. So it could easily go to a range like this. For example, when PulseChain goes down, or when the people are buying HEX because a shark or a Godway wants to clean up this disgusting situation. And then when we are in the hype, Brisology, I'm telling you, we could totally go up to this point one time where HEX is like, let's see how much it is. It's like 30x up against PulseChain. So this is the opportunity that I'm seeing here right now. But this is just the upside, right? And like always in trading,
30x is I'm going to tell you the truth, it's not that impressive in the world of crypto.
Brisology, you have to keep in mind that this 30x is into the best asset in the world. Imagine you take
I'm just saying 30x is kind of low.
I get you.
I think 30x is still undervalued.
So, I want to shift your mindset right now a little bit, because I'm realizing that you are thinking in dollar terms and in excess when it comes to dollar terms. But you have to shift your mindset, because, of course, it is nice to do 10,000x in dollar terms. But right now, we are in the best game in town. We, in the PulseChain ecosystem, I believe we will outperform everybody. The Polygon network, the Ethereum network, the Bitcoin network. And our game that we are playing right now is to outperform our buddies in the ecosystem. And I think this is what we are doing here when we are looking at this chart. Because if you today use some kind of your PulseChain, right, that you sacrifice for, you take your PulseChain, and later on I will make the claim you need 5% to get your sacrifice back. I think that's a very smart move. And then later we will go a little bit deeper in. But here right now, I will just finish up with this chart. Brisology, I see the upside here, but there's also a downside. So very often in trading. And the downside right now, you have to listen to that. The downside is that I buy HEX, and then the PulseChain ratio goes up in HEX terms, and I do not want to sell my HEX, okay? I will just then have to stake or do whatever I want with the HEX, but I'm then locked up in this position, right? So right now, one HEX costs 100 PulseChain or 110 PulseChain. And if it goes down, I want to start a little bit different. Normally, guys, you know what would happen if somebody on the internet makes a claim like this, that HEX is too cheap. I would get punished from the market right away, and the price of HEX would go down. But I believe the price of HEX cannot go down anymore, because then I would just buy more HEX with the PulseChain that I got. And I'm talking to all my buddies. They are agreeing with me. Later on, we will go through 3 examples where they all agreeing with me. And this then made me really realize that something is off here, Brisology. Something is just not working out correctly. It is never dipping below 100. And I have the feeling it has to do with the current market situation of the bridge, where the market cannot move freely, right? And now, actually, I remembered, we still want to ask ChatGPT for the solution of what is the problem actually when the market, when the bridge is clogged up, right? So we do not want to go into this topic quite yet. We still need to find out what happens when the bridge is actually not clogged anymore. So we talked about the floating exchange rate, where it comes from. We talked about the currency fluctuations, and that big differences of currencies can have an impact of how much is invested into a economy. And if the lumber is very low, the economy suffers a lot. And this is why I made this financial thought experiment with ChatGPT. So let me read it out loud. Brisology, I think you will like that a lot. So let's go.
Yes, sir.
I will create a financial thought experiment, and you help me to evaluate the situation. Imagine 2 different countries with their own economies. There's only one bridge for financial energy to go from country A to country B. People generally want to invest in country B, and financial energy is moving from country A to B. But the flow of money is hindered. Only 5% of what could pass through the bridge can go to the other side, B. Help me analyze the situation. What happens with the economy of country B if the bridge has 100% capacity and money can move freely from country A to B? And then I was trying to feed ChatGPT some background information, because obviously I want ChatGPT to know the surroundings of our thought experiment. Country A is nice, but people are fed up by high taxes and government suppression. Country B has low taxes and just won the soccer World Cup. Everybody loves this country in our thought experiment, right? It's just a thought experiment here. Do you understand? This is the first thing that I asked ChatGPT, and this is what he came up with. He then explained the question to me. I realized, yes, he has understood the question, and I want to read out loud those two first answers. There are more, but I think the first two are very hitting it on the point, because there are two different situations that we have to understand. The situation right now with the bridge being clogged up, and what influence that has on country B. So let's read. Current situation, 5% capacity, and I was just making up this number to have it my way in this case, to show that the bridge is clogged up and way more money could pass through. With only 5% of the potential financial energy passing through the bridge, the flow of investment from country A to B is severely restricted. This limited inflow of funds might hinder the economy grow and development of a country B. It could impact various sectors, including infrastructure, business, job creation, and overall economy expansion. So we see if the money cannot flow freely, this is a huge problem. And then in our hypothetical situation where the money can move 100% capacity, which we will reach, right? When the bridge works freely in a couple of days, I assume, then everything will be 100% capacity. And so let's see what impact that has on our country B. If the bridge capacity were to increase to 100%, allowing money to move freely from country A to B, severe changes could occur. A, increased investments. Country B could likely experience a significant increase in investment from country A. The low taxes and positive perception of the resulting from the winning Soccer World Cup would attract investors seeking opportunities for growth and returns. And I think this is exactly what we are doing in PulseChain. We are seeking for opportunity and for returns. But the actual point is, once the bridge opens up, the money can flow freely, and I expect moving prices up and down, obviously, and it's going to be very, very interesting. So overall, if the bridge capacity were increased to 100%, that money could move freely from country A to B, it is likely that country B's economy would experience substantial growth, driven by increased investment, improved infrastructure, job creation, and so on. And that's basically it when it comes to this topic. So we see that an open bridge is really needed for an economy to grow. And this is basically the same thing that we have. We have Ethereum. This is like one country. And we have PulseChain, this new country. And
you know what it kind of reminds me of a little bit, to tell you the truth? It kind of reminds me of like China and like Singapore, where China has all these like capital restrictions, trying to prevent money from leaving the country because they want to keep it in there. And then you have this new smaller country like Singapore, and they're growing, and they're like, they're just like, hey, the more money you can send in here, the more we can grow and expand. And I'm like, I don't know, kind of just the analogy just kind of reminds me of that a little bit.
This is exactly how it happens all the time in real world. And this, what I was taking out here was just one of them. So Singapore won the World Cup. I was just inputting that into ChatGPT. And right now, guys, I'm looking here because I do not see where I have my funny picture about the bridge. I had such a nice meme where you guys right now, maybe I have deleted it. So that's a little bit crazy. Sometimes something like this happens, but it's no problem. I was already tweeting out this specific thing here. So I am still able to show it to you guys. So let's see if I can blow you away with this next part here. All right, give me a second here.
Very, very good presentation so far. I really enjoying this.
Thank you. All right.
Like I said, I can tell you've put a lot of work into this. This is really cool.
Thank you. So, but somehow I pressed the button and this part of the presentation is just not there anymore, but I took a picture. It's just 1 minute. So let's look what I had here to say. Everybody wants to bridge their money from Ethereum Ethereum page sign here to PulseChain, and it is very clocked, very clocked. Everybody just stays in traffic. Everybody wants to get over with their little car, but they can't. It's a very tricky situation here right now. So let's see what is the next thing that I've prepared for you. Okay, and what happens with people that are in traffic for hours and hours, days, and they really want to go over to the other side? Well, they get angry, right? They're like, you guys see it here in the pictures. They finally want to go home. They finally want to go to work, but they cannot. And just imagine now, what will their behavior be as soon as the bridge opens up? Do you think they will just sit in line and not go on? Or do you think they will accelerate as fast as they can to just finally arrive? I think obviously the second is the case. And that's why I'm coming to conclusion, well, maybe there is some edge here. Maybe there is some opportunity that I can participate, right? So I think there's a lot of edge and a lot of opportunity. And now I see where I maybe just have missed the little thing here to click in order to show you this little segment here of the bridge being clocked. So let's see. Bring up the screen share again. So it was somewhere here. Brisology, did I not show this little part here of the bridge being clocked? Did I show it already, or did I just really miss that?
I think we just missed it.
So this is exactly the situation that we have right now. The bridge is already open, but it is only open to a certain extent. Only 30% of the cars can drive, and the money is dripping into the market. And we just learned from ChatGPT what happens when such a situation occurs. The money cannot pump on PulseChain because it is suppressed by the money not being able to come in. And right now, everybody is sitting in their car, and they really want to. Sometimes it takes like a day or something like this to put your money in. So what here happens here, Brisology, is that we take our valuable HEX, our USDC or Ethereum, and we put it into the bridge. And now it takes a transaction. The validators are very busy to do all of this, and sometimes it takes like 1 hour, 5 hours, 1 day, because there's so much congestion on this bridge. Everybody wants to go over there, right? Everybody loves this country so much. This was a thought experiment. And then what happens when you stand in traffic for such a long time? You get angry. You want to deploy your money in the other country, but you can't. And then what do you think will happen once these people are finally able to get their money and deploy their money wherever they want it? What do you think about that? What do you think will be their behavior?
I think once they get on the other side of the bridge, they'll probably stay over there because it took so long to get over there, correct?
Well, this is definitely something, but remember what we want to do on the other side. We want to speculate. So staying there is definitely something that I'm thinking everybody will do. But the first very thing that you want to do when you drive home or to work, you want to arrive, you want to really get comfortable with your coin. So you want to buy it. That's what I'm saying. In this case, we want to buy HEX, right? So this is why I made my case. It is okay to ratio trade because we are really just trading between PulseChain and HEX. These are the assets that we want to accumulate anyways. So, and now we can look into the topic, how cheap is HEX actually, right? And first of all, I will have to say, I'm not really going here with the price because we saw the bridge is clocked up. We do not have really a dollar price. We only have the price in PulseChain. And this is why it's so hard for us to distinguish a ratio. And I made the claim that you can use 5% of your sacrifice of Pulse, put it into PulseX and get your HEX back that you sacrificed. And we can see here already, people are doing it. They are agreeing with me. I can swap 5% of my backpack for the whole amount of my sacrifice. So we see other people are doing it. Under my tweet, you will see a lot of HEX against them that then really just saw, oh, wow, this is an opportunity. And I have already shown you the chart here. You will recognize the yellow line. Back then, look at this. When I talked about that, the first time it was at 97 PulseChain for 1 HEX, and today we are at 110, so not too far from my initial argument where I said, how the F is nobody talking about this? I bought millions of HEX for dirt cheap. Why? Because I can stake HEX and the share price will get me a lot of juicy TShares. I value TShares already without seeing a dollar price for them. How about you? And then people were very excited to see me talking about this very topic. But I see we have forgotten here something. So let's jump into the upper topic here really quick, because we can see what KDP is saying here. Just in, the bridge just started processing transactions again, and Pulse is already back at 111.0001. Liquidity changes everything. So basically, KDP is saying exactly what I'm saying. As soon as liquidity moves over with the bridge, the money can pump for PulseChain, for HEX, and for all the prices that we have. And what we can do is we can go to plsburn.com, because here we will see how much percentage of the bridge is basically open. So let me share my screen here really quick. Oh, and look at this. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, so this is the site PLS burn. And if you scroll down a little bit, you see how much percentage is basically clocked. It says it here so nicely. Just says clocked. 32% of the money is in the smart contract, but not being taken out on the other side. So the other side has not been deployed. $72 million, Brisology. And now let's go back to our liquidity pools, because the liquidity pools are the ones that set the ratio. And here we can go. The liquidity pool for HEX on Ethereum is $5 million. Here it is $2 million. And there it is something else, I don't know. But my point is, if this money is going into the ecosystem of PulseChain, some of this money will hit HEX. And I believe then the ratio will already not be like this anymore. Right now, what we are seeing, and because we are on Matty's channel, I will not talk about shitcoins too much. But if you guys are interested, you can go to my Twitter page. I have posted something because I always try to challenge the people. You know what? I think Matty would be actually okay with me showing that. It is really nothing too bad. And I just really want to challenge the idea and the thought, the mindset of the hexagons. Brisology, this is also something that you have to take to heart when it comes to the new situation, the new world order, I have called it here, PulseChain. Because look what we are seeing right now. The bridge is opening up more and more, and look at this behavior here. All kinds of paper coins are pumping 3x, 11,000%, 3x, 1x, 5x.
Absolute
it is crazy.
Degeneracy.
I do not have any words. I do not know if they're admin keys or anything, but my point is this: the bridge is open and the people are there to deploy their money. They want to finally arrive. They want to deploy, and there are thousands of coins where they can throw their money in. And as more money arrives in this ecosystem, as more the prices will go up. This is the situation that we are in right now. So I'm saying that the prices that we have today of yes, perfect. Of 107 hex, you see already went down the couple of minutes that we were talking. Let's set it here to automatic. We saw it here. You saw it as well at 110, right? Now it's at 107. It's like a 3%. Not too much, but still very volatile. And
I want to know. I want to know who in the chat is dumping. You're going to get banned, all right, buddies?
I think it is a really, really bad idea right now to dump your hex, because like I want to finish up my point. The bridge is opening up, the money is coming in, and right now it's actually time to deploy your money strategically. And I'm saying, because look, there's such a small liquidity pool here on the PulseChain side. If the money is coming in and can move freely, some of that will hit and will make the price go up. So the target of 300 PulseChain per hex, this would be like already an unbelievable scenario, because now once you trade back from your hex position in PulseChain, now you made unbelievable gains into an asset that you love, which is PulseChain. And this is really remarkable. But here in my claim that hex is too cheap, the reason why I came up with the idea that it is hex is too cheap is really from me knowing how much yield I am earning. Oh no, Medi All-In is coming, and this means like maybe not able to finish up my presentation here. So,
yeah. You're over here, but I want to make sure that you tell people where to go to follow you, and then let's get our next two guests on stage right away here.
Awesome. I had held this presentation here already. So it is on my YouTube channel twice. But Maddie, I need to finish up my points. Unfortunately, damn it, I was not able to make my points. But those 3 things I want everybody to consider. How much HEX did you sacrifice, and how much PulseChain would you need in order to get back this HEX that you sacrificed? Then how much HEX do you have liquid on PulseChain right now, and how much HEX do you have on PulseChain right now, and how much PulseChain would you need to get back your HEX, for example? And then also just do it with the HEX that you have staked, and you will see and realize very quick that, man, it is actually not that much. And I have everything here calculated for you. Tomorrow I will probably make a video specifically about that. So if you want to see that, guys, then you can jump to my YouTube channel, abit_hex. There I will make a 20-minute video about where I talk about this calculation that I have here on how to become a dolphin on the PulseChain ecosystem, how much PulseChain you would have to pay, and a very quick giveaway here from the video. There are 2 ways to get there. There's the minimum stake way and the maximum stake way, and this will be the takeaway of my video that I will bring out tomorrow. Maddie, I think it is amazing what you're doing here with the 48-hour stream, with what you're doing in Miami, with bringing together the HEX Kings to represent at such an important event in the crypto space. And yeah, if you're going on tomorrow, I would love to jump on in the show. If there's
that would
maybe
be great. Yeah, I
Of
love
course.
your enthusiasm, and you came prepared. I'm getting ready to fall asleep here, but let's go ahead and give it up for Brisology, who's dropping off stream now for some time. But thank you, Brisology, for hosting, and super excited for this next one-on-one panel between Hex Tangent and Adam Stokes. Really excited. Thanks, guys.
Maddie, let me ask you something really quick. Maybe would you give me the chance to present this last part of the presentation, maybe tomorrow at one point?
Yes.
So we could just make it a part 2 or something like this. So thank you so much. I was just adding too much into the presentation, and now I'm very excited to see Hex Tangent taking over here and showing us his speech. Tangent, I think it's amazing what you are doing for the community right now. You do the Twitter space. This gives a lot of certainty for the people, because they can then also understand what is in the head of somebody who is already in crypto for such a long time, and has just the information everywhere, and you paying like giving it away to the people and having this discussion on Twitter spaces. I love to listen to that. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
Thank you, Abit, for that presentation. That was really cool. I actually got a lot out of that, and I will be watching your presentation on your channel.
Awesome. Tomorrow here on Maddie Allen's channel from the 24-hour stream, we will do the second part, and I hope everybody tunes in. So thank you guys for having me. I will jump out now. Bye.
Thanks, Abit. Welcome.
See you, man. Thanks.
Welcome, gentlemen. Hex Tangent, Adam Stokes. How are you guys?
Good. How are you going? Nice to be here.
I'm well. Just woke
Fantastic.
up.
I just want to say before I get going, I'm Hex Tangent. How's it going? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, really good. I'll take over the hosting duties.
And Adam Stokes, I just want to say I'm a giant fan. I watch a lot of your Sunday streams, and I'm a big fan. All right.
I just want to make sure this is Brisology, who regularly comments in my videos, who I reply to quite regularly. Okay.
Exactly.
I finally get to see you. Nice to meet you.
It's me.
Also, man, sorry for accidentally crashing the stream. I wasn't sure how far. I was testing to see whether everything was working properly, and I wasn't sure how far I could go in before I would actually pop up live. And then I realized, I was like, oh, I'm on the actual stream.
You were totally fine. That was actually my bad. I added you to the screen because I thought that was Abit. He was pulling up different windows, and so all of a sudden your window popped up. I'm like, I'm trying to be quick about it, and
I could have come in without auto going live. And
exactly. Adam was in here for like 10 minutes. My bad. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna let you guys get going, get to it, and thank you for letting me pass the torch on to you. All right.
Awesome, man. Thanks.
Take care.
All right, guys. See ya.
Adam.
G'day. Great to meet you.
I also mirror that sentiment. I was going to say the same thing. We've never streamed together. My name's Tangent. It's amazing to, like, when Maddie told me that you were going to be on with me, I was like, wow, because obviously you're very well known and respected within the crypto space, and also a fellow Australian.
Oh, I'm very humbled. Thank you so much. It's good to meet you and great to work with you. I only just made it here on time. I've literally come out of one meeting into this one, but if Maddie's doing a 48-hour stream or host, the least we can do is jump in and have a bit of a chat.
Same with me. I woke up and then just had to quickly coffee and then handle some DMs to let my friends know that I would not be contactable over this period, and then only just made the stream on time. So you've obviously heard about PulseChain.
Yes. So I sacrificed of PulseChain a long time ago, and also did a deep dive into the PulseChain project. In fact, going way back, I was reviewing HEX when it was called Bitcoin HEX. That's how far back I'm into this journey. But I make this disclaimer, as you've probably heard me say before. I'm not a Hexican. I'm not a Pulsican. I'm a crypto commentator and an economist and a business person. And if there's any contribution I can make into this space, it's certainly unpacking the projects, seeking the truth, looking at the pros and the cons. And I've been very impressed with the HEX community. I've got a deep, probably a loyalty and connection to them. About a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years, my channel was shut down without notice, without reason, without strike, without warning. And it was the HEX community that really rallied behind me and sort of pressured YouTube to bring me back on. Eventually that pressure seemed to work, because without any notice, I came back onto YouTube. So I've got this deep commitment and loyalty to the HEX community. I've also had the honor of interviewing Richard Hart 3 times, a bit over 2 hours each time from memory. He is a marathon interviewer where he can, or interviewee rather, when he can talk forever, but I actually couldn't keep up with him. And I really admire what's happening in the HEX space, where we kind of emulate what Richard Hart is doing, in the sense that a 2-hour interview is very basic in the crypto land. When we go on to 4 to 8 hours, that seems to be standard in the HEX land. But now you can see Maddie Allen's bringing on the 48-hour stream. Quite impressive.
Well, this is an anomaly. This is a non-standard length. But yeah, I know firsthand what it's like to have channel bans on YouTube, and I do remember that. Attempt to get behind you and make enough noise. And we have seen that does typically work with YouTube, that if there's enough public outcry, it really helps. So yeah, that's really good. And I agree with you that it's important to continuously remind everyone that you didn't start off as, and never were, committed to a single project. Because it's interesting how if you get pigeonholed as and that just means categorized for those of you who are not in Australia, if you get categorized as someone who is pro HEX or pro Pulse or pro Richard Hart community, and then if after that, if you ever talk about something else, some people get upset by that. So but I've always said, I believe it's fair that if you built your community and your reputation as a general crypto person, as a multi-coiner, then I think it's completely acceptable to stay that way. But the things that we've seen in the HEX community that people don't like is when someone has built their following up based off leveraging the sort of the narrative of I like HEX, I'm a Hexican, get a big following from people who are pro HEX, and then they pivot not only just into multi-coin, but actually away from HEX and start talking negatively about HEX and start talking positively about some new project. I think that's where I draw the line personally. So I'm fully okay with people like you who already had their own following, who never claimed to be purely a single coin influencer, to maintain that status.
You know, you raise a really good point, and thank you for acknowledging that. So I've been doing this for, I think, about 6 years now. And my journey started on YouTube with actually mining. So I was talking about how to mine. Then I looked at scams, and I was looking at all these other projects. And when I actually started talking about, again, Bitcoin HEX, that's how far back I've been on this journey. I lost a lot of viewers. So it actually went the opposite to me. For me, I lost a lot of subs by talking about HEX. Then I actually gained a lot of subs. But I was weaving in and out of these two communities. Well, not two communities. I like your term, a multi-coiner. I think that's a very good term to describe me. I'm just looking at all the projects. I love the crypto space, and beyond crypto, I also look at economics and finance and macroeconomics in particular, and the global stage and the disaster that is fiat. And when I actually started talking about HEX in the early days, I got a lot of hate, like a lot of hate, but equally I got a lot of love. And so what's kind of dangerous at the moment as being kind of the Switzerland of crypto is when I talk about any of the RH projects, I'm met with this raw emotion from both sides. And the danger and strength about the RH projects is it's so divisive. And I'm sure you could probably relate to what I'm saying. There's these two extremes. You love this guy and follow him to the edge of the earth, or no matter what, you hate him with a passion. And it was during a live stream recently when PulseChain launched, and then we had the bridge launching or opening. One of the viewers out there actually said that Richard Hart is like the Donald Trump of the crypto land. And I like, wow, that's really powerful. I hadn't considered that. But when you actually, look, I don't want to talk about Trump too much because it's either going to trigger a lot of people or, get us shut down or whatever. We'll stay away from that. But it's kind of this divisive political, if you will, or crypto commentator where they're so good at what they do and their following is so strong that on the other side, you have this passionate hate towards it. And I guess my mission is just to try and calm the waters on both sides and say, well, primarily outside of the HEX community, and say, hey, just come and have a look at this for a second, because the numbers don't lie and no one's perfect and people are going to make good moves and bad moves. But ultimately, as an aggregate, what we've achieved, I say we, but what has been achieved in HEX and Pulse and PulseX is quite impressive. And of course, when Pulse launched and, everyone didn't become billionaires overnight, the haters came in very quickly and said, oh, well, how's your 10,000X going? And it's like, this thing has been live for like 3 minutes. Let the waters settle to see what will actually happen. And I guess the difficulty for me at the moment is that many people are coming to me for expert advice on Pulse. And I'm like, I'm actually not that guy. Sure, I've sacrificed for it. Sure, I did a deep dive into the project a while ago. And a lot of people actually took my work. And I had no issue with this. So to the Pulsicans and Hexicans there, when I did the deep dive into Pulse, a lot of the community took my work and republished it. And I didn't have an issue with that at all. First of all, it was flattering. But second of all, everyone referenced my work. So as long as you reference my work, so many people took the actual SWOT analysis out of the PulseChain deep dive, and they pushed it out into the community and replayed that part of the video actually more times than my original video got. So it's got like hundreds of thousands of views. But again, I'm quite happy to do that. But the issue is people now see me as a Pulse expert, which I'm not. You guys are the experts. So what I try to do is actually bring you onto my channel and say, how's this thing working? I can certainly see some of the mechanics, but if I may, I might invert the interview a little bit. How are you feeling about the launch of Pulse?
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say you are more than welcome to say we in the sense of we are all Satoshi, that the general we in terms of that as a crypto community broadly, we are achieving these things, whether you're specifically in the dev team or specifically in that community or those sorts of things. And I rate the analogy that you gave in terms of big personality, amazing at framing, amazing at getting people to to get passionate about a topic or just in general, sort of a general enthusiasm. And so I don't want to say rallying the troops because it's too much of a war analogy, but it's sort of speaking in a way that resonates with a portion of the population in a very strong way, where people say, yes, I really like what I'm hearing here, and so I like the analogy. There's probably more similarities that we can draw, and I agree with you that it's unfortunate that it's somewhat of a politically charged analogy, that, like you said, there are going to be some people that before they even assess the analogy, they're going to have a very fast reaction to the people that are involved in it. So sorry, what was the question that you had for me?
How are you feeling about Pulse? Like, are you feeling confident? You're feeling nervous?
I'm bullish. And in fact, so not to flex, but the last time I was on one of Maddie's conferences, which was towards the turn of the year, it was the HEX conference, and I made my speech, the bullish case for HEX. And I thought, even though I haven't formally prepared a bullish case for PulseChain, I thought I would run with that as the kind of overarching theme of the period that I'm hosting for, which, by the way, everyone, is a 6-hour period. So now 5 hours and 40 minutes from now. So I'm bullish, and I believe that the things that we've, you mentioned yourself that people were very quick to raise even the smallest little things that they saw that were not perfect, or that in their opinion was not perfect. And those sorts of things make me even more bullish, because if people are jumping onto small issues that I believe are completely not a problem, but they are using that to FUD publicly, and there will be a set of people who start to believe those FUD narratives, that causes the excitement and the price to be lower than what it should be. It's sort of it creates a gap between how I see the project and how the majority sees the project, and then I see that as investment opportunity. So it hasn't been as smooth as people would have liked. Really, I guess if we step through the major things that caused people to have concerns or to point fingers was, first of all, there was the delays involving the actual launch of the main chain. Then there was the fees went up higher and faster than people were expecting, which caused some people to be fee locked if they hadn't sacrificed for Pulse, or if they didn't get in early to trade something else into Pulse. It made it so that some people were actually unable to transact on the chain, which was seen by some as a failing or a partial failing, or failing for some people, that it failed to deliver for those specific users. And then more recently, the blockage of the bridge. So they were the major aspects. There were other little minor things, like the Block Explorer was showing some things that weren't quite reflective of what was actually happening on chain. Same with some of the information on the PulseX DEX, that there's in fact still, the last time I checked, the prices were completely out. And so there's two ways to look at this. And sorry, I'll let you come through and comment on, I'm sure you've got lots to say about some of the stuff I've already raised, but there's two ways to look at this. It's like, some people are saying, look, it's experimental tech. You've got to expect that even with the most tested chain, look at something like Cardano that took like years and years of academic research, and they said that it was all going to be like the greatest chain ever because it was university, formal mathematical and cryptographic proofs. And then it still came out, their DEX didn't even work, and there was all sorts of problems. So you can take look, it's experimental tech. Your expectations are too high if you think this is going to come out polished like a Google product. And the other attitude is like, look, after waiting this amount of time and the amount of money that has been thrown around by the community in various different directions, not just towards the main chain itself, so really there's a quote that I like to say, which is, the gap between your expectation and reality is misery. I think that's an Eckhart Tolle quote. So it's like, whenever people's expectations were different to what the reality, or what their perceived reality, because some of these things are subjective, that's when they're having a rough time, or they're getting upset, or that sort of thing. And then overlaid on top of that is, it's hard to know. We can't mind read in the minds of these people who are vocal publicly saying, I'm not happy about this, I'm not happy about that. How much of it is their honest appraisal, and how much of it is malicious FUD? It's impossible to know, because we can't read their minds.
You raise a really good point about Cardano, because if you look at, I like Cardano, I'm a big fan of it, and I've invested heavily in it. But I'm the first to say, well, they're yet to deliver. And I also like how you spoke about there's a lot of like PhD, the doctorates, the scientists, the really elitist, if you will. I'm trying to look for the right word, but very smart people working on this product. and project for many years with billions of dollars behind them, and they are yet to deliver. Then we look at what happened with the launch of Pulse, and people are so impatient in the sense that we've been waiting 2 years, and on day one, many people were expecting, what now do I go buy 5 Lamborghinis? If we actually step further back from the whole Pulse and HEX community, I actually experienced it myself. So many of us out there probably go through the same thing. You're the crypto guy, you're the crypto person in your group of friends and in your family. And people come to you and they want to put in a few dollars, and it doesn't matter what coin it is. They want to put in a few dollars, and then they expect to be rich within a week. And I often say, first of all, who do you think you are to come into any space, and put in a few $100 and walk away with millions? And then equally, when people employ me to do private consultation, most of them are very good, but I kind of put it back on them and say, well, who do you actually think I am? That for $500 to $1,000 an hour, I can magically make you a multi-millionaire in a few days. It doesn't work that way. Now, of course, the HEX community absolutely understands delayed gratification, but some people sort of, if you will, leapfrogged HEX and got straight into Pulse, or they missed that and got to PulseX as a secondary project. I certainly know a lot of my clients, they weren't so much involved in HEX. They missed Pulse sacrifice entirely, and so they went very heavy into the PulseX sacrifice. And it was during a live stream that I was doing when Pulse launched that we're looking at the price of PulseX. And it was so difficult to determine a price because liquidity was an absolute mess. And then, of course, when the bridge opened a bit later, that kind of collapsed, or had a massive blockage, and everything, it didn't fall to pieces, but it was just pandemonium. But here's the thing. We knew this was going to happen. We knew that when it was going to launch, there was going to be so many competing factors all happening at once that it was going to take a while for the dust to settle. So the analogy I gave was, we had this pond of opportunity or hope, and someone came with a huge rock and threw it into the pond, and there's this massive explosion with ripples and splashes and bubbles, and it's like, well, what's at the bottom of the pond? It's like, well, just wait for it to settle. Let's see what actually happens. As we move further and further on, what I can really see that's quite impressive is that the HEX and Pulse community are really rallying around and doing what we're doing now, putting information out there, giving options to the viewers. And your previous guest was doing very well with giving some very detailed analysis of what we should expect now and into the future. But I've actually got another question for you, because this came from my community, and I thought it was a very fair question. So one of my viewers during a live stream said, do you think Richard Hart should have airdropped everyone 10,000 Pulse for gas fees? Now, of course, the first take is, well, there might be some legal implications for that. But on the second take, I thought, well, actually, maybe, because a lot of people were coming to me and saying, can you lend me some Pulse? And I trusted them. These are people I work with and trust, and money's not an issue. But they wanted Pulse not to get rich, but to literally pay the gas fees, to actually transact and move value in and out of chains and actually make stuff happen. But of course, these people didn't have Pulse, so they couldn't pay the gas fees, and they couldn't acquire Pulse. So I'm wondering, in your opinion, did that retard the launch? Should they have done it, or did we do it the right way without releasing some free Pulse for gas?
Fortunately, we've discussed this fairly extensively in Twitter Spaces. With most of the ideas were things that I was coming up with myself in terms of my opinion in those spaces. So I'm somewhat prepared to answer this question. And basically, so what was originally done was everyone who sacrificed for PulseX only was given one Pulse with the assumption that would be enough to cover at least one transaction to be able to swap some into more Pulse to then fund future gas transactions. And then as we saw those fees get elevated, that was nowhere near enough. Like you said, it was thousands. And someone came into one of the Twitter Spaces and said, look, why doesn't the entity that airdropped that one Pulse, now that it's clear that that's not enough, why don't they just do another batch send and fire out an amount that is enough just to do one transaction? And so I thought about that for a bit, and realistically, you touched on one of them, that there theoretically could be other implications for doing that post-launch. So legal, tax, financial implications, possibly. Yeah. We know that technically it's easy. There's batch senders that you could literally just add, it would be very, very easy from a technological standpoint. The other side of it is, I said, in a way, you can't keep everyone happy. So basically, what will almost certainly happen is there will be people who sacrificed for Pulse that will complain that now their bags are getting diluted by collectively, because if you multiply that out, it probably would add up to quite a large sum. So you're going to end up having people complaining regardless of what you do. So it's kind of a lose-lose. And fortunately, the community stepped up, and there were many people that actually, there were whales that said, I am willing to send anyone who needs enough Pulse to be able to do their first transaction, as long as you don't muff it up and drop fumble the bag and use that Pulse for something else and then run out of and not have Pulse again. Then they were willing to do that. I warned those community members that to some degree involves that you're doxing your wallet. So you could have some account, you've got no idea who that account is, especially if it's some Twitter anon. And they say, hey, I've got this wallet. They prove to you that in that wallet, they send you the link, and you can see they actually are fee locked by what's in their wallet, i.e. they've got assets but not enough Pulse to transact. And you send it to them, but you don't know who that entity is. It could be a government. It could be a malicious actor. And then suddenly they know that your Twitter profile or the way that they contacted you is now linked to that address, which is something that I concern myself with in terms of OPSEC. But after that warning, some of these whales said they did not care. They said, we don't care. And they proceeded to do that. So does that answer the question? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, it does. You're right. You couldn't keep all parties all happy all the time. And that's certainly in any leadership role. Someone's always going to be upset. And the other thing is it changed the parameters. If you actually look at, say, 10,000, that was the number that was thrown around. And it was thrown around because the gas fees, I think at one stage, what was it, up to 6,000 per transaction? I can't remember. It was all moving so quickly, but it was in the thousands. But you're right. If you suddenly airdrop 10,000 times how many addresses there are, that's a huge dilution of what's been held. But you can also see a lot has been burnt. The gas fees at the moment, everything seems to be stabilizing. But I'm really looking forward to this price discovery. You know, how much are we looking at here? Have you got any price forecasts for what one Pulse could be in 12 months from now?
Oh, wow. 12 months is a eternity in crypto.
In crypto,
time.
absolutely. That's like 10 human years.
I try not to make price predictions on the record. I think I jokingly threw some around in a Twitter space that, you know, I continuously jokingly say that Ran on Crypto Banter guaranteed us a 14,000x. That's obviously a joke. He didn't guarantee it. He had I don't know if you are aware, he had a stream that he said, you know, this altcoin could be a 14,000x potential in this bull cycle. Or I don't even know if it mentioned the bull cycle, but it basically said this altcoin, and he was talking about PulseChain. You know, in fact, I can make this statement because it's a backwards looking statement that I actually expected Pulse to come out of the gate at about a 20x. That was my kind of, if I had to have a prediction at the time, I thought about a 20x of the base SAC rate. Now, I'm sure this has already been covered on the stream so far, but I've been asleep. So forgive me if this is a repetition, but with the way that the bridge is blocked up at the moment, I think only 20 mil out of about 70 mil. I'll just go and double check those numbers. But I believe that the price will continue to increase as we get closer to actual free flowing market, so that the market forces can actually be completely natural and we're not having this artificial blockage of economic energy coming across to buy the price up. So I think the trend in the short term is going to be upwards. I think the trend in the medium and long term is also going to be upwards. We're also in a bull market, so you've got that overarching crypto. In my opinion, it's a bull market. Some people still think this is a bull trap. And so, you know, a year from now, assuming that this is going to be a bull year, I think Pulse could theoretically be one of the best performing assets in all of crypto. It's an L1. L1s have typically performed really, really well. Like they are some of the best performing gains, particularly in these sorts of environments. Like you said yourself, the community is one of the strongest in all of crypto. Actually, I'm not sure if they were your exact words, but I'm sort of paraphrasing or taking.
I've said it many times.
There.
Yeah, incredible community.
And so, yeah, I've really got high hopes. I'm really bullish on PLS. And then, as we know, the rising tide lifts all boats. So I think that most of the things that are built in and around PulseChain, people who have supported PulseChain, so peripheral infrastructure like Morales Money, Ivan on Tech's platform, and other websites that support it and other protocols that support it, I think will benefit. I think the coins that are built on top of it will benefit. I think it's going to be so everything that's connected to PulseChain, I think, will really receive a benefit through this bull market.
You can see that. I agree with you that we're in a bull market. So certainly it's a bullish market in the sense that if you consider what's happening in the global geopolitical space and you look at the macroeconomic cycle and you look at everything that's going on around the world, I'm going to talk about Bitcoin because Bitcoin is 45% of the market dominance.
Yeah, do it. I love Bitcoin.
Oh, cool. The reality, you got to be careful because some people get upset by it, but the reality is you got to talk the numbers. More than half of all the market cap is in Bitcoin. No, sorry, just under half, my apologies. But it's got 45% dominance and it drags the market up or down with it. At the moment, Bitcoin is currently at $26,916 US. In all reality, if it was completely pegged with the rest of the market, that is outside of the crypto land, that thing should be around the $10,000 mark. It should have pulled back with everything else that's uncertain in the world. We've just come out of a flu. We've got a war on the other side of the world. We've got money printing going brr. We've got interest rates going up. These are all indicators that the general financial space should be in a lot of pain, but it's not when it comes to crypto. So when Bitcoin shows its strength, and Ethereum and the top 10, in fact, the market cap as a sort of a whole, we are looking very good. And you're absolutely right. When we look at this next big bull run, I think Pulse is going to do really well. Why? Because first of all, layer one given, but when new people come into the space, and it will happen because we are such a small portion of the world's population who's in crypto at the moment. Then within the tribe of crypto, you have tribes within tribes. That is the Bitcoin tribe, the Ethereum tribe, BNB, XRP army, and so forth.
Yep.
I think that the turning point is in fact Ripple and the SEC. Whether we like Ripple or not, that doesn't matter. For me, I'm gravely concerned that if the SEC beats Ripple, we're all going to be in a world of hurt. Now, to counter that, if XRP or Ripple gets through this bloody SEC trial that is dragging on, I think it's moon time for all of us. I think it doesn't matter which coin you're in. I think Lambo's on all of us because there's going to be so many options to basically, if you recall in the last, well, pretty much any cycle, it's like going to a fair where you've got all those balloons on a wall and you throw a dart at the wall and a balloon pops and it doesn't matter which balloon you hit, you win a prize. That's what really happens in a bull market, in a real bull run. But when it comes to the new money coming in and they see HEX and Pulse, sure, you'll get a little bit of money going into Bitcoin, but Bitcoin's already done its massive run. I'm still a big believer in Bitcoin and it is what it is. But when it comes to the massive returns, you know, the 1,000x, the 2,000x, the 10,000x, that's where you've got to go to the altcoins. That's where you've got to make your move into the altcoins. But noting where HEX has been and the path it has sort of forged or shaped moving forward, it's almost like you've got a round two when it comes to Pulse. But noting what Pulse can do in comparison to HEX, and, you know, we're not comparing apples with apples. HEX is what it is, and Pulse is what it is. But where it comes together is that the founder is the same, the community is the same, and seemingly the track record may be the same. And this is where I get some assurance with the pullback of, well, when I say the pullback of Pulse, we're still going into price discovery. If you recall when HEX launched, HEX actually didn't do too well the day it launched. In fact, for some time, it didn't do well. But then once you came in a bit later, and I think from its absolute bottom to its absolute top, you're looking at about that 10,000x return. Now, could that be done with Pulse? Look, I don't see why it couldn't, particularly noting that we've got new people coming in, new money. We've got some of the mainstream going through accepting Pulse. And the big thing that's different this time with Pulse, besides the technology behind it being different, is that if you recall when HEX launched, there was two things that Richard Hart had to prove, whether we like it or not. This is a fact. First of all, that HEX would work, as in the actual back end. But second of all, he had to really fight for his reputation, because for so long, and we're talking, what, 3 or 4 years ago, all the streams were about from the outsiders was that Richard Hart's a scammer. Now that we've actually got some precedents, that argument has kind of died. And now that we go into the Pulse verse to see what will this price discovery, where we will go, the argument of, it's a scam, that's kind of worn out. It's like, well, first of all, show me how we scammed anyone. Second of all, who's coming forward to say it's scam? And third of all, it's just such an old argument. Can we please move on from that? And I think generally most people have done that. So that's why it's very exciting when we go into price discovery for Pulse, because we don't have to worry about that scam and reputation side. That's kind of taken care of itself. Now we just really go into the really exciting stuff of who's going to build on this thing. And as more people build on it, you then have the other side of that as well, if you will. If there's three sides to this coin, so to speak, you now have, of course, all the FOMOers coming in saying, oh, well, I want to put money into this. So you get this momentum, this massive momentum of people using the technology for actual business to do what they need to do, as we've seen with Ethereum and the gas fees associated with that. And also the investors coming in and saying, well, how do I make money? And combined with a bull run and what altcoins can do and what HEX has done, mate, I'm feeling very bullish indeed.
Yeah, I fully agree with you that the relative strength that cryptocurrency has shown, so looking at Bitcoin and Ethereum compared to legacy, and I actively try to ignore legacy, which is probably a gap that you can fill for us locally on this stream. That relative strength, 100%. I agree. Crypto has outperformed what most people would expect. I also continually try to educate within the broader crypto space that people who think, oh, Bitcoin's old news, my community or my coin is the great thing, we don't need Bitcoin anymore, a bit like what I do to legacy, actually. So this will sound possibly slightly hypocritical, is they believe that Bitcoin could go to zero and everything would be fine, where I don't believe that. I believe that Bitcoin's health is still of drastic importance. You could call this like an intermediate phase where until other projects sort of get to a point where they would not be price impacted, we're still seeing that correlation where when Bitcoin takes a massive hit, what's the saying? When Bitcoin catches a cold, when Bitcoin sneezes, the rest of the crypto market catches a cold. It's a modified saying from somewhere else, and I still believe that to be true. So we need to care about that. And to do with that Ripple case, I agree as well that the outcome of that will have a broad-reaching impact. And the latest update I heard is that Judge Torres denied the SEC's request to hide the Hinman emails or documents or that sort of thing, which is the internal communications relating to their discussions on what is and isn't a security. So I think that's a massive step in the favor of crypto. And in my opinion, even if that Ripple lose that lawsuit, I think a clear message has been sent to the SEC. And that message is, bro, if you are going to attack a well-funded cryptocurrency, you better step correct, because that is going to be a drawn out, expensive, and potentially embarrassing process for you. So we've already had a win before we even hear the outcome of this court case, in my opinion. So, Adam, if you want to, was there a question in there that I didn't answer? I'll also
I'm glad that the SEC chose to take on Ripple. And why? Because any other company, if you will, that they had taken on, they bully them into submission. Part of the ways of winning a legal battle is it's just a battle of attrition. When you are mega rich, you can, even if you're in the wrong, you can just wear down your opponent just through legal fees. It's a tactic that is used by many big businesses, that you just literally deteriorate your enemy or your opponent by sending them broke. But they couldn't do it with Ripple. And that's why I'm so glad the SEC chose Ripple of all of them. Not because I've got anything against Ripple, but because they are loaded. And you're bloody well right. If they're going to take on someone like Ripple, you want to make sure that you win that trial against Ripple if you're the SEC, because it's all about precedence. And this is why it's crucial for all of us, every single one of us. It doesn't matter who you are. If Ripple loses to the SEC, we are all in a world of hurt. And if they win, you're going to see the market pivot like we've never seen before, because it establishes a precedence that all investors, because we're waiting for the big money to come in. We've only got about $1.2 trillion in this market at the moment. And if you look at the money supply, the M0 money supply, which is essentially just cash, that's around, it depends which data set you're looking at, $40 to $80 trillion. And that's only the cash. That's before we even talk about the M1 and the M2 money supplies, which, it takes it to, it's so difficult to tell how much money there is in the world. But the point I'm trying to make is a lot of that money, and when it comes to crypto, is sitting on the sideline because they are terrified, and rightfully so. If you're a business or a corporation or even a dad and you want to look after your family and you've got money to put into the crypto land or just diversify across many different areas, you want assurance that it's not going to be suddenly turned on its head and shut down by the government, which is why once the SEC, and I hope they lose, you're going to see a flood of money come in from all of those people who they want to invest. They love crypto, but they're part of a corporation and they have legal and fiducial responsibilities to their shareholders, to themselves, to their clients, to make sure that they're investing in something that is regulated to an extent. But what is also very interesting is, of course, we can see the majority of the money, the financial markets, is in the United States of America. But America's having a lot of leakage at the moment where a lot of innovation is saying, you know what, we can't wait for you anymore, America. We can't wait for you to make the laws. We're out of here. We're going offshore. Now, that's what they've got to do at the moment because they don't want that regulation. But in the big picture, I want America to do well. I mean, you can see I've got their flag flying behind me. I want America to succeed in whatever they're doing in, being the center hub of the financial system, maybe global security, as long as they're doing it morally and ethically, and including ensuring that wealth can be distributed fairly amongst the world, no problem. When it becomes too centralized and too corrupt, well, that's when we can see that we now start to look at other options. Do we go to different jurisdictions? You can see a lot of money is moving to the UAE. You can see there's a lot of investment in Asia where legal frameworks are being designed and accepted around the crypto space, and people are actually moving into that. I mean, even in Australia, we have ETFs available for people to invest in when it comes to crypto, and America is still dragging their feet on that. So it's a very exciting time when it comes to the future of the financial space. And I hope America embraces this technology, because if they don't, I think they're going to squeeze them out of their own position, because ultimately money is like, I call it like sort of like water. You can only compress it so much before it leaks out and goes somewhere else. And the pressure that the United States government is putting on the crypto system, the crypto community and the crypto innovation is creating this leakage where this money and this innovation is moving offshore. They've been very difficult and hard on Binance. They've been very difficult on Coinbase. They've been very difficult on the ETFs. The SEC has been very difficult with Ripple Labs. And at the end of the day, if they don't embrace it, the money will go elsewhere and the innovation will flow with it.
Absolutely. So Crypto 7, I've got Crypto 7 in the waiting room. And so, but he didn't seem ready. Are you ready to come on, Crypto 7? I thought, Adam, I've got a question relating to macro, because like I said before, I actively don't think about legacy. I just focus on crypto and just ignore, because I want the decoupling. I want this system to be the solution, not just another correlated asset class. Because you may have noticed the focus that was on macro among YouTubers and Twitter. It was crazy, maybe going back 6 to 12 months ago, and then back from there, maybe a year. It was everyone in crypto was just always talking about macroeconomics. It just became a massive trend. I'm glad that has backed off. And through the early stages of this bull market, through basically this year, I was saying to people, look, I'm bullish. These are the reasons. Here's my data. Present to me your bearish case. Convince me why that you think this is a bull trap. Sorry, convince me to be bearish. I want to hear the counter arguments. And the only thing that ever came up that to me had any sort of weight to it was macro legacy stuff. And for me, that was great because I was already ignoring that. So I said, yep, that's fine. I'm not disagreeing that these are things that are all truthful that you're saying about all the things that are going wrong in macro, but I'm choosing to ignore that. And that worked very well for me because I've obviously been in bullish positions through that whole period. Do you have any comments on sort of how could someone have navigated that? So I took a very tough stance of, if it's about legacy, I don't want to hear about it. That's not my thing. I don't trust that system, and therefore I'm not letting it weigh into my decisions. But for everyone else who sort of still wants to keep a more balanced approach, how do they navigate something like that?
Really good question. So the irony is you actually did acknowledge that old system by saying, I don't want to listen to it, because at your core, you knew that it's corrupt, it's broken, it cannot succeed. It cannot succeed no matter how much bombs and bullets and flags and pride we throw behind fiat. It's all dead. It is over. It is all over. Now, whether it collapses tomorrow or in 5 years or in 10 years, that's for a different discussion. But the reality is anything that operates in market failure will fail. And fiat at its core operates in market failure. And all the legacy systems around fiat are destined to fail because at its core, it's all backed by fake funny money linked to nothing, printed without limit. So then the antithesis to this is Bitcoin. Now, that's not to say there won't be other money. This is where some people get upset. They're like, no, my coin's better. No, it doesn't matter. We all come together and we all agree that fiat and the legacy systems, they are corrupt, broken, and destined to fail. Now, whether the solution is Bitcoin or HEX or good old Bitcoin Cash, look, that's for a different debate. Where we all come together is that we know that it cannot succeed the way it's going on. The only thing that backs up fiat is violence. That is a matter of fact. It's not gold, it's violence. Now, you might say there's trust behind it. Well, yeah, but how do we ensure that trust? And if you look at the historical facts, when people pulled away from the US dollar on the global stage, they could expect aircraft carriers to rock up on their doorstep and say, no, you will use this, or will accuse you of having weapons of mass destruction and will obliterate you off the face of the earth, or will say you're committing crimes against humanity and will wipe you off the face of the earth. And that is violence, which led actually to trust. Everyone else saying, well, we've all got to use this, so we all trust that this fake funny money has some type of value. But the reality is that that card is no longer available. You can't do it against China. You can't do it against Russia. In fact, I can prove it. When you try and do it against Russia, you made Russia a lot richer in the sense that the ruble went up. People were still buying their oil, bypassing the petrodollar and the SWIFT network, pouring a lot of money into that economy. So the weaponization of the old traditional systems, they have quickly deteriorated. Now, if you want to turn your back on it and say, I don't want to hear it, well, that's in fact because you understand how broken it is and you're now investing in this. The real thing that we have to consider, my friend, is that the fact is that everyone else is sitting on the sidelines, even if they hate crypto, even if they hate or don't even know about crypto. They all know that something's wrong with money. They can feel it. They may not understand why, but they can feel that something isn't right. They can feel that they're working harder, working longer, doing everything right, trying to pay the bills, and they're poorer now than they were before. Now, if you look at third world nations such as Venezuela, Greece, Cyprus, Zimbabwe, well, it's not a third world nation, but nations that have gone through hyperinflation, Zimbabwe, Spain is now going through it to an extent. It's a bit weird because they've got the euro, but they can feel inflation. They can feel that this morning, their euro, their whatever currency they're working with, they can buy so much bread today, like a loaf of bread today, but tomorrow it can only buy a slice of bread. So as a result, that they really understand inflation, even if they haven't got a degree in it, in economics specifically. In the first world,
Yes.
most of us believe that we don't need Bitcoin or crypto or a hard money or whatever coin you want to talk about, because they're like, well, what's wrong with the dollars and cents that I'm using? But of course, particularly over the last 4 to 5 years, and more so over the last 12 months, now they get it. Now they're saying, well, hang on a second. I'm working more than I was before, but I've got less purchasing power. And the real key there is purchasing power. How much can you buy now with $1 compared to what you could a year or 10 years ago? And then you invert it and say, how much can I buy with 1 Bitcoin today compared to what I could buy with 1 Bitcoin years ago? And the fact is, no matter what anyone says, the mathematical fact is $1 buys much less today than it did 10 years ago, whilst conversely, 1 Bitcoin buys way more now than it did 10 years ago. And so as people are sitting on the sideline, even if they're not crypto fanboys, even if they don't want to go on a moon ride to get a new Lambo, they just want to protect their energy, their time, their effort, everything that they've saved for. They want to protect that. And even if they don't put it in a bank, which is another thing with bail-in and bail-out laws, and they say, right, I'm going to pull it all out and I'm going to put it in cash and I'm going to put it under my mattress. Well, it's still dealing with inflation. They cannot escape inflation. So where do you put your money? Now, some people are very big in real estate, but the reality of real estate is not, I've got lots of property, but it's very illiquid. The only way I can get money out of my real estate is actually by taking debt against it. Sure, I can sell it, but I can't do that on a Saturday night. Whereas with crypto, I can liquidate my assets within seconds whilst lying in bed playing on my phone. So that liquidity and movement of the power over crypto, whichever crypto you like, is very appealing to a lot of people. Then we have the movement of money around the world. If I had a client who I did business with, and I said, look, I work in crypto. You can choose your coin. I don't care which coin you choose, but we work in crypto. Now they came back and in the end, they sent me a Western Union transfer account, and it was legitimate business. But we hear about Western Union, it's like it's a scam. Well, there are many scams that go through Western Union, but what happened was it took me nearly a week to fill in the paperwork, and it wasn't much. It was like $200 that I had to move from point A to point B, and I needed to put in my address, their address, my bank's address, their bank's address, my grandmother's second birthday, what the tide looked at half. It just never ended. And in the end, I had enough. I spent more time and effort trying to transact this money than I did the actual value of the transaction itself. So in the end, I said, look, I'm not doing this anymore. Give me a bloody wallet address. And he emailed me, I think it was an Ethereum address. And then within 15 seconds, I made the transfer and it was done. So beyond storing your value, beyond holding control of your money, the ability to move money as a macro or a micro payment is here for all of us in crypto. And the banks have no choice. They have to adopt this technology. Macro payments, if I'm sending millions of dollars from Sydney to London, why would I do that through Western Union when I could just transfer it immediately through crypto? But the real question is, what about micro payments? Micro payments is the future. Micro payments is where, I can, right now, our viewers could donate 1/100th of a cent to each of us. Now, what does that mean to them? Nothing. But if we have 1 million people doing that, that actually creates some, good income for us. And then when we go into decentralized finance, where it's not about you and I getting a loan so we can get a new car or a new house, and it's not about you and I putting in money so we can make a lot of money. It's really about empowering the third world nations, empowering those who don't have access to financial systems, where you and I can throw in $1 each, lend it to old farmer Muhammad in a third world nation. He can buy his first wheelbarrow. He can start making some money from that, then go from a wheelbarrow to perhaps a donkey, to perhaps a tractor, to perhaps a truck. And it all started with decentralized finance, where we didn't depend on a centralized corrupt body, such as a bank, that was operating with centralized corrupt backing, which is fiat. It now actually comes to the free market where we can all be part of it and we can all contribute it and we can all do it fairly.
Yeah, I think I wanted to say that Ivan does an incredible job of making the legacy system sound absolutely ridiculous. especially for the younger generations, when he says, he just steps through it so simply, and because of his accent, it's just so awesome, where he's like, you want to transfer your money? No. What are you doing with that money? You know, oh no, you can't send it to this guy. Like, oh, well, fill out this form like 2 days. And he basically steps through and it's like with crypto, it's just like, you just choose who you want to send to, boom, done. 7, I'm going to bring you up. If you're ready, bring you into the combo. And the other thing I was going to say is, when you were mentioning inflation, you freaking cannot gaslight your citizens into not seeing the prices in the shops. So when they go and see that a small little thing of blueberries is like $15, there's no amount of gaslighting and media manipulation that you can do that blinds them to that fact. And so yeah,
and there's only so much shrinkflation. So shrinkflation is what's really been hitting us, where chocolate bars are getting smaller, hamburgers are getting smaller. There's only so much you can smash them with the price, then shrink them with the object itself. But you're dead right. You can't say, look, a punnet of berries is now $38 and inflation is not a thing.
Yes, exactly. 7. Do you have any questions or comments for Adam?
Hi, man. How you doing, buddy?
Good to see you, brother. Fancy seeing you here, my old friend.
Yeah, exactly. Adam, well, it's just the observation. Adam was the first mainstream channel that was really keen to get behind Richard Hart. And back in the day, he was getting quite a bit of criticism for it. But now they're all jumping on, of course, and we'll be jumping on more and more. But we remember who the first mainstream channel to really say, I don't care what my subscribers think, I'm going to get behind Richard Hart and PulseChain and HEX was. And that was Adam Stokes. Yay, everybody.
Bless you, Chris. Thank you, brother.
Subscribe to Adam Stokes.
Well, Chris, I'll give you a shout out as well. So Chris has come into the space and with no subs came in and started from step 1, as we all have to, but very quickly you built up a very big following. Now, you reached out to me a few times, and how many streams have we done together? I don't know, about 5 or 6 maybe.
Yes, 4 or 5
I
on
can't
my
keep
channel
up.
and a few on yours.
But your success it's moving very quickly. So it took me years. I think I'd have to look at the data, but certainly a lot longer than what you've gone through. It took me years to get to where you are now. So congratulations on your success and the following that you're getting behind you, as well as the big names that you're getting on your channel with Ivan on tech. Well done on getting him on your channel.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Yeah, he's good fun, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a legend, and hopefully he's
Very.
making big returns in these projects as well, because that's an example of, this scam motto of the past. I mean, who's even saying it anymore? I do occasionally get it in my comments, like very, very occasionally. In the early days, I got massive numbers of scam. Adam, I'm never talking to you again. I've just unsubscribed. I hate you. It was absolutely brutal years ago when I was talking about it. Now, I do a lot of videos on Pulse and HEX, and it's probably 1 in 1,000 comments that is like, it just says scam. And I do the same thing every time. Every time there's someone who says that, I say this. I say, I really appreciate your comment. Could you please come onto the channel and explain to me how it's a scam? And I say in brackets, I say, I'm not being facetious here. I really want to learn from you. Can you come on and we'll talk about it?
Nice.
And no one ever does. There was only one guy who did. If you remember a while ago, he was an Asian fellow. His English wasn't good,
I
but
remember.
I gave him the platform and I said, well, give it to us. And what was very good about that was, in fact, the HEX community was how mature they were about it. It's not that he convinced me that HEX was a scam or Richard Hart was a scam. It's that he convinced me that the HEX community was, in fact, very mature because they all just sat back and just said, all right, we'll bring it on. And I think Richard Hart has created the foundation for this, in the sense that Richard Hart showed us through his leadership, if you think I'm a scammer, let's talk. And I followed his lead with that. It's like, right, if you think this guy's a scammer, let's talk. And no one in the HEX community, not a single person, I think his name was Huang Tran. I can remember his name. God, that's going back a fair bit now. Not a single person said, screw you, Huang, or we hate you, or you're an idiot. They're all like, oh, you didn't convince me. And that was absolute testament to the community. So well done, you good Hexicans.
Thank you very much. And talking about the community, I mean, there's a real buzz now because we've finally got PulseChain and sort of, it's just started, very early days, but there's a fantastic energy. Tangent does a great job with the spaces, and I stepped out for about 6 hours, and by the time I came back, the tempo, the sentiment, the mood music in crypto and in HEX was higher again. Are you feeling it? Are you feeling the vibe? Are you excited about PulseChain?
Is that to me or to Tangent?
I think it's to you. I've spoke to Tangent. Yes, it was to you, really.
Okay, well, I'll look. I'm a numbers guy, right? So many people have come to me. So first of all, I do feel very positive about it, to answer your question directly. Second of all, many people have come to me and say, well, what should I do? But what I always say is what I've said right from the beginning is I'm just going to sit back and see what happens. So what was concerning to me, and I'm happy to get either of your opinions on this, what was concerning to me, and I get it, is that seemingly, even though we're going to price discovery, when it came to Pulse X specifically, we saw that it appears that the price dropped by 75%. Now, let's just nut this out. So if you only lose if you sell, equally you only gained if you sell. So that's the only time that you actually realize those wins or losses. I'm still comfortable, and I made a big sacrifice for both of them. I'm still comfortable that I made the right move because I got some very cheap Ethereum. Ethereum went all the way up. I swapped it or sacrificed it at a top and got a crap load of Pulse X for that part of the sacrifice. Then we see a lot later on when they say, seemingly when we actually went to price discovery, it looks like it dropped by 75%. The issue with that is, on paper, that may look true, but it depends what you sacrifice for it at what time. This is where price becomes very difficult. When did you get the Ethereum or whatever you sacrificed? At what rate did you swap it at? And would you have that money now? And did you have the opportunity to get in, noting that the buying was so clogged up, it was so difficult to get any of these assets? So some people are quite upset that they could have done nothing seemingly and got 4 times what they sacrificed in a Pulse supply or a Pulse allocation to their wallets. But I can't be sure that they would have even got access to it with the amount of congestion that was in that traffic. And as a result, I'm like, no, it's all good to me. I'm very happy. I'm very happy because I got in early. I forget. And let's just say hypothetically, Pulse X, we're speaking specifically about Pulse X now. Let's say Pulse X, because there was more sacrifice for Pulse X, as I understand it, because most people missed Pulse. So there's a massive FOMO into Pulse X. Let's say it doubled in price today or at the time of launch. Would you have sold anyway? Now, I asked myself this question, and that is, no, I wouldn't have sold. If I had made the sacrifice and it doubled upon launch, I wouldn't have sold. So if it pulled back 75%, would I have sold? Well, no, I didn't. So then you ask the next question. The next question is, well, if it pulled back 75%, would you have made your move into it then? And ironically, I'd also say no to that because, well, now I've lost confidence in the sense that I'm sitting on the sidelines. I haven't made a move. It's pulled back 75%. Will it drop further? So it's a long way of saying that I'm still very confident in the project. I'm not doing anything. It's so difficult to understand an actual price when you're looking at the sacrifice phase, what you were sacrificing with, when you purchased what you sacrificed. As I said, I was getting Ethereum at under $300 and then sacrificing it at over $3,000 from memory. So, but people might say, well, hang on a second, you could have sold it at a 10x. Well, I wouldn't have sold Ethereum then anyway. So it's very exciting to try and figure out where the hell we're going. And I'm certainly feeling bullish.
Great.
Can I highlight a few of those points that I think are really amazing? I think it was a tweet by Turbo, but apologies if it was someone else, that people aren't factoring in the prices of the assets at the time of the sack and how they've gone down. That's in terms of in their psychological calculation. Also, this thing that you mentioned about the bridge, I agree fully. A price that the majority cannot buy is not a real price. Then also amazing point that you made that the only time you should care about what the price is at the time that you want to sell. So what it does in the meantime is irrelevant. And the final point that's really incredible is it's not as easy as it sounds. So people look at the chart and they say, oh, someone could have bought the absolute bottom and got a 4x from there or got a better price. But that network participant doesn't know it's not going to keep going down. So that still takes balls. And it's to say, oh, well, this person got this amazing deal. It wasn't like someone told them the future and that they knew that buying in there. So you have to respect the fact that everyone's taking risk. The risk that person took was that the thing was in decline and they bought it and they did well out of it. And you can't hold that against them. So you just made a series of absolutely incredible points. And I thought I would chuck a Crypto 7 and just really highlight how amazing that string of logic really is.
Yeah, that's right. And just jumping in then. So I think that I think Tangent did a very good job of summarizing all those points. And I would also just add to that current prices are an illusion. They're an illusion very much so, to the upside and to the downside at the moment. Very much the point that Adam and you made, that you wouldn't have got those prices anyway. And equally, who would we wanting to sell on a 2 or a 3x? Surely not after waiting 2 years with the conviction that we have watching channels like this. Hello, everyone. And it's a bit early, so I'm just warming up. But to do deploy the like, as we say on Crypto 7, and make sure you're subscribed to Matty's channel. As I say, Adam and Tangent as well, who's got a very strong Twitter presence. Yeah, so fantastic. Yeah, just warming up. Yeah, very, very excited. What you're talking about there, guys, it is very, very much quintessentially the dog looking at the reflection of the bone in the water and thinking, oh, I could have grabbed that. I could have grabbed that. Well, you couldn't, because you'd have been days waiting, hoping that your money went through the bridge because it's just stuck there. Then you would have had massive slippage. Then you would have found that actually all these things are bonded together in their liquidity. So it's again another illusion, another reflection of what seems to be the bigger bone in the water, that the dog lets go of his real bone to grab the bone he thinks is bigger. What you actually find is that you're just sort of you're trading against yourself, and that due to the liquidity bonding, they're all linked anyway. I've got a lot of people saying to me, I can't. What do I do? I'm not in PLS. I'm not in PLSX, and I'm stuck in the bridge, or my transaction's stuck. What do I do? What to do? I say, well, just chill out. You are in PLS. You are in PLSX. You are in the incentive token because you're in HEX, aren't you? We did a coaching session. I remember you've got 500,000 HEX. Well, you're in PLS and PLSX anyway. This is one of the points. I don't know whether to talk about it now or later, but this is one of the points that that Johnny Chaos made so well on my channel, but other HEX streamers are available. But he's been on my channel twice, and both times had over 10,000 views, where he articulated this idea of the liquidity bonding, and how due to the amount of liquidity bonding between HEX on Ethereum, HEX on PulseChain, PLS and PLSX, that it would be impossible for PLS and PLSX to go up without HEX going up. So I say to my friends, and I say to everyone who's anxious that they don't have any PLS, maybe they don't have any PLSX either, just buy HEX. Just buy HEX because it's going to go up with the others, because the ratios are set through the liquidity bonding. It's set. This is what Johnny Chaos espoused on Crypto 7. Other HEX streamers are available, but this is what he espoused on my channel, and it's coming to pass. It's coming to light. It's happening, guys. So I'm very, very happy about that. As people know, I'm in 43 cryptos, but the biggest holding I have by far is HEX. I'm massively overweight in HEX. I am diversified. So's Richard Hart. So's Michael Saylor. Everyone's diversified, and I'm diversified. I'm diversified into what I think are the best cryptos. And of all the 50,000 cryptos, I think Richard Hart's cryptos are the best. And so that's my biggest holding. I'm heavily into HEX. I didn't sacrifice a lot for PLS. I sacrificed $3,000, but it's nice that I'm up already. That's a nice feeling. I think that's a great start. I think I've made a 2x already on that. But am I going to sell for a 2x or a 20x or a 200x? No, I'm not. I'm looking at maybe taking some profit around the 200 to 400 mark for PLS, and then aggressively more from there. But certainly not going to be taking any profit on a 2 or a 3x. I could have made that in all sorts of cryptos, and in the last few weeks, I'm not going to be selling anytime soon. So for that reason as well, I think everyone, the prices are an illusion, but it's nice to see. It's nice to see that we've got some sort of traction.
Very
it's
quick
nice to
comment
see.
that
Yeah, go on.
I just want to add a very quick comment that I'm not sure if other people have mentioned this, but a lot of people early on did test transactions, which is smart in crypto, by the way. Test transactions is a way to protect yourself. If something goes wrong, then you only lose the test amount, right? So that's general best practice. But because the bridge took so long, so I'm monitoring, there's a Telegram group where you can see the transactions come across the bridge. And I'm seeing some of them there for single digit hex. So there's like 7 hex, 9 hex. So it would have cost them far more in fees than the amount of economic energy. And by the time that arrived for them to go, okay, the bridge does work, they're now behind $70 million of queued up transactions. So even the people who jumped on the bridge early, if they did a test transaction, they also didn't get to front run you. So there's a lot of consideration here.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, so as I say, I think that it's looking really good. As I was just about to say, another thing which excites me is that Hex on Ethereum is holding up pretty well. And now, of course, it's got its own independent price chart. No longer is it overshadowed by its big brother PulseChain. PulseChain took on a life of its own and became a bigger life than Hex. More people in the Telegram groups, more people interested in PulseChain than Hex. Well, now Hex is standalone, and it's great that it's standing alone so well. Does that excite you, Adam, the fact that Hex on Ethereum seems to be holding up so nicely now?
Yeah, well, I'm actually trying to figure out where do we buy? Do we buy an EHEX or PHEX, or you just keep going on both? So this is where I actually seek your guidance as SMEs or subject matter experts in this area. Many people are coming to me and saying, well, do I buy PHEX or EHEX? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts? Where do you put your money?
I think buy wherever it's easiest at the moment. Richard Hart says to keep off the bridge for now. Then for me, there is no bridge. If Richard says don't use a bridge, there is no bridge. In terms of so that's one thing I'd say. I'd also say that we haven't had a launch yet, because a launch for me, I've been in marketing, big launch events, public events. The media is invited. We haven't had Richard on Twitter. There's a big glitzy thing. There's vol-au-vents and champagne. I've not had the vol-au-vents and champagne. We haven't launched yet. A launch means to the public. That's the link together. Okay, and if you can't easily get PLS, and PHEX, then we haven't launched yet, in my mind. So we're more than early. This is just sort of like the pre-drinks, the pre-party, the pre-launch, and yet things are looking really, really good. So go to your question, Adam, I would say I would point them to the chaos theory. You know, as I say, he's been on Crypto 7 twice, so I don't care about, you know, subscribers or whatever else, but do watch that. Do watch those videos and then unsubscribe. I don't care, but watch those videos because they're really, really good. There's 2 of them. He's been on in the last couple of weeks on my channel, and he talks about how he thinks that the Hex on Ethereum can't go up. Can't not go up, rather. Freudian slip. Can't not go up if PLS and PLSX and PHEX go up. And that seems to be what's happening, because the liquidity is bonded, which means the cryptos are bonded, everyone, which means, to answer Adam's question, and that's what I'm being asked as well, what's the best thing to do? I think the best thing to do is to buy Hex on Ethereum right now, because then you know that your transaction's not going to get stuck. You know that you're not going to suffer against yourself on the slippage. You're not trying to trade one supermodel for another supermodel. You're not trying to trade one supercar for another supercar. They're all supercars. They're all supermodels. Just get Richard Hart cryptos. That's what I'd say.
I think it's very sound advice. Just in case you're wondering, I'm stuffing around with my camera here. I've got a very expensive high-resolution camera, but I noticed that my image is coming out really blurry and dodgy. Don't know why. I needed.
And yeah, some people in the comments were saying that you need a new webcam, and I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking, I'm sure he's got decent tech.
Man, I've got like a $4,000 camera.
In the settings, it might be the res is low on your. If you haven't used StreamYard, they might have given you default settings or something.
Yeah, I've gone up to 1080p. Sorry, viewers, but as long as my audio is coming through,
the audio is the main thing.
Yeah,
it's so funny. Can I jump in and say, it's so funny you should mention that, guys, because I've been having problems as well with my Sony DL1 $800, $1,000 camera. Same problem. the power's not working properly on it, so I'm currently on the crappy camera from the laptop, and I was greatly encouraged to see that your visual looked even worse than mine, Adam, this morning.
Oh,
so
you look fabulous.
I was this is just off the camera. The lighting's okay in morning light, so I think I've got away. Like if the lighting was bad, this would look awful. But so I need to sort mine. But I've also got the reassuringly expensive microphone here, so we're okay. And I'm told I have a face for radio anyway.
Yeah, my visual is getting worse and worse, but as long as my sound is fine, I'm sorry, viewers, but you know what I look like. Come over to my channel and you'll see my mug over there anyway.
Subscribe to Adam Stokes. Yeah. So where were we, guys? We're having a little geeky, just talking about our tech moment. So
yeah, well, some people in the comments are asking for tangents. I was actually going to say to Adam, are you familiar? Like, are there any resources that we can arm you with that for when the next time that you might be talking about this on your channel? I think for me personally, something that I find very impressive is that if you go to Dex Screener, it ranks all of the L1 chains in order of the volume that they're doing. And Pulse is already number 4 and looking poised to overtake into position 3 probably within the next week or two. Or less.
Actually, yes, great point there. I'm glad you raised it. So we all look for a source of truth. So on my Sunday night summary, I go through many different sources of data, and none of them are the same. And we're all just looking for the truth. So can you just share in the comments or DM me directly which site you use to do coin market ranking? Because we miss old Nomics. Nomics was a friend that seems to have passed on.
Oh, yeah, great question. I actually asked the community this. I said, are there any cap ranking sites or exchanges that have already listed PLS that I don't know about? CoinGecko has now listed it. But you are absolutely right that it's that was a shame that Nomics stopped doing, because they seem to be one of the more sort of less biased sources for that type of information. And we are still yet to see what's going to happen with all of these additional mirrored assets in terms of how the sites will handle that. Oh, Adam's dropped out. Guys, we'll get Adam back as soon as possible. I was also going to tell him about the plsburn.com, is it .com site? Yeah, it's .com. So hopefully Adam comes back. For me, it just, for his little window, it just says device not connected at the moment. As soon as I see him come back, I'll add him back into the stream, guys. People have been absolutely loving the discussion so far, like absolutely loving it. I think people, yeah, all the comments are extremely positive. Golden question, can PulseChain do a 100x within the first year like HEX?
Yeah,
I think that would be incredibly easy. Like, can it? Absolutely, yes. Would I bet money on it? Also, yes. Will I promise it? No, because that would be a rookie move to guarantee it. But yeah, I would actually take a financial bet against anyone except Richard. So never bet against someone who has the potential of impacting the outcome of the bet. Not that I ever think he would do something like that. As Hexy says here, RH is the GOAT. Hexy Babe put a comment in saying PHEX is the way to go. And I agree, for the reason that I think that is more undervalued at the moment. However, the being able to buy it is still an issue because of the bridge. So yeah, I think PHEX is definitely undervalued if you can get your hands on that without necessarily sacrificing other assets that could also perform really well or outperform it. Then I think that's a good play. 7. So maybe Adam hit a time limit. Maybe he was only going to be on here for the first hour and a half. I'm actually not sure. There was a comment that someone made earlier that said, this is completely unscripted, respect. That was Finbear. And that's absolutely correct. I wanted to highlight that is true. We didn't We didn't script anything. I didn't make a presentation. I knew that these conversations would flow really well with the types of people that we would have on here. So I didn't create a presentation like I did for the HEX conference, where with that HEX conference, I knew I was going to be solo. So I knew I had to prepare something. So
yeah, absolutely. So shall I do what I do best and start talking?
Please. Yes, please.
Fantastic.
Hype everyone up and bring the positivity and the bullishness.
Shall I do what I do best, everyone?
Sentiment.
Retweet, make your mum watch, subscribe to Matty's channel through the television. Here we go. This is what we've been waiting for 2 years. I'm wearing the t-shirt, my PulseChain t-shirt. I've got 5 of them. They're all very faded. I've got a white one as well. You can see how active I've been in the bear market. Look how faded that is. It's very exciting to be wearing my PulseChain t-shirt for the first time since launch. Yeah, no, it's looking really, really good, isn't it? And I see the bridges starting to clear, and we've got that lovely visual where we can actually see how that's going, and we're all enjoying watching that, I'm sure. And yeah, I've been tuning to your spaces. As I say, I had about 6-hour break from PulseChain spaces yesterday, and by the time I got back, the mood music had lifted substantially and noticeably, and that was awesome as well. And I thought I must have a break from crypto more often. I do actually intend to focus on some IRL stuff soon. I've been neglecting all sorts of aspects of my life while keeping people positive during the bear market. Subscribe to Crypto 7. Other HEX streamers are available, but yeah. So I've been streaming so much my t-shirts have gone faded, but it's nice to be wearing the t-shirt with you, Tangent, and to be streaming with you, because we do. I suspect that's why they put us on together, because we are a good double act. And hey, maybe we should give everyone an exclusive now, shall we? Would everyone like to have an absolute exclusive breaking news here on this show?
Oh, is it what I think it is?
Yeah. So Turbo has been absolutely fantastic as co-host, and we've been doing a Wednesday stream, and we've been literally getting 500 more views every stream. Last stream got 5,000 views. Obviously, the one before 4.5, the one before 4, the one before 3.5, the one before 3, and the agreement was that we were going to stream until PulseChain launch. That's what we agreed to do. So we've decided to stop on a high, stop with people waiting for more. So the issue is there's a job vacancy on Wednesday on Crypto 7. I need somebody who I can bounce off well, somebody who's going to do as well as Turbo, and that's a difficult act. We have interviewed for people, and Tangent has very kindly said he will become the new co-host on Crypto 7 on a Wednesday. So that's what we're doing. Want to keep this about PulseChain launch. It's not about Crypto 7, but just thought I'd mention it because we're both on together, and it'd be a nice thing to just reference. So from now on, Wednesdays is going to be a co-host between Tangent and I. So hope people enjoy that. And yeah. Adam, nice to see you back.
I'm really excited about that, and great timing that Adam is back.
I had to do a complete restart. My computer was slowly dying. I found out what it was. Microsoft Teams decided to take over my computer. I hate that program.
Oh yeah, that is annoying, isn't it?
I hate that program.
Hate it. I deleted
it. How annoying. Your
What
camera
did I
looks
miss,
good
gentlemen?
now. What were we talking about? We're talking about the excitement. We're talking about how it's exciting to be wearing my PulseChain launch t-shirt for the first time since launch.
How many subs you up to now, brother?
Me, just under 8,000. So
well done.
The funny thing is, not very many really, but in terms of engagement, I mean, in the last 6 streams, 2 of them have had over 10,000 views. So that's like halfway to the big channel sort of view. I get like 500 live viewers regularly. I get over 10,000 views, but I've got relatively few subscribers, and even fewer people follow me on Twitter. But it's probably because I've made it well known that I don't really like Twitter. I say that I think I'm going to like it in the bull market. I think I'm going to like it now we've got PulseChain launched. If you do want to follow me on Twitter, whatever. But yeah, no. So I see that you're nearly at 30,000 subscribers, which is really impressive, Adam. Well done for that.
Now, look, thank you, and to all the viewers out there, if you've never run a YouTube channel, it's so difficult to get your first 100 subs. Like really, just to get 100 subs. It's quite difficult, and of course, when you get to 1,000, you get to monetize your channel. Once you start to get to 5,000 or 10,000, that's when you start to get a lot of sponsorships. Past 20,000, you have to start culling all of the emails that come through. Half of them are bots, but many people, they'll just, particularly in crypto, they'll just throw money at you and say, plug our product. And it's like, yeah, nah. And some of the money, some of the offers you get, once you get past this 20, 25,000, the offers are off the chart. So I can only imagine what kind of offers the 100 and 200,000 subbers are getting. It would literally just be free money, but you cannot corrupt your brand, because once you start accepting money, you know, there's some big YouTubers out there, and you probably know who I'm talking about, really big YouTubers who are just pumping so many coins at the detriment to their viewers. And I just don't know how they can live with themselves. I mean, there's only so much money.
Unethical as F. Yeah.
Yeah. It's horrific. You know, we're all struggling as it is just to get by. And then when you get to the point where you've got some money, so you're not struggling anymore, it's like, well, why am I going to smash the battler out there so I can get another Lambo? Like, how many do I need? How many houses do you need? How much money do you need? And I actually asked Richard this, I think in my second interview with him. I actually said to him, I said, how much money is enough? And his response was, the question is wrong. Now, I don't think the question is wrong. I think it's subjective to each person and how much is enough. And I'd actually put this out to the viewers. You need to learn how to be rich. And what do I mean by that is that it's actually not that hard to get rich. It's hard to stay rich. And when you come across, and everyone who's watching this right now, if you've made an investment in Pulse and PulseX and RH's ecosystem, and perhaps crypto at large, you stand in a very good position, not guaranteed because anything can happen, but you stand in a very good position to become immensely rich. And most people think they understand how to be rich, but it's very difficult. It's very difficult because you're dealing with so many competing factors where people within your life will try and get some of that money. People outside of your life will try and get that money. And within yourself, you'll be competing with your ego, trying to buy a bigger house, a bigger car, more clothes, more jewelry, more Rolexes. And before you know it, all of that wealth that you've created is lost. And when I first met Matty Allen years ago, where he was talking about sudden wealth syndrome, a lot of people kind of laughed at that and go, oh, what a horrible situation to be in. I hope I have sudden wealth syndrome. But in all seriousness, you need to be ready to manage this money. And I'm not allowed to give financial advice because it's against the law, but I can say this. When you do come into money, just slow down. When you start getting 7 and 8 figures pouring into your account, just slow down. Just imagine, the analogy I give is this, is if I put you in a really, really fast car and you've never driven before, and you go from a learner driver into a V12 Lambo or the Lucid, which is just an incredibly fast car, and I say, right, go for it, there's a pretty good chance you're going to wrap yourself around a tree and end up in a worse situation than catching a bus. And the same is true with money. When you're given massive amounts of money, well, at a minimum, you can buy that really fast car and wrap yourself around a tree, or you can get yourself into huge amounts of debt because you think you've got all this money, and you buy an 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 bedroom house, but you don't understand that you've got to maintain that house. You've got to heat it. You've got to cool it. You've got to insure it. You've got to clean it. You're going to have people perhaps trying to break into it. So if you come across a large amount of money, please, my crypto brothers and sisters, just slow down. And the one thing that I do when I get, because my money comes in big waves, and the one thing that I typically do is eliminate all debt. I know there's good debt, you can, use debt to get rich. And if you look at Robert Kiyosaki's work, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, you can really look at the power of leveraging debt. But I think that model is slowly dying as they keep printing so much, and the psychological impact of having a lot of debt versus having no debt, it's chalk and cheese. So when you do come into these big amounts of money, which I think many of you are in a good position where you will, step 1, slow down. Step 2, look at eliminating debt as opposed to taking it on.
Yeah, that's very good advice.
That is literally one of the greatest crypto analogies I've ever heard. Seven and I love car analogies for crypto, and that is like easy with the throttle. You should probably actually have someone take you around the track first, like a what's it called, a pace car, or Any range of things, if you were to literally do that, you've never driven before and you're in literally 1,000 horsepower car, you don't turn off all the driver assists and think you're a hero. And that's exactly what people are doing in crypto. They are literally they think they're geniuses. It would be like going out and being like, guys, I've got this. Don't worry about the teaching me how to drive. I'm a professional race car driver now. And just going and literally you would just spin straight off the track. You wouldn't make the first corner.
Yeah, love the car analogies. My friend, actually, I was in Queensland recently, and he let me drive his brand new AMG. Now, we all think we're good drivers, but I've been driving for decades, and I have very expensive, fast cars. But even when he put me in his car, and he immediately turned it to race mode, I wound it back, and he goes, "No, you know what you're doing." I said, "Yeah, that's why I'm winding it back, because I know what I'm doing. I need to feel your car. I need to," and I've driven more powerful cars, and don't get me wrong, it was a bloody insanely quick car, and I've driven faster cars, but it doesn't matter. It's new to me, so just wind it back. And we had a great drive, and then when I got to a point where I could really open it up, I didn't need to turn the traction control off because I don't need to be stupid. I don't need to drift a $300,000 car sideways to get onto the highway. There's no gain for that. I'm not trying to impress chicks. I'm not trying to impress the driver or the passenger who owns the car. I'm not even trying to impress myself. I just want to feel the car. And the money part is really when you get this money, do you really need 3 Lambos? Do you ever need 1 Lambo? What are you going to do with a Lambo? Particularly if you're married or you have kids or, you've already in a relationship or you're not even interested in picking up. What are you going to do with it? Now, I know we talk about Lambo metaphorically and literally in the crypto land, but the truth is, I love my European cars, but I've recently been cruising around in a little Toyota Corolla. I leave my 6-figure cars locked up in the garage, all clean and shiny and all nice.
That
and
hurts my feelings, man.
Oh,
I daily supercars.
I think I'm a bit older than you. So you get to a point, it's a new freedom. So for example, when you're driving, like a $500,000 car to the shop, what are you thinking about when you park it? Where am I going to park? Who's going to bump into it? It's this different type of stress. But when you drive a $4,000 Corolla down to the shop, I don't even lock it. I just, pull into a car park, just leave the windows open, walk. Now, admittedly, because I'm a big on safety, I've spent thousands of dollars redoing the suspension, top of the line Michelin tires, custom made steering wheel, really nice setup inside.
Sound system?
No, it's got a nice Kenwood system in there, but no subbies or anything. So that's a really good question because I used to love the sound systems when I was younger. But there's just these different types of freedom. When you get to a certain level of wealth, sometimes the freedom is in fact winding it back. As I was saying with the AMG, instead of going straight to race mode, now let's just go to cruise mode for a second and just chill, just relax in this thing. And then every now and then, because when you get the contrast and you go back into the 6-figure cars, man, it feels great. You get that contrast.
Yeah. I like that. The freedom is winding it back, so you're not actually worried. So you actually just because if you start spending lots more money, get a second house, all these sorts of things, maybe then although you've got more money and there's more money coming in, the anxiety levels stay the same because you're still worried. Well, have I got enough, and do I need to keep?
Well said.
Yeah.
That the anxiety levels. Because you can see it through economics and financial study. The more you earn, the more you spend. So the pressure stays the same. So you think you're on, $60,000 a year, and you've got $10,000 buffer to play with money because you're only buying the shit box and you're renting a little crappy house. But then suddenly you're on $10 million a year, but you're spending $9.5 million a year. You've got this buffer of. You say, well, I've still got a buffer of $500,000. No, you don't, because when you crash your Lambo, that's a $100,000 repair. When you need new tires, it's $10,000 to change a set of tires. When you need to insure your multi-million-dollar house, you're throwing so much money at it that, I like what you said, Chris. The level of anxiety stays the same.
Stays the same. It's really interesting, isn't it? So if that's your default as well, if that's your default, if you're always sort of thinking, well, I need to spend what I've got, or it goes to Adam's point that just don't go spending it all. And I think that's where PulseChain is great, because there are lots of ways that you could earn yield, as opposed to just cashing out. Whether it's you could even, for instance, going to your Robert Kiyosaki point about these liquid loans, if you wanted to take an advance on your PulseChain without actually spending it, and there's various ways you could yield farm on PLSX and things like that. So I think that PulseChain is ideal for that. You want to be keeping your HEX and PulseChain as much as you can. That's the way to legacy wealth, spending it and then it's gone, isn't it?
Mm. So tell me what's happening here. Are we doing a 12 hours, or apparently you're doing a 48-hour stream and you're taking it in shifts of hosting this? Is that how it's working?
Yeah, so there's shifts of hosting, and then also the actual videos are cut into 10-hour. So in 25 minutes from now, this particular broadcast ends, and I fire up the 10 to 20 hour segment of the stream. So it's not all in one video, but it will be 48 hours in total, back to back. I'm hosting 6 hours today and 8 hours tomorrow. By the way, my hosting tomorrow will be the exact same 6 hours plus another 2 on the end if people want to get an idea of when I'm on. You are both welcome to come back at any point when I'm hosting. Absolutely loving the conversation so far. I'm really enjoying this conversation, and the comments show that everyone else is as well.
Great.
Thank you, brother. Do we have any questions from the viewers that they want us
You know
to get
what?
into?
People have been saying that they absolutely love the way we're freestyling this, and people are saying we don't need comments to keep this conversation absolute fire. Is the pretty much the only. But if people do have comments, now is your time. That's the offer.
So I have a question then. So one of you is in England, one of you is in Australia. Is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, cool. And correct me if I'm wrong, but from my standpoint, looking from the outside in, is there a disproportionate, noting that there's only 25 million Australians comparative to the population of the world, is there an overrepresentation of Australians in the HEX community?
Must be.
Oh, I don't know about the HEX community, but definitely in crypto.
No, it must be.
Australia absolutely has a high percentage per capita. Like for our population level, we have a really high number of people who are in crypto.
Tangent, I would say 100% definitely we have an overrepresentation of Australians.
That's been true for a while.
In HEX.
Oh, sorry. Your comments for HEX.
Yeah, my comment is for HEX. I'm saying yes. I'm saying not just in crypto, for HEX, because I have a disproportionately high number of Australians subscribed to my channel, and obviously I'm predominantly a HEX streamer. So no, and they're all in the chat, which might be because they can watch me before bed or whatever, because I tend to stream in the mornings. But yeah, no, I do get a very strong representation. They're very, very enthusiastic about HEX as well. That's an interesting point, isn't it? Because I think that there is a lot of take up of cryptocurrency in Australia, isn't there, Adam? Is that something you could talk to for a moment?
Well, I think at large, Australians are very big on investing. And I think a lot of people have invested in property in Australia, and that's created issues in itself. And as I said earlier in the piece, I think before you came on, Chris, is that where do you put your money? And genuinely, where do you put your money? So when I talk to traditional economists that don't even like crypto, they ask the same question, because they know that property is not performing as it used to, because it's kind of reached its peak and the market is saturated. And then we had the slowdown with the pandemic, which was stopping new money coming to the economy, which pulled it back a little bit. Then you say, well, I'll put it into gold. And you say, well, gold doesn't perform. It just maintains its purchasing power, which is fine. That's what gold maintains, its purchasing power. If you look out throughout history, an ounce of gold can pretty much buy the same amount of stuff, considering how much technology has evolved, but the same amount of food is probably a good analogy. I can feed my family this long on an ounce of gold today for the same period with the same amount of food roughly as I could 100 years ago.
Isn't where do you put fine tailored suit? Is like a men's fine tailored suit is meant to be 1 ounce of gold, and that's been reasonably consistent.
It's funny you should say that. Yes, because with an ounce of gold today, pretty much gets you the same suit, tailor-made, of what you could get a while ago. And for all of you out there, if you can't, I'll go on a tangent here with suits. I've got some very expensive suits. It's a bit of clothing that I sort of splurge on. So I don't really like brand name like Louis Vuitton stuff. That I hate that stuff. I'm not interested in that at all. But when it comes to my suits and my shirts, they're all tailor made and they're to me, and that they can be very expensive. But for you young kids out there or people who are trying to establish your wealth, if you can't afford a tailor made suit, my advice is go and get a suit from, I don't know, in Australia we've got somewhere like Lowe's, and overseas I don't know what you've got in other shops, but as long as your shoulders are the right length and your sleeves are the right length, you can get tailored in the sides of your suit. And when it comes to the pants, you can get tailored the length of your pants. So if you can't afford a $3,000 to $5,000 suit and a $500 shirt, just get as good a quality shirt as you can from the shop, and then go down to a tailor and say, can you just tailor in the side of my suit and shirt? And you wouldn't believe how effective that is.
Good
Because
advice.
most people
Tangent, can I just
don't
go?
know what the shirt is. Sorry.
Can I just go back to Adam's gold statement? Because just something that excited me that you were saying there, Adam. And the thing with gold is, yeah, it's a very powerful statement that it's been able to store value, and it's been able to hold its wealth, I think was a phrase, for however many hundreds of years. But the issue is that we've only had cryptocurrency for 15 years, and cryptocurrency does everything that gold does in terms of a store of value, but it does it much better. So the fact that gold has been the place to be safe as a deflationary hedge and all the rest, somewhere safe to put your money to hold its value for however many thousands of years, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to continue to be, just as writing letters to people was the thing that everyone did for thousands of years, but then suddenly we were emailing instead. And I think it's a little bit like that, really. I do think that the risk for gold now is that everyone just realizes that Bitcoin is infinitely more finite in terms of supply, much scarcer than gold, that it's much more divisible, that you can transport it much more easily, that you don't need security guards, that you don't need security vans, that the Bitcoin is actually there, and all these issues. So the problem for gold is that the many gold bugs will just switch over to Bitcoin, and then obviously by extension to good cryptos like HEX and PulseChain. I think that's the risk for them that they didn't have 15 years ago, which is a blink of the eye. 15 years since crypto was out, the 2008 Bitcoin white paper. And so gold is suddenly now having to compete in a completely different environment. And so, yes, while Peter Schiff will say, oh, well, look, it's been the thing to be in for all these years, that means nothing, really. It's just as it meant nothing for VHS tapes when electronic films came out, and it meant nothing for the postal service in terms of sending letters when we had email.
Yeah, and when Schiff talks about gold having is better than Bitcoin, and I'm so honored that we're talking about Bitcoin on the HEX channel. Thank you both. In fact, every Hexican I've met, they're actually quite comfortable talking about Bitcoin. Although Richard Hart has given a bit of a hard time in recent times, Matty Allen and I have agreed to it. Tangent, you've acknowledged that Bitcoin has a place.
I was actually known as a BTC maxi in the first year or so of being in the HEX community. Yeah, only because I was the most pro. I wasn't actually a BTC maxi. I was just relative to everyone else in HEX. I was more pro Bitcoin.
Where Schiff, I think, misses the point with where he says, Bitcoin's. I think he's intellectually dishonest when he says there's no value in Bitcoin. And so, well, first of all, the markets would disagree with you. Apparently, there is $1.2 trillion worth of value in Bitcoin. So, yes, there is value, whether it's Pokemon cards or, pieces of grass or digital funny money. If the market determines that there's $1.2 trillion worth of value in it, there is $1.2 trillion worth of value in it. Then you go on to the next point where Schiff says the reason why gold is better than Bitcoin is because you can actually do stuff with it. You can make jewelry and you can make electronics out of it. Now, I certainly acknowledge that when it comes to electronics, yes, you can use gold as components of electronics, but it's not, gold's not valuable because you can make jewelry out of it. Jewelry seeks per se to be made out of gold because it's scarce. The real value in making a gold bracelet isn't because gold is so great to work with. I mean, you could argue that silver or tin or solder is great to work with. What really makes gold jewelry valuable is that the scarcity of that piece of metal. So it's not just the utility, it's the scarcity. And when you look at Bitcoin and many of the cryptos out there, it's both. It's scarcity and utility. Where people come in from the outside and they say, but I could just make my own Bitcoin. And I say, well, of course you could. You could make a Bitcoin black, a Bitcoin cash, a Bitcoin gold, a Bitcoin diamond, a Bitcoin red, and it's all been done.
And they did, yeah.
That's right. And the market chose Bitcoin because there is only one Bitcoin. But then people say, well, why does HEX have value? And I say, well, because it's got different properties, and we don't need just one money. We can have multiple monies. We already have multiple monies, different currencies. You have the mates rates, you have a beer economy, you have a trading economy, you have a friendship economy. These are all different types of money that we can use. And just because I may choose Bitcoin, or I really like Litecoin. The reason why I like Litecoin is because it's actually got a relatively stable price. You know, it's not about buy low, sell high with Litecoin. When I'm doing international business, most of my suppliers, they want Litecoin because I can transact so quickly with a very low fee, and it doesn't have this massive price fluctuation, and they just stockpile it in the background. And you say, well, can't Bitcoin do that? It's like, well, can't silver be gold? It's like, well, they're both precious metals, but they kind of do a little slightly different thing. And then when you go into HEX or Pulse versus, more specifically, Pulse and Ethereum, I really see, and it's a bit of a cliche statement, but it's very true. Bitcoin is very much the gold of digital storage of assets or digital money, whereas Ethereum is like digital oil. But now we have a more efficient digital oil, which is Pulse. And this supercomputer, which is Ethereum and Pulse, and a digital oil that enables transactions and things to move. Part of the reason why I'm so excited about Pulse is because we've actually seen that Ethereum works. Now, when I was many years ago getting into crypto and Ethereum first launched as an ICO, I'm like, well, what do I need that for? Then when it still chugged along and it did quite well, I'm like, well, I still don't want to use Ethereum because MetaMask is confusing. But then as I chugged along, I'm like, I actually have no choice. I need Ethereum because if I'm going to operate in the crypto land, I need Ethereum for those gas fees. Then you have Pulse launching and it says, right, we're going to take Ethereum, which works and has that stuff built on it, and we're just going to make a more efficient version of it. Who's in? And I'm like, well, that makes sense to me because whether I like Ethereum or not, I had to use it. And if I can do the same thing that I've been doing on Ethereum, but at a much cheaper and more efficient way, I'm going to use it.
It's interesting. So PulseChain instantly made sense to you.
Absolutely. More so than HEX, way more than HEX. It took me a long time to wrap my head around HEX. And I've said this about the HEX community before, and I'll say it again. This is this high level thinking of the HEX community because, and again, I'm not saying it to stroke an ego. I'm saying that when I deep dive HEX, when it was Bitcoin HEX, and I spent months trying to research this thing, and I interviewed Richard Hart, and I got right into the intricacies of it, I still didn't actually get it. I still didn't actually get the core of all the background to it. Sure, you're buying this thing, you're staking it, you're locking it up, you're deferring value, you're getting APY. How is that different to these other things? But the HEX community, they got it. And it was many Hexicans who helped me unpack that. But when it came to Ethereum and then Pulse, Ethereum initially, you don't get it because we didn't have a precedence for Ethereum.
Yes.
Ethereum was the first of its kind. But then when you're using Ethereum all the time and then you say, right, we've got a more efficient version, I'm like, oh man, this is great. This is fantastic. And that's why when I deep dived into Pulse, it was much easier to present on that and go into more details and more specifics on it, even though I didn't actually I don't think I interviewed Richard Hart on Pulse. Certainly did on HEX. I actually can't remember if I spoke to him about Pulse, but it didn't matter because Pulse made more sense to me.
Yeah, that's
it's
really,
such a
really
logical
interesting.
project.
Could I come back? Tangent, is it okay if I come back on a couple of Adam's points there?
Of course, yeah, yeah.
Thanks, man. So, yeah, that's really, really interesting because I'm listening to you, and this is what I'm finding when I talk to big investors, that they're not necessarily, and these are the people that excite me, it's the investors outside of crypto or just dipping their toe in crypto. They don't necessarily understand all the tokenomics around Ethereum and PulseChain, but they get that Ethereum's the second biggest blockchain. They've heard of it, they get it. They vaguely get what it does, or when you explain it to them. And then when you explain that it's congested, that the problem is everyone currently wants to build on it and the gas fees are high, and there's this other thing which is a bit more efficient, as you say, Adam, but much lower gas fees. They get that. They don't have to be in crypto to understand that concept, that if you wheel out something that does the same thing, to use Johnny Chaos's analogy, it's a hot dog stand down the road, but it's the same hot dogs, but they're cheaper. Everyone gets that. Whatever business they're in, they might be in making McLarens or Lambos. They might be in engineering. Whatever business they're in, they might be a hotelier. They get that concept, because those concepts, say they have an expensive, a successful chain of hotels. They get that if somebody makes a hotel down the road, which is a little bit cheaper, a little bit better, with better staff, that it will do well. So people get that concept. So they want to instantly invest into PulseChain, is what I'm saying, because they get it. They've heard of Ethereum. Pretty much everyone's heard of. There are pygmy Indians now that have heard of Ethereum. So they've heard of Ethereum. They might have heard of the gas fee problems. They now hear that there's a new improved Ethereum. They get it. Sign me up for that. The other thing that I wanted to come back on, Adam, was this point that I think you're saying. I'm paraphrasing what I think you're saying now, Adam, but I think you're saying that the Hex maxis aren't actually sort of maxi in nature. They're not toxic. And I just wanted to add there that Matty Orlin is currently at the Bitcoin conference, and a load of hexagons are at the Bitcoin conference now. It's a sort of satellite to the Bitcoin conference. So it very much goes to what you're saying, that we understand that we need Granddad, Bitcoin Granddad, in the corner. Don't be rude to him. He served in the war. Don't be nasty to him. So very, very much. And a load of hexagons were also at Consensus a couple of weeks ago. So we're representing ourselves well. And as you say, we're not being nasty and toxic like some of the Bitcoin maxis are. And some people in the XRP community have been accused of being. I think we are very, very open, and we realize now that the challenge now is to make bridges, to be opening and inviting. This is the new challenge now. Simple messaging, as you say. I just want to say that's so right, that people get PulseChain. It's a simple concept. And the other thing that people get, of course, guys, and this is what we forget to mention, is another simple concept. Again, you don't have to be a dev. You don't have to be a programmer. You don't have to be geeking out on Tangent's Twitter Spaces to get that. What's the point? Yeah, I remember now. It's very early here. The point is, there's this guy called Richard Hart. He did a crypto, his first crypto, and it did a 10,000x in about 2.5 years. And guess what? He's got another crypto. So you get, yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. So I want to be invested in the next one. Everyone gets being in early. As I say, you don't have to be in cryptocurrency to understand the concept of being in early. You don't have to be in cryptocurrency to understand the concept of, here's a guy with the Minder's touch. Here's a guy that can touch things and they turn to Bitcoin, turn to Hex. And this is Richard Hart. So again, I've got investors in who say, right, okay, fuck, I want to be in this thing because he might do another 10,000x. And that's why it's so exciting.
And
people are
even
taking such
if you're
interest.
in, would it pull back? Like you're asking before, how are you feeling? And it's like, well, it's pulled back, and it's like, yeah, but we've got precedents because Hex pulled back. And that's actually really reassuring, because when Hex launched,
yes,
it didn't go
yes.
straight up. It went flat and then down.
Went 83% down for the first 3 months.
Exactly. And so now I'm thinking, oh, well, if we want Pulse to do what Hex did, then in fact, everything's playing out perfectly. I'm glad it's pulled back, because we've seen this before. Now, of course, in crypto, anything can happen. And I regularly say that. But I'm glad you also said, Chris, that it's really much, Bitcoin's the granddaddy fought in the war. I love that. I really like that, because I say, no matter what kind of maxi you are, can we all just agree or have this kind of silent respect that Bitcoin paved the way for us? And I know some people say, no, there was other cryptos. And it's like, no, there wasn't. There was nothing like Bitcoin. Bitcoin was the first. And you might say, well, there was blockchain. Yeah, got it. And there was digital cash. Yeah, got it. And there was like sort of decentralized models. Yeah, got it. But Bitcoin was the first. Bitcoin was the first that brought it all together. And in fact, even if you hear, there was a debate a while ago where Richard Hart was debating, he was actually debating Peter Schiff. And I challenge everyone out there. If you actually listen to, and this is when Peter Schiff was, of course, hating Bitcoin, and Richard Hart wasn't so big on Bitcoin either, because, you know, we've heard what Richard says about Bitcoin, so we don't need to go down that, but he's not a fan of it. But if you actually listen to the debate between Richard Hart and Peter Schiff, he's actually fighting for Bitcoin. I know people are going to say, no, he's not. No, listen to what he's saying. Everything that he describes in that debate about the decentralization, the hard money, the scarcity, the immutability, open source, neutral, censorship resistant. It's like, yeah, all of that's Bitcoin.
I know
So
what you mean.
The only thing that rubs me up the wrong way, and there's very little, you know, I'm sure there's a lot that people don't like about me, and I say in life, you should give everyone 20%. This is my moral rule in life. If there's 4 out of 5 things that you do that are cool, and the 5th thing that you do that I don't agree with, as long as it's not hurting children or puppies or doing something grossly wrong,
Or
I don't really
chickens.
care. You
Or
got to let
chickens.
it slide. You know, because we're all weird. We've all got something. So there's 4 out of 5 things that I do. Can you just forgive me for the 5th thing that's stupid?
Yeah.
And I promise I'll do the same for you. You 4 out of 5 things you do, I can deal with. The 5th thing, let it slide. So the 5th thing, and it's not even that, it's probably 10% with Richard that really rubs me up the wrong way. First of all, I'm not keen on the big Louis Vuitton stuff, but I'll let that slide because
he's stopped that.
Thank God.
Stopped that.
Because
he even said he's giving away supercars. Like he's deliberately going the humble route now. His profile picture is a picture of him as a kid from school.
Yeah, I saw that. I really like that.
He's really making an effort to
that will bring more people in. That we want that persona rather than the other one. But again, that's just my personal opinion. But the other thing, and again, it's still less than 20%, is how he speaks so poorly about Bitcoin. And I don't know if he does it because Bitcoin is a competitor to HEX. And I don't think Bitcoin is a competitor to HEX. So I'll close off my rant with this, and I want to get your take on this. Bitcoin's not competing with HEX. It's different. It's I say this about gender. Girls, stop competing with men. It's not better or worse. It's different. And the same with cars and trucks. What's better, a car or a truck? Neither. They're different. What's better, a dog or a cat? Well, that's probably
to quote Richard Hart, diversity is strength.
That's right. So what are your thoughts? Why was he pushing back on Bitcoin so much for so long, saying it's going to zero?
I actually just wanted to throw in, I'm not sure if you know, I actually debated Richard Hart for probably, I think, over an hour. I think it was an hour and 20. And on a Twitter space where I was Bitcoin and proof of work, and he was HEX and proof of stake.
I have to see this. Where is it?
And it was a Twitter space, but people have sort of put the recording onto YouTube. I think Balliot Brand has got it on a channel on YouTube. But basically, if you search like Richard Hart tangent debate, it should come up. I'll try and find you a link. And this was one of the things.
How did I not know that? How did I not know that?
It was a long time ago. So
I've got it 10 months ago.
It's somewhat being, and I don't flex it too often. Like, as in, I don't mention it that often. And basically, I said to him, I said very similar things to what you're saying. Like, surely this is intellectually dishonest. It's, I objected, particularly one thing that you haven't mentioned yet is where he believes we are on the S curve of adoption. I said, for awareness, yes, I agree with you that almost the whole world knows what Bitcoin is, but in terms of adoption and use, we are just at the start. And so my conclusion is, and obviously I'm not a mind reader, I'm not a psychologist. I believe that he believes genuinely what he's saying. And then for some of those things, I still disagree. So he didn't change my mind on certain of these elements about Bitcoin, but I believe that he genuinely believes them. Now, some people might say he's a master of framing. Some people might say there was even a comment in here that I featured that said he does it because obviously he wants to promote his product. So, and I actually got him to admit a bias. He then took it back. So I said, do you at least admit that you are biased because you have your own product, you have your own cryptocurrencies, and you like your own stuff? And he said yes. And then he took it back and said, actually, I maybe I'm going to retract that because maybe I'm not biased. He at least believes that whether he has a bias or not, it's in line. His bias, if he has it, is in line with the truth, is his position. But often biases are blind spots. A bias means it's not exactly the same thing, but in some senses, biases lead to blind. There's a relationship there that's maybe not exactly correlated perfectly. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and I don't think it needs to be a competition between Hex and Bitcoin. Both can coexist. So there's a lot of agreement in what you're saying, and if you're interested, that debate between myself and Richard does exist. I really enjoyed it, and it was really good.
I'm definitely
it's basically kind of like my claim to fame in crypto, like as in terms of it's one of the most significant things that I've ever done in crypto was to debate a rumored multi-billionaire coin founder and have many people say that even though they believe in their opinion that Richard won the debate, that I stood up the greatest of anyone who has ever challenged him, and still probably believe that to this day.
I've just shared a link in our private chat. If you have God mode, so if you want to put that out there, you should share this, because these debates are important. And again, where Richard's so great is that he's open to debate, and we need to encourage debate. What scares me in the world at the moment is that we shut down debate, and that is a sign of a very stupid society, or a communist or totalitarian society, when you're not allowed to talk, when you're not allowed to question anything. So it's important with us in the crypto land that we constantly question ourselves. Like if you probably have experienced this yourself. When I first got into Bitcoin, it was very easy for me to find many gaps because I didn't know what I didn't know. And so when I'm talking to people and they say, well, what about this? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I've got to fill that gap. So I'd go back and fill in the gap. I feel I'm at the point now with Bitcoin. I want to say I know everything, but I thought I knew everything about Bitcoin 4 years ago. And then I compare what I know about Bitcoin now compared to 4 years ago, and I knew virtually nothing. So it's something that keeps, making me curious. But the point is, when I speak to someone about any project, if they turn around and say, oh, that project's stupid because it's stupid, I'm just like, okay, mate, have a good day. Yeah. But if they say, no, I don't agree with this because of X, Y, and Z, I'm like, give it to me, because you're not testing yourself, you're testing me. I want to know if I've got any blind spots, and I want to know if there's anything that I've missed here. Now, I've listened to Richard Hart speak for hours upon, as many of us probably have, 2x speed, hours upon hours listening to it. I've got a lot from him, but he hasn't convinced me on Bitcoin. He hasn't convinced me that Bitcoin's bad.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Sorry to interrupt. We have to switch the streams. So I'm actually 2 minutes over. So I have to kill this one. I would love for you guys to come back if you have time. Did Maddie give you the StreamYard for the second one?
No, he hasn't, but I actually have to go to the gym.
Okay. So if you want to...
Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
If you want to do a sign off on this stream, just so that it's not disjointed, and in case you don't have the link, I'm sure Maddie won't mind if this ends up being like 10 hours and 5 minutes or something like that. I don't think it's a problem.
First of all, thank you for inviting me on, and thanks for the open conversation. Great meeting you. My name is Adam Stokes. If you haven't seen my work, come over to Adam Stokes. Also, check out my Twitter handle, Adam_Stokesy. Buy my book, 28 Pro Trader Tips, the Art of Trading, or do anything crypto safely on thecrypto.land. That's www.thecrypto.land. One very safe and simple site where I do everything crypto and share links with you.
Amazing. So yeah, we did have a lot of people in the chat saying, who is this guy? I want to subscribe to his channel.
Please come over.
Legit. So I did reply in there, Adam Stokes, Crypto 7 and Hex Tangent.
Maybe they were talking about me, Tangent.
Were they talking about me? I love you, CS.
Because
they say black t-shirt or...
Well, because the chat is delayed, they actually said the guy at the bottom, which I assumed was I think it was Adam at the time, because I was actually quite catching up to comments.
I think I was at the bottom earlier.
And also 7 people in the Hex community typically know us, so that's another little clue that it was about Adam. But anyway, for those of you who don't know, I wanted to have the little tags up, but I don't know how to turn them on so that it says who we are.
My camera quality is appalling. I apologize.
Your camera quality is a lot better since you reset your computer.
That helped, did it? Yeah.
It did a lot. So guys, I'm Tangent. Chris here is Crypto7. Adam Stokes, who's well known in the crypto space, has his own channel. Recommend you follow him. And
Definitely.
I think we've done a great thing here. I've really enjoyed the conversation. All the comments have been so positive. And thanks for everyone that's been listening in and retweeting and helping us to pump the algorithm, etc. And if you are on Maddie's channel, subscribe to that. The next one we're doing is the 10-hour to 20-hour. Hopefully, Chris, you're able to join me for at least a bit.
Definitely.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to end this one and we'll be with you again very, very shortly.
An absolute pleasure. See you, gentlemen.
How exciting.